so Cass does not do much though. The ults are down. Here comes the re-engage once again for Ambition. Wants to add the damage. Look at the blade, Colorado Ruler. Do they have the triple knockout?
Ambition and Samsung are moving in. They know that Crown is not there yet, but he can TP in. They realize Ruler's getting caught, so Ambition engages, gets onto 3 members with his ulti, and look at the damage from Ruler here. Keep everyone in place. Ambition flash out to then jump back to his flag and knock him off again. Ambition bought so much time for the rest of his team.
Welcome back, everybody, to All-Star 2017, where I find myself in the All-Star Lounge with someone we know very well, Dude from the Brazilian All-Stars. Unfortunately, you guys got knocked out in the 5v5, but I can imagine for you it must be quite an honor to get voted in for the Brazilian, the CBLOL All-Stars, and play with them at this event.
Yeah, this is actually the second time that it happened. It's an honor to be here to represent Brazil, but it's as well very stressful to come here. And we have a lot of fun, and we want to perform really well in this kind of events, but we know as well that we are going to play versus one of the best players of each region. So even though we want to perform really well, it's very hard at the same time, so yeah, stressful.
Yeah, definitely some formidable opponents you guys were up against. I know you are obviously playing in Brazil with a lot of these guys. You play against a lot of these guys. Is there anything you found out about them now that you played in such a high-pressure situation that you can use against them next year?
Well, out of the game, every one of them is a friend, of course. So we know a bit of the personalities, but inside the game, then we learn a bit more about the communication, how they play. There's as well the champion pool that might change from your teammate, your ex-teammate. So I guess it's a very good knowledge that is coming into my head in this event, and I hope I can learn about all these kind of aspects about the game and then come back as a better player.
Oh, fantastic. We'll be looking forward to it. Now, though, we're in the 5v5 semi-final. LPL is up 1 game over the Korean All-Stars. You were, of course, in the group with the Chinese All-Stars, and they look really, really good. How do you think the rest of this series is going to play out?
Yeah, I think Chinese is going to win. We only lost versus them because they are good. That's why.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Dude. Enjoy the rest of the event. And now we're going to get into Game 2 with the casters.
Thank you, Sharks, and welcome back for Game 2 of LCK versus LPL Round 1. Did not look so hot for the LCK, unfortunately.
No, I mean, this really, the value you get here, about All-Star here is you get a lineup from Korea that I know I looked at and I said, it makes so much sense. It comes together so well. But super teams, as KT found out, can be certainly less than the sum of their parts. And I think we're seeing that a little bit here from Team Korea because we're just getting now 2 showings from them out of 4. Where they just kind of lost the game around them. It felt like everyone was kind of doing their thing, pushing up accurately sometimes, but together it all kind of fell apart. And credit to the LPL going for the Dunkmaster comp, having so many initiators really worked out because Korea tried to play controlled. You can't play controlled against the team comp they're against unless you go even early game. Once the kills started to roll through, it felt inevitable that more would follow for China.
And I feel like, now what do you do? Because it's a very short series. Teams don't play best of 3s that often, especially in tournaments like this, maybe in the regular season, but certainly not at big tournaments. So I think that's the kind of game where when you win, you're like, oh, like we kind of, not stole a win necessarily, but we used a strategy you probably didn't expect, and now we have 2 more games. And if we play stand, we probably win one of those 2, even if you're just flipping coins. And I think they're a little bit better than that.
You're on the blue side here, and I wonder, how high does Tahm Kench come in terms of priority? Maybe it has to be a first pick or a ban on the red side, because pick comp was what we saw here. And look, Tahm Kench can't save you from everything, but the reliability of some of those flash engages goes down if you don't have full information on the Tahm Kench. So I think maybe Tahm Kench jumps up in priority. And we know the LPL can play poke. That was not the poke meta. There was only Uzi on the Varus that represented poke, but it could just be a pivot. Tahm Kench has been a power pick, and I think it just rises after game 1.
Especially given how that lane went. I mean, playing Gorilla, yes, like a very good, strong, solid bottom lane, but just continually got pressure. There was nothing they could really do based on the matchup. And Tahm Kench enabling a play like Uzi isn't the most intuitive thing, given how defensive of a pick Tahm Kench is. But if Uzi, all he wants to do is push and be aggressive, giving him a free escape exit or 2 is really good.
It was kind of surreal, right? Because the lane was pretty even, the Varus was pushed up. Then we saw a couple of kills onto Uzi. They had pressure around bot side. But then when we saw a trade, when it got to 8 turrets, it was 2 turrets down on the bot side for Korea, where they were strongest. Chain ganks. Mako comes in, launches in one of Annie or Malzahar, the kill comes through. And Prey getting those early kills didn't matter. He went for a duelist build because he kind of wanted to just be in the face of the Varus, getting kills with the duelist Phantom Dancer. it could just never be recreated, because every time they swapped prey somewhere where they felt they were strong, Mako came in, a deletion happened, and they got no value out of the Kalista being strong. So they found some advantages where they could, but they couldn't translate it because, Deficio said it best, very easy to execute comp from the side of China. And because they had that extra initiator and there was no Tom Kench, the picks were working every time.
I think I have to give a lot of credit to both coaches, actually. You mentioned H-Dragon, his respect he has in the region. I caught him in backstage, talking to the players, clearly, trying to get something together. And Firefox for, working with these players and cooking up that team comp is not something you would expect, given the window you had to work with. Yes, China did some extra preparation, perhaps, for All-Stars, certainly indicating their intention and the seriousness at this event, but it is an honor, I think, as a coach to be voted in by all the players from your region. And your job at this event is really, really difficult.
And Firefox, as far as we know, a free agent after leaving RNG following their loss to SKT in the semifinals of Worlds. So maybe putting his name forward here with a bit of aplomb if they can take down Korean national team. I wonder if it was his book or one of his players' books that brought back the Annie that found a lot of success there. The Yasuo counter pick, it's been seen a little. We saw it as recently as the World Final coming through, of course, from Huni on the day. This time the Annie, the one that I think most people would have forgotten coming through and looking really strong there. The Kesper Cup was dominated by first pick Nars. That was actually the really big pick there, and most people looked past the Yasuo and tried to find another choice, maybe Shen, maybe a containment. The Annie is a very different one, and not one that Cuvée would have practiced.
I don't think so, and I think Cuvée has shown quite a lot of struggle at this event. I mean, for such a great player, given the high he was coming off after winning World, it's certainly a tough ask to be like, hey, come play another tournament and be just as amazing, right? There's a lot of pressure here on these players, so I can't blame Cuvée too much for maybe an underperformance, but if you're looking at a pick like Na that you played in Kesper Cup that was so popular in the metagame, and this gets thrown at you, tough stuff.
You start thinking about the what-ifs. You think, okay, but it's the same jungler, right? The top side of the map is strong. Is it an upgrade in the mid lane with Faker? Almost certainly yes, but even though the bot side and the top side are combined and Faker is there to kind of be the cherry on top, you remember that Prey and Gorilla play defensively because Peanut previously, but Cuz and Khan at World Times are pushing up and being aggressive. Ambition's not going to be aggressive. It's just not how he plays the game. So if they're playing defensive, Ambition is farming. If Faker and Cuvée are well held, the team isn't being aggressive. The team isn't pushing. You need someone to actually be carrying and overextending. Maybe they'll find it here in Game 2.
Maybe, as we'll see it in Champs League tier, but have to agree, the individual play across the board from Korea looked great, but the teamwork couldn't come together, which I think is your general expectation, putting together a dream team here at All-Stars. Still, the festivities for Game 2 will kick off with a Jarvan ban, as On enters his customary slot on the red side.
Yeah, we saw him once. That was definitely instant regret in that particular game.
One too many times, you have to think. As Lee Sin actually taken away as well. Looks like MLXG has a big target on his forehead.
But not enough bans to stop all the pick champions from being out of the meta, so Lee Sin and Jarvan, as you say, targeted towards very creative jungler MLXG, and two junglers that can come mid lane at level 2 and make Faker's life a bit of hell like they did in Game 1, and he's probably found all too common in this particular All-Star event.
I think MLXG, like you said, has a double-digit mid lane level 2 picks ready if needed. Jace, though, the next ban there from the Chinese All-Stars. And Korea with maybe another jungler to go. But this does leave up a lot of the mages that we saw banned away in the first game. So this landscape already is going to look very different.
Next pick, first pick, Misfortune seems very likely based on how drafts have gone previously. Ezreal blue side ban, meaning that Korea doesn't want to first pick that, even though Prey, of course, famous Ezreal in his own right. See where China wants to go. Customary has been something like the Misfortune ban.
I feel like you have to ban it, but there's still so much open, and Korea does have first pick here in this draft. A lot of conversation happening by the looks of things. Neko talking it out with the rest of his teammates and Coach Firefox, and it is Tom Kench that gets taken away.
And against that means that Zoe is up, and we will see the first ever game, competitive level of Faker Zoe. It's the sort of thing that every time you see a new mage, you want to see if it's Faker's X. We've seen so many champions that are intrinsically linked, the best player of all time. It's the first chance for Faker to make his mark.
I mean, I've seen it in solo queue from Faker, and it's disgusting as far as all things are concerned. So,
but what are they surrendering to grab that pick is what you
Sejuani
have to
and
answer.
Misfortune.
Misfortune, very commonly a first pick Zoe, given how much she's risen. Went over that. The Sejuani also a favorite Ambition. Maybe he's going to have to go back into the well with the Gragas that saw a small buff on 723. Didn't get compensation attack speeds on 722. The Kesper Cup patch was a slow jungler. Gonna see it here. We saw the attempt at the Callista, back to the Comet for Prey.
Yep, Prey's like, okay, give me that Jhin again. Give me Cassidy apparently for Xie. That's the pick he wants. So we've already seen his LeBlanc, I believe, into this matchup. Now going to take a different champion.
I mean, LeBlanc was available, and they didn't elect for it here. Another teleport user in the mid lane that can answer the Zoe and potentially gap close and get a lot of damage in there. I think it's all about being able to close the distance and also work with the jungle ganks, so Sejuani and Kassadin. Also important note, the Kassadin is a melee champion, so we'll be able to proc the passive from the Sejuani that much faster for the CC, so still going to be plenty of mid lane focus. Don't you mistake it on the side of China.
Like I said, if there is a way to get mid at level 2, MLXG probably knows the path as Braum banned away again by China, actually. Taking that one away from Gorilla once more. Shen, a support, certainly can be flexed, but also a strong champion for 957 there in the top lane. Also going to meet the ban list like once more.
At some point, if you have Sejuani, Shen, and Kassadin running around with globals aplenty, you might be a little bit too pressured in the side lanes. And remember, game one was a story of side laners being assassinated left, right, and center, not by a Karsa Kha'Zix, but by Mako and all the other pick tools that China had. Camille being banned as well does suggest a first pick Gnar in the second round on the red side. So we'll see if there's a ban here or whether Korea has something else in mind.
One more to go. And it is now actually banned away, so nice read there on the draft Papa. Just China now considering what they want to take. Probably don't want to take AD, maybe keep the bot lane a little bit ambiguous, but we'll see if 957 feels like blinding a matchup here as well. Some good flexibility with how the texture of this draft has played out.
Following that logic, it's top or support. The Gnar would have been perfect because you can blind pick it and then go for the flex, but they're just going to go for the support. Confirm that it will be Uzi on the Misfortune 80 carrion. Sort of a bot laner here in the Leona that can shut down Jhin from range with the ultimate.
Maybe Tarek here for Gorilla. I love this pick for so many different reasons. We'll see if he does want to play it, and of course Cuvée will need a champion as well. Looks like Tarek is locked in.
Right. Gorilla has gone on record and said that he has to go for the melee supports because he doesn't expect any help from his junglers, doesn't want to go for a range support and just be ganked upon. We saw his attempt at Karma at Worlds be crushed time and time again. And Cuvée, before he was a carry, was one of those trees in the top lanes. He'll just stick with the Maokai. And we might actually see the return of a pick that's been absent for a long time.
Maybe 957 perhaps running out of creative counter picks here in top lane as Mako has hovered that Cho'Gath.
Very solid lane into the Maokai. Will just be a farm lane though, and it will be locked in. So first Cho'Gath of recent memory, first of All-Star, broken out in this game. So it's gonna be a lot about Xie on this Kassadin. Already had a massive Kassadin game in the group stage a couple of days ago. And try and recreate that here. And post level 6, the ability to very instantly proc the permafrost from the Sejuani means that Faker's life gets no less tricky in this game.
Certainly a shift though for both sides here. I think Faker set to carry a game if you can find an advantage.
I want to note that Korea's lineup is very low on damage. It's pick damage only. Deletion from Zoe and Jhin is a possibility, but I usually prefer something like Jhin Azir, where you have a consistent damage mid laner to complement the burst that the Jhin can put out. So certain timing, certain windows, 2 items, just like in the previous game, I think you can do a lot of work. But after that, your consistent damage options go down, and teamfight victories are no guarantee for the side of Korea.
Certainly not, given how proficient China as a region has been at them. The world's frontline, like you said, has also made a return. So it's going to be tough to crack through that with all your poke. Also, again, looking to a much more fun bot lane. Double, somewhat aggressive melee supports. I think Mako is going to have the initiative as far as aggression goes, but 2 very good lethality AD carries going to battle, and Misfortune does not get through often. We'll see if Uzi can show us why.
And then Zoe. Faker's Zoe.
No one gets through even less often.
Exactly, and I think that will continue to be the trend. So powerful on patch 723. You start snowballing, you can recreate some of those other Zoes we've had pastry time and still pick up the victory, but snowball hasn't really been the story for Korea.
Certainly has not, but if you're going to go down, might as well go down swinging. I'm expecting some highlights here, and even though I think the general favorites are on China, no one will be upset to see a third game between these two teams. So let's see what Game 2 has in store as the Korean All-Stars move out onto the Rift for the second time in the series.
Snapshot in time, December 2017, that we get to see kind of the best players in the world This particular configuration that so far hasn't captured the imagination like we expected the Korean team, but this one certainly could snowball very, very hard, and there's a bit more comfort here for Prey, especially a good Kalista player, but it wasn't really about the Kalista in game one. It can be all about the Jhin if Korea get a couple of early kills and start some snowball.
Well, again, very defensive spread for both these teams. Certainly curious to see what MLXG does with his jungle route, though. Expecting a bit more aggression, and Ambition actually has Electrocute, which is sort of interesting. Much more aggressive from him. Normally see him on with a much more defensive Keystone rune.
It's just reading the matchup and saying, okay, we do have some pushing lanes, we do have some decent spots to actually try to play aggressively. You almost never see Electrocute on the Gragas. Usually it's a Jarvan or a Rengar that's going to be running that particular mastery, but can proc it fairly easily. And it says to me that he wants to play on the front foot, which is something we're not often given from Ambition. It kind of goes up or down, and he's needed to be a big playmaker in the early game, because like we've said, it reaches a point where Korea tries to look for poke, look for a pick against 3 tanks in the front line. Leona, a tank in her own right, and Cho'Gath and Sejuani, super tanks. So you need to start early if you're Korea.
Certainly do, and has started early with a fat leash with the first shot from Jhin. Smiteless on the for Ambition, who's now stopping by at the Wolf Camp. Comets are plenty, though. Don't worry, we'll see plenty of those in the bot lane.
Was never under any doubt.
No, not at all. I did love the LMS game earlier where we had 2 Aftershocks and 3 Comets. I'm like, these guys know what's going on.
Hey man, they're reading patch notes. Can't really swing your finger against them too much. Nice little trade here. So the action going to be pretty even between these two. It's usually when you hit level 2 on the Leona. The flare starts. Note that Mako is running Ignite, so looking for the all-in, but going to be zoned off here for the start of the laning phase.
Yep, Comet hits Mako. Uzi gonna eat a W by the looks of things. Ambition looking topside. I've seen this trick, but usually on the opposite side. 957 might have seen it too. Flashes out of the way, but still gets rooted. Ambition follows up, but that was actually a nice flash from 957.
Not sure if there was complete synergy there between the 2 Samsung members. Cuvée invested his flash, and maybe that was just the thought that, okay, I'll flash first, you can hold your flash to afterwards, but the body slam is then on cooldown. Doesn't mean it's going to run out of damage. They need to hit everything there and then Electrocute proc and still get a bit lucky to take down a Cho'Gath, who's very, very tanky early in the game. So nothing gained there, and flash down on both top laners.
Yep, Smite battle won by Ambition. He was the one that had it, so not too difficult over the Scuttle Crab. And back here in the bot lane, there's a balloon. Like that melee minion, but I don't think Faker's going to make his way down there to get the summoner. Instead, it'll just represent some of the party attitude there in the 2v2s. MLXG is still suspicious of Ambition. Now going to know where he is. Blast Cone, yep, goodbye.
Interrupted, so doesn't get the full disengage, but nothing going to be gained from that.
Surprising everyone though, MLXG still checking the opposition jungler now in mid lane. Very unpredictable here. Teleport back to that mid. GA actually going to do that pretty early to get back to his lane, and MLXG just going to zone Faker off a bit here.
Also a bit about minions. Probably wants to get a very favorable minion wave position as bot lane.
Yep. Engage there from Mako. Stun not going to hit. Mako actually walked past it as Uzi is looking for the kill onto Prey, but now Gorilla under siege. Root there lands, but Prey taking so much damage from the MF. A 1 trade there. Nice engage from Mako.
Yeah, Mako was able to maximize damage, even get some extra orders. No fervor of battle, Ignar style, of course, any longer, but hits everything, sidesteps the stun coming through there. Here we go.
Whoa, another one there. Prey getting ignited. Dazzle's going to land, but first blood over to Uzi. Mako going to live under the turret as well. And Gorilla, he's going to get down the double up lands. The Comet does not follow, but a great gank there by Sejuani.
And Mako playing the game of chicken. In this case, Korea pushed forward, said, there's no way you're going to take us down. You're so low in health. Great synergy between Mako and MLXG. Not teammates usually, but on this day, very, very clean, and here we go. Trying to get it rolling in the bot lane.
And where they want it as well, Uzi gonna collect that delicious extra gold. And Prey, despite having summoners, did not have much hope here.
I mean, the flash timing on Prey, half a second too late. Really nice stuff there. Could have been less greedy with his flash, but waited to see the animation. Got the bad news and went down for first blood.
Serrated Zerk up for Uzi as well, so well spent early gold that he was gifted as Faker has a Gunblade here in mid lane. Level 5 clears the caster creeps out from the back, and Xie, he's just backing off. Ruby Crystal, Null Magic Mantle does not want to be held down by this Zoe, and Faker has had a lot more pressure in this matchup.
Just going to be running into the Lost Chapter, you'd imagine. It's a Sapphire Crystal. It's not the ideal first buy, but showing respect with the boots this early usually would be rushing towards something like an Amptum. So just been a gold value thing. talked about the ability to proc that passive fast if you get into melee range, and she almost at the level 6 mark to make that possible.
Yep, should certainly make the lane a lot easier, and given the CS deficit is very small between these two, I think she is happy with how it's going. Gets Drowsy, buffers out there with a blink in front of a minion, but Faker there with a bit of AoE, able to still land it, dodges out from under the Force Pulse as well. I mean, of course he does. He's Faker.
You can see there's a lot of options though when Cassidy is hit by the bubble, is able to buffer out his R. He also has a magic damage shield. Some trading topside. Turkat usually does very well in this matchup, it should be noted.
Definitely helps when you're up a level and have your ultimate, but not enough health down. Silence lands, but no follow-up from 957. Running a little low on mana at this stage.
It's Cho'Gath, he'll be fine.
Yeah, he will.
She jungling topside.
Entertaining a dive, perhaps.
Beast available, but for now, he's optimistic to make any more happen as Ambition gets the bad news.
Yep, he's lost some camps and it's going to lose one more here. Although maybe not, actually, as a collapse happens. 957 out in the area. Ambition walks the wrong way to check it, though. Now level 5 for MLXG. QV again, still a bit vulnerable. Has the ultimate, but damage back there from the sapling after the arcane smash is nice. MLXG, no chance there to really win, despite the 2v2.
Return to normalcy in the laning phase, and nothing gained there on either side as we see the freeze, I should say, held in the bot lane for Prey as he comes back in. Only now able to manage to hit his own serrated Dirk to match the one that came through from Uzi earlier.
Some biscuits being delivered as well, so Prey again just trying to hold on in what is a very aggressive 2v2 lane. The poke does hurt from the Comet, but if you don't get all in, things generally go well. Unfortunately, that's what happened for that first blob, but things are settling down here. As Faker, long-range bubble, puts Mako to sleep, but follow-up root, that is actually dirty.
You definitely see the synergy, but the verbiage you're using, things like hold on, it's not something that Korea can do with a draft like this. They need to be making more of those plays. Seeing another bubble hit.
Shia making his own. Again, Blinks do double duty here in the matchup. You can blink out once you get bubbled and try and get to safety, or blink in to try and get aggressive. Zoe, that poke champ, doesn't really do too much in melee range. Faker though, flopping over. Bubble not going to quite land. And Shia steals a blue buff. MLXG prepared earlier.
And it was, as you say, a macro move that was prepared in advance with the vision advantage and the vision invasion we saw just a couple of minutes ago. So able to take away the blue buff, stop Faker doing as much fishing. Should be noted, the mana cost still very, very low on the side of Zoe. She's still going to have plenty of laning options and use her paddle star pretty freely. Any advantage you can give a Cassidy, who we have to keep mentioning is going even in CS with a Zoe, great for the side of China.
Yep, she has counterpick working out nicely, but certainly going to need some ramping up time.
And this is the sort of game that I've been waiting for, because we've seen walkover games for Zoe where she's so far ahead, everyone on her team's winning, and it's disgusting the result. Very nice stuff there from Faker. This is the much more even game. I want to see even.
Good bubble.
Zoe.
Paddle star, no. Faker knows. Minion wave is there. Little lucky timing there perhaps with Fia, and MLXG is also there, which is a prediction, but a pretty easy one to make most of the time. Yeah, and
MLXG's
about to
gonna
get
think about
done.
this.
Might keep going. TP back in. Needs to buy a bit more time, but doesn't do it. Oh, he does throw it. Forces a flash.
Didn't want to trade flash. Didn't have his flash up. Importantly, you can see MLXG in that particular only just gets flash now. Thought he had enough damage. The extra passive procs you can get if you hold on to your spells and time them perfectly leads to more burst damage from a tank than you'd expect. That's the flash out of Ambition. It's more safety for his laners, so objective done for the side of MLXG.
Certainly good. Even steals away another camp here, continuing to invade Ambition. Take away his jungle. Uzi currently alone in the bot lane. With Mako on her back, but ripping back down with Moby Boots shouldn't be too far away.
There's no blue ward in the brush. It's a bit of a Schrodinger's Leona situation here, where no one wants to face check, so they can't necessarily push up and be too aggressive.
Again, Uzi's landing phase going well. Got the first blood. 10 CS ahead here. Although, again, can't play up as much now with Mako back here. Also, with the ultimate ready for Leona, able to play a lot more aggressive. Comment there from Prey after the W, though, is nice.
Moby Boots, even in lane, are actually pretty big for the Leona, because it means the solar flare positioning is going to be more reliable. It's going to be more on point. It can be behind the carry rather than max range from in a brush with no mobility. So happy times here for the China bot lane.
I like the Merc Treads there from Xie again, respecting there.
Seeing a lot of confidence from the side of Uzi, which as a player we know, but maxing Q at the competitive level has been a bit dissenting. I was talking to Reckless, who was saying that trying to max Q and actually hit it reliably is so unlikely that you just go for E and hope for the comet pokes. But even against Prey and Gorilla, Uzi trusting in his own regard and going for the Q, and we saw 2 already on screen to get a bit of lane control.
It looks good when you land. The bubble is wonderful from Faker, but again, another Rift Walk by Xie, able to get out while Drowsy. I feel like I'm going to say that a lot, because that's kind of the matchup here, but Faker continuing to apply that pressure. Ghost actually looking for a dive. Does he have friends? No, actually asleep now, but Xie has friends. Faker still trying to get out there, but going to get locked up. Portal jump now, back to the same spot. Xie! Rift Walks for the kill, and now Hell is unleashed here in the bot lane, but Uzi's ulti a deterrent, but not much of one. Double up Lance, Comet gonna follow.
I like a bit of frustration from the side of Faker trying to make a play with no coverage of his own. Sejuani was there. He got the first kill, and we've seen this a couple of times already.
At it again. Ooh, damage boosted forward. Ambition gonna get stunned up. MLXG is just being a pest. Might be more than that though, but Xie recalling instead of diving. MLXG even poking between 2 turrets.
It's not often that the Guardian tank jungler is effectively turret diving the electrocute tank jungler. That's a bit of a head scratcher, but that's just MLXG things in this game too.
Might even extend that to bot side here. This is a pretty
cavalry
3v2. Mako finds a great ult from Gorilla. Not going to die in the duration. They're going to have to wait it out. But again, MLXG is still unknowing. Gorilla burns a flash. Nails Prey with the ultimate there. And now the flash forward. MLXG gets a well-deserved kill. Ambition back to the bot side, but Uzi with MLXG body blocking flashes out of the way.
Once again, we see so much proactivity from China. They knew that Gragas would be there second because he just chased him out of his own jungle. Moby boots Leona, closed the gap as well. He may be doing a lot of damage to 957, but I find it unlikely he'll be able to take him down. But it's so coordinated from China. These are the sort of things that show you the benefit of the boot camp of 2.5 weeks, because even though we said already it's 2 teams, it's 3 teams represented, 2 duos and the mid laner Faker, China are on point in ways that Korea can't match.
And so smart here again. Just go for the 2v2, forcing a flash to MLXG.
I mean, MXG doesn't get involved early because he's waiting out the duration of the Cosmic Radiance. Whichever target he hits his ult on, he trusts the damage of his carries. Ambition is their second. Realistically, nothing he'll be able to do. And the advantages multiply for China.
MLXG, though, protecting his teammate. Actually, watching their back, looks like Uzi didn't even need to flash, but did so just for some safety. Great play there overall. And a good bit of patience from MLXG. Nets him almost 2 kills there on the bot side as Uzi still ramping up. Ghostblade done. 3 kills to nothing there on the side of the Chinese All-Stars, and they're up 1,500 gold. And this is the team we said could afford to fall a little bit behind. Redemption in the mid lane there. I'm assuming that was Zoe's. MLXG was looking back in. Xie still diving, a little out of mana though. And we'll call it off. Faker just missing the extension on that paddle star.
Skill shot accuracy on the Trouble Bubble, certainly worth complimenting, but not in kill range in any of these moments. We are seeing what I was mentioning earlier, though. The more close in terms of levels and items Zoe is bot lane MLXG. Set up a tent a couple of times this game.
Yep, back ready to go. Prey still with a flash. Use it in the dive. Died before it was relevant. MLXG is being patient, and this minion wave's coming. Kassadin coming down as well. And they're backing off.
Could be 5 members. Ult here mostly for wave clear. They don't want to lose first turret of the game, but certainly no one in kill range for Prey.
Yep, you can see all the block. Nice little scrum created there from Mako and MLXG.
A rugby reference, I like it.
Oh, root on to Mako could be problems. Actually took turret echo. Uzi though! Oh my goodness, Gorilla dies. Prey dead as well to MLXG. Now he's going to be a kill, but Uzi actually gets rooted on the other side as Faker and Kube join in on the action. Damage still there as Xie. Look for that reset at 957. Eats Ambition. And Xie still chasing. Portal jump there from Faker trying to buy some time as he nails the bubble. Buffers through. Gets the kill, but Faker finds the assassination. And now it's Kube trying to fight Faker with no help. Does get the extra kill. Kube will grab it instead. But that was a great turnaround from Korea.
Very aggressive move from China, but this time Korea is in position. When Cuvée teleports down, his bot lane is already dead. There was a double kill before the Cats even registered from the ultimate there from the Maokai. We're going to see the replay. China feels strong enough to turret dive because there's already 2 effective super tanks for the early game involved. By the time Cuvée comes in, you think it's too late, this can't work, but they get Misfortune under turret. She's dead, so that means that Kassadin's the only big damage dealer This is some very nice skill shot accuracy for Fake. Tracking it here, Drowsy as he went in. We've seen a lot of buffered defensive use of the Rift Walk. This was actually a buffered offensive use. Leads to his own demise. They take down the Cho'Gath as well. Doesn't necessarily reset the game, but important kills for Korea.
Certainly was, and that was not forced at all. There was an option to get out of the way after the first part of the dive went pretty well, but there was no going back after that. And a swap here from the duo is going to give them a turret trade. Teleport as well from Faker. Looks like he stole that one also. 957 in trouble, getting Drowsy. Picked up there by the root into the stun, and I don't care how tank you are, you're not going to walk out of that CC chain. Prey finishes that off.
Able to get the kill confirmation there. They're looking to look for a second turret as well. Now it's Korea trying to increase the pace of the game. That benefited China in game one. And this game, with their comp, it benefits them. Ambition.
Here trying to block, but too much damage. Oh, the chip bullet, not enough. Great ult as well from MLXG to defend himself, but Kuve finds a kill instead. Chia now diving back in, but he's only got Kuve as the closest target.
Gotta be loss minimization from China. They're still looking for scraps. Outnumbered against a comp that is hitting their 1 and 2 item power spikes. Youmuu's and Morellonomicon complete. They looked for a second turret there, did Korea. China thought they could head that off. They are able to, but an extra kill credit to the side of Korea.
Yep, cost them a few more lives. Gold evens right back up after that from the Korean side. And in fact, Rift Herald will also go over MLXG being back in the base. So you have to think the expected value of that is one more turret. A bit more gold, and of course that turret lead to themselves. Ambition going to finish that off, and it's time for a reset. A very productive 2 minutes or so.
It needs to continue. Now, this needs to be a game that Korea finds a 5,000 to 10,000 gold lead pre-30 minutes. From 30 minutes onwards, you kind of shudder at the possibilities from the side of China. It's not like there's a landslide scaling advantage. There's certainly a lot of more options for China, but this is a push from the Kassadin as there's another paddle star hitting.
Yep, Faker chunking Uzi to about 50% health. Certainly getting stronger as Faker had a bonus flash ready to go. Able to head off that potential gank. Ocean Drake is up. Looks like the pings are pretty aggressive there from the Chinese side, so they'll look to take that for themselves.
Late first strike of the game, 17 minutes. There's been other priorities we saw from the multiple turret dives already this game. So Ocean Drake complete. No chance of a contest from Korea. With Prey wave clearing in the top side. Returning to the scene of the crime and getting more turrets top side, and potentially a 20-minute Baron seems to be more of the speed here for Korea.
Yeah, and again, you mentioned they do have to push the pace, but the Chinese All-Stars should have a pretty good way to extend this game using the sideline pressure from 957 and G8. Teleport mid laner here, already pressuring 1v1 versus Kuve, and Prey is playing very far up, but he's got defenses here as they're going to try and finish off that turret without using that Rift Herald.
Splitting the map evenly is probably what China wants to do. They're happy to just take objectives elsewhere and opt out of the strongest point of the game for Korea. The Dirk items completed for the side of Prey. They do own the top red side jungle of China, do Korea, and as we said, as the Baron starts to spawn, it does become a bit of a headache for China to deal with. Looking for picks is Faker, predictably on the Zoe, but for now, just a very defensive formation.
Yeah, got to break the game open a little bit more to try and get that snowball. Ultimate from Mako hits Ambition.
And interrupts it.
Up wants one to go. Kuva, they're wrapping around. That's going to be enough here. Uzi should fall in the front as Gorilla gets it. Stun there in onto Prey from MLXG. Nice ult, but a little late.
Very lazy use of the Rift Herald. Gets it interrupted. They're still going to get the turret, but could have gotten more here had Korea if it was a bit safer from Ambition. It's good knowledge by Mako, but it meant they didn't have the ultimate available. Uzi goes down, and they're looking for 2 turrets anyway.
Nice time from Mako, but they are going to keep going here. Still Uzi down for 15 seconds. Waveclear not really there with the Kassadin. So Korea should be able to take this. Faker is just constantly throwing paddle stars into the middle of the map. And it is going to be 3 turrets to 1 now.
If you ask Ambition, it was a bait. They'll say it was just a bait. They still got the 2 turrets. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. But apart from that, Korea get the advantage they're looking for. 2 turrets in the mid lane. Suddenly now, even with a fairly slow Baron team, at the end of the day, it's not an auto attack AD carry with a Blade of the Ruin team. It's not as much consistent damage in the mid lane. Baron threat starts to extend with such long lanes in top and mid lane. As we know, when you're channeling the Rift Herald, you can be cancelled by any form of CC. With Cube with the nice flank, something had to give. Uzi goes down, and on the back end, 2 turrets is a nice win for Korea.
Certainly is. Now Faker actually popping up to this side lane should be able to smash this minion wave down. pretty quickly as a Proto Bear on the ground to pick up if he wants it. We'll just have to see exactly what he opts for. Again, just clearing this out, getting that pressure down, burns the free flash and picks up the belt.
I'm never going to not first fail flash or fat finger flash before I realize that it's just Zoe using her extra flash.
I did learn recently that the game actually protects you from messing up if you have 2 flashes. If you have a flash stored and you hit D, which is my flash key, and that should be everyone's flash key, you use your stored flash, not your actual flash. So the game even protects you from being silly.
I always appreciate a little bit of extra insurance to not go for the fail flash. That's good to know, patient time.
There you go. That's my fun Zoe fact of the day. As Infernal Drake is the next one. Maybe China can find something there as they look to push this game later and later. And the gold lead again, certainly not untenable. Less than 2,000 gold between the two squads. Cassidy now with a Lich Bane scaling up.
Really interested to see if Korea can cement the advantages around this head. This is the stuff they prepped earlier. They're still pushing forward. The buff does go to China, but...
Ooh, that could be actually a CC chain. Very nice. Tries to buffer out with his interplay, but can't quite do it. Still damages there as Praise firing away from the other side. Kuve got flamed by the carries, but I don't think that matters too much here. MLXG looking to get tagged, but now 957's been caught. He's going to get stunned out. Uzi with a great open ambition. Cancel it with the cast. It's just mayhem here as Shie does actually assassinate Prey, but the root lands in onto Uzi. Kuve there follows up with a twisted advance as Shie is trying to tie it all together, but now he can't quite get it. Rooted again. There is Kuve looks to finally chase. Baker looking for the paddle style, lands a long range bubble. There's the start, gets the assassination, and that's going to be a team fight win for the Korean All-Stars.
Different type of pick city, but it's working because of Faker's accuracy. They're looking for this mid lane inhibitor turret as well. All the damage is down from China. They just have 2 tanks with some wave clear, but they just can't walk up.
Don't think they can. Too much here as Faker should have enough damage to poke them out of the way. They'll break the turret, but leave the inhibitor alone. Don't want to overreach here.
We were looking at a game where no turrets had gone down, inner or inhibitor, at 22 minutes. You would already be thinking about a China 2-0, but they've been able here, Korea, to accelerate the game, much like China did in the previous game. China opting into fights where Korea can actually still win them. It was a nice flank from Cube to start this all up. Shie and Uzi are out of the fight for a lot of it. It means that even though the tanks are putting their life on the line using CC, there's not a lot of damage as the fight goes on, even though they got the pick onto Prey.
Uzi ended up out of position at the end of that fight, and all too easy to pick him off. Shie falls quickly after.
I mean, getting into position when you're playing in an area that you know the enemy has had time and time again to put down wards is hard. You lost out so many auto attacks from Uzi. So much, the bullet time was instantly cancelled by Gragas. You saw Ambition hold onto that cooldown on his signature jungle pick. Just not able to really put out the damage they need here specifically. Even though Misfortune and Cassin had decent numbers, they need to be putting out big damage because they have an ultra front line that is really there to facilitate Uzi and Shie just being the big stars. It just didn't work in that particular go.
And that graph basically tells you what teamfight should look like if one team's going to win versus the other, despite the numbers being similar, like you noted. Not enough or not in the right places, even though Prey did fall. 10 seconds over the Infernal Drake Baron on the table for the first time this game. But again, I don't think China quite have initiative. Gold lead's still close, but Korea playing with a lot of momentum and a lot of map here.
Faker understands what he's facing. No Lich Bane here or something targeted to kill Squish. He's gone for the Void Staff and the Haunting guys. Not even a Leandri's finished yet. Just look for the burst. They need to burst now before the extra items start to roll in. The luxury tank items are the 3 tanks on the side of China. Are we going to be a free Inferno? No, it's not, because China's straight on Baron.
Yeah, not going to be free, but they are going to force Korea's hand. Remember, they have Feast for the Cho'Gath here. Juve already in the area, ready with the ultimate. This looks like a disaster.
You probably have to turn here if you're China. But now sitting on it, they do have Cho'Gath.
Uji trying to zone out of the way. They're committing to the Baron here. Mako trying to get Ambition out of the way. MLXG does actually smite it. It's going to be a kill. No, MLXG skirts away, but Prey finds the snipe to get the kill. Korea just need to try and get as many kills as possible as Uzi strutting his stuff up towards that top side. And somehow MLXG secures that in the face of chaos, and he's the only casualty.
China made the read that if they didn't go for the Baron Force, they'd probably be strangled out from the advantages that Korea had gotten. When you have your inhibitor turret down so early in the game, how often can you actually get a vision line down and not get punished in multiple parts of the map? In this case, they go for the burst because they have Cho'Gath, who's been out the meta so long. It looked at Fiesta, it looked at Disaster.
Oh!
They had trust.
He almost stealed it. Actually, he's going to go in for Prey. He's not going to die. No, Uzi actually does get the last laugh on that one, but Faker drilled Shie with a paddle star, but Uzi able to grab the double kill. That was a costly Baron for the Korean team.
Yeah, some bonuses for the side of China. They may pick up the Infernal, but no more. Vision takes the top lane turret. In the face of all this split pushing, thinks he's Karsa, I guess.
Oh, Faker only slept Shogas. Shie still chasing. Ultimate's gonna miss from Leona. Faker pops his cleanse though. Kube left out to dry perhaps, but he's pretty tanky. Paddle stuff does not extend properly there for Faker, but still chasing down. Can go for it again, but yeah, just a heal. Unfortunately, can't get anything else as Kube just gonna die to the ultimates. He's trying to buy time. He's still gonna try and kill Uzi, but Uzi is gonna kite his way out to safety. Kube, though, he lives through it all.
These tanks are comically tanky, but the damage is so low. We're still fighting.
I mean, 957's gonna try something. Carry gonna recall out of the way. Shie here to join in a bit more damage. Kube looking to get low. I think he got feasted. Mako finds a Zenith Blade Ambition. No, he's the one left alone, but a root there from Prey should find 957 stunned and killed by Ambition.
Very, very messy stuff. Faker out of mana. Prey only just respawning. For another pick, but uses last bit of mana on a paddle star. They desperately need to recall. That extended so long that the respawns, they were fighting on the side of Korea, so it was going to make sense they would finally be there. Still largely ends up being trades. Their overall, the Baron buff duration, you have to mention though, was worn down over the course of that.
Yep, only a minute 20 left as the trend of junglers taking top lane turrets continues. MLXG able to return in kind, taking that out of there in top, and Uzi able to answer in mid for his team. So the turret score getting a little more even. Finally, the map is opened up for them. And they're perhaps their next opportunity. They're ahead in gold ever so slightly, and you said 30 minutes is where you want to look for that kind of 3,000-5,000 gold lead on the Korean side. We're 2.5 minutes away and we haven't got there yet.
And that's why my instinct suggests that Shie having the option of being a side lane Kassadin and teleporting in will be trumps. Because even though we talk about there being more consistent damage on the side of China, it's not massive. Misfortune largely about bullet time, especially with the build and the current meta. It's still burst on both sides as the Littering Dustin shows us. There's some more burst.
Good bit of poke, but now the hard engage coming in from China 957. Just throws out a bunch of spells, doesn't grab them. Bubble angle not there for Shie, and everything dissipates for now.
Turret's not that easy for China to pick up 5v5. Only Misfortune is a ranged auto attacker, so short of a pick, they kind of have to push in lanes, play the side lanes, and then reevaluate their options here. They don't have a Baron to return to. That, of course, will spawn in a couple of minutes' time. So just go back to the side lanes, take a deep breath. The next big pick here, which leads to the next Baron. I think the next Baron really will be the sealer on the momentum game of what is now the mid-game truly here in Game 2 of this series.
Well, certainly things have calmed down. Now the Baron has faded away. Having a quick check in on inventory. Certainly tanks starting to get a little bulky. MLXG with the Warmugs there. Uzi also able to fell just about any opponent with maximum lethality / armor pen built in. Now that he's finished Lord Dominance Regards. So certainly getting there. Faker also building his next major item. Looks like Leandre's getting skipped, at least for now. Definitely wanted that early penetration just to try and be as threatening as possible with all that poke. Team fights have been very, very chaotic. It is weird to see tanks and, like, I guess, a regular team fighting comp from China versus 2 poke champions for your carries and some tanks and a Taric.
Exactly, that's why they're surreal. It's very hard to track the extended fights because it's delayed for so many different reasons. Tanks can just pop out, get some Warmog's health back, come back in. The damage dealers are running out of mana. That's how comically long the fights are going. To me, the only real differentiator is that Cuvée has the ability to teleport easier. Is okay, mid lane.
Driller not going to go down here. Actually pretty healthy as he heals himself back up. Now going to pop that Cosmic Radiance.
Ends up being a bit of a waste.
Kind of though, looking to re-engage. Ambition going to get tagged. 957 looking. Oh, Faker portal jump, but he gets away. Now rooted up. Stun's going to land in from that Dazzle. Faker still poking 957. Jin ultimately going to let it rip. Mako going to tank what he can. Kube there with a great flank, zooming in forward. Mako trying to tie them up on the other side of Shie. He's so late to this fight, but Uzi lets it go with the bullet time. So much damage is Prey. So low, Faker still lives, but Kube, he's left out to dry.
Interrupt there from Mako on the ultimate from Jin. Wasn't able to put out damage. Misfortune got the maximum. They finally want this turret, but it's still not trivial.
Faker again still here. The damage dealer's alive, looking for the bubble angles. Makes MLXG drowsy, but 957 into silence. Any follow-up. Root there lands. Faker trying to follow in, but can't quite get there. Uzi still threatening as well.
A 2-for-1 is still not good enough for China to even take an inner turret, let alone an inhibitor turret or an inhibitor. They'll back away. Baron is an easier objective for them to pick up, but they're only inching forward with teamfight victories. They're not getting the famous pick into objective. They're just being able to pick up gold. Gonna see the replay here. Mako the real star. You see the setup from Bray. He's still got tanks in front of him. He should be so safe when he opens up, but Mako walks past damage, interrupts him. No such interrupt for Uzi this time.
And again, ties the rest of it together. Just a great rush from 957, and Uzi knows that's the go button.
He's under no threat. He's able to open up and put out damage, but the 2-for-1 doesn't mean that the inner turret goes down because it is such a melee-focused comp. So we get to back away, and we're still no closer to knowing who steps away with the victory.
Oh, another fight's gonna brew though. Also gonna get a miss from MLXG. Root there onto Xie, but he'll be safe. 957. No, that was a teleport somewhere.
He cancelled.
Okay, that cooldown's gone real quickly. I think Cosmic Insight might have something to say about that one. But it looks like Korea with the Baron up, gonna go straight to it. This is the play they couldn't quite find the first time around.
By the mini-map, I guess Misfortune is trying to take down the Ocean Drake in all of this.
Ooh, MLXG gonna pop away. There's the Drake, 957 with a feast. Able to do with that pretty comfortably, and now it's just a lopsided map here as far as where the objectives you want are. And remember, mid-inhib is still open on the Chinese All-Star side, so if something goes wrong, it's probably gonna go wrong real quick. We could have ourselves a game 3, but the tenacity of this All-Star team to hold on to what's been a really tough game to try and crack teamfights in is impressive, but Korea still have a strong foothold in this one, and currently they are the ones around the Baron area.
But China now with 2 Ocean Drakes puts the game in kind of a peculiar situation. Teamfights certainly haven't been quick-paced time. They've been very extended with double Warmogs and double Ocean. Really to turn around and sustain after burst trade is massive as Aussie Bubble does hit on Szechuan. It's spoken up.
Too many tanks. Looks like Xie is going to try and make something happen. Cosmic ready to rise. Good cask again. MLXG already too low as Mako. Going to get rooted on the other side. A snipe from Bray finds MLXG. And that's going to be it for that team fight.
That does mean the smite is down. They're going to turn onto Baron. Cho'Gath has Flash and Feast available, but certainly not a reliable pickup. Feels like Korea want one more pick, and then they'll start the Baron.
Well, see what pressure can happen, but Xie could not find any way into that fight.
Baron speed, not something to really write home about for Korea. Expecting there to be a bit of a turn. Baron at 8,000.
Yep. Need to peek in there, though. Oh, they pull off, looking for a pick. And find one. Mako tries to stand the plate away. Xie moves in, but he's got no squishy to try and assault Uzi. Back in, though. No ulti ready for the MF, but that's already another kill for Frey. Mako falls down. 957 defensive flash to get away. And Faker's still going to chase. He's got so many flashes. 957 just has nowhere to run. And Faker on a rampage gets the next kill. Looking for Uzi, doesn't quite extend with the bubble over the bit of terrain. Uzi though on the wrong side. There when he's doing it. Oh my goodness, Uzi almost gets popped. She is going to go down to Faker, and Uzi cannot run from the free flash. Faker just going to chase him down.
Faker is running away with this game with the Zoe. We wondered in a more close game, what would Zoe show us? 6-1-6. Faker being the difference in these fights. Just like Misfortune couldn't be shut down 2 fights ago, this time the Zoe got to hop, skip, and jump with flashes aplenty. The kills followed through, and maybe finally it'll be the Baron.
And all without a lit fin. Faker playing what you might deem fair Zoe here in this game, but immaculate set of team fights there from him, and Korea will claim Baron in this game.
I shake my head pastry time because it feels like Zoe is doing Kassadin better than Kassadin himself is able to pull off, because otherwise the supporting cast around them is very, very similar. The interrupt happened on the bullet time earlier. We're following this fight. Korea are 5 men chasing on closest targets, so even the tanks aren't tanky enough to keep going. But it's Faker's inventiveness, specifically on Uzi after this all happens. Watch the Paddle Star coming through here. Misses the Trouble Bubble, goes for the Paddle Star, hits the max range, almost one-shots Uzi. There was a Lich Bane, even a Sheen would have just been dead in that scenario. But picks up flashes after flash as the fight extends. Goodbye Uzi, and hello Korea, maybe going 1-1 in the series.
Yep, as good as dead after thieving that flash with the W. Prey also doing a lot of damage. People kind of underestimate the lethality AD carries sometimes in the late game, especially against big tanks, but you shoot them enough times, they're gonna die.
That probably applies to most.
Yes, well, that's level 1. This is again, Faker, long range bubbles through terrain. Just poking. Looks like he's got the paddle ports down as well.
But just like Korea have not been able to return to mid lane, we were talking about China's inability to return to the chunk turret in mid lane. It's been very difficult for both teams to actually cement objectives with the maximum, which does represent inhibitors, inhibitor turret. The inhibitor turret was getting so much earlier by Korea in that mid lane. Seeing them try to take down all the inner turrets, that's at least the medium level objective here for Korea.
Again, it may be more unconventional carries here for Korea as far as their team comps go, but the reality is, in a team fight, you want to win hard, you have to kill carries no matter what. We've really only seen tanks go down, with the exception of that last fight that led to that Baron for the Korean All-Star team. So you're kind of going to have to play defense for a minute 30. And again, Waveclear not on the strong side here. GA not even there trying to take down the minis. He's going to leave that to Uzi in 957 and look for a flank.
Bay is not there, but has teleport up, of course. Working in the top side for now. Faker playing with fire, doesn't have Zonia, so every time he pops in, can be CC'd.
Oh, another one going through. Looks like Mako trying to find it. GA does have Zonias this time, but nothing to really find there. And again, the poke continues.
Not able to draw out the teleport either. Haven't seen a big chunk, and 957 in the back way with warm-up.
Faker makes a big play there, flashing forward actually. Burnsy's real flush for that. Really going to get stunned up on the front side as a silence lands in. Double rupture's not bad, but Prey, he's ready with his ultimate. Going to try and knock some tanks down. Everyone just guarding 957. Mako eats the last hit, and it's not pretty.
Just want to find some free time with either of the inhibitor turrets. Maokai still hasn't teleported. He's still not there. He's going to finally start hitting the top lane turret. Enough people have had to recall. Couple of shots and this turret's dead.
Just short on that paddle stuff for Faker to try and hit MLXG after that CC chain. Again, another Drowsy. Stuns are easy after that point. Mako locked up for a little too long. Cosmic Radiant's going to extend the team fight easily for Korea. And Cuvée now walking with a long-range ultimate. Going to try and get the ultimate flank happening. It's going to roll on over. Uzi doesn't quite get tagged with the inhibitor. Also dying in and amongst the mess. It does fall. Cuvée maybe a little too far forward. Korea don't want to lose too much on the rest of this play. Redemption though, he's going to reset things. The fight still going here as Mako barely going to live. Another great interrupt. Uzi just can't catch a break. And Prey moving forward, trying for 957. The root is going to get his ambition to secures the kill. And slowly but surely, Korea are grinding through this front line.
Really feels like the tortoise and the tortoise. No hair in this game, pastry time. Everything is slow and steady. They can't return to the mid lane inhibitor they set up earlier. They do take the one in the bot side. They back away. Korea's one team fight away from closing the game.
And again, we identified level 1. Shoot them enough times and they will die, even if it takes a long time with tanks. Well, when you have most of the CC available to you, it is a lot easier to get more of those shots off. Korea, a long extended fight, finally slay the beast in 957, and they will be rewarded with the inhib in bot side and the Elder Dragon.
With 40 minutes on the timer or so, we've been able to come to some other conclusions. Zoe's consistent damage may not be as Zier, but it's been enough to carry what usually is expected to be a 2-burst threat comp on the side of Korea. It's been really well executed by Faker. Zoe living up to the billing. Very, very long extended fight here where you thought maybe the Maokai would go down. Got redemption as he went in with a twisted advance, and finally they picked up the first kill onto 957. No ability to close the game here. That was the truth. This is Zoe stronger than expected. That was surprising given that we already had her right up the top. The other thing we've learned is that when Korea are playing proactive comps, you see a very different story. Reactive in the previous game, reactive against the LMS, eventually bowled over. In a game like this where they tried to be proactive, Electrocute Gragas told you that they were thinking early game aggression. It's been a different story for Korea.
It really hasn't. It must be tough for China because with a Castle they still can't kill these carries. Big flank from MLXG though.
This be spotted just about now.
Oh, Uzi also got chunked out. In fact, he might just be dead here. Everyone blocking. Shia even Riftwalk to protect his teammate. Needs to run away. Gonna make it back to the fountain out of the cone, but that will concede this mid inhib.
And that's fine. 3 inhibitors down. Cuvée took the top one earlier, so 3 inhibitors means ultimate turret defense here for China. The Baron spawns in a minute 20, no real way for them to contest it. They would love to close the game now if they can.
LXG is still on his mission, by the way. Still running through mid lane, looking to clamp this over. Xie also made it through. Again, need to get to those carries. Faker and Prey must die. He's going to try and win a team fight. Grinding through this is not going to work by the looks of things. Faker has a locket way. That's pretty good in this last little push.
Just so he thinks.
Just so he thinks. Because again, just waiting for the minions to do the work for them. Elder Dragon buff still there for a little while longer.
Able to get pot shots, as you can see, very healthy.
Ooh, big ult fight. Try and stun it through. It's nice, but again, a good cancel for Ambition onto Uzi. Faker, they're getting low. They do get the Zoe. Now they need to try and take down Prey. Prey, low. Just go down to 957. The Catherine falls after the trade. Uzi, though, still alive. These tanks should be able to go down. Gorilla, he's the first one. He's the most squishy as Uzi. Able to grab the double. And now Kuve, a Titan, a monument of health. So tanky, but finally, he will be felled.
First ace of the game seems imminent. This tree is so damn tanky, though.
I said he'd die. I didn't say how long it was going to take. There's the ace from MLXG. China with a miracle defense.
Found just about the sharpest axe to chop down the tree, but everyone going down early in the fight. This actually wasn't a teleport flank from Xie. He just went for a walk, realized that it was now or never. The ultimate is arming, but notice that Faker is not affected by the Cosmic Radiance. 100 units forward, one Teemo forward, and he gets the ability to live through it, but he gets burst down for once Xie finds his man. The trade works out, though, because Uzi is free hitting. It's not just a bullet time, it's auto attacks from the Misfortune for the first time in the game. And with 3 inhibitors down, with that ace, they actually get enough breathing room to actually take the Baron, although in the base, holy crap.
Base is in trouble as Mako and 957 plus Xie trying to do something. Two-man Baron is successful, though, as we have officially met the longest game in All-Stars as Uzi cancels that one, but should be safe to get back. Actually going to run back with those fancy boots.
I mean, any help they can get with killing these minions is useful. The Baron buff will be a delay tactic. You always wonder if teams get a bit close to the paint and think, is it time to go for the all-in? The P.E.K.K.A, of course. Not with a Kassadin this time, but no Lich Bane yet completed. The side of Faker, maybe not even going to be the item opted into. We'll see what Korea decides to do, because Baron taken off the map by the rush there from China. The Elder Dragon not spawning for a while, so for now, inhibitors start to respawn.
Back, actually, I think. Bottom comes back up, mid's very soon away. I think, unfortunately, that means the potential plan of Pop, Taric Ult, and Zerg the Nexus is off the table, briefly.
I mean, the other inhibitors are down, so you can still start rushing.
Oh, there's one more on top. I forgot about that one. That would explain why the base all died.
Yep.
Thought it was only 2. I was mistaken. Maths was never my strong suit.
Well, inhibitors down.
All right,
Second one down. Still one up in mid lane, so that's the third one. They still can look for the Zerg. They want minion waves here, though.
Yep, just going to again meet the waves, poke down this inhibitor. No need to be impatient.
The thing is, though, at 45 minutes, the Zerg fails. 5 members die. You could actually lose this game. Unlikely, just because of how long you'd have to travel, and super minions likely to be in multiple lanes, but becomes more and more of a consideration as the game goes on, and even taking down inhibitors is hard, but just Jhin and also the Zoe to actually get the range damage in.
Well, haven't been in esports all that long, but transitioning into losing a whole base is never good. Cosmic Radiant's going to get popped. Uzi, he's being so patient, trying to bait the ulti out. They do get it.
Objective was smart there, get the ult, back away. Now Kassadin finds the back line. The Squishy Santa, the Zoe, will be assassinated. Let's see what Kassadin
Ooh, re-engage. Xie actually not on the same page right now. Kuve again tanking it all. Needs to save everything, but it's just a little too chaotic. The rest of them will move forward. Xie looking for the assassination in the backline. 957 gonna run interference. Faker again gets the damage down onto Xie, who's now forced to move out of the way. The tanks are slowly dying as the Stoneblade is popped by 957, but no one is gonna die here right now. Faker again, a bit more poke, but the Cho'Gath is just so tanky. Ambition re-engages, tries to find a carry, but that could be bad news. Bears Ambition getting so low. Lets it go again, and they do force a 5v4 ulti. Hits Bravely, Captain jacks the crap out of that one. And now Kuve forward, stunned in by the Sejuani. Faker still trying to find poke, but it's 957 and the rest of China will not be deterred.
Take a deep breath there, Page Time. These fights almost never end. Back with the Baron buff still. 40 seconds means they can start to push these waves out again. Finally, mid inhibitor respawns, but they've lost top once again. Still going to be options for Korea, but inching forward is just that, inching. They are not able to get any shots on the Nexus. Take a deep breath, reassess. Korea looking for this 5v5 is not reliable when it's in the base, when the terrain does suit the defending team.
Not a whole lot of downtime though, as Baron is back up in not quite 10 seconds. Recalls being channeled by the Korean All-Star. Could open a window, but barely any vision for either team on the map right now.
And I just love the kind of hushed murmur of the crowd trying to really understand who really is in the driver's seat. If you look at the map, you think, yep, definitely Korea. They've got the inhibitors down. And you can't fully disagree with that point, but they are really struggling to find any sort of large advantage in the base. It's almost like they need the enemy to come and contest a Baron, an Elder Dragon, actually have flank routes exist for QV to get into the backline. Because backline access in the base, it's almost impossible.
Sidewave's also looking good at least for now. Looks like Engage is going to be found. MLXG going to try and find something. Tanks getting kind of caught up in the top side, and Ambition is so low here. Find the assassination, Uzi! It's going to let it rip one more time. Can't cancel with no cast. Cosmic Radiance used there by Gorilla, but again, another 5v4 with Ambition dead. Faker almost one-shots Uzi as Prey. He's trying to find a bit. Shie is going to force him away. And again, we re-engage. Defensive Sejol.
Remember, you don't want to chase China because the Warmogs and double Ocean Drake means they can turn around deceptively. Sure, Uzi out of the fight, but the tanks will be able to regen so insanely fast. What looks like a massive health bar advantage is very quickly eroded. And start walking around towards the spawn. Still 2 minutes till Elder Dragon comes. So that's what has happened kind of comically this series. One kill doesn't lead to much, but what I want to talk about is who the kill is on, because Ambition's job in fights is to kind of walk around and be tanky and interrupt bullet time. If they take him down, the bullet time will be uninterrupted. There's no one else who realistically can put a stop to that ability.
Certainly not safely. His Ambition is back in business here. Death time is getting long as the longest game in All-Stars continues to get longer.
Each time I thought we were done with stone plates. We have 3 in this game, which makes sense again given the level of burst on both sides. No Lichbane in the final items here, as a Banshee Veil is picked up by Faker just to be more respectful. The chance of Kassadin getting into the backline, the extra health and magic resist alongside the spell shield is important.
And you can see that it's definitely hurting Faker's ability to hurt these tanks with all these items built up now. Okay, goodbye, Blue Buff.
Well,
I'll miss you.
That's 6-item Kassadin for you.
Imagine if that was Prey or Faker. How quickly the game would end.
I think the Chinese fans are thinking exactly the same thing, Pasture Time.
And you can see the total damage, though. Faker is truly overperforming as far as damage numbers go.
And while there's been points where we've compared Zoe to Kassadin, it comes much more to ranged versus melee. Even though they have similar roles, you poke, you throw down a paddle star, you're not committing to it. Kassadin has to choose his spots, and it's been a lot of times where he's come in, seen his Cosmic Radiance, and like, well, I kind of did my job, I got a cooldown out, I'm not going to do any damage through this fight. So the damage numbers are naturally going to be high for a long-range poke champion.
Yeah, Kassadin's job has been made very difficult with the way Korea has approached these team fights. But again, trying to look in a kind of sidle up some engage here. Hib is not quite back in topside yet, but
Minion Wave's pushed out, so they have a bit of time to fish around for a pick.
Faker again just poking. Look for those key targets. Sleep on a 957. Great poke.
And now 957 needs to be right in the back of the fight,
combat,
waiting for warm-ups. Exactly. So now he's no longer someone who can pick up this bubble easily.
Not going to take too long though. Mako though stunned up. Looks like a root in on the Shie pops the Zonyas.
But he's going to be in one
Re-engage
spot.
Brand, Faker got stuck. Cosmic Radiance going to try and save the ball. Bullet time from Uzi gets immune practically. And now Faker bounces back in. Shie chunked out so low, but the tanks are just fighting each other. Faker looking for the flex on the other side of Shie actually recalls. This means it's a 5v4 as Prey.
Does he?
Forward. Shie looking to save the day. Play not going to find it though. No one dead just yet.
They got Faker!
Takes down Faker! And that might be enough. Knock up lands. Uzi takes down Gorilla and Prey. They're going to get chased down and killed. Everyone's going to go down here. Carries die on the Korean side. And that should be it. Cuvée is going to fall, and that's an ace so late into this game.
That means that with these long death timers, it might have to be the 2-0. Someone needs to answer these minions.
Minions going back 957 and Mako forced
They
the
might just win it.
The minions,
Look
oh
at the
my
health
god,
on
it's so
Nexus.
much damage. I don't think they can do it. They've got no carries. They stunned them
down.
up, but that's it. everybody dead, and the game goes to Korea. My goodness.
Goes to the Minions, pastry time. The Winions this time. Winions is said sometimes with a bit of a wink and a nod. This time, oh so clear. No way to answer. First thought was, those are long death timers. Let's try and end the game ourselves. The Minions had different ideas. It might be All-Star, but suddenly we are finally poised. Just a best of one to end the series. Korea shakes their head. They realize they got over the line, but it was by the deftest of margins.
That's got to be some sort of achievement. Win a game at All-Stars while all of your team is dead. Well, achievement unlocked for the Korean side.
The sixth man, sometimes it's the fans. This time it's the Minions. So Minions not dead. Everyone bemused on the side of China. Not really sure what to make of it. They thought finally they'd done it. Finally, they've been able to put the nail in the coffin after what? 8, 9 fights that didn't really have a clear victor. The victor seemed clear. It seemed like Korea, but once again in this crazy topsy-turvy game, we were wrong.
I was checking that inhibitor timer. That cannot have been like an obvious thing that was going to happen. That was probably one of the thinnest windows you'll ever see. Actually, I don't even know if that. I guess it had to be dead still, even if the Super Mini came after.
There was that chance for the invulnerability right at the second to just once again make it a crazy day. But man, Super Tanks versus Burst meant we had some long fights.
Turns out long fights mean the Minions get more chance to work their magic.
Also means you need some extra water bottles, time, because that was some play-by-play endurance required.
Running low.
It's a graveyard of water bottles here.
Yeah, you guys can't see this over here or under here, but yeah, trust me, that's plastic dying everywhere. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated here. To hear more about how Korea tied the series, though, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. Drink that water up. You got one more game to go. But Korea can thank the Winions for that victory, getting aced and getting the victory at the same time. I'm actually not sure if I've ever seen that in competitive play, winning while aced.
Probably not. That must be the first time.
It might be the first time
We did it! We all died!
while fully aced, right? I don't know. We'd have to go back and check the tapes, but it definitely looked to be that way. Let's work our way through this game, though, because it was obviously our longest game of All-Stars, perhaps our most competitive game of All-Stars, and ultimately Korea pushes us to a third game, so we're going to see the rematch in just a moment.
Yeah, so the first thing that I want to start with is Zoe. I think that's what we have to put a magnifying glass on. Like, how did Korea, because the beginning of that game was really dominated by China, and then it was, maybe an overextension here and there, and suddenly Faker is massive. Definitely an overextension, sorry. And then suddenly Faker is massive on Zoe, and I want to look back at the tournament and kind of think about all the different champions that we've seen taken into Zoe. So there's been 3 of them. There was Talia, LeBlanc, and Cassidy. Now, 2 of those were by CA, so you can understand, the LPL maybe leaving Zoe open, feeling confident that they had some sort of answer there, and they've all been very different. Talia was about just shoving Zoe in. She doesn't have the greatest wave clear. It was Faker who played the Talia, and it's kind of like a strategy counter, like Zoe sits in lane, Talia roams. Unfortunately, didn't really work out for him. LeBlanc was able to maneuver around a lot of Zoe's skill shots, and Cassidy was doing effectively the same thing, rift walking backwards anytime that bubble connected. So I like the different diversity in trying to find an answer.
And as you mentioned, China getting, the advantages rather in their favor early in the game, but there were those overextensions. And the one in particular I want to take a look at happened in the bot lane around 13 minutes into the game. A dive executed from China. Looks good at first. Will end up coming back to bite them.
Yeah, this was actually a huge problem for them after they actually did so many good things, and it was kind of sad to see them then give a chance for Faker to carry, because this is a fine start. There's a TP coming in, but they're ready. They're taking this fight, and they get an early kill, great ulti from Uzi, and at this point we're like, great, they're going to snowball the game, take tower, and it's done, and then Faker shows up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even after this part, too, because they're going to be able to get the last kill here on Gragas, but then it's their choice. This is a China choice, and Xie, the man that you're highlighting here, Frost, with the counter pick Cassidy that he's trying to show off, does not account for the extra move there from Faker. Dives the turret into 2 champions that both have CC. Cuva and Faker do their part in layering those CCs, and they're able to, stop him. But that was really where a lot of the momentum just kind of started to dwindle away from China. I have notes here from an hour ago when I was talking about how cool MLXG, he's camping bottom side. They're playing really well around Leona and Misfortune bottom lane. But, as we saw there, then it starts to go over, and Zoe quickly became the highest damage champion in the entire game.
Right, the majority of our notes are irrelevant based on the way that the game continued to play out with team fights going left and right, Korea gaining advantages, China taking advantages, sneaking a Baron in order to kind of save the game, extending it, 3 inhibs going down, defending that. That all brings us to the final fight, and this will be our Ace or Predator replay for this second best of 3 on the day. The ace for China, the win for Korea.
And that's the thing, is at this point, China was starting to turn the fights around. The comp was trying to take over. I do want to say that this was a phenomenal ultimate from both Gorilla and Uzi, but in the end, it is CA that finally saves the day after kind of weaseling out of the side of the fight.
And a big thing also in a lot of these fights was Ambition versus Uzi. Would Ambition's ulti land on Uzi when he was about to ulti and then stop the MF from being very useful, at least with the big AoE? 3 fights in a row, he completely messed that up on Ambition's side. 2 ultis he used too early, and this one he actually missed Uzi. He was standing still, shooting. So that was a big part of why China started winning some of the late game fights after actually losing around that 30 to 40 minute mark. Doesn't matter though, I guess, if you got the super minions in the top lane.
Yeah, I will say that those fights were incredibly fun to watch because you could pick a single player and have a completely different experience over that 30 to 1 minute long team fight, honestly. But here we go is the final recalls where they realize the super minion on the Nexus, he has nothing to teleport back to. Everyone's
Look
like,
at gold graph as well. Like, it's crazy to see how this game was a complete roller coaster. And there was actually a moment when China was ahead, and we were discussing here backstage about, like, is this it? And we were all kind of like, nah, they're probably gonna mess it up somehow. And they did.
And they managed to find a way to do it. I mean, it's kind of sad, though, that final engagement, because you see them take it with all 3 inhibs up. The inhib actually goes down in the middle of the fight to the supers. The supers will then push. So it's, one of those things where they do wait for all 3 inhibs to come up. They've got relative or as much safety as they're going to get at this point for their Nexus. And even with how long these endgame team fights were taking to complete, that's where the inhib goes down, and ultimately the Nexus is under threat.
I mean, it's the perfect example between Korea and China, the types of games that they're playing. China only cares about the fights. They don't care about those towers. They don't care about the creeps. They're just there to kill you. Korea, just thinking like 4 steps ahead, the actual macro game. So
bait them into the fight. We will lose it.
We have to survive for 2 minutes long and then win.
Yeah, start the clock now. Okay, yeah. 3 more seconds, guys. Hold out. Well, there you have it. China's going to move back over to blue side for game 3. How do they lock this down? How do they take the win over Korea?
So big advantage is, of course, they're on the blue side. They had the priority pick, which means that the onus isn't on them to ban Zoe unless CI cannot play it. So number 1, Zoe was a big question mark on that game, and hopefully it won't be another one in game 3.
Game 1, they had a lot of success with the Malzahar, even the Annie top lane. While it wasn't fantastic on its own, it did add a lot of value in terms of point-and-click engages. I think that is going to be an important thing if they want to punish Korea in the early to mid game. But we just saw them also play the late game team fight, so I don't think there is a specific draft they have to go for. They just got to make less mistakes than we saw in this game here.
Exactly, and I like that you bring up the Malzahar because that was, again, piloted by Shie, and there was a big difference between game number 1 and game number 2 for me when I was tracking this player. So a lot of it is going to be due to his performance in this next coming game because MLXG and the rest of the bottom lane as well with Uzi are performing really well.
The advantages have been there. Clean up the mistakes so you don't throw them away. This series is all tied up. Meet us back here for game 3 after the break to see if China or Korea take the match. Don't touch that browser.
Through there is, here we go.
Oh, another one there. Prey getting ignited. Dazzle's going to land, but first blood over to Uzi. Mortal jump there from Faker, trying to buy some time as he nails the bubble. Buffers through, gets the give up. Faker finds the assassination. Cuvade over the great flank, zooming in forward. Mako trying to tie them up on the other side of Sheer. He's so late to this fight, but Uzi lets it go with the bullet time. Uzi, though, on the wrong side. There when he's doing it. Oh my goodness, Uzi almost gets popped. Sheer's going to go down to Faker, and Uzi cannot run from the free flash. Faker just going to chase him down. Not gonna find it though, no one dead just yet.
They got Faker!
Takes down Faker! And that might be enough. Knockup lands. Uzi takes down Gorilla and Prey. They're gonna get chased down. And I don't think they can do it. They've got no carries. They start them out, but that's it. Everybody dead, and the game goes to Korea.
Prey 和 Gorilla 两个人一起来到 就是全明星的话，我觉得确实对全国的下路组合都不是很能公平吧，因为他们两个磨合了很久嘛，然后也特别熟悉配合方面。然后像我们的话，就是也是来到全明星，就是刚开始磨合配合，也没有很久。
Welcome back to Game 3 of China versus Korea. It may not be fair, but unfortunately for him, he's got to still play. Game 3 is now almost upon us.
And honestly, after those 2 games, after the Annie top into Nar and then the Fiesta team fights there, anything could happen pastry time. We've rearmed you with some water. We might have some other tank versus tank burst threat game, or maybe we'll have some carries. I'm looking for the carries. It's preseason. Everyone knows that before the meta solidifies itself, you stack as much damage as possible and you get it done. It worked for China in game 1. I'd like to see it again.
Maybe. I mean, we've kind of seen flashback mode in some ways. Double AP in game number 1. Stone plates everywhere in game number 2. We'll have to certainly see. I think a lot of adaptation, despite it being a short best-of series, has been important. And once again, credit to both the players for getting together as quickly as possible, but also the coaching staff. This is one of the most unique situations you'll probably ever find yourself in as a caster, as a player, or as a coach.
But it's China versus Korea, and 2017 has been highlighted by so many great series between these 2 proud Asian regions. You can look back at MSI. Of course, it was SKT stopping WE from making it on forward in that tournament. You think further on, SKT versus WE, those great games there. Then there was Rift Rivals, and of course, it ended in the China versus Korea teams. Worlds, 2 semifinals between China and Korea, and here we are again. So it's been largely semifinals, but also that Rift Rivals finals. These 2 regions have found themselves on the opposite sides. China, at moments there, and even after the ace, poised to take down that big series, but thwarted, and we get this bonus game 3, it feels like, after the Winions did the rest.
I do love me some bonus game 3. So again, I think everyone kind of favored China potentially going into the series, but nobody is going to complain about seeing a game number 3. Depending on what side you're on, you'll probably be more affected by the result, but definitely want to see that again. What I won't see again, unfortunately for me, is Faker's Zoe.
Nope.
That one's going away.
A lot of effort here. The crowd is still hyped up. Plenty of LPL faithful on the screen, but the Faker fans, the rest of the Korean fans as well. Well, finally poised than you'd expect, but All-Star has been such an interesting tournament, and it still feels like there are more curveballs. It still feels like there's more that is unexplored. There's still new picks that can be brought out, and I'm ready for the new, but also a celebration of the old, which is what this series so far has been in fits and spurts.
Certainly has, and just to give you a quick update, Faker had to restart his computer quickly, so clearly Zoe broke it, given how much damage he did in that last game, but shouldn't be too much longer before we're back into our final champ select of this All-Stars. Between these 2 teams, at least, of course, one team does have to go home, or I guess they can hang out for a little while, maybe get some interviews happening in the lounge, which is pretty swanky.
And depending which team it is, of course, there's still going to be All-Star 1v1 representatives on both sides, Prey and Uzi. Maybe facing off later in the day, so China versus Korea doesn't stop here, even if it is the semifinal.
Yeah, they get another best of 3. Can you imagine, like, you slug out this series in 2v2 for so long, and then all of a sudden your supports leave you, and you're like, oh, I have to 1v1 this guy now again.
Hey, enjoy the best of 3s while you have them, pastry time. Not many best of 3s for you next year.
Certainly true. Sad days, but been having fun so far here at All-Stars. Champ Select is well on the way, as looks like it's just coming up right now. We're going to shake the signs, shake the tibbers. See the Ringo and the Nar plushies. Certainly the crowd has been wonderful here in the arena. A lot of loud voices for the Chinese All-Stars, but Korea also with their fans here. And with that, we do what we probably should have done in the last game. Start off with a Zoe and a Norn ban.
Yeah, definitely we get more to the meta. 723 picks. Xerath banned out. Interesting on blue side once again for China, who have been doing that the entire time, even though Korea haven't shown that much of an aptitude. It doesn't fit Gorilla's playstyle, so it kind of have to be a Faker special. Xerath and Faker don't go together too well. 2014, when he was playing Xerath, was the last time that SKT, before this year, felt an extended dry spell. After all, they're winning in other years, so the bans come through thick and fast. Jarvan banned away as well, so interesting to see. Misfortune left open and very likely first pick, although we've seen other champions jump up in priority. Nar, for example, another consideration.
We also saw so much priority on Tom Kench here as well, but actually first pick Sejuani once again going to take that away from Ambition.
But I think Ambition can just maybe roll the dice and go Gragas again. Electrocute Gragas wasn't what we would have thought of, but Gragas Misfortune is not really a losing pair to pick up. You feel good about that on the red side if it is going to be the decision here from Korea.
Especially if it's Misfortune paired with something else that you might want to get, can save your jungle pick for a little later. And again, that Tahm Kench constantly been taken away from Gorilla after his first game at this All-Star. May get to run it back once again, but for now, looks like we might just consolidate into the Gragas.
But I wonder if this will be the thought of Misfortune's support. Because I've mentioned already that Korea, with the current iteration of Prey and Gorilla, they work with minimal resource. They do not call the jungler, and they feel much safer with the Tahm Kench, with the much more defensive of support choices. Now, of course, could be AD carry Misfortune, as we saw in the previous game, but I wonder if they will go back to the pick that Gorilla innovated back against SK Telecom T1 in the semifinals of Worlds 2016, or will it just be cemented for Prey?
Well, it looks like Nar and Varus actually going to give away the Tahm Kench if Korea does want to take it. Very strong laners there for top with 957, and Uzi going to be back on that Varus. Shen also up as well. It's been banned a lot in Phase 2, and it is picked here, so Kuve may be taking that one, but of course Gorilla can also flex that to support. Seeing quite a bit of that since Runes got reforged.
I mentioned a bit earlier in the Kesper Cup, a lot of first pick Gnar, so we saw a lot of different choices against the Gnar. The Shen was commonly banned on blue side to draw a Gnar ban, or just save the Gnar efficiency for the blue side as a first pick. It's a very good containment champion for the Gnar, so I understand that the pick comes in there. And the Tahm Kench, who wasn't taken first round, we did see Tahm Kench banned in the first round last time up, was banned in the second round here. Up there being any extra safety for Uzi on this Varus.
Not this time at least. Camille though banned again away from Kuve.
Interesting. A Camille ban, even though Shen and Misfortune are showing, suggests that maybe they're thinking Shen's support will be a decision here for Korea.
10 seconds though for this final ban on Korea's side of the draft. It is Rise. Pretty solid champ. Can take that one away from Xie.
Very safe blind pick and good into Azir. So maybe saying, hey, if you don't ban Azir, we'll be seeing Faker back on the Azir in this game. Didn't inspire us with confidence in game one, but it wasn't really about its mechanics. That game was just a very well-held Korean team not being able to actually get things going. And it seems like China's just happy to ban top lane, really thinking that this will be the Shen support.
Yeah, thinking of more of a carry split push style champion for Kuve. Good read on the Azir though. Looks like that's the hover here. Faking and lock it back in. Xie could run back to Malzahar, or maybe has a different pick in mind.
And you could actually go for something like Vel'Koz Braum here, and ensure there's no Braum to answer the Vel'Koz, and also have the strength of Vel'Koz in the lane. Not everyone plays. Crown was playing it a lot in Kesper Cup. It's always been talked about every time Azir's in meta that Vel'Koz is the good pick just because he can wave clear from range, and also his ult doesn't care about the Emperor's Divide. So Braum Vel'Koz could be considered. The Braum is going to be locked in. Lots of innate synergy with the Sejuani for the ability to proc the passive. Let's see what Xie decides for the mid lane, though.
Helps against Gragas and MF ulti also. Except maybe just a fallback to Malzahar. Xerath is kind of the other poke champ people take into Azir, but of course that one was banned by the Chinese team.
Malzahar walking a bit of PTSD.
That's
for
the wrong
Korean fans.
purple champion.
It is the wrong purple champion, but it is another initiate. It is another proactive champion. It was proactivity that was the subtitle of Game 1 victory for China. Now, this time, there's no Annie. Nar can be proactive, Sejuani, Varus, but it's not the same reliability of Flash Tibbers and Flash Malzahar on the same side. Looking for that decision. Looks like it will be a top lane Shen. That was certainly my suspicion, as Gorilla may never or maybe once have played Shen support. It's a late coming thing. We've seen it this tournament. We get the lock-in. It will be back to the Misfortune support that he did originate himself. Very strong 2v2 lane here. So the Braum will do decently. We'll have to kind of be on the back foot, the Chinese bot lane.
And it's one of those things where MF support, I mean, MF in general just feels so good with all the runes being changed around. MF support you might not think is like super hot given all the changes, but turns out your itemization is pretty efficient even from support.
But I start thinking about the what-ifs pastry time, because it is double-ranged bot lane, which does invite MLXG to go for some bot lane focus. You kind of want to do it pre-6, otherwise Shen will come in and rain on the parade. So this is very tight timings, but both teams know what each other knows. It's very much the rock, paper, scissors here coming through between the two teams. And it feels like bot lane is the big play lane, given that it seems imbalanced towards the Korean side.
Yep, certainly curious to see what maybe a more calmer game looks like here. No Zoe kind of running amok, no double AP aggression from the top side for the Chinese side. So I think fittingly, we're going to get a pretty normal looking game 3, at least to start it. I make no promises for what may transpire over the course of this next game.
I think the predictions this series have all kind of gone sideways. And 3 games was a likely one. We do get the 3rd game in just the weirdest of circumstances, with everyone dead and the Winians doing the rest of the work. The meta champions do rule in this particular series, but it's been such a firecracker. I'm so excited we get a game 3.
Certainly has, and again, dream teams facing off against each other. And you can kind of tell the gravity of the situation now. Teams picking very safe, very standard, looking to play this one final game. See who will be the LMS's opponents tomorrow in the grand final here at All-Star 2017. For the final time this year, one of these 2 teams is moving out onto Summoner's Rift for All-Star.
My final thought is, will Faker get level 2 ganked for the 17th time it feels like? Hasn't played 17 games, but has felt so much impact from the likes of MLXG in game 1 of this series. Sejuani still can look for a level 2 gank. It's unlikely to work, it should be mentioned with the Malzahar, but still, if you can blow a flash or trade a flash, he'll be very happy.
Would you like a prediction?
I'm listening.
Yes. Yes, he will. I mean, I think you're better than a coin flip for MLXG level 2 ganks most of the time, although it looks like maybe a change of pace here as a group up towards the blue side right-hand jungle. Bray spots someone, gets a Comet proc.
Trying to get information for which side of the jungle Sejuani is starting on. It's a pretty shallow ward. They're not able to plop it into the red buff because they're not sure if they're going to be face-checking 4 members, looking for a defense on the bot side here, the side of China. So don't have full information, so it's not 100% certain, but they will be suspicious that it is a top side start once again, which would be level 2 possibilities for MLXG.
MLXG does love this side of the map. At least loves where the red buff is. Sometimes it's his, sometimes it's yours. Gonna get some help here from 957. Gorilla taking heat though. Ooh, a nice root though by Prey. And it's a little disorienting to see Misfortune and Jin in the same lane, but certainly a lot of poke with that double range bot lane like you mentioned.
I mean, from level 2 onwards, it's pretty lethal on the side of Korea. You know, you put down...
Some good foreshadowing.
The lethality will certainly be coming in, but it's all about the fact that you can use that W from level 2, the Deadly Flourish, and guarantee double comment and the full damage of the Make It Rain. So insane harassing. It's why you see Boots 4 potions as the start and 1 already chugged by Uzi, because you can't go Doran's Shield against this lane. It's not enough regen. You need the maximum amount of HP that 4 pots can provide.
Nico gets a Guardian proc. And again, race to level 2 already well won by Prey and Gorilla. MLXG sneaking around some vision onto his red buff. So your pre-game prediction of bottom lane could potentially come true, but Ambition looks like he's walking into check. Mako blocking some good shots, tag in onto Prey. Damage still there, heal burn by Gorilla. Prey with the barrier, so good defensive summoners here on the Korean side for the 2v2. MLXG has to give up that red buff.
Ships in the night here between Ambition and also MLXG. Ambition level 3 and MLXG not wanting to opt into anything. Both have come through vision in fits and spurts, and you see another ward put down just to get timers on everything.
Yep, Ambition is going to take it down, and MLXG still zoned off here. Still level 2, finishing those Krugs up. Ambition going to try and look for him. The rebuff got pulled away. Shia gets poked down by Faker.
That's usually how the matchup goes. Didn't see this because of the level 2 gank in the previous time we saw the matchup in game 1, but you should be able to get a lot of trade harass as Faker early before the level 6 all-in threat is there.
And again, you can see with all the pressure from mid and bot, Ambition much more aggressive with how he's moving into his enemy's jungle. MLXG is struggling to get this last little bit of XP.
He's still level 2.
Level 2 gank still on the table. And off the table as he takes down that Krug. And Ambition with a pretty good experience lead. Very close to 4 at this point. Mako jumps in, tags Gorilla. Uzi burns the heal offensively. Flashes in, they want it all. Gorilla is going to get something. Ignite is down. And Mako grabs first blood. Prey lining up for second, but Mako doesn't dive too far forward.
Tell that it's not used to playing for lane as Mako.
Prey going to turn it around. He does do so too far for Mako. As MLXG was trying to make something happen, but Ambition again here is enough to protect Uzi though.
Safety first mindset from Gorilla. Healing earlier meant that he was in range. There's Uzi. Almost goes down for kills, you know, with Ignite. They respected the Ignite from Mako. It's why we saw the early heal last time and the early flash here. Brom usually takes exhaust, but went Ignite for kill pressure on the double squishies. We see MLXG and Ambition meet.
Ooh, battling, but being won by Ambition for now. Stun lands in, silence not good enough. Just short there. That fickle cast time saving Ambition's life is forced to flash though.
able to pull off some interesting vectors and actually aggro the Drake there and hit Ambition. He could have died actually to Drake damage, so that was an interesting one. Low mana here for Xier, not able to turn around, only level 5 as well, but lane control fine for Faker, but no more.
Yeah, looking good. Both low on mana, but should tick back up as we check in with the top lane. Pop not going to land on a 957, but it is press the attack now. That is a departure from the area we've seen almost on every single Nah this tournament.
Yeah, a lot of Airy in the Casper Cup, but pre-nerf, of course, nerf came in. There's still plenty of Airy, like you say, in this tournament. I think against true tanks, you get less lane control early with press the attack, but as the lane goes on and you start building AD items, you do get situations where you can pick up kill threats. So they preferred the press the attack as it's gone on. And I think when we start to see those AD items complete, like I mentioned, we'll see the actual impact of it and judge.
Certainly seen Cuvée be wonderful in side lanes all series long. We'll see if 957 can have similar success as he scales up into this game. Xier though still on struggle street here versus Faker and his Azir. TP up for Cuvée here on the top side also. 957 probably soon to match, but trying a little behind on CS. Same is true here in the mid lane for Xier versus Faker. And actually behind as well in the bot side, despite the kill they got. Praying Gorilla's double range bot lane is just a little too much harass.
Well, it's all in or nothing, actually, for Braum and Varus. That's why they took the chance where they could, because, you know, when those summoners are all down, you're just eating free harass. It will draw the jungler.
Yep, gonna spot it here, but Prey's got his flash. Gonna get tagged here, though. Gorilla might be a better target than the Shen. Also gonna try and turn it around to TP in on the Chinese status. Gorilla does go down to Uzi. The taunt too late there for Cuvée as he gets stunned up as well.
Opted into pushing up because they had the Shen ultimate. But Gragas wasn't on the same side of the map. They were always outnumbered. All they get is a teleport advantage, and not even that, because Cuvée had previously teleported to the top lane.
Well, MLXG still playing a little bit of catch-up ambition, pretty close to 5. MLXG probably not too far away. Faker pressuring down here on the bot side. I think just trying to get off any potential farm greed or protect a re-up. Mako blocking that shot, gonna hit the recall button once more. Nice blind flourish there from Prey to cancel, or at least delay the recall, but not a lot left there. It's Uzi. Those tier components not quite coming together. This is something you rarely see for AD carriers, especially someone like Uzi.
Yeah, but just it's about back timing. They've been forced to back twice. They picked up a kill, but kill credit does go to Uzi once out of the 2 kills that we've seen there. So he's just kind of piecemealing together his needed items, and he wants Dirk for laning phase because he can only all in. It's not poke trades that are even. If they both had poke supports, you can go for tier earlier and think, okay, like for like. When you need to be able to all in with your jungler, with your support and ignite, you need the Dirk power spike earlier, and that means the tier has to be delayed.
Xier though, level 7, looking to line that ultimate up onto Cuvé's face.
He's gonna do that right now.
Yeah, there we go, suppressed and depressed. 957 nods into the wall up CC chain, onto the silence also. That was just disgusting.
There was no chance to react. The moment the suppression started, everything beautifully channeled. The now rage bar in the right spot. Academic from the side of China, but enough to pick up the kill. And they start to spread from the mid lane. Azir plays for his own lane traditionally. Items haven't started to roll through for Faker, but great map movement from Xier, and he didn't even have to use his teleport.
Nope, just kind of walked up there, chilling out there. Xier gonna lose his passive, no ultimate again, not much threat onto Fakers. Let's watch this chain again.
It feels like in moments like this, where Azir played for himself, that things will be happening in other areas of the map, and this is the small moment where you're like, okay, if this was SKT, would there have been a free kill top lane? Would Cuvée have been in that spot? Would communication have been different? That's the part where he starts to wonder, because it just looked too easy for the side of China.
Yep, very convenient rage timing as well for 957, lined up well. As China's holding the gold lead still with their kill advantage, up about 1,000, but that common harass is getting a little out of control.
And this is Varus, who can also play from amusingly large ranges himself, just taking so much poke damage. So far, the kills are keeping them very close in the lane, and the gold lead is certainly not there. Even in terms of CS, it's been closed down to 9 after a beat.
Oh, Uzi goes in for the aggression. They want Prey, they're going to try and take him down. It is enough as MLXG able to get that kill, and that was needed. Scott chains in there as the next one falls in onto Ambition. Faker is here late, but Ambition flushed out of the way. Maybe just there in time as Mako going to be left out to dry. Faker is going to claim that kill, and Ambition escaped.
Ends up being the 1-for-1. This time, Faker is there first. No teleport coming through from Xier. Didn't have ultimate to impact the fight. side. Thought for sure Ambition would go down after committing so hard, but lives on a sliver. Korea needed that, otherwise it would have been 3 unanswered kills for the side of China.
And MLXG, I think he got spotted by a ward as well, so I wasn't sure that force was going to work, but like you said, all in or nothing, and they get their reward.
I mean, it's just very proactive from Uzi. We saw a flash engage from Braum earlier. This time, Ruler-esque in going for his own flash and taking out Prey. Then Ambition looks like he's going to be caught in the crossfire. Lives on maybe 50 HP, probably less. This was Meiko understanding that there's going to be someone, no reason for Gorilla to take the kill credit. Faker picks up 1. Speaking of Faker.
Uzi understands also, actually took minions. Just kind of waved by to Meiko because he knew that nothing he could do there. Good poke though from Faker onto Xie. Faker with blue buff, and that Stinger working quickly towards the Nashers. Finding a lot of success here in this matchup with a lot less attention, given that the bot lane has really been the centerpiece of the jungler's early play.
But at least Faker is a factor this game. He's been able to be involved in kill. He hasn't died. Kicked one of his summoners down, but still has the cleanse. Because he hasn't been held, he's going to hit his timings appropriately, and then we see a different side of Faker compared to the passenger that he was in game 1.
Certainly not a ride he particularly enjoyed, as Meiko going to try and force Ambition out of the jungle. Uzi with a bit of poke, but Ambition looks like he got the lion's share of the gold, and there's one little, couple left here to try and take down. MLXG also trading back for a few camps himself.
They saw MLXG top side on wards, so they said, okay, we're going to push in and just try and take the turret. Zoned Varus away, got a bit of turret damage. Did Korea, nothing going to be massive, it's still above 50% HP, but playing with your waves and also the information is a sign of a good team.
Certainly is. Again, playing enough games and things are starting to come together. Not a whole lot of time in the tournament to sort of complete it all, but still looking good. Prey and Gorilla still playing up aggressive. Uzi, a rare sight for him, forced back in his lane, playing so well and so aggressive with Meiko, but finally a winning matchup for Korea, and they're the ones applying pressure, and 20 CS ahead despite the kills that have also gone over.
Great teleport wards for Xie, looking at the bot side, so not going to be a deep teleport to potentially punish this. That's why MLXG is just there to ward off a gank, and Korea read the situation smartly and say, well, we'll take a free Drake.
Yep, just fall back to the Drake. Take that objective off the table for now. Steal incoming? Nope, not going to land there for MLXG. Did try it though. Teams up with Meiko. Meiko going to sweep out, see a couple zombie wards and bop them. But again, having to play back and more patient here. China don't want to fall too far behind. Still gold within 1,000 between the two sides, but the smart roams aren't going to come that often. Yes, G has done a good job. MLXG's done a good job also pressuring, but that didn't give over to anything else. Then much here with the all-in looking for Faker. Can't cleanse out of that one.
Nope.
MLXG grabs it.
Took a lot longer this time, 12 minutes to actually get onto Faker, but reality of the matchup, held his flash for the longest time. They pick up the kill. They won't get any turret damage for it, so it's just a single kill, but they are able to translate it into a red buff steal as well.
Well, 957 is actually the one with all of that pressure building up. We wondered what was his presence going to be like. Taking that turret almost solo, certainly a good sign. Meiko again looking for the all-in ignite. Lands in, but a great flash from Prey. Gets out from under the chain of corruption. Meiko not going to make it to the bullet time. Gorilla able to grab it as 957. Going to try and chase it down. Xie is here, but the flash of Gorilla may save his life. Looks like it will. What a slick escape.
Such a big one. The dancing shoes from Prey were awesome there. They're able to pick up the kill, and they don't even blow the Stand United. They can hold on to the cooldown. They'd rather Gorilla flashes away than they have to waste Stand United for a potential proactive play. Defensive Stand United almost always is a waste pre-level 11, pre-level 16. You want to be offensive with it, so they trade Flash for holding on to Stand United, and the turnaround kill here, so important for Prey and the side of Korea.
And again, you can see kind of what they're going for with Xie rocketing down the river, but Prey just gets out.
Movement speed there as he was reloading, able to turn around. Again, could use Stand United, don't use it. Maybe next time that the Malzahar ult is used on Zia, they'll have that ability ready to try to turn that one around. See Korea push up, pick up a bit more gold here. And the top side, QV, feeling some pain.
Yeah, Black Cleaver here from 957 and a Sejuani for the chain. CC, goodbye, friend. MLXG, his third kill of the game, of course.
A unwelcome reintroduction to top lane for the Shen, who just had to deal with being wailed away upon and no way to get out. pathing from MLXG here. He's been involved in 4 out of the 6 kills, taking the kill credit, but that does mean that he's going to be able to eat some of the poke from Misfortune and Jin and still look for the initiation on pretty healthy HP values.
Still troublesome though in the bot lane. Is Korea going to try and take this turret and even up the score for that objective? Looks like no contest here from the duo lane. Respecting all of the power and early Ghostblade built up from Prey. Also as that QSS kind of snowballed into it between Shie's job of trying to kill that carry, got made a lot more difficult.
It's an interesting one. To me, the QSS, oh, speaking of QSS, none Faker.
This is actually defensive ult, I believe. Oh no, maybe offensive. Faker, Flash Cleanse, goodbye. Runs into Ambition, and it's not enough. That was somehow enough damage from Shie.
And Juve didn't ult. He could have kept him alive, but wasn't used there. Seemed to surprise him. Scorch and other damage over time took him out. From there, they can also turn onto the Rift Herald very easily with the availability of the Voidlings, and that certainly wasn't Faker-esque.
No, I mean, Faker doesn't get surprised very often, but that felt like a moment where he was probably genuinely surprised. And the reward is good. Get an objective off it, take the Rift Herald away, get that kill, and maybe even start pressuring this mid turret. Let's see this one again. How did this happen?
Have to wonder what the comms are here, because we know that Stan United is up. Get away. He has to flash away. Of course, Cleanse doesn't work on damage over time abilities. Faker will know that, so he seems genuinely surprised. Remember, damage values are different than they were back at Worlds when there was plenty of Malzahar running around. Crown playing it 3 times in the grand final, and the damage just crept up onto Faker, and he seems bemused that he fell down.
Yep, turns out that last E was enough there from Shie, who full combos the Azir after Faker, by his own credit, went aggressive to try and pressure Shie off this one. All of a sudden, gonna probably rethink his next approach, and Shie's like, I have flash and my cooldown boots, and a jungler right left of me.
The very early change over to that Ghost Flash that we mentioned is exactly what Shie is looking for with the CDR boots, around 108 seconds onto the Ghost, and if he eventually finishes Azonia's through the stopwatch that he got from the Mastery, like 70% CDR onto Zonia's, so it's pretty insane how slow that cooldown is as well.
Yep, committal here with the Rift Herald by MLXG. Does take that one down. A lot of topside pressure here from 957. Faker forced up here actually to deal with that. Looks like maybe a conversion here to mid lane, but Gorilla is there to try and head that off along with Ambition. So Rift Herald will die. It does collect a turret. I think there's an interesting conversation to be had about where you should use that, but maybe get a kill instead. Suppress, suppress, suppress. Knock out air once. Yeah, oh, he's dead. So my favorite patch note from 7.24 was the quote before Malzahar after the ultimate damage drop, and it was, Malzahar should have to press more buttons to kill people.
I mean, other people pressed the same button he did and it seemed to work out. There's just nothing you could do. There was no overlapping time there. You don't have a QSS on the side there. Praise is going to be chased down.
Already busted the QSS. MLXG needs to get an auto attack range, which seems very difficult. Oh my god, that juke was sick. Praise dancing shoes, well on point. Even finds the predictive route on the MLXG.
And not realistically enough damage, so I think even if he was stunned there, probably would have lived, but he keeps his summoner spells. That's still a little win for the side of Praise. Not liking the fact that he's going to deal with a 3-kill Sejuani, though, who will be able to heat up those ultimate shots later in the game. No armor being itemized into yet, but that will come later for the side of MLXG.
Yeah, Praise going to need to do a lot of that in this game, given how many threats there are on the table. With QSS down, he's mildly vulnerable to the ultimate from Malzahar, but that's not a concern right now as Cloud Drake number 2 goes over to Korea.
Well, if that gets them out of range of the Malzahar, that'll be
That's
happy.
very important.
Because it's out of combat is basically out of Malzahar range. Pretty much all you have to think about there. Once that starts, there's nothing that's going to save you, as we have well seen. Don't expect Prey to be in range of Malzahar ultimate anytime soon, so the QSS probably just going to be for other things, like, for example, Uzi, and the potential to chain it into the Malzahar later on.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he has a choice about it, because she, again, with that fast flash, could find the angle, but right now 957 just sauntering back on down to the bot lane. There's Kuve, nice teammate, and double Ruby Crystals. How do you like my Black Cleaver?
Not a lot.
Kuve does not, correct.
I like your narration there.
Kuve's getting out of there. He's got some money to spend. Gonna go home and hopefully get tankier as this Nara is continuing to be a pest. A massive CS lead for 957 also.
every time Korea has looked to scale this tournament, this has happened. It feels like every time Azir is coming through, you can go for Malzahar. It doesn't have a happy laning phase. Other things being equal against the Azir, but he has the R button. There is an abundance of damage in the meta now, and that extra damage and just there not being MR runes on Faker means that there are those damage miscalculations. You do die, you are more brittle than before, and it feels like scaling at every turn is being heavily punished.
And you can see Faker was in the top lane briefly, but he looked like a very good nethergrass target, so he kind of recognized the situation in that long lane after 957, and then MLXG were able to take down those 2 consecutive turrets. 957 also got a lot of work done to that bot side, so has the side lane pressure there, and that's just another chain, but no ult needed for that one as the root lands back to trade.
Okay.
957 TP's into his death.
That was also a lot of answering damage in this damage meta we're seeing, so 1 for 1 so far. Good point out, there's still Nethergraph available.
Mako, that was a sexy E. Blocks the damage from Gorilla, who let the bullet time go. MLXG going to be a bit more protected, but looks like no rush onto the Baron, so everyone going to walk back away.
Juve trying to play the side lane, still has an ult, so we're going to see the replay. Juve's been very judicious with his ults, wouldn't have saved Ambition here, so right decision not to use it. I like the turnaround because any ability, an auto attack, he would have transformed, been a bit more tanky. There was no chance for that. So equal amounts of no gameplay available, even without a Malzahar on their side.
And 957 again is, I think, doing the right thing here, going for that Frozen Mallet, continuing to hold Kingdom here in the side lanes versus Cuvée, but going to delay any real tankiness, even though he's got a good amount of health built up. So he really just wants to be here for as long as possible, annoying Cuvée, but see if he gets that chance. Some fights do get forced. So far so good though, I think, on the Chinese side. Xie with most of the kills here, holding 4, 5 participations out of 9, and only getting stronger in those QSSs. Still late, Prey is the only one that has one, and at some point even he's not going to be that safe from the damage that could come out.
I want you to note, the Faker has gone second item Void Stuff. It's almost always haunting guys into Leandries to maximize the damage early, but this is to me saying that Faker, he's not going to be looking for an aggressive Azir Sek or Sharima Supple and try to get damage onto Squishies. He's accepting the fact that he probably has to power through an Adaptive Helm 3 kill Sejuani as, well, another mount.
The gameplay begins again. Oh, the ultimate! No, it's not. Never mind. Mako gets the kill on Ambition. Stand United falls very flat. And 957 gets the turret. Congratulations.
Yeah, double kill in terms of objectives. A kill and also the kill on that turret. Doesn't matter. There's not enough magic resist yet. On the side of Ambition is mid lane.
MLXG lets it go. Prey getting poked down. That Comet, not quite enough for an execution. Faker also getting harassed.
Trying to pull the minion wave, stop the turret going down.
Ultimate from Prey finally found the message. Faker just takes down Ultimate 957 after the silence stuns Gorilla to get that kill. And now Faker caught out. A great ult though shuts down Xie. Faker though running on the wrong side of the rift. Braun passive is gonna proc. He goes down as 957 gets that kill.
That being pretty even. 2 for 2 extended after Ambition can finally walk back. 3 for 2 overall from the start. Faker's main objective when he walked up was to stop the turret from going down. He did that, wasn't able to pull the minion wave. Nice turnaround, nice kills there. It kind of delays the inevitable as China still keep creeping forward.
Kind of what it feels like. Faker's heroics are very good looking, but not enough.
Wasn't even able to do this sort of stuff in the previous Azir game. Much more hitting item timing, so a better situation. Flash onto behind the Malzahar, scoops him up with the ultimate there and the Emperor's Divide. He goes down, wanted to try to avoid some of the auto attacks, but no way to do that. He falls and still very perilous in this game. We're still so close to something snowballing out of control. It's in touching distance for Korea, but 4,000 gold's nothing to sniff at 23 minutes.
Yeah, gold lead actually been built quite nicely here. It's kind of crept up. There's a big turret advantage, and doubling the kills of their opponents is certainly helping out. It is odd to see so much control of the map being given over to the Chinese side, but Korea just don't have much room to work with right now, which is...
That's what you sacrifice when you have a ranged support. Misfortune isn't able to face check Brush. Azir doesn't have QSS, so he can't help. Feels like the only person who's confident doing it is Ambition and Cubane, and they still will die to extended CC chains, as Faker doesn't want to have to deal with those.
Nice juke out of the way from Glacial Prison. Xie was a little late to the party. Should have popped that Ghost. Busted up there for the ulti. But not to be. Instead, maybe a Baron on the cards. Ambition in the area to check it, though. Smart man.
This time China has a lot of Baron damage on their squad. So Malzahar pushing up Vision, a deletion onto Gragas, and Baron will be very realistic even at this point in the game. So tricky given the lack of QSSs for Korea to stop that objective going down. Even Adaptive Helm on Ambition's not going to be enough to stop him going down.
Yeah, we tried that in game 1.
Yep.
Definitely was not enough.
And he's also going to be very used to the combination of the Sejuani Braum, who can do permanent CC, because that was Ambition and Samsung Galaxy debuting the duo right after Rift Rivals against SK Telecom now a few months ago, so they are aware of the basically never-ending CC chain for China.
He has been spotted here, but actually moving down to this bot side to another area that doesn't have a QSS. Just like she just wanted to attack some of those minions. 957 getting some help push along with the Voidlings. Might be more of a commit here actually to take down the turret. Voidlings doing work as Gorilla is forced to join.
It's pretty non-committal. Like, they should both show up, but Shen, if you rotate around and they can't do anything, it's mid lane.
Here's a commitment Prey. Great QSS once more, but forced to flash. As Gorilla back in, lets the bullet time go. Ambition knocks him back into it, but MLXG over to Arctic Assault out of the way. Uzi got low for the poke, and Mako down to Gorilla.
And all this time, Faker's not even there. He's taking a turret top size. That's a big win for the side of Korea. Both summoners have to be used by Prey and his QSS. But the turnaround, the accuracy on the ultimate, he keeps pushing up this Faker. Gonna get most of the damage here. Doesn't have any coverage. This is, to a great degree, risky from Faker, but he trusts that he has enough time. He takes down 2 turrets in the interim. That gold lead of 5,000-ish is creeping down now. It's only about 1,500.
Yeah, pretty much shrunk by 50%, and I feel like Xie is kind of suffering from an embarrassment of riches. There are so many good ultimate targets, but he needs to be in the right place at the right time to use it. Maybe bottom lane wasn't where it to be, and trying to just go in here, trying to force something without Faker there.
Lot used to try to take down Prey, but he finds safety. Because at the end of the day, Gorilla may only have 1 lethality item, but no one's going to walk through that ultimate. China, they don't have to commit much. Remember, they do have the Voidlings. They don't take a lot of damage when they start the Baron. So expect to see them start it multiple times and just see, okay, how fast are we killing it? How much time do we have?
Yep. Drake up as well. Looks like a blue king went into that one. I think 957 fancies himself alive as a jungler, at least briefly. But no one around there, no vision at all. 957 gonna have to kite around the Drake. That should be okay. Safe in the back of the pit with his hop up. And looks like that Drake will kind of be stolen away there. 957 should be getting paid overtime in this game by the looks of things. Done a lot of work to manage this map.
You have a very long leash as Nara versus Shen. Sure, Shen is not going to die to you 1v1. He can engage upon you, but Ambition has a top lane, and it's been a containment job for QV most of this series, and certainly in this game. We'll just back away. Free objective over to China. Mountain Drake, 10% faster Baron. When we already outlined that it is a pretty straightforward Baron killing team, is a nice prize for the side of China.
Watching for Xie's level 16 as well. The best way to Malzahar all people is to have it up more often. So cooldown reduction, and of course the damage will help out once he gets there. And again, the QSS is still absent. I mean, again, I understand that there's a lot of other things to do. But Xie's got a lot of good targets.
And they're looking for Faker. They're hunting Faker here. Once again,
he's a good target. Oh, Xie just flashed over. Uzi found him. Good cleanse off Faker. Might try and get a counter kill here, but he's already soloed just from the Varus. Stange United is not there for QV, I don't think. Faker gonna try and make a great escape.
It's gonna take time at least. You have to look at what's happening on the map. Not much to speak of. It's okay.
Good flash. Ult's nice as well, but he gets knocked out by the Glacial Fissure. Still not there, but the silence should be it. Mako with the kill secure, and now straight to Baron.
Still no reason to use the Shen ultimate that he was not getting out. They didn't want to commit any other abilities. They're turning on to Baron again.
They held their ultimate on Malzahar as well, and Xie hit 16, so Ambition. This is one of the more dangerous face checks he'll face today. Gorilla also caught, forced to flash. TP for 957, cancel with the presence of Kuve. But still onto the Baron. MLXG needs to duck back in there.
Uniquely, China can keep going off the Baron, letting it reset. Didn't even reset here. It's down to 4,000.
Yep, actually going there again. Threatening Mako. Blocking shots. They just need to keep Ambition out of the pin. They're going in with the ball time. Trying to take it.
Got it with the misfortune.
Gorilla steals it. And Ambition hill forward. That's well worth it.
Of all things, just a couple of rounds of the bullet time are enough. Ambition used his smite early, hoping that there would be no return frame for the smite from MLXG to become true. He was right. It was a crapshoot in the end. It goes the way of Korea, and that was a Baron they would never have had access to because the setup to actually get Baron for Korea was getting basically a teamfight ace. And we see the replay here. Remember that Prey can just try to hit the Baron, try to DPS it down. Ambition goes in just below 2,000 health, uses the smite early, hopes for the best, gets the best, and that's a big reward for Korea.
Certainly is, and the game again stays even, but this time with a Baron in the hands of Korea for 2.5 minutes or so, they can play a bit more forward and try and break down more turrets, get more room on the map.
The great irony of all of this is if they'd actually fully disengaged from Baron, it wouldn't have been that low to actually allow it to happen. The moment Baron gets below 3,000 health, you can just channel bullet time and give additional help to get the Baron low for when the tanky Gragas comes in and try to make it a 50-50. It ended up being a different proportion. Apparently there was 5% for the Misfortune, but the 5% is enough. And now the waves that were pushing so quickly for the Gnar are a little bit slower. Now the timer for Korea is a little bit longer. And Faker has a death cap and is putting together a motley crew of damage.
Certainly looking good so far. Knows he's got to pull the carry pants up nice and high. Gorilla stunned here. 957 looking for the scoop. Finds two. Gorilla does die there. Warp in the Gnar is good as Ambition. Also looking to go down stage. United going to keep him alive, but looks like Kuve stunned up forever is going to fall. Two great picks there from the Chinese All-Stars.
Looking for wave clear was Gorilla, but that was really great aggressive stuff coming through. Brace is trying to kill the minion wave. Knows he's not going to get any damage onto the champions reliably. Baker can keep back in range, but they're giving up an inhibitor here at minimum.
Busted down real quick. MLXG eats a little bit of poke here. Inhibitor, though, is going to go down. Faker maybe looks for something, but probably too late on that flank. Instead, they concede the objective, and all of a sudden, the pressure's flipped back around.
Yeah, Gorilla thought he could channel the ult about, what, 300-400 units behind the turret and be fine, but there still is Braum, Sejuani, and Gnar to look for turret dives. MLXG has been good on the trigger finger here. Still hasn't died on the Sejuani, not looking like he will anytime soon. They get a big advantage. It feels like the seesaw has been massive both ways. The Baron is supposed to be the steadier. We're supposed to deny moments like this, but look where the carries are. Jhin and the Azir are basically having a conversation in the mid lane while this turret dive happens. They lose the turret, they lose the maximum, and once Cube had looked for the taunt to try to save his Misfortune, he was going to go down as well.
Certainly was. And down 30 seconds left on this Baron with Supers pressuring that bottom lane. We have swapped initiative once again. China back on the front foot. Opened up another nice little gold lead for themselves. Probably not that significant given we're already 30 minutes through, but about 4,000 backup is not bad, to say the least.
And again, the mindset has to be discussed because the ability to shake off an endlessly frustrating Baron steal from the side of Korea and just look for the engage you know you can win requires a settled team, requires confidence in all the other members. If you're just a pickup team that came in with a day of scrims, 2 days of scrims, maybe no scrims, it's very different. But here, because they've had that extra time, it's good trust in the team, it's good trust in the process, and they do get a inhibitor even against the Baron.
Looking good there. Again, the proactivity from this team has been just incredible to watch, honestly. You see Faker still poking down the sidelines, finally invested in a bit more safety as that QSS finished. Again, a lot of damage there from the carries. Courier is not short on teamfight options, but they need to live through a potential pick for that to happen, because especially if a carry gets tagged, they will not win any 4v5s easily.
It's worth noting that, you know, he had the null magic mantle for a long time. He felt like he didn't have the latitude to actually finish it, to spend 1250 gold on the QSS because he needs damage. Jhin does decent damage, but Azir is the true damage carry on the side of Korea. He finally completes it, but it's, you know, 2,500 gold between the two QSSs to kind of extend the damage lead, you could argue, that China has, because a lot less has been itemizing the defensive stats on the carries of China.
And it's pretty nuts to look through that top lane and just see how far ahead 957 is of Cuvée. It's about 1.5 items up. We talked about all that lane pressure with the cleaver, with the mallet. They're well done at this point, and he has two different resistance-based tank items to now also fight with. Cuvée is about 3,000 gold behind, and he needs to, you know, be there in the front line, saving people, dashing in with the ultimate. Gonna be a tough ask, because there's another one, and Bitch gonna be the target. MLXG tries to run interference. There's a great ult, stuns Gorilla. Chain of Corruption is gonna fall. And here comes 957. Scoop, silence
down there as Prey is not going to live through the assault. A double kill for Uzi. Faker tagged up as well, flashes and dies.
This could be it.
Certainly could. A triple kill for Uzi could finish this game off. Remember, Super Minions still here in the bot lane.
4 members alive. Varus still alive. China want to cement what has been a great all-star for them. They're looking to end the game.
They've got almost everyone alive. Uzi will be enough to push through these turrets. Gorilla is trying to do something here, but MLXT buffs him up. There's another kill. Death time is still pretty long, 20 seconds plus, as there's going to be an ace completed by MLXT for the double kill. And a win here cements a brothers' war in the final of the 2017 All-Star, as China will take game number 3.
China versus Korea has happened at every international event that it could. This does start to square up the ledger, not in the way that Chinese fans would have wanted. They would have wanted the big wins at MSI, the big wins at Worlds. They didn't get them on those stages, but Rift Rivals and now All-Star. The Chinese representatives have been able to unseat the Korean representatives, and the Korean Dream Team left a lot to be desired now that their journey has been put in the books.
I mean, I think well said. They'll certainly take it. Any practice has to be good practice here. You have to think, okay, you know, we've done it, you know, maybe these smaller tournaments, we've beaten them in kind of different ways. Rift Rivals had a very unique format, also obviously exceptionally unique as far as tournaments go, but at some point they're like, no, we did it. We could probably do it, and slowly but surely you build up that experience and confidence.
And if I'm a Chinese fan, I think it's not what I wanted, but it's a start. It certainly is. They're coming from a couple of years they certainly weren't too proud of when it came to international success. This is still an international success of a different regard. And I have to say that on balance of play, the Chinese squad was far superior to that of Korea. A cheeky Baron steal extended this game further than you might have imagined. Game 2 was a bit of a crapshoot either way, and I think China should hold their heads high, because the thing that differentiated China to Korea to me the most is that China knew what they were good at, trusted in the process, and were consistent, whereas Korea kept drafting, scaling, and then losing the game before the scaling ever took effect.
Yep, big thumbs up there from Maker right at the end. A fun best of 3. But trying to emerge victorious and push themselves to the final. Big smiles across the All-Star team, and well-deserved, certainly. It'll be a good time, though, to take a moment and just realize how fun this event has been. I mean, that game 2 happens almost nowhere else, you have to think, but it ended in the most fun way possible to give us that final game.
And look, everyone defines fun differently, but this is the fun series I wanted. I wanted these 2 titans, these 10 stars, to react and actually hit a best of 3, both of them really looking to push each other. And we saw the best and worst of both teams as this went on. We've still got best of 1s. We've had pentakills, we've had everything. It's been a different All-Star, but this series in particular was high level.
Certainly was. We've got 1v1s coming up as well. Don't forget, for me, I'll take away from this series that stop sleeping on 957 if you have been. I think he got a lot of deserved acclamation towards the end of Worlds, but he's been, I would say, underrated for a while, and these kind of performances, especially against Cuvée, do show a lot.
And the weird thing is, he's kind of increased his reputation more on the international stage than through domestic performance. The Kled that broke him out at MSI and the famous clip now of his great escape there, being able to take lane bully status rather than just take the the Shen side of the matchups and just try to sustain through. He can play lane pressure well. He was in great positions. He got the maximum out of the Nar Shen matchup that other top laners have not been able to manage as well. So basically, whatever hand he's being dealt, he's making it work, and that's the sign of a top laner to be feared.
Certainly is. I think for me, the other fun thing to take away is that I don't think Vega's very happy that Malzahar is such a meta pick. He has been haunted by this pick at the end of this year.
You know what the worst thing is? It doesn't work for him, and it does work against him. So, yeah, he's waiting for the nerfs there, right? Needs to do him a favor.
Like I said, should have to press more than one button to kill people. That one is certainly in on 724, but maybe more coming if Vega has those fingers tightly crossed.
It was 3 games at Worlds, another couple of games here. Malzahar, the true kryptonite for Faker.
Maybe our fun stat to track will have to be Faker's
win rate against
Korean win
Malzahar.
rate versus
Not
Malzahar.
high. It's not high.
It's recently really bad, as it turns out. I mean, I think still, like, on that note, yes, that's a bit of fun, but the simplicity of, like, hey, I can press buttons, we can initiate, it works. When you, like you said, when you're a pickup team, keep it simple, stupid, and that was kept nice and simple.
But they were the reliable pickup team. They were the pickup team that put in the extra hours for All-Star, and some people will look at that and wonder why, but performances like this and what they mean for the Chinese fans and what it might mean the next time you face against 2 out of this team, 1 out of this team. There will be another matchup between a representative of this China team and an assortment of the Korean teams that are represented here. They are Korea's best teams, Samsung, Longzhu, and SKT. We'll see them battle again next year, and they've got a win to show for it, even if it's in a different scenario.
Yep, don't worry too much. We've still got Prey and Uzi up as well in the 1v1s, but for more on that roller coaster over series, let's send it over to Shox and the LPL mid laner.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, joined here by Xie after the LPL takes down the Korean All-Stars and a fantastic performance from the LPL mid laner. So Xie, what was the key to taking down that Korean All-Star team today?
所以第一个问题想问一下你战胜韩国的关键是什么？
关键是我们5个人都发挥的特别出色，所以才能赢下韩国队。
I think all 5 members on the team play really well. That's the reason why we beat Korea.
Well, it's actually really cool to see how you guys with this all-star team are seemingly gelling so well, like you've played together for years. How would you say the team atmosphere is for now, and how are you able to put on such a great performance with this mixed team?
就感觉中国队的配合非常好，就像打了很久比赛。那么想问一下你，为什么这次中国队能气氛是怎么样的？为什么配合能这么好？
大家平时都玩的比较开，然后打比赛上默契就会更好了。
So I think all the members on the team really mesh well together. We have a lot of fun outside the game. So that's why we're so good inside the game.
Well, it definitely looks like it. And on top of that, even though we're in the NALCS arena, all of the crowd seems to be LPL fans. How has that helped you get a lot of energy in the studio here?
就虽然我们现在在北美的场馆，但是觉得现场有特别多的 LPL 粉丝。想问一下你现在有什么样的感受？
虽然是在北美打比赛，但给我感觉就是在 LPL 主场一样。然后就感觉因为有这么多主场优势，所以我们才能赢下比赛，有这一个原因。
So even though we are currently in the LCS, but I feel like this is an LPL home court, which gives me a lot of energy to win all the games.
Well, it seems like it. We'll see what happens tomorrow in the final. Congratulations. Fantastic stuff here from Xie and LPL so far. Back over to you guys.
Thank you, Shock. CA feels like he's playing on home turf here in the NALCS studios based on, the volume that the crowd can reach when an LPL
And
team...
you guys import everything anyway, so I guess...
Import the crowd.
Basically, you can import him now.
We just brought 300 of them back with us from Worlds. We're like, here you go, watch All-Stars as well. But hey, China does it 2-1 over Korea. That man there that we just saw interviewed, tasked with dealing with Faker's Azir, goes back to the Malzahar to do it.
Just as Kobe predicted.
Yeah, just pressing that R button, working really well. And the thing is Korea had so many opportunities that they could have denied the Malzahar. It was, I think, last pick or second to last rotation from the LPL squad, and it had such great success in game number 1. It's been so strong throughout the tournament that, again, I have to look at a big drafting blunder, it feels, from the Korean squad.
A little bit of disrespect, maybe, saying we can deal with it. We have Azir, long range, it's going to be fine. But again, when you're playing at All-Stars and there is less coordination, point-and-click suppression, even better, to keep forcing plays. And they force so many things around the mid lane when he's playing Malzahar. So tomorrow, that's going to be a huge pick.
Yeah, they were super good at playing around it. And one of the things of them, putting the extra time in before coming here, having the boot camp, and working towards that coordination has really shown up, given them the edge, and it's going to be a very exciting final.
On the topic of the mid lane, though, I know you had some thoughts on Azir and the runes picked up by Faker here this time around.
Okay, so Faker's pretty interesting. I was going through his solo queue, and he doesn't do what is it? Penetrate? What is that? Precision tree.
Precision?
He actually does the domination tree about 30 to 40% of the time, because most people value the attack speed on Azir. And what he does is he'll kind of bounce around between kind of cheap shot, taste of blood, and sudden impact, depending on what his composition is. So if he's with someone like a Jarvan, who's going to be a big wombo combo, he's going to go for sudden impact, because he wants to team up with that wombo combo and get the added benefit of those stats. If he's with someone like Sejuani, who's providing a lot of the CC at the slow, he'll go for the cheap shot, so he can get the extra damage there on the impaired movement speed. And then, of course, he'll always take the zombie ward. So I think it's very interesting because it feels like 99% of the Azirs are just in the precision tree for their secondary rune, but Faker is starting to mix it up and really play with the domination tree.
And outside of the runes itself, we saw Faker working his butt off in that game to try and pull it back into their favor. And again, much like game 2, there were a couple moments within this game where it almost went back into Korea's favor. I mean, that Baron being one of them.
Faker's been working overtime for a couple months now. and it has been a little bit rough for him.
Yeah, his whole lifetime really has been about, just dragging other people with him up the mountain to success. But here we have the post-game breakdown. China getting the better of Korea here. 2-1, going to be moving on to our 5v5 finals tomorrow. Best of 5, so going to be an even longer series in that sense, up against the LMS.
Yeah, and LMS undefeated so far during the tournament. I think a lot of their members have actually been performing at a very high level, and they look as coordinated as the LPL team right now. So it's actually going to be super fun to see what kind of level they will play at. Like, will it be super action-packed and just kills everywhere, or will it actually be a very high-level game?
Based on how both of these two rosters have played so far in this tournament, do you feel like this matchup favors one team or the other, China or LMS?
I actually feel like they're really similar.
Okay.
They've both been running a lot of tanks, and they have been prioritizing that front line. So that's why I don't think it's going to be one of the preseason, matches that everybody's looking forward to with all the assassins flying everywhere. It does feel like both of them are focusing on playing to the 5-on-5, having the front line, and just looking for the solid engages after the mid game.
And historically, the LMS is actually, or at least recently, the LMS has gotten the better of the LPL. I know on the international stage, the LMS has slipped backwards a bit in terms of the results that they wanted, but the last time that these two teams met at Rift Rivals, it came down to the very end for the LPL to just scrape over, and also at Worlds, it was AHQ's defeat over EDG that put them in that very sticky situation in week 1, which meant that they couldn't climb out in week 2.
Deficio Pastry said he thinks people should stop sleeping on 957, specifically if he's going to pick someone out of the Chinese roster that's performing well throughout the entire season, really. Big plays at Worlds, here at All-Stars as well. MSI was kind of where he started to make his name known. How do you feel about that statement?
I think 957 has proven he's the best performing Chinese top laner at the moment. I think the fact that he's actually very flexible in what he's doing. We've seen him play as pure tanks. We've seen him actually things like Kled, and now as well, like where he can be a split pusher. And I like the fact he's a bit of a playmaker from the top lane without being just a pure carry who needs everyone to gank for him. So it actually makes it very easy to play with him, at least from what we've seen now from 957 during Worlds and of course also All-Star.
He actually reminds me a lot of Cuve in terms of the versatility and the flexibility of that playstyle. In the LPL, there's so many dominating top laners with that carry trend. We have the Flandre, we have the Shy, and he's just kind of like this dual-edged sword where he doesn't get the spotlight because he's on a team with Mystic, but he's putting in so much work for his team.
And I think he's going to be an advantage for the LPL team tomorrow. And I also think that the bot lane is going to be an advantage for them. And so, seeing as the first statement got a reaction, while I think Ziv is playing fine, I have actually not been too impressed with Ziv during the entire year. And I think 957 will just be a better version of what Ziv is bringing to the table right now. And then, of course, bot lane like BB and Swordart, they destroyed the GPL bot lane today. Will not happen against Uzi and Mako, and I actually see the LPL team have quite some advantages on both sides.
All right, so then is the jungle matchup maybe somewhere where the LMS can find an advantage? MLXG, somebody that we talk about, has such a high ceiling, Kobe, right? Such a high ceiling. But if he's not performing there, sometimes we do see game-losing mistakes from this guy.
Yeah, he is a guy that really does have a lot of peaks and valleys in his play, but right now, he's performing really well. So it's going to be an interesting matchup because Karsa, has been having a very good tournament as well. I actually was really impressed with Ziv in this tournament, and it has been a lot of tank play, but also on the Gnar, he was able to completely negate Soaz. I know you probably blocked that game out of your memory.
He's not played against 957 yet. That's going to be the real challenge.
Fair
I mean, 957 hasn't played against Ziv yet either.
That's not going to be the challenge at all.
Do you want to weigh in on this, the top lane matchup?
Top lane 957 versus Ziv. I think 957's better. I think Ziv, like Deficio said, has a rough year.
Okay.
And Ziv really excels kind of on more so one style of champion. It's really been those tanks, the Maokai in particular. Yeah, he can go towards the carries, but it's not that same reputation. In terms of the jungle matchup, though, I actually think it's the same thing, but for LMS, whereas MLXG is just kind of a slightly worse version than everything that Karsa brings in terms of the consistency for this tournament.
All right, well, there you have it. Our 5v5 finals are locked in. It's time now to turn our attention to the 1v1 semifinals. When we return, NA's Bjergsen takes on Jisoo from Southeast Asia, followed by a best-of-3 between the bot laners that just faced off on Summoner's Rift. Prey and Uzi, let's hit these matchups real quick.
The first one, because it's a best-of-3, I think Jisoo's strategy might not work for him. He's been so close
You
to
were on the Jisoo hype train at the beginning of the day, Deficio. What happened?
2-1 Jisoo. He's going to take it down.
How can you defend it like 2-1? You go 2-0.
2-0 Jisoo.
There it is. 2-0
When,
Jisoo.
you know he's confident when he smacks the table like this. Yeah, yes, he's
you hear
sure
it?
of his answer.
Yeah, we're blowing
What do
out
you
the
got?
mics. All right, what about the ADC matchup?
The ADC matchup, I'm 100% in praise camp here. I'm a little bit biased. I just want Prey to win because
Did you just watch the last game?
I said I want Prey to win
Right.
because of what he is bringing to the 1v1s. You know, the Garen matchup, he's having a lot of fun with it. Yes, Uzi's a great AD carry, and he has a very good chance of winning the matchup. But I just know that Uzi's going to play AD carries. He's going to try hard. He's going to perform on them very well. But I would enjoy a little bit more flavor in the finals.
All right, final thoughts here, Frost.
I actually think it's going to be Bjergsen versus Uzi. I know that they want the flavor and the fun, but I'm about the competition and the winning. This is serious. I think they're going the distance.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Do we get flavor and fun, or do we get try hard? The 1v1 semifinals kick off after the break, but before we go, the pros weren't the only ones duking it out on the Howling Abyss, so we sent our own Avli May to check in on the fan experience.
Hey guys, it's Avli, and we are at the All-Stars 1v1 stage where fans have taken on both Afromu and Sneaky. Let's hear what they had to say.
1v1ing Afromu was awesome. I've been watching him since he was an ADC back when he first started. Afromu. So yeah, I'm following him to 100 Thieves and everything. Awesome.
1v1 and Sneaky was awesome. There was we had a little trouble because we didn't realize the ping would be so high, but it was still pretty fun. So just trying to go back and forth and being able to talk to him beforehand and everything, it was really fun.
I played Soraka. I was gonna try to go. I'm a support main, so none of my champions worked that well 1v1, but Soraka worked. He said he'd mirror match me, so we both did Soraka. Tried to cheese him with the AD Soraka. Didn't work too well, but it was fun.
I did not win. Exhausting Knight Lee Sin does a lot of damage. So yeah, I lost.
That's it for now, but stay tuned for more.
Honestly, I think Jisoo just kind of got lucky in his matches. He's just kind of playing for the cheese ball, all-in kind of top lane picks.
He got the heal. There's no mana Mako.
I think just mid laners and AD carries, champions that I can play are better in 1v1, and it'll show.
He's gotta go. Oh, he's so low. That's 100.
미국에서 진짜 엄청 잘하시는 선수라서 미국에서 거의 가장 인기도 많고 가장 어려운 상대 같아요, 제 생각에.
I guess I only have 2 more matches to go, and I have a lot more space in my closet for another trophy, so yeah, I'm here to win.
我觉得在我们这组最强 solo 的选手应该就是 Prey 了，因为在去年的时候我有看过他打 solo， 就是实力还是非常强的。
제가 항상 우지 선수는 잘한다고 생각하는 선수이기 때문에 1대1 작년 챔피언이기도 하고 해서
Who's gonna hold the wave? There it is. Nothing you can do at that point.
되게 무섭긴 하지만 저도 되게 1등 하고 싶거든요. 그래서 꼭 이겨야 할 상대인 것 같아요.
Hello and welcome back to the Battle Arena, where we're kicking off the 1v1 semifinals. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and joining me is my personal 1v1 coach, Aiden Zyrene Moon. Are you ready for this?
Absolutely. I am definitely ready for these 1v1s.
This is going to be a lot of fun. We've had a lot of awesome performances in this showdown so far over the course of the last 2 days, and they're only going to get better now. For those of you who need a reminder, here are the rules for winning one of these 1v1s. You must be the first player to last hit 100 minions, achieve first blood, or destroy a tower before the opponent does. Once you hit one of those 3 conditions, you win. Now, the 1v1 semifinals, you have to win a best of 3. It's no longer best of 1. It's not just have something that works once, get your win, go on. You got to be able to do the 2 out of 3 in this one. So first up, it's Bjergsen versus Jisoo.
And this matchup, pretty much polar opposites in how they've gotten here. Bjergsen, a lot of preparation, definitely thinking about his champions and what he wants to play. He beat Faker to 100 CS using Taliyah and pretty much no interaction between them. And then Jisoo, this guy, Fortuna's been looking down on him, giving him that luck. Bjergsen said it himself. This guy has been going all in king so far. He's won 2 1v1s with less than 100 HP at the end of both of them. He has been going hard.
but he knows how to play it right as well. Even though he got that low in terms of the HP, the first one, it was a turret dive onto the Orianna as Pantheon. The second one, as Olaf, he runs his opponent down, runs behind him to grab the health pack, and then goes back for the kill anyway. This guy has shown he knows how to play his champs, even if Bjergsen was right in what we heard from him just moments ago, in that he thinks mid lane and AD carries are better. Jisoo will take his pool into this confidence.
Jisoo, you know, I mean, saying somebody's lucky in a video game is usually taboo and you're insulting them, but
Yeah.
I feel like this guy has, like, you know, when you're gambling, you're feeling it. You're feeling that luck. Lady Luck is definitely smiling on
smiling.
Jisoo.
Yeah. yeah.
But Jisoo, those 2 ones that he won with Pantheon and Olaf, the Olaf, I think there was a lot of thought behind it as well. The Ghost and then running through both health relics, so he didn't get caught up in the low HP Olaf just auto-attacking him down, went for the higher percentage chance play. So I feel like this is such a good matchup here to kind of figure out who's going to have that style that prevails. Is it the all-in or is it the methodical CS?
Now, talking about the styles, too, just the mentality of the players going into this, from what we saw from that short little snippet right before this, seems very different as well. Bjergsen, he looks at this like he's got this on lock. I think Jisoo was lucky. I think my champion pool is better. I already cleared out the space in my closet. Let's go. He's focused right now. You can see him on your screen, eyes closed, getting in the zone. Eye of the tiger. Jisoo, he was talking about how he's got nothing but respect for what he believes is the most difficult opponent that he's going to have to face in this 1v1 tournament, talking about how good of a player, how popular of a player Bjergsen is. I'm really excited to see these two go head-to-head.
Yeah, and you saw Bjergsen there. It looked like he was practicing some mindfulness, being conscious of, you know, where you are in space, where you are in time right now, and being kind of in tune with where he's going to be in the game. He's taking this very seriously. The 2015 All-Star 1v1 champion 2 years ago. He wants to reclaim that title, reclaim that crown for himself. And one thing that's kind of been interesting is Bjergsen in his 2 1v1s has used 0 summoner spells. And he's gotten 3 out of the 4 of his opponents. So he's playing on like hard mode right now. He hasn't had to use a single summoner spell to win his last 2.
It's an achievement. It's not just clearing it all and taking the crown. It's clearing it all, taking the crown. Don't use a single summoner spell along the way. You really want to prove a point? Go the extra mile. Do the difficult extra challenge. And that's what Bjergsen might be trying to do here. Who knows? Maybe he does want to make that extra statement. I want to believe that he does. He's keeping that in mind the entire time, just being like, I don't just want to beat Faker. I want to beat Faker without using barrier.
Yeah, and he beat Fofo and Faker, so he's already taken down 2 guys who are definitely known for their mid lane champion pool, who are definitely known as good mechanical players, and now he's going up against Jisoo. Little bit of a different kind of beast here. Jisoo, that all-in style, it's not as mechanical, but it's reckless and it's fun.
Well, maybe it will be Reckless. Maybe it'll be Garen versus Garen again. We got to see Reckless do that yesterday. Maybe we'll get to see him do it. Maybe we'll get to see these guys do it today. But like you said, Bjergsen has been taking this pretty seriously, so I don't know. We'll see how it goes as we're into Champion Select. And the bans are going through. Nasus and Jace banned out by Bjergsen. Jisoo taking Ryze and Syndra off the table. Makes sense pretty much so far.
Yeah, I wonder if Jisoo will ban the Talia, because Bjergsen had some great success with that, with the fast back timers and just running back to lane constantly against Faker. Yes, and yeah.
Olaf banned away. Bjergsen doesn't want anything to do with these unorthodox picks that might catch him off guard. Cassiopeia banned out, but that leaves Zoe open. Bjergsen thinking about that, thinking about Heimerdinger. Now, as someone who explicitly plays melee champions, Heimerdinger can be real difficult to deal with when he puts up those turrets, creates such an effective zone of control. If he thinks Jisoo's going to play a melee all-in champion, Heimer can be very effective against that, but will go with the Zoe.
The Zoe is less of a CS and try to pick up the wave, but you can do it from a distance. We'll see what happens here, because I am really unsure about this, because Talia was up. He could have picked it, but it seems like Zoe may be a little bit higher priority for him right here.
And we talked about Bjergsen trying hard and wanting to win here, but Bjergsen is also about the showmanship. He's got the opportunity to play the Zoe. We got to see him play it in the 5v5s on day number 1. He had an awesome performance on it in Summoner's Rift. Let's see what he can do here on the Howling Abyss up against Jisoo's Draven with old school Summoner spells. The Silsol special, Draven with Ignite and Heal. If you get that reference, you've been playing League of Legends for a long time.
Yeah, that's way back.
That's all the way thrown back, but he's going to have Heal Ignite on the Draven. He's going up against the Zoe that's got Barrier, Exhaust, a very common Summoner spell duo that we've seen throughout the course of this 1 versus 1 bracket. Bjergsen going to be taking the Airy, Keystone, Jisoo going to be doing the same on this one. So that early, reliable, extra poke every time you connect on the damage.
Yeah, the sorcery tree, definitely, because it gives you adaptive AD, AP, I think it's better to start out with than to have the precision for attack speed. So I like the Aerie there. And also something interesting to consider is I wonder if Aerie on the W and the Q from Draven gives him the shield from Aerie, because things like Garen's W will make Aerie give him the shield. So I'm excited to see what happens here. They both have resolved secondary. Now we're on the Rift, or I guess the Abyss.
The Abyss. Let's see how these guys decide to play the level 1. I mean, Bjergsen's gonna walk right up to that brush, and Jisoo's gonna say, how you doing? Hit him with a couple of axes. 1, 2, 3, right, one after the other. Now, Bjergsen will be able to get back. I mean, they met each other there before the minions spawn. Howling Abyss 1 versus 1 isn't like Howling Abyss ARAM. You are allowed to go back and heal, shop, do whatever. I mean, if you weren't allowed to do anything until you died, it would kind of defeat the purpose, considering you die and you lose. But Bjergsen gets to go back. He'll walk out with the minion wave. No love lost.
Another thing to consider here is their items that they purchased at the start, right? We've seen Longsword 3 potions, but it's Doran's Blade 1 potion for Jisoo. He's going to have to control the wave and get a lot of auto attacks off. But another thing here that's interesting is you kind of give away and telegraph where you're going to go is the Draven. So you can just throw the Paddle Star at the little icon.
Yeah, the axe marker. We'll have to see if he can manipulate that properly. You saw Bjergsen try to throw the Paddle Star backwards and catapult it into the melee wave at the very start there and miss a couple of them. So Jisoo controlling the wave a little bit better right now.
Yeah, and it takes 1 minion on the second wave to actually hit level 2. So it's going to be level 2 for Jisoo, but it looks like he's mostly concerned with farming here.
Yep, not going in just yet.
Oh man, this is going to be so interesting, because you could just throw Sleepy Trouble Bubble at the axe and kind of force him to drop one of them.
Yep, you have to be able to play around those bubbles if you are Jisoo. We've seen just how effective Zoe can be as long as you're hitting the bubbles. The damage potential you have is huge. Jisoo still in a decent enough spot for now, but I also wonder how the itemization is going to go as we go on through this game, because we've seen some different itemization choices so far. Is he just going to go for some armor penetration? Is he going to get a Hex Drinker? There's a lot of choices we could go for.
See, that's the thing is I think we've seen Serrated Dirks when I feel like there should be more Hex Drinkers against mages. So if Jisoo is on point, I feel like he would go for less of the style of all-inning like he has before and more for going for the defensive options.
All right, he's 19 farm compared to 16 farm, so up just a little bit in that one. Health relatively high for both players. Near max.
Oh,
he's going to eat a lot of damage on that one, though. Drowsy now, falling asleep. Nullifying Orb procs to protect him a little bit, but Bjergsen definitely gets the better of his opponent on that trade. Jisoo still farming it up. No fear here. Pops the potion. Bjergsen drinking one of his as well. Jisoo still not going to be forced back on this one. Wants to keep farming it up. The Nullifying Orb did do a little bit to protect him, but remember, Nullifying Orb, that rune in the sorcery tree that provides you sort of a mini Hex Drinker effect when you fall low, but the mini in that statement is very, very true. It is not a super strong shield. It's a small mitigation for magic damage, but it did help prevent some of the extra burden from Bjergsen.
Yeah, right now, it's going to land on a minion there. And we'll see what happens. You can see right there, Spell Thief is going to give Bjergsen something if he kills that minion. You have to last hit it to get the Spell Thief.
Jisoo trying to prevent that, but I don't know how effective that'll be. Paddle Star coming in.
Is that Ignite?
Let's see what it dropped. That
it
is Ignite. Bjergsen grabs an Ignite onto Jisoo. Drop the exhaust. Sleepy Trouble Bubble. He's asleep. And the damage doesn't find him.
Hot.
Jisoo gets out. We were talking about this guy getting away with things by the skin of his teeth. Single-digit HP.
Oh, Bjergsen he even blew heal there. That's the first summoner spell. I guess the second one counting the Ignite that Bjergsen's had to blow. So no more achievement for him.
We don't count the Ignite. We don't count the Ignite. That is technically Bjergsen's W. That is not a summoner spell. A real one.
Man, that was so close. Jisoo, though, gonna pick himself up a Vamp Scepter. Something to note is they both took the Resolve Tree secondary, but Jisoo has Revitalize instead of Second Wind. So it'll give him an overshield after he heals over a certain amount here. So that's why he has the Vamp very early on, so he could add a little bit more HP on top of it. But I do feel like Second Wind is overall a little bit of a better mastery, or I guess a rune to have. Masteries, rest in peace.
Yeah, we can't call them masteries anymore. They're all ruined, they're all reforged. Jisoo back to farming up, 37 to 37. This game is close in farm, and that makes it that much more fun to watch. because a lot of times you see these games end up at a point where one person has so much of a farm advantage, the other guy's forced into making bad moves. But when the farm stays close, it balances on a knife's edge. Bjergsen looking for some cheeky moves.
He got a heal. He got the heal.
He had the heal that was used by Jisoo earlier. Now able to find the trouble, but yet again your paddle star finds its mark. Bjergsen looking for maybe a little bit more paddle star for the first blood.
A fast paddle star too, right before he gets the health relic that had come back up.
The TSM chants roar through the audience, and Bjergsen goes up 1-0, showing exactly what Zoe can do in the 1v1. The champion, I figured would be a lot of fun to see in these types of showdowns because it is all what can you hit, what can they dodge, and Bjergsen showed he can hit them where they matter.
Man, we were talking about Lady Luck smiling on Jisoo. Bjergsen with a few summoner spells from the Spell Thieves to Drowsy into the paddle star low cooldown, and gets him with a real fast one there.
Kaboom! Right before he touches the health pack. Stone Cold too. Not celebratory, not yet. He's only got one down, needs to get the second one, but getting the heal also from Jisoo in the previous engagement where he went in with the Ignite that he got from the minion. You get the Ignite from the minion, you go after your opponent, pop his heal, you get his heal, use that in the next fight. The snowball effect, tracing those back to cause and effect of what made it all happen. Bjergsen did what he needed to do, utilizing every part of Zoe's kit there.
Yeah, I do feel like the Zoe is going to end up on that ban list because
so.
Before we were thinking maybe the Talia, but it looks like Zoe in those 1v1s, because summoner spells have so much power in them just by nature of being summoner spells and giving you a lot. Spell Thief, taking the other person's summoner spells after they all in you, like that is actually something that's incredibly scary if you think about it. You'll get 2 barriers in an all-in, you might get 2 exhausts, etc.
Or you get an Ignite if they go Still Sol strat. That's
or
what
you
makes
pick
it
one
tough
up from the minions and get one there.
Yeah, it was really, really difficult, it looked like, for Jisoo to be able to deal with Zoe once she got that advantage through the summoner spells. And when she has that, what are you going to do? I mean, we've seen so many of the outcomes of these 1v1s so far be determined by who can manage to bait out the summoners, who can utilize their summoners better, who can make their opponent use them at a spot where they're kind of a dead spell. Bjergsen was able to just have more summoners this time around, and that found him a very swift win.
Yeah, he almost killed him with the Ignite that he got off the Spell Thieves, just went straight in. And then the other thing, too, is like the Draven, probably not a good matchup against the Zoe. Incredibly telegraphed about where he's going to walk, and you just throw your spells at the Draven icon where he's going to be picking up his axes. So I don't think it's ideal at all.
A little bit of a mismatch. I think Jisoo was kind of throwing a curveball to begin with because he's like, I'm going to play a range champion now. They're expecting me to play these top laners, some cheesy stuff like Pantheon and Olaf. Nope, I'm going to go with Draven. We're going to play a 1v1 style champion. But then Bjergsen gets Zoe, and Zoe, like you just said, that counter, because you can read where he's going to walk. Even in that last engage, you saw Bjergsen fires the bubble, but he knows that his opponent's going to be kiting backwards. He throws it in a spot where Jisoo, the bubble misses. It falls on the ground. Jisoo touches the trap part of the bubble, and that's what ends up getting him in some trouble.
I am so excited for this next one, too, because Jisoo banned Ryze, Syndra, Cassiopeia. He banned 3 mages. Now you might have to throw the Zoe up there, and Talia is still up, and we saw Bjergsen go for a kind of a CS match there against Faker and have an okay time in that one. So I think there's a lot here. You talked about how many cards do these guys have up their sleeves, because you got to win this best of 3. If you move on to the finals, you've got to have even more strategies. And if you have enough that the bans
we have a
can't
water
affect
spill.
Yeah, North America, water spills. Sippy cups need to be a 2018 thing.
2018, franchising and sippy cups. That's what we're going to be moving towards.
I mean, it's a bright future. No more of these water breaks. I mean, it's happened to Haunter. It's happened to so many people.
Maybe it's a TSM thing.
Maybe. We talk about them slipping up, internationally. Not like that, though. But yes, Bjergsen, kind of the last hope. Speaking of North America, the last hope for North America. Last hope for
the last Western player remaining in the 1v1 tournament at this point. Like you said already, he's a previous champion, not from last year. Current reigning champion is Uzi, but he is from 2 years ago in 2015. If he could come back and win that, that'd be pretty cool for him to do.
Yeah, I'm excited because, I mean, we'll be nice, right? He's North American now, but Europe can also get on this because, I mean, right now it's not, NA versus EU or NA greater than EU or EU greater than NA. It's like, we're equal right now, guys. Let's just all get behind Bjergsen if you want a Western player to advance and still have a part of this tournament. That's kind of where, a lot of people are at right now. But let's see, number 2.
The Music starts, champion select begins. Let's see how they want to play this one out, as the first ban from Jisoo is the Zoe. Not willing to play against that one for the second time in a row. Syndra also going to be banned away. He knows this is one of Bjergsen's signature champs. Same with the Rise. Bjergsen's ban is going to remain the same as in game number 1 so far. Let's see if he'll finish that one off with the Olaf. He will. All 3 bans copied exactly for Bjergsen. 2 out of 3 for Jisoo, with the third being changed to that Zoe. Bjergsen locking in Talia near instantly.
Yep.
Jisoo thinking about the Pantheon.
This is really fast in terms of the bans. I've been watching a lot of 1v1s, the ones from before, and people take their sweet time. They talk to each other. Very little talking here. This is all business right now. And Bjergsen and Jisoo with the fast bans, and Jisoo thinking about what he wants to do.
Oh, unbench the Kench. Jisoo gonna be rocking one of those melee-style champions, one of those types of things that Bjergsen specifically brought up, saying, I think my pool, I think my play style is better suited to this than his, and I'll be able to show that.
What is the keystone going to be? What is the rune going to be that he's running? We talk about some phase rush Tahm Kench. Eat him, run him into the turret.
And spit him out. You and I tested
fun.
this.
It's
I remember
so fun.
testing this with you a couple of weeks ago about how far can Tahm Kench actually run out, use phase rush, gobble you up, and still get you back under the turret in time.
Yeah, I feel like you need Swifty boots to do it, though, and about level 6, since phase rush, I believe, scales with your level in terms of the movement speed that it gives you. So we'll see what he's running, though, but I'm so excited for this. The first Tahm Kench, the 1v1.
All right, let's see what he's
Yeah!
running. It's phase rush with Ghost. So he's ready. He is ready to make this happen. If he wins, he's going to win by gobbling Bjergsen up and spitting him underneath the turret. And if he can make that happen, it is going to be so cool to see. But we did see Bjergsen control these waves against Faker with this champion. We saw him play this game against someone playing Syndra, against a very mechanically talented player playing Syndra. So up against something like Tahm Kench, ooh, he's got his work cut out for him.
And the Tahm Kench has boots. He has the Ghost. He has the heal. This is go fast Tahm Kench.
Okay,
this is special delivery sushi chef, master chef Tahm Kench.
Let's see if he can drift around and find his way towards Bjergsen, get those stacks down and find the Devour. Bjergsen, though, the one who should be in control with the push, with the wave control early. Like I said, Jisoo's the one with that work cut out for him in this. Just because of the fact that, I mean, you're Tahm Kench into Talia.
Yeah.
Your tongue is stopped by minions. You don't have a lot of long-range capability to engage on this champion that is so adept at keeping herself far away.
Yeah, I feel as though this is going to come down to Bjergsen just skirting around, keeping his range and killing all of the minions, going back and not even like pushing him up to the turret to deal turret damage because he doesn't want to risk it. We'll see here how they start this off.
All right, threaded volley into the wave, as could be expected. Also worth pointing out that it is airy once again on Bjergsen's Talia. Just wants to make sure that every time he lands the poke, it's that much more effective. So not really anything too surprising coming out of him just yet. Jisoo, mindful of how the minion farming works underneath the turret, not able to find that last one. 6-2-3 right now. So Bjergsen is in the spot that you're going to see him in for most of the game. I think if Jisoo is able to find his all-in, it's going to be a case of sort of what you were describing earlier, where he kind of gets to level 6, he gets swiftness boots, and then he goes for the all-in then. The early game isn't going to be fun for this Kench.
Yeah, Bjergsen was talking about the cheese ball strategies. I mean, this is one that he's cooked up here. Jisoo will see if he's able to actually execute on it, because I feel like it's one that the condition is pretty narrow. The enemy, if they're thinking about your win condition, they might be able to avoid it completely. Now, Bjergsen's going to back and use Talia passive, where he just runs against walls and structures and gets back very quickly without missing much in terms of CS.
Because he knows the cannon waves underneath the enemy turret, it's going to take that much more time for it to clear out. He's got enough time to get back to the wave without missing much at all.
Yep.
Another Dorian's ring picked up, more potions picked up. He's in the spot he wants to be.
Yeah, and let's talk about his runes right here, because he has Biscuit Delivery and he has Futures Market. So Bjergsen, taking the advice of kind of Azale yesterday, talking about how good Futures Market is, and you can buy so many potions, and he's done that for himself right now.
Getting those extra potions early on. Remember, this is a 1 versus 1 that's played, from level 1. You only have the money at the start. This isn't ARAM rules where you're starting off really far ahead and you've got 1,300 gold to spend as soon as you load into the game.
Yeah, no level 3 start.
Right, so you have to play around the same types of things you would play around if you were laning early on in Summoner's Rift. And having an extra 200 gold to spend at the start through Futures Market can be huge. The amount of potions, some players might remember the good old times of 9 potion start, which, by the way, was not actually good. It was not fun to play against because the person had so much sustain in lane.
Red pot, though, plus
Red
potions
pot
was
plus
fun.
potions. That was pretty silly. That was also a time. Bjergsen will continue to push the waves out, continue to control the pace of this game.
And so I went back and I looked. Bjergsen actually missed 0 creeps when he went back and ran all the way. None of his minions had died. Look at that Jisoo. First item, Swifty Boots. I want that special delivery to come through.
He wants it too, but he can't get anywhere near Bjergsen right now. He just keeps this wave pushed up. He throws down all these rocks all over the place, every single wave. What's a Kench got to do?
And here's the thing, though, is he has to kind of only do this one time. He gets one moment, one opportunity to make this happen, because as soon as Bjergsen sees it once, you're not going to have the summoner spells or the time because of the CS to actually execute it again. So Jisoo would have to do it one time, and I think he's waiting for phase rush levels to get to like 6 or 7, so he has all that movement speed.
You get to 6, you ult behind them, and you go. That's the only shot you pretty much got. If you're the Tahm Kench in this one, I want to see it work. I really do, but at the same time, you also got to remember, Bjergsen has exhaust, he has barrier. It's not as simple as gobble him up, spit him out, and he dies.
I mean, you'll have boots and you'll have phase rush. You're going to reduce the slow of the exhaust, and it wouldn't really matter too much. He's still going to be super speed Tahm Kench. I honestly hope that Jisoo's able to pull this off.
Well, Bjergsen's already up to 46 CS. He keeps going back pretty consistently to get more and more. Biscuits in his inventory, like you mentioned earlier, means he's going to have even more mana as he continues to lane through this.
Yeah. If I'm Jisoo, he's ulting behind him. He has the ghost on.
To make the play. He pops the ghost already. Now looking to chase Bjergsen down. Doesn't find the tongue, and that could be the thing that separates this from being successful or not. He's going to carry him backwards. Can't get him all the way back to the turret, but he does bring him back far enough to continue to apply the damage. Exhaust going to be used. Jisoo still has thick skin, looking to find the tongue. The tongue comes out. Not quite making its way just yet. There's your stun barrier. Still going to be used. Jisoo can't do it. First blood to Bjergsen. And that ends this 1v1.
The 2-0 for Bjergsen. The seismic shove on the Tahm Kench ultimate, the Abyssal Voyage location, pushes Jisoo back and makes him lose enough distance that Bjergsen isn't pulled back into a turret.
The first Q from Tahm Kench also misses in that, and the difference in health could have been what decides the outcome there. So incredibly close as you look at how Jisoo tried to make it happen.
Yeah, he was waiting for the level 6 for the Abyssal Voyage to get behind Bjergsen, but Bjergsen sees it coming. The seismic shove was perfect, and like you said, the first one missing. The exhaust here after the phase rush was over, and then the juke back. This comes down to 100 HP again under the turret. The W comes off cooldown now. Oh, so low for Bjergsen.
So incredibly close. You can see the smile on Bjergsen's face as he realizes he will be going to the finals tomorrow. Jisoo's run ends here.
And the desk was saying it, just the style that Bjergsen has been playing in terms of methodical, thinking ahead of the game, like what is he really going to do with a low-risk type champion or strategy, and that forced Jisoo's hand to pick something that's going to be aggressive, high risk, could potentially work out for you, but we saw the outplay there. That's Bjergsen moving on to the finals to reclaim the 1v1 championship title.
Looking to get back to where he was in 2015, being at the top of the 1v1 ladder, but we still have one more opponent for him to go through, and that opponent is who we're going to be seeing in the next matchup. This one should be a lot of fun as well. Uzi and Prey, 280 carries, two of the best guys out there in the bottom lane that are going to be going head-to-head. This is going to be so much fun to see. We know both these guys are incredibly mechanically talented. We know both these guys have the ability to carry on Summoner's Rift. And hell, we've seen him carry so far on Howling Abyss in the past couple of days.
Oh yeah, we saw Uzi play the Misfortune Mirror against BRTT, as well as play Lucian into Levi's Victor, and take both of them down. But Uzi is taking this so seriously. Like, I watched his 1v1s over again. Like, his 5v5s, he's laughing, he's having a great time. His 1v1s, he hasn't cracked a smile at all during the 1v1s. Whereas, on the other side, Prey, this guy's just a smile factory. This guy was actually voted in the LCK as basically the heart of the LCK. He is pretty much the most likable pro over there. Was an award that he actually got because he's just so bubbly. But right now, it looks like they're both stoic. They're both really focused on this as two legendary AD carries, but I want to see if Prey can make Uzi smile.
I mean, Uzi seems so incredibly focused on this. I don't know if anything's going to break that. The man seems like he has one mission coming here to the 1v1 tournament, and that's to walk away with the win. I mean, some people take it more seriously than others. We saw yesterday Prey and Reckless. I believe it was actually Prey's idea to play Garen versus Garen, Flash Ignite, dance with each other at the start, but I somehow think you aren't going to get Uzi into his dancing shoes today.
I mean, you gotta try though. That's how you do
gotta
it. You just
try.
say like, "Hey, do you want to play Garen?" If he shuts you down, it's like, "Oh, okay, you know."
No, I don't even think you're going to get shut down. You're just going to get the scene, 8:52 p.m., check mark, and then no response. Uzi's just got one goal, Zyrene. He's going to win.
Yeah, I mean, he has been set on that. He said that he wants to be the first two-time champion, and he could go up against the 2015 champion in Bjergsen in the finals if he wins this. It could be one of them trying to reclaim the title and one of them defending, because Uzi right now has it from 2016.
At the same time, though, talking about Prey, this guy who's part of what everybody was calling the Korean super team coming to All-Stars here, there's a reason this guy made that thing the title that it had, right? There's a reason everybody was like, super team has all the best players all over the place. Prey is such an incredibly talented AD carry. This guy knows how to win matchups. And hey, if Uzi says, let's play seriously, maybe it's time to get rid of the grins, get rid of the giggles, and show this guy how to take it seriously. I don't know.
I don't know. I hope Prey. I mean, he did lose earlier today to the LPL team and to Uzi in lane multiple times.
Could be time for payback.
Maybe it's payback. Maybe Prey is a little bit serious about this too, because he would be the person going on to represent the LCK since they're knocked out of the 5v5.
Right, and then, since he's going up against Bjergsen, you would have two members of teams eliminated from the 5v5 competition looking to bring that vengeance and that glory to their region at the end of the 1v1. But let's see exactly how they decide to go about it here. I expect to see a lot of AD carry bans, Zyrene.
And it looks like not a lot of communication so far, but the Draven ban is interesting because Prey is known for having a bad Draven. The Praven nickname is not a positive one. It's a bad one where he wasn't able to actually perform on it consistently. So, banning it out. The Misfortune and the Syndra from Prey.
Callista, the final ban from Uzi. Prey, what's it going to be? What do you got tucked away here?
It's interesting too because they're both AD carries. So when you ban an AD carry away, you might be taking away from your pool too.
Lucian. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 AD carries and an Azir. Now let's see what they lock in. Still plenty of stuff left up on the table. Plenty of stuff we've seen so far this tournament. And of course, plenty of stuff we haven't. Prey, thinking about Varus.
I like how Prey's still smiling even though it's like no communication, no nothing.
He's just happy to be here, man. The dude is positive energy. Yeah. I like that.
Figuring out what he wants to lock in here. And this is that first this is that first move that you make, because if you end up winning and you go in the best of 3 to the next one, you might pull a ban on whatever you won with. And, nice.
Mirror match, mirror match, mirror match, mirror match, mirror match. Do it, Uzi. Do it, Uzi.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. This still ought to be fun. It still ought to be fun.
They both thought about the Varus, though. They both had that thought.
Well, we've got the Varus into the Zoe. We saw Bjergsen versus Jisoo. Zoe can be very effective, especially against champions without any mobility. Technically, Varus has even less mobility than Draven because he doesn't have a speed up that he can use on himself. So I want to see if Uzi can manage to outplay this Zoe situation.
I feel like the Zoe is so powerful, though. We talk about 1v1s in mid lane. Something that happened during Zoe playtests, just internally, was people would take Unsealed Spellbook, the keystone, the rune that lets you change out your summoner spells, and they started Exhaust Ignite, and they would Exhaust Ignite level 2 or 3 with Spell Thief, and all in the other mid laner, and the mid laner would flash away, they pick up their flash and flash after them, and it almost resulted in First Blood every time. It was ridiculous, but then it kind of, people were like, okay, let's make it so it bounces a little bit, you gotta go pick it up, but it still was like, okay, there's other things that are really powerful, but he's not running that here, but he is gonna be able to pick up things like Exhaust, and there's no flash away that could possibly happen here for Uzi because he has the Exhaust and Barrier.
Right, you think about ways that you can deal with a surprise Trouble Bubble or something like that on Summoner's Rift. Everybody takes Flash all the time, always, so you can still try to evade some of those, even if the sleep's about to wear off. You can flash out of the way of the missile, but not here. Flash, not that combat Summoner spell that people are favoring. Airy taken on both players yet again. It seems to be the most prevalent keystone so far just because of the extra trading power early on and the guaranteed power of it. You can't dodge away with boots like you can from Comet or something similar. Longsword 3 pots for Uzi. Wants to have that extra regeneration compared to the Doran's Blade with 1 potion start that we saw in the previous 1 versus 1. Same start that Bjergsen took over there for Prey. He's got your Dorian's Ring plus 2 potions. All right. It always throws me for a loop a little bit too, looking at the top and seeing the gold 0.5k to 0.5k, considering it's never that low on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, it's very low, but checking out the keystones and the runes right now, both of them have Second Wind, and then Iron Skin and Mirror Shell, of course, for Prey's gonna have the Iron Skin and Mirror Shell for Uzi, and then it's both of them Scorch, both of them Monoflow Band, both of them Airy. Only difference is Prey has Celerity and Uzi has Absolute Focus, so when he's above that 70% HP threshold, he'll have a little bit more AD.
Problem is, when you're at level 1 and you only have, I don't know, 500, 600 HP, falling below 70% means that you took 150 damage.
Yeah.
So you lose that pretty rapidly.
And Uzi gonna hit level 2 first. And chunk Prey a little bit there, already below that half HP, and popped a potion, whereas Uzi, no potions just yet.
Uzi's still living the good life. Prey firing off the Paddle Star, only finds its way onto the cannon minion.
Yeah, but every cooldown you use, it's so abusive that you can just walk up next and Prey. Uzi gonna hit level 3
Bubble
soon,
Bubble.
right in the minion wave.
Paddle Star not finding its mark. Melee Creep doing a good job on that one, being the hero.
Yep, and Uzi gonna hit level 3 first as well, and continue his pressure here. This may be this is weird, because it feels like both of them are fishing for kills early, fishing for all that poke and harass. But this may be a CS game. You can already see Uzi up quite a bit.
And Uzi got the health pack from Prey's side as well. That's so big. Every time you grab that health pack, it's like an extra potion. And it's not just a game where, okay, I'm up 1 potion. Your opponent is now effectively down 1 as well, because he's the one who would, in theory, have that health pack.
Yeah, it's neutral, right? It's one that you can take away from him. And Prey gonna all in already, trying to get Summoner spells.
Prey trying to make it happen. Finds the Drowsy, finds the Paddle Star.
Gonna pick
Still
him up
looking for some more damage.
Oh,
Utilizing the barrier. He's got the Summoner spells. He gets first blood.
What were we talking about at the start? Zoe is bonkers.
Bananas, baby. This champion has the power to all in you so early on because of how effective these Summoner spells are. We said it in 1v1 number 1. We're saying it again in 1v1 number 2. When you get chased down and your spells become their spells, look at what happens.
He starts with 250 HP against the 600 plus HP Uzi, and then he just picks up his Summoner spells like, I'll take that one, I'll take that one. First blood for Prey, who loses about only 100 HP in the all-in with double exhaust, double barrier.
Fist pumped up in the air. Prey knows what's going on, and he says, you best ban it away in game number 2, because that was exactly what we wanted to see from this. That game, now, I mean, granted, we only watched it for a couple of minutes, but that game looked like it was going Uzi's way. I mean,
absolutely.
Prey was lower HP. Uzi had the wave shoved up. He was constantly applying poke and pressure, and then Prey just said, okay, we're done playing.
Yep.
And all-ins him.
Yeah, Prey saw the moment to just go all in and try to force the Summoner spells. And like we said, Summoner spells are so damn powerful in terms of what they bring to the table. Having 2 exhausts, having 2 barriers, ends up with a ridiculous advantage.
And he blocked so much damage. He stopped so much damage. And remember that every time Zoe casts one of those as well, you get your little mini Ari bubble things.
Yeah.
That shoot out projectiles towards nearby enemies, which adds that much more damage into your payload.
Yeah, and then it also, I believe, refreshes your passive, so you can constantly more sparkles auto-attack them very quickly, and you just chase them down.
So now, going into game number 2, we're assuming that Uzi is probably going to go for a ban onto Zoe. Likely doesn't want to play against that one a second time in a row. How is he going to adapt to this? Because we talked about how seriously this guy's been taking things, and how Prey's had more of a lighthearted attitude throughout the whole thing. So for Uzi, you're now on do or die.
Yeah, but I feel like Prey, he said he was, taking this, kind of lighthearted with Reckless and stuff, but really, he's been serious here. I mostly expect it's because of what happened in the 5v5s, where he was incredibly close. The Winions came through, took it to a game 3, and now he's just saying, okay, I want a little bit of revenge, and he wants to move forward and represent the LCK.
Which is a really cool story in its own right, because that's one thing I was looking forward to about this match. Considering these guys as 5v5 all-star dream teams got to go head-to-head earlier in the day, the result of that I knew would hopefully have some sort of impact on how they decided to play this one. And if that makes Prey take it super seriously against Uzi, who's taking the whole thing super seriously, it means you could get this really cool mechanical contest between 2 really talented players. And so far, that looks like what we might be getting, Zyrene. Going into Champion Select number 2, Lucian banned away again.
And there's just so much respect here as well. Uzi was talking about, even though he's the defending champion, he's talking about how he respected Prey and how he saw the way he had performed previously. If you go back to, I believe, 2013, that All-Star event where we had the 2-on-2s, Prey won the 2-on-2s alongside Madlife back in the day, the bottom lane.
Old school.
We're going back 4 years at this point, but we're seeing these guys have kind of 1v1 and 2v2 championships under their belt, and they're hungry to get that next one here.
Uzi with the ban onto the Draven yet again. Misfortune also going to be taken off the table, so you've got 3 out of 3 bans the same so far. Not necessarily in the same order, I believe, but still same champions. Azir, another ban matching up. Now Uzi's only got 1 ban left, so if he wants to take Zoe away, he'll have to do it on that one, or he could opt into the Zoe mirror match. Say, look, I know your champion's very strong. I'm just going to do it better than you.
Yeah, that was the other thought there, was he could potentially go for Zoe himself, and then we just have a Zoe Bonanza, but he bans the Varus away, so it's going to force an adaptation here out of Uzi to pick something else. His last ban previously was Callista.
All right, what's it going to be, Uzi? Do you opt into the Zoe mirror match, or do you ban it away and go with something a little bit more familiar? 5 seconds left to choose. Callista banned away. All right. Let's see if we get it, Zyrene. I would like to see this mirror match because of the ability to outplay each other with positioning, especially if they can manage to get it to level 6 before they kill each other. It'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, if I'm Prey, I'm locking in Zoe 100%. I already won with it. I wouldn't have to show another strategy if I win here and make the finals. And if I'm Uzi, I gotta be thinking, is my Zoe better? Is there something that counters it?
Right. Do you try to play a counter, or do you try to play the same thing, thinking, I will just do better at this than you can? Prey still hovering the Zoe, not locking it in. I like how he's not locking it in because he's not giving away, oh, I'm just going to play the same thing as last time. If you insta-lock as soon as bans are over and your champion from last time is left open, it could imply that. Okay.
There it is.
All right, no mirror match. It is going to be Zoe versus Syndra this time around. Last time we had Mage versus AD carry. This time, Mage versus Mage. Still a lot of skill shots. Still a lot of outplay potential.
I really wonder what the thought process is here for Uzi, not banning away the Zoe, and I think he can deal with it. A lot of pride there, and we'll see if he can make it go to a game 3, or if Prey is on his way to the finals.
Summoner spells still the same, at least right now, between these two. Exhaust and Barrier for both. But you gotta remember, you gotta remember, if you're Uzi, what happened last time. Using Summoner spells in these trades. Normally, it's 1 versus 1. You know there's never any worry about a jungler or something else coming after you. So when the other guy clearly is all inning you, you can say, okay, this is the opportunity to use my Summoner spells. It makes sense here. I will get value from using this ability. But against Zoe, you've got to be so careful because you're like, is he going to get more value from this than I am by being able to continue this pressure, continue this advance? And it's so difficult to tell just because you don't have to consider this against any other champion.
Yeah, it's kind of like Zoe is breaking the rules in a way where normally you're like, okay, we're focusing on CSing, we're focusing on trading, but then the all-ins are different. She bends the rules there, and the adjustment that's been made by Uzi is he takes Ignite plus Barrier here. No Exhaust this time. I don't know how much it'll help him out, but we'll see what happens as we hit game number 2.
I call this the tilted top laner at the end of the season Summoner spell loadout, because I have seen Fizzes and Fioras take Ignite Barrier at the end of the season when they're tired of losing because of their team and they just try to go 1 versus 1 and then they get canned. That's the only time I've ever seen this on Summoner's Rift, so let's see how it works out for Uzi here as Prey hangs out in the brushes. Wants to see if maybe he can get an early Paddle Star, but you don't want to do it too early. See, that's the trick, Zyrene. You do it too early, guys got time to get back. You don't actually get anything for your Paddle Star, so you've got to have that. It's the paddle pocket. You got to hit the Paddle Star right in that time pocket where the minions are just arriving, and you end up costing Uzi a potion. Can Prey find the paddle pocket? He's just dancing right now. Hold on. Paddle pocket. Nope, get back in the bush. Nope, okay.
You were saying?
Okay, he did not find the paddle pocket. Where the minions are colliding, we are here.
Oh,
okay.
No.
Nothing quite. I respect the fact that he went for it instead of just flinging it into the minions.
Yeah, it's definitely harder to find the paddle pocket when you don't have an R to increase your distance or your stun or your sleep, I guess, to keep the person in one spot.
All right, so we got Airy on both these guys again. Worth pointing out, you guys can obviously see that on your screen, but just to make sure there's no confusion here, these guys will have extra damage on anything they happen to land on each other. Uzi and Prey both around the same amount of HP right now.
Prey level 2 first, though.
Managing to land that one. Prey with level 2 means the Sleepy Trouble Bubble is online.
Oh, he's trying to all in already.
Trouble Bubble misses. Prey still looking to find the paddle star. Going to be ignited. He's looking to make this one happen. Prey getting away, but Uzi with the damage. The first blood.
That was an all-in there that went haywire. It looked like he actually barriered late on Prey's side. I'll have to see that again here because that was so fast. The level 2 all-in, he couldn't find the ignite on the ground. He's looking for it all over. We'll see this one more time here. Uzi
all right.
Goes into the brush, gets level 2 from the minion by auto-attacking it. Perfect there. Ignites. Where's the ignite? He doesn't have Spell Thief. That's why he can't pick it up. So well done there.
Can't use Spell Thief if you leveled Sleepy Trouble Bubble. So Uzi knew as soon as that bubble missed, okay, he learned this, he missed this, it's time to do this.
I love that he went for the auto attack, not on the trade, but to hit level 2 on the minion wave and to have that second spell to go all in.
Uzi did an awesome job there, and that means we get to go to game number 3.
That was sick.
You were wondering, you got to be wondering what Uzi's thinking here. Can he beat this with the Syndra? Why did he not ban Zoe? Is this the right plan? The answer was yes, it was the right plan. And that means these guys are going to have one final 1v1 to see which one of them is truly the master of the Howling Abyss.
Oh, these legendary AD carries going on. I mean, this is so much fun because this is the mind games on top of the mind games. Like, if Prey goes for Zoe again, is he just going to adapt and say, we'll wait for level 3 and then I'll all in and have the power of having those summoner spells? Because that was one that Uzi definitely outplayed him on that.
Oh, 100%. Uzi recognized the fact that, okay, he can't have the sleep and the Spell Thief at the same time or else he wouldn't have learned Paddle Star at level 1, and you already saw him shooting the Paddle Star at level 1. So you know, as soon as you see one of those tools, the other one's not there. And as soon as he saw that, the immediate recognition and acknowledgement of, okay, let's go in.
That was so well played there, especially since the fact that he didn't have to ban the Zoe and he had the strategy for it. But this next game, I do want to see what happens in those picks and bans, because if he lets Zoe through again, I'm pretty sure Prey is not going to try the same thing over again.
Right, Prey learned his lesson. You would hope Prey learned his lesson. Level 3 worked, level 2 didn't because of the fact that you were able to abuse those summoner spells, or maybe Prey goes really cheeky and does it at level 2 again, but he learns Spell Thief this time.
Maybe, but we'll see.
I do not know. We will see how it plays out. Azir banned out by Uzi. Misfortune by Prey. 2 of the bans still the same.
Uzi, though, changed it up. Draven was his first ban in both of the games previously. Now the Azir is the first ban. The Kalista was the other ban that he had up there. There's Draven.
All right,
okay.
Draven. All right, he's just doing them a little bit different order this time. Let's see what you've got, Prey. What's it going to be? The final match, the decider. Thinking hard. Lucian, okay. 4 bans.
May just be the run back.
These champions have been banned in both games so far. They'll be banned again this time. Uzi, last chance to potentially ban the Zoe away.
Yeah. If I am Uzi, I ban the Zoe just because I feel like it's so hard to deal with, and I feel like Prey, I can get 1 game off him with the level 2. I don't think I get 2 off him with level 3, but Uzi, we'll see how confident he is.
Kalista, he thinks he can beat it again.
Doesn't want to go against the Kalista, the Azir, or the Draven, so just kind of choking out those 3. We've seen pretty much the same bans, but there's the adjustment.
All right, Prey bans away the Syndra, insta-locks the Zoe. No waiting around this time. He knows what he wants.
Oh, it's the run back. That's one of those things where you go smack in your head like, how did I let that happen? I'm the one who initiated the all-in.
Right.
Let's just not do that again. And the thing that happens here now is the change is the Syndra banned one more time. The Varus is what's left here.
Right. Now, you're saying that that's the run back. You have the dope moment, and you have to look at it like that. Prey's saying the problem isn't the champion. The problem is how I played the champion. I know I can win this. Uzi's saying the same thing. The problem isn't the champion. The problem is how I played the champion in game number 1. I can do the same thing.
Yep.
Both these players are ready to go at it, and I think this is probably the coolest way for this to end, considering they're both going to be making adaptations. Prey from game 2, Uzi from game 1. This is it. All the marbles. Whoever wins here goes on to play in the grand finale tomorrow.
The exact same picks and bans from game number 1 between these 2 guys. This is the final game, the final time that they will face off against each other here in this 1v1 in the last semifinal. You can see Prey there looking up to the sky. He is ready.
Ready, dude. Uzi's focused. Prey is ready.
And this has been an intense 1v1. It's back and forth. Some early kills here between both of these guys. Saw a level 2. I believe it's the first time we've seen a level 2 or a level 1 all in actually result in a kill in this 1v1 tournament.
This is why it's fun with these being best of 3s now as well, because you get to see the little minor adaptations they make from game to game to deal with each other. And even though we're seeing Prey play the same champion in all 3 games and Uzi switch back and forth between 2 champions, those small adaptations still mean it's a very different game each time. Just because they found what's worked, they found what hasn't, and going into game number 3, we'll see which one really has it down. Prey hanging out in his own brush this time, not willing to walk up. He knows that if they get into an extended auto attack fight, he's up against an 80 carry this time, so he's probably going to lose.
Yeah, and Uzi also running defensive summoner spells now. No offensive summoner spells to help boost the power of the Zoe. Because remember, Zoe all-ined him with like 250 HP, double barrier, had another summoner spell exhaust on top of it, so he was able to catch up to Uzi. So Uzi may be playing the farm or poke game here against the Zoe to keep her away. This may work for him, but also Uzi really wants to move on, man. This guy wants to defend his title, wants to be the back-to-back 1v1 champion, and Prey wants to put an end to that because this guy, he's been having fun, but it's all serious today.
All right, let's see which one of them can come out on top here. Prey firing off the paddle start into the minion wave this time, not looking for that fishing shot onto his opponent. A little bit of damage coming out from Uzi there to proc the Airy, and Prey's just going to continue shoving up, auto attack the minions, help your minions out. Prey only got 3 of those minions out of the 6.
It's mostly for the shove. He wants to shove it so he gets level 2 first, and that Uzi does not. Throwing it back. Gets level 2 so it doesn't have that fast push on a cannon minion.
Auto attack to proc the Airy, still gets himself back. Uzi a little bit lower HP for now, but remember he does have more potions to work with.
Exactly, he has 3 of those potions. And just used a single one of them here.
Cannon minions still pushing up. Remember, the cannon minions come on alternating waves on this version of Howling Abyss. So now the cannon minion has arrived. The reinforcements are here for Prey. Uzi continuing to try to push up. There's a lot of minions waiting there. Prey on the wrong end of these trades right
now. But remember, this is what happened in game 1. Prey was sitting very low on HP, and then it was the all-in. It was the summoner spell. So Uzi basically saying the same thing that Prey did in game 2, saying, all I did was mess up. That was it. It was just the fact that I didn't keep the poke pattern.
He's fine just sitting on top of the minion wave for now. Prey goes back, grabs his own health pack. Last time we saw Uzi deny that in this matchup.
Yeah, those spawn at 2 minutes and 15 seconds, respawn every 1:15 afterward.
There's your poke pattern.
There it is. And he's out of potions. He doesn't have any running right now either. You can see Uzi really committed to this Varus, and it's been working.
See how he can do now that he is pushed up underneath, almost underneath that enemy turret. This is where things got bad last time. Playing it slow and steady this time around. Prey with plenty of mana thanks to the mana flow band, proccing every 60 seconds to give him that mana restoration and free spell.
Yep. Issue here though for Uzi is he doesn't have an offensive summoner spell, right? No ignite, no exhaust to actually all in. It's defensive here. And that's why I kind of figured he would be going for a CS lead. But Prey gonna all in again. He's trying it. He's going for broke.
Prey trying to bait it out. He gets the exhaust, but will be first blooded by Uzi.
Can't reach the summoner spells. Uzi outplays and has the run back from game 1.
That's what you said, Zyrene. It's all in the execution. It's not the matchup. Uzi said that today. He comes back and gets his victory that he should have, in his mind, been able to get in game 1. He makes the corrections. He fixes the parts of the strategy that weren't in line, and he makes it happen. He's going to the finals.
He's going to the finals to defend his 1v1 crown and become the first 2-time All-Star 1v1 champ against Bjergsen, who's looking to reclaim that title. And right here, misses the Sleepy Trouble bubble. He started that off with a paddle star, and Uzi with the counter and the kill.
Poros explode. They run around with all their hearts and their tongues flopping everywhere, and Uzi, he just says, all right, we got it done. Prey, even though he lost, he's still got a smile on his face.
Still got a smile, and that's actually the most excitement I've seen out of Uzi in the 1v1 tournament so far. You can see he was definitely stressed about that. Prey pushed him to the limit.
And that's a sign of respect almost, I think. Because, like you said, in that little intro that we got to see, Uzi said, Prey's a really good player. This is going to be a tough match. He manages to beat him. It did go to all 3 games. So if you are Uzi, you're feeling a little bit of a sense of relief after conquering that opponent that you also had to play against earlier today in the 5v5s.
Absolutely, got the better of him both times, so that's going to be Uzi in the finals versus Bjergsen. We have the 2016 and the 2015 1v1 or 1v1 All-Star champs. And the thing as well is Bjergsen was playing a bunch of Zoe. We just saw that Uzi is okay playing into Zoe.
It could be the Zoe mirror matchup even. Maybe Uzi will break it out. Maybe he was keeping that one hidden today. I really want to see a Zoe mirror matchup, Irene. Sleepy Trouble, double Sleepy Trouble Bubble. It rhymes 3 different times. It's going to be awesome if they play it, but they might not play it. You never know. Either way, you're either going to have the defending champion keeping the belt, or you're going to have the guy who got it 2 years ago snatching the belt back. It's going to be an awesome thing to see no matter who wins it. And remember that it is going to be best of 5 as well. So those adaptations that we got to see today, those changes, slight adjustments, even if you're playing the same champions between matchups, we'll see even more of that when these guys go head-to-head.
Yeah, you make it this far in the 1v1 tournament because you have more things that are effective than there are bans that are possible. So you have to be able to at least play 4 to 5 things at an effective level in a 1v1. Then you just change up the strategy. So it becomes about the execution, because we saw the exact same picks across the board except for the Syndra for Uzi. So overall, we actually saw only 7 bans out of 6 total. And then we only saw 3 champions picked throughout these 3 games.
But we saw different adaptations throughout the whole thing. It was a lot of fun to watch, but now we're going to send it over to Shox, who is standing by for an interview with our 1v1 finalists.
Yeah, definitely so with Bjergsen and Uzi. And I'm first going to ask them about their individual victories in their semifinals. And Bjergsen, I want to ask you about that Tom Kench strategy you were up against. What happened there?
It was surprisingly close, actually. I knew that he was going to try to find a way to kill me because that's the only way Tom Kench can really win, but I didn't think it was going to be that close. He ate me and then dragged me half across the map, and it's definitely not something I had practiced against or really was ready for, so I'm pretty happy that I won that one.
You find yourself in the final, you'll be going up against Uzi. And Uzi, you had a very, very exciting semifinal versus Prey. I was quite surprised that you left the Zoe open in the 3rd game. Why did you choose to go for the same matchup? And what adaptation did you make to beat Prey in the Varus Zoe matchup?
就第1盘、第3盘你都让他选到了左一这英雄，然后第1盘输了，第3盘为什么可以取得胜利？
其实就是有点运气好吧，就是因为其实我自己也不是特别了解这个英雄，但是就打打看嘛，就感觉能打就打打看，对。
So he thinks he's quite lucky. He doesn't know how Zoe works like completely. So he will just play on a game to see how it goes, and he's lucky that he win.
Wow, fantastic. So that must be a bit scary for you because he doesn't even have to know what your champion will do. He's going to beat you, Bjergsen.
Well, it seemed like Prey didn't really know what Zoe did either, so I think I'm a bit more ready, and if Uzi leaves Zoe up against me, I think there'll be a different result.
Well, I am going to expand on that because I would like to give you guys both a chance to say something to each other as your opponents, because you are a 1v1 champion, but Uzi is the reigning 1v1 champion. So Uzi, what would you like to say to your opponent for tomorrow, Bjergsen?
就你有没有想对你明天对手比尔森说什么？
希望我们能有非常愉快的一局游戏吧，就是不要让我输得太难看，或者就是。
Well, he really wants a happy game tomorrow. Do not make him lose too, ugly.
Oh. Bjergsen, what would you like to say?
I mean, obviously, I'm here to get my title of the 1v1 champion back. I don't have too many bad things to say about Uzi because I think he is a really good player. And I said from the get-go, if I'm going to be in the final, Uzi will be in the final. And that ended up happening. So it'll be a fun match.
It'll be a fantastic match. Can't wait for that one. Well, congratulations to you both. That'll be very explosive tomorrow. Back over to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. A little preview of tomorrow's 1v1 final. Bjergsen versus Uzi.
Happy game.
Both of which, we're hoping for a happy series.
We are trash talking.
But both of them, former 1v1 champions, Uzi being the reigning champion as of right now. So it makes for, a very climactic finish to the tournament tomorrow to watch these two duke it out in a best of 5.
I don't know. It seemed like Uzi did know what Zoe did. Maybe not the intricacies, but he certainly understood her trading patterns, like how to constantly hide into the creep wave when the paddles
he figured him out after he lost in game 1,
yeah,
right? And then he's like, oh, now I got it.
Dodge skill shots and land your poke.
Right,
like, that's how it
do
is
what you
against
do
most
against
champions.
every
He changed his summoner spells and everything. He was very much.
No, I love it. But let's roll back through these 1v1s. We had 2 best of 3s today. Bjergsen versus Jisoo being the first one, followed by Prey versus Uzi. The first one, a 2-0 in favor of Bjergsen. But hey, Jisoo, he did put on his show. You asked for it to feature. You were rooting for him. He showed us some fun stuff.
I mean, especially the Tom Kench was amazing. The Draven one, I wasn't too excited about that one. And obviously here, the fact he actually ended up getting hit by that CC is a little bit unlucky for him, and he ends up dying. But
unlucky Zoe.
The next one was the super cool one where he almost managed to kill Bjergsen.
What about this shot? You're not going to talk about that at all? He goes straight for the health.
Look at this one.
This is the highlight here. I mean, unfortunate miss on the tongue lash there, because that probably would have ended the game in favor of
Yeah,
Bjergsen.
and the funny thing is, he has so much slow resistance with his runes as well, and then also his boots. He has swiftness boots in this one. So when he actually devours Bjergsen, he doesn't get slowed down, and that's why he can drag him so far back on the map. Sadly, because again, he missed the first one, he doesn't have the damage to kill him, and I think he kind of knew it's all in now or nothing. Yep. Not enough for him.
Damage or distance, but Bjergsen himself said that he was taken, by surprise with how much damage was dealt by that Tom Kench, as well as how far he was able to travel across the map.
Yeah, it was also the use and timing of the exhaust when he used it, because he wasn't close to the tower. He didn't have to use it to slow him down. He could do it to mitigate the damage. But like I said, it felt like Uzi figured out Zoe rather quickly over the course of these 1v1s.
Yeah, but Prey there in game 1, I mean, playing the use of 4 summoner spells to 2, essentially, to grab the victory in the auto attack trade at the end. This one here taking an ill-advised all-in at level 2 without the ability to pick up summoner spells.
So hilariously, I walked out of the room and I came back in, it was over. I looked at Dash, I was like, oh, that's ingenious. Uzi would take a champion that could kill someone at level 2 to kill Zoe before she got the opportunity to pick up the summoners. Dash was like, no, Prey actually just ran at him.
No, it was all Prey. Prey just walked forward and was like, we're gonna fight now. Uzi said, okay, I'll take the victory. Comes back with the mirror matchup from game 1, plays it better that time around, pushes himself to the finals. So now let's talk about that final matchup. Just real briefly, I have to correct myself. Earlier I said it will be a best of 5. It's actually a best of 3. It's the Dream Team tournament. That's the best of 5. So in a best of 3, Bjergsen versus Uzi. What could either of these guys taken away from these couple days here about the other to come in with a very solid plan to winning it all?
I feel like I know what to expect from Uzi. He's going to have this very stable roster of AD carries with the addition of the Syndra, and it doesn't feel like he's really wants to step outside of those champions.
Right.
So I feel like it's going to be on Bjergsen, and the ways he can come up with getting CS leads and stuff like that to try and finish it.
And there are certainly traps. Uzi always likes to get the initial push, so that way when the health relic spawns, that he has control of that, and that seems like a pretty obvious and fairly straightforward pattern. But a lot of these players, because it's different from Sunray Rift, the timings are different on the waves, the timings are different on the relic spawn or the relics being there at all, and I think he has it actually tracked, whereas the other players are kind of figuring it out as it goes. So I think it's an easy trap to set up that Uzi's going to get the initial push, and he's going to try to abuse that health relic. If I play a champion with CC, I can probably lay it down and catch him.
Yeah, I would expect Bjergsen to know all that, like he's been preparing on the 1v1 map as well. It's funny, both players are not really taking big chances in the way they're playing. Like, we've seen some all-in from certain players, like Yisu being one of them, but both Bjergsen and Uzi plays it very safe. There's just a big difference is Bjergsen is playing a lot of mages. He'll probably play Talia, try and go for the push again for 100 CS, where Uzi's, again, 80 carries.
So, who do you give the advantage to, the ADC or the mage then in a 1v1? Because granted, Prey isn't a mid laner. We did just see the AD carry come out on top 2-1 against the mage player in that 1v1.
I don't know. I would put a little bit of faith in the stability of the AD carries, right? The pattern for playing this is very straightforward, as Frost was talking about, trying to get that push, control the relics and stuff like that. But I'm super curious to see what Bjergsen's going to come out with, because, like we said, it's pretty easy to figure out. The differences are the cannon minions are desynced. The turret shots are a little bit different. You don't want the ranged minions taking any damage first, and you just one-prep the melees instead of letting them get hit by 2 turret shots. But once you have those down and the startings of the relics, that's when the creativity is going to come in. And I know that Bjergsen has been, playing some 1v1s and trying to come up with the cheese strategies. Mike Young said he had cheese champions that he was practicing against him,
Bjergsen,
and we haven't seen any of those.
That's true. That's true. He hasn't been pushed to the limit yet. He hasn't had to fall back on the cheese champions just yet. All right, with our finals locked in, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. The Dream Team tournament ends with a battle between the LPL and the LMS, while the 1v1 tournament closes out with a best of 3 between Bjergsen and the reigning champion in Uzi. Let's talk about that best of 5 Dream Team finals, because we've already hit the 1v1s plenty. LPL, LMS, revenge matchup. these two regions, they're familiar with each other, Frost. So what do you expect to see tomorrow?
And it's not even just the regions, it's the players themselves specifically. I mean, Ziv and Mako, AHQ, and EDG are practically sister teams. They scrim all the time, so those guys know each other inside and out. And like you said, it is that grudge match. AHQ denied EDG at Worlds, and so Mako can get a little bit of some home crowd advantage since the crowd seems to be mostly Chinese behind
I'm
him.
still baffled by that. The entire crowd speaks Chinese, apparently. Where did all the NA fans go?
All the LPL signs as far as the eye can see.
I am enjoying all the LED signs. We don't normally get those in the NALCS studios, and I'm enjoying finally having them. What are your guys' take on the LMS, the undefeated LMS here at the tournament up against the LPL, who showed some stuff today against Korea?
Yeah, I mean, the semifinal was almost too easy for LMS. They didn't really have to show a whole lot. They had fairly standard pick and ban phases. I'm sure each player has like a new pick ready he could pull out if it is a really close series and they want to surprise the LPL team, and they haven't really been forced to show that. We obviously know with LPL, Malzahar is like super hyper.
Lots of Malzahar.
But that's the thing, you know, they can take away the Malzahar, and it's cool because Fofo and CA both have really famous LeBlancs. So if it's the Malzahar goes down and then you're reaching for those pocket picks, both of them could be in a race, and we could see a much higher priority for mid picks.
I feel a little bit more comfortable with the LMS as far as champion pool goes. They feel more versatile. LPL was banning Zoe even on blue side, so it felt like Xie was relying a little bit more on things like Malzahar and stuff like that. And
Well, that's
maybe
because Uzi's not going to play. So yeah. Gotta ban it out if Uzi's not going to play. Well, as our week comes to a close, make sure to tweet your favorite moments from the tournament using that hashtag AllStar2017, and we'll kick off the show tomorrow by sharing your thoughts. Now, though, for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of All Stars. Good night. Welcome back to day 3 of the 2017 All-Star event. The fans have arrived to show their support for the remaining All-Stars in attendance as things here are winding down.
BB gets it first, looking for a second. It's in fact Casa that gets the kill. Ziv throws up that ice boulder, won't find the slow, won't need it. Solar Flare comes down and TPL are running for their lives. Ziv joins the board, shuts down Ziv. Zombie Ziv gets one back. Jisoo's taken down from beyond the grave. And that's where you use the stopwatch. That's still alive.
Oh my God, that ultimate.
Bullet time destroys the GPL. Welcome to the finals, LMS.
We're kicking off the 1 versus 1 semifinal.
There's your stun barrier. Jisoo can't do it. First blood to Bjergsen. Kube there with a great flank, zooming in forward. Mako trying to tie them up on the other side of Shea. He's so late in his fight, but Uzi lets it go with the bullet time. Not gonna find it though, no one dead just yet. Faker takes down Faker, and that might be enough. Knock up lands. Uzi takes down Gorilla and Prey. Not gonna get taken down.
we have to survive for 2 minutes long and then win yes.
I don't think they can do it. They've got no carries. They start them out, but that's it. Everybody dead, and the game goes to Korea. Shots, they just need to keep ambition out of the pit. They're going in with the ball time, trying to take it out with the misfortune. Gorilla steals it. Scoop, silence down there as Prey is not going to live through the assault. A double kill for Uzi. Faker tagged up as well, flashes and dies.
Nice, nice.
And a win here cements a brothers' war in the final of the 2017 All-Star. I think the barrier, he's got the summoner spells. He gets first blood. Taking it away, but Uzi with the damage, the first blood. He gets the exhaust, but will be first blooded by Uzi.
He's going to the finals to defend his 1v1 crown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You're either going to have the defending champion keeping the belt, or you're going to have the guy who got it 2 years ago snatching the belt back. Bjergsen looking for maybe a little bit more power.
The 2-0 for Bjergsen. Uzi outplays and has the run back from game 1.
I'm a little bit more unexpected, and I can pull out a lot of things that you might not expect.
有注意他玩一些我不知道的英雄哦。 我肯定是会希望我自己会拿了2个 solo 冠军，因为而且是连续的，而且是没有人做到的。
I'm back to regain my title.
Hello and welcome back for our final day of the 2017 All-Star event. Players from all around the world have shown their grit throughout this week of competition as we've welcomed the rise of new heroes and embraced the return of our favorite veterans. Hello everyone, I'm James Dash Patterson, and these three fools who were too chicken to jump into the fan 1v1s are Indiana Frosker in black, Chris Papa Smithy Smith, and Isaac Azael Cummings Bentley. How are we doing today?
I was gonna go out later on.
Oh yeah, the classic. I was just about to do it. Are you gonna use the same excuse?
Probably not.
No, you're not gonna go out there. Definitely too chicken. You're gonna own the chickenness. And how about you?
I can play some Nasa.
There it is. Let's go. Let's go. Get out there, guys. It's been a ton of fun. Shocks and I have been getting our butts kicked, but enjoying it nonetheless. Last night, we asked you to share some of your favorite moments from All-Stars, and here are just a couple to kick off our day. First up, this one's hard. Alucard Chad tweets about the man, the meme, the legend, and his clutch quadrant. Let's take a look.
Sneaky has to do it again. Big burst of damage down onto the Chinese squad. Curtain calls.
They're all up against the wall.
Hornster's time down. There's a deadly flourish. Hornster goes down. Barrett now enlisted. North America is helped out by Barrett. Double kill for Sneaky. He's going in. Barrett's flashed away from. Sneaky's in trouble. That's a triple. That's a quadra.
Yeah, I'm on board. I'm on board. You guys are going on the front. Yeah, you guys are on the front. You guys can stop it. You can stop it. Thresh MF. You got that. You got that. You got that. You got that. You got this. Nice. Yeah, we stopped it. We stopped it. They're gonna keep going. Nice. I'm coming. Watch the smiter. Watch the smiter. Just kill. Just kill. Just kill. Nice. Nice. My fucking boy, dude. Let's get it.
Yeah. I saw some grimaces on your face, Frosker, during that clip.
Well, I can't, like, the audio is so funny, though. They're so calm. Meanwhile, Zyrene's, like, losing
Yeah, I was
his
about to say, that's my favorite part is Irene screaming to, like, the third kill. Just, like, doesn't know how else to let that energy, like, out, aside from just a word vomit, essentially. Next up, the Fanglies had his mind blown by CA, who is way too clean on Kassadin. WTF.
Yeah, pretty egregious mistake as well, but here's Jisoo with the ultimate. He's actually going to go for it. Power River going to cut his way back in. Jisoo jumps on. Exhaust is good, though, from PoE. And now Jisoo, Shockwave back in. No way good to go. Still is the Ignite, but Jisoo actually still fighting. He might have gotten that kill there, but Power River did have the barrier.
And now he can push in. He can threaten the dive. He has to try to threaten the dive here. If he can get in,
he's going. No, that's too far.
Oh, it's a loss.
He got it. Oh my God, Jisoo!
You're kidding me. Jisoo comes up with a miracle kill there.
WTF?
Kassadin play? The most impressive Kassadin play I have ever seen.
Yeah. Credit to Jisoo, though, because that was probably the most hype ending to a 1v1 we've had so far.
It was pretty
He has been quite the explosive player.
That's literally one of those plays where you're not even mad that it's the wrong play. You're just like, that
Exactly.
was sick anyway.
I was pulling for him in the 1v1s just to have some new blood in the finals and somebody who was going to be willing to shake things up. That Tom Kench was a ton of fun to watch. Let's go ahead and take a look at that Kassadin play now, perhaps.
MLXG's running for his life. Malefic Visions is tagging across. The bullet time does so much damage. 957 as well as Shia. They get 2. That's a double, a triple. Going to be a quadra kill for Shia, and China are in the lead.
进可以秒吗？进可以秒吗？进 ，nice 可以一波可以杀完杀完一波杀完一波，杀完可以一波杀完 ，nice 这波勾进。
They cut the clip early, but I'm pretty sure NA won that game.
Yeah.
Closes it out cleanly from there,
must.
you know. Great job, guys.
I want a little camera on Frosker for every single one of these replays because on that one she's like fist pumping and like super pumped by. Keep tweeting your favorite moments and we'll keep sharing them throughout the show. Now, before we jump to today's matches, let's send it over to Shocks, who's standing by with Brazil's superstar bot laner to hear his thoughts on the event so far. Actually, I take that back. We're going to hold on here for just a moment. Maybe that interview will come to us in just a bit. Last night, the LMS defeated Southeast Asia to earn their spot today versus the LPL, who took Korea to 3 games and earned their slot in the All-Star Finals.
And look, at the end of the day, LMS are 5-0. They've definitely crept up, and once again, they've been able to be just so powerful. And with a roster that, on reflection, looks very strong, but pre-tournament, everyone was looking at China and Korea, and the LMS very impressive.
But Papa Smithy, the only game that the LPL has lost, they technically won the team
You
fight
would say that,
in the
Oscar.
middle of the
It says
map.
2-1 there. I can see the number.
Yeah, they took the loss, man. There's no taking that away from them.
Remember, the game
LMS
ends.
looking strong, undefeated so far. But there will be some questions around, the strength of schedule per se, in such a short
They beat
timeline
Korea.
to have not
Yep.
had. That's true. They did beat Korea. Didn't have to play them in that best of series, right?
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting. Obviously, they had the easier of the semifinals. No one's really going to debate that, but they have looked fantastic. And, Karsa has been amazing throughout the entire tournament. So it's going to be really exciting to see how they actually stack up against the LPL team.
It's also the fact that they really haven't had to show anything. Even in their game against Korea, you haven't seen any of these big surprise picks come out of the LMS. It's been a couple of Zoes here and Azir for Fofo, but he really hasn't had to stretch his champion pool at all to get here.
I mean, the other thing to consider is that this is perhaps BB's last hurrah, right? He's at least stated that he's going to retire. Who knows what will happen, but watching him play so far throughout this tournament has been spectacular. Some real highlight plays for him up against Uzi and the LPL. If he comes away with victory in this best
Cancel
of
the
five,
retirement,
that's a
he's
pretty,
still good, baby,
that's
let's
a pretty
go.
great way either to go out, right, or to reignite.
Yeah, we didn't even get to show the pentakill as one of the highlight plays at the start of the day, and it's one of those things where, players have certainly retired in League of Legends, but a lot of them have gone out with whimpers. So to actually go out with a big tournament like this, potentially a tournament victory, retiring on the top is pretty sweet.
Now, all this said, even with that momentum behind them, many consider the LMS to be the underdogs in this matchup versus the LPL. So let's talk about this LPL squad so far.
So for me, the LPL squad has shown a lot of diversity in their playstyle. They've played from behind, they've played from ahead, they've shown more. It kind of feels like a meta read or a little bit safer. You look towards the LMS and you're like, I don't necessarily know if I agree with a lot of these draft tendencies, prioritizing Rise, letting things like the Xerath, the Misfortune go through, but maybe that was just a read on the GPL and maybe we'll see that shift up. But so far for this tournament, we don't have the same evidence because right now I just think that LPL are just a stronger drafting team right now, but they've been pushed harder.
And potentially they prepped a lot more. So it does feel like, especially as games go on, they have this kind of ability and tendency to play games out cleaner than a lot of other teams I have here, where the solo queue tendencies come through more. And to me also, it's been actually an ability to look at the solo lane as the two WE players and really highlight how 957 and Shia, every time I see them up close, my tier list ranking of where these guys land goes up and up because 957 especially has been right up there with Karsa as one of the stars of this tournament.
Yeah, and I agree with that, but I think a lot of people will go about the synergy that the LPL squad have going in, doing that 2-week boot camp. On the other side, though, you have 2 JT members, you have 2 Flash Wolves members, especially in their key shot calling positions. So there's just as much, individual, at least flex queue synergy for the Flash Wolves, or excuse me, for the LMS as there is for the LPL.
Let's talk about some of the synergies, though, within this team, right? So you've got Karsa and Sword Art, and we've even heard from Ziv that he thinks that those two as a pair have largely contributed to the success of this roster at the tournament so far. Looking over the flip side, MLXG, that's the guy who's going to be tasked with kind of tracking Karsa and perhaps, unsettling him a bit, as Karsa really seems to have found his own in this tournament.
Yeah, Karsa has been amazing, and we have been lately hearing a lot of talk about jungle support synergy. Obviously, with the TSM roster changes, with Ziv talking about it here, it's been such a focal point of the game. And MLXG, I think, is going to have a good series to be able to at least contain Karsa. He doesn't have to be, carrying, but Karsa has been an absolute monster and was pivotal in the LMS taking down the LCK team in groups. So if you don't contain this guy, he certainly could take over.
And pretty much 1 and 2 in every jungle statistic for them. You, of course, talk about the supports as well. Let's talk about this bot lane matchup a little bit, as it is BB against Uzi, as well as Sword Art versus Mako.
Yeah, the big guy there, Mako. I think Mako has been so underrated for so long. Like, people sing his praises, but I think he is the cream of the crop, the best support in the world, and unfortunately, he just doesn't get to compete in the region to really prove that. But in this roster, we get to see the dream team, Uzi versus Mako, and it has just been beautiful to watch.
And again, it's a uniquely strong performance at All-Stars for the LMS. Remember, Sword Art has actually never been the voted-in support. It has been Maple monopolizing mid lane and removing that third star Flash Wolf from being able to play. So seeing that synergy with Karsa that we know about on the international stage for Flash Wolves, now it's here with his national team, and that's been really big.
Coming away with a victory and your debut All-Star performance would be a pretty sweet way to go. We'll find out how that match plays out later in the day, because first up, we've got a clash between 1v1 Kings, Bjergsen and Uzi, and I want to know straight up from you guys who you think will walk away with the 1v1 crown. Frosker, and we're going to start with you.
Surprise, surprise, I'm going for Uzi. He had it last year. I think he's going to go back-to-back with this one. I think he's shown a little bit more diversity so far than Bjergsen. Bjergsen's been sitting on the mid lane picks. He's going for the kills, even though he did have one of those in the 100 CS win. But Uzi has shown the Syndra, he showed the Vera, so it's AD carry and mid lane picks for him.
I'm sandwiched between the LPL analyst and the NALCS analyst, so I feel like I know where these guys are going. So yeah, it is on me. I've always said that I think that Uzi's the best laner of all time. It's 1v1, it's laning, so I've got Uzi here. He's looked very strong. He's taking it epically serious. The Uzi versus Prey series, and Uzi's reaction when he did drop a single game was a sight to behold, so I think he's got this.
And to get the run back, right? You know, showing that he learned from game 1 to, you know, get that run back in games 2 and 3. Azael?
So I do actually think I have to go with Bjergsen, and for me, it's not necessarily about the adversity. It's about the fact that he's playing so much to win. Like, his strategies have been very well crafted. I think the Taliyah pick was really smart. Like, the way he beat Faker, he didn't have to be better than Faker because he outthought Faker, and I think that's so much about 1v1. It's preparation, it's utilizing the best runes, it's utilizing the best strategies, and, you know, when I saw Uzi versus Prey took a game off him with Zoe, and that Zoe was not impressing me very much. So I think Bjergsen can play that at a higher level, and if you allow Bjergsen the flexibility to get the pick advantage, I think he's going to win.
I was just about to ask that question, so I'm going to kind of turn this to you guys. What's your defense there for Uzi, as he did play, you know, AD carry versus mage matchup yesterday against a non-mid laner? Lost it, yes, did learn from it, but Bjergsen, without a doubt, will understand or be more comfortable piloting some of those mages. So do you think ADC or mage inherently has an advantage?
For me, I think ADC does, because I think the easier way to win it is to take the defensive summoners and then just go for the CS victory as opposed to the all-in victory. I think that takes a bit more craftsmanship, which is why Bjergsen's victories have been so impressive, as Azael was talking about. In terms of the Zoe matchup, I think either Uzi will ban it away or maybe he'll let it go through once. Bjergsen will just absolutely smash him with it, and then hopefully he'll learn his lesson.
Yeah.
All right, only needs one more
Final
win.
thoughts here, Papa Smithy?
Yeah, I'm thinking about what's been played here, and I feel like about the projected mage pool, Zoe, and the Sindri definitely knows, because that was a pick he played in the mid lane himself, has played this tournament. You could think either about the Taliyah and go for the CS victory, but I don't think that works either. So I'm optimistic that Uzi knows where he's strong, and certainly he's going to be on the 80 side.
There you have it. We'll see who's the last man standing as we send it down to Quick Shot to introduce our competitors.
Thank you very much, Dash, and hello, everybody. Welcome to the Battle Theater, where this prestigious venue will play host to the 2017 All-Star 1v1 Finals. 16 competitors started the bracket, but we're down to only 2. And we need to find out who will become the Highlander of the Howling Abyss. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you the first of the 2 combatants, the king of the North American LCS, the crown mid laner that gives TSM their name. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bjergsen!
Trying to force double lift to miss CS, but gets the knockback.
That's it. There's a 3. There it is. Bjergsen, 150 points for Fire, and your #1 in the 1v1 2015 All-Star competition.
The former 2015 1v1 champion is trying to reclaim the title from the current 1v1 champion, the crown jewel of the LPL, the carry that put the name Carry in AD Carry. Ladies and gentlemen, from RNG, I present to you Uzi!
Maple not optimizing that passive. 3 stacks on him now. He's gonna back up, does get the Q, but he's
no exit.
Done for.
And Uzi is gonna be your 1v1 champion.
There can be only one who gets to keep their head. May the finalists with the fastest fingers finish first. Put your hands together for Uzi versus Bjergsen.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I am Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, ending my year the same way I started it, standing here in the Battle Theater next to one of my favorite casting cohorts, Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kinsler. I'm excited for this.
Super excited. I mean, the 1v1s have been really up and down. Some people going for all in for the kills, some people going for the CS, and these 2 guys have really shown that they deserve to be here.
This should be a very exciting match. Like Quickshot told us all, this is the champ from 2 years ago versus the champ from last year. Either Uzi keeps the belt, goes back-to-back, has that cool statement to make, or Bjergsen rips it back away from him and says, no, this is mine.
I know, and the stage is perfectly set right now. I've always been a very optimistic person as well. Even though North America was knocked out of the 5-on-5s early in this tournament, it actually gave them more time for Bjergsen to practice for the 1v1s. You know, he had a clear mind. Everybody was, had these cheese strategies trying to 1v1 him and get him prepared. So I feel like there's going to be a lot more diversity than the desk was talking about before. They're like, oh, only a couple of mid-lane champions for him. Now we're going to see some flavor.
Well, let's hope we get plenty of that flavor, but for those of you who need a reminder, here's the rules for winning the 1v1 crown here today. You must be the first player to either last hit 100 minions, achieve first blood on your opponent, or destroy a tower before the opponent does. Fulfill any of those 3 win conditions, and you win the game. Win 2 games, you win the match, you get the trophy, you get the belt, you get everything.
And let's go over some of the things that we've already seen be successful in the 1v1 tournament. Because Azale was talking about planning, and planning really does go a long way. We've seen that the futures market, as far as at least your secondaries, has been very valuable to get a lot more potions. Because a lot of these 1v1s have been actually ending before the 100 CS mark, and you want that sustained super early on. We have also seen a lot of the success of the AD carries and mid lane champions primarily, but Zoe, Bjergsen was specifically talking about he knows how to play it better than Prey showed yesterday. So if Uzi does end up leaving that open, we'll get to see it in the hands of someone who's actually put a bunch of time on the champion.
And let's not forget Uzi's words to Shox yesterday after his victory over Prey. He didn't really know how Zoe worked. He just managed to outplay Prey on it. So
it worked.
If he's up against somebody who knows the champion a little bit better, it might be more difficult for him.
And Uzi, even though he did say, oh, I don't know how it works, he made some adjustments that made it seem like he did understand how it works, as he changed his summoner spells, and he didn't want to give over any more exhausts or things like Ignite to the Zoe, who is going to do the all-in, run at you and try and pick them up with the spell thief, with their W, and run you down. Now, that's why we're going to be really closely watching this champion select, because usually, the blanket 80 carry bans have been thrown at Uzi, but I really like the Syndra target bans that have been thrown at him. Apparently, Chapstick is hilarious.
Hey, you can't have chapped lips. You're going into the Howling Abyss. It's cold. You got to be ready to go. But if Uzi didn't know how Zoe worked, the man was a very quick study. Like you said, he adapted very well up against Prey. He knows a bit more about it going into the matchup today. And both these guys, one thing we saw yesterday when Bjergsen was going into his matchup against Jisoo, he said he was ready for some of these picks that weren't really optimal in his mind. He said the 80 carries and the mid laners he thought were the best. Well, these two, their champion pools are similar, right? You've got the 80 carries, you've got the mid laners, you've got these champs that people are expecting. It's not Olafs and Tom Kenches and the kind of stuff that Jisoo was playing. So I'm expecting these two to have a good feel for each other. But we did hear Uzi say in the opening little bit of a insight we got into what they were thinking before this, he was concerned maybe Bjergsen's going to play something he's not familiar with.
Could be the case. We saw him hovering the Heimerdinger before. Deficio got super excited.
Deficio really wanted. Deficio commented, I believe, on Bjergsen's tweet last night too, just donger with an exclamation point. He wants to see the Heimerdinger.
Yeah, I mean, Heimerdinger actually could be successful in 1v1s, but it would primarily be into like melee matchups. And the thing about this is that it's blind pick, so you don't see if they're actually chosen a melee champion beforehand. So maybe not so much.
It's a little bit risky, especially when your opponent is known as one of the #1 80 carry players in the world. And I don't know about you, Kobe, but in League of Legends, I think 80 carries are usually mostly ranged.
I think they're overrated. As a jungler myself, I just like to prey on them. They seem like easy kills.
I would rather just play Xin Zhao into them and run at them. My butt.
That's my man.
That's what we do. That's how you do it. But that's probably not what we're going to see here in the Howling Abyss today. And you were talking about the runes a little bit earlier. And yesterday, one rune we saw a lot of in terms of keystones, because, it's normally the biggest, most important rune.
It is the biggest as far as size of the sphere.
Okay, fair enough. That's the biggest circle is the keystone rune, but Airy is getting a lot of popularity in these 1 versus 1s. We're seeing that consistency way out huge.
And that really does make sense, because Airy is the keystone designed for trading in lane. The lowest cooldown of those ones that just add damage, to your spells and to the harassment that you're trying to get off on your opponents. So we've seen it really be the priority. However, comment as far as 5-on-5s and duo lanes, we saw a lot of that if you have ways to keep them in it. So maybe there's a little bit of flexibility, but you're right. It's pretty much been sorcery and inspiration as your secondary and the normal way to go. We'll be tracking these runes very closely to see if there's anything outside the box, though. to update you guys. We do have them just finishing up a couple more settings on stage. That's why we're delaying.
Gotta make sure you're getting ready. They gotta make sure they're in the right zone for this. This is for the crown. It's for the trophy. That's a Draven axe in an ice cube. That's really cool looking. You don't want to leave that up to some settings being messed up.
Yeah, honestly, I think it is definitely an upgrade from the one that we had a couple years ago. I saw that in the video or whatever. Bjergsen had just the kind of ice pillar or something.
Yeah.
This one's got some more, personality to it.
Yeah, we cut down part of the pillar. We threw an axe in it. And now,
here we
talking
go.
about. That's the improvement. The music starts up. The camera zooms out, and we are into Champion Select. Let's see how the bands go.
Misfortune is the #1 band here. Captain Flowers right off the
Following
table.
that one up, it's going to be a Zir on the other side of
Oh
Champion
my
Select
God.
Bobby. Oh my goodness gracious. I never imagined. Yes, I did. These champions are actually pretty common to see throughout the band so far.
We have
80
the-
carries and mid laners. Who would have imagined? Mid laners banned against the mid laner. 80 carries versus the 80 carry.
All right, the Prime Trio has been banned out there with Lucian rounding it up for Bjergsen here, and Uzi forced to ban Syndra himself, even though it's blended his most played mid lane champions. And there we go. That's what everyone wanted to see. Zoe on display.
All right, let me harken back to what Proscurin said a grand 5 minutes ago. She thinks Uzi will leave Zoe open one time. Bjergsen will go crazy with it, and at that point forward, it will have a spot on Uzi's ban list. Now let's see what he thinks he can play into this, because he knows Zoe is available, and he will take that Kalista that Prey kept banning against him yesterday.
So here's one of the things with Kalista. Obviously, she has the earliest built-in dash in the entire game because you can get it with the auto attack and keep autoing and hopping backwards as Zoe runs at you with her summoner spells. So this is probably what he's looking for here. As the Zoe starts the charge, usually it will be a level 3 charge. Once she gets the extra point, puts it in their spell thieves, and then just tries to run at you and pick up your summoner spells as you drop them.
Now, the one thing you also want to keep in mind, 2 offensive summoner spells from Uzi. Bjergsen, if Uzi uses those, can pick them up once he has Spell Thieves and continue to apply that extra pressure in the 1 versus 1. That's one of the adaptations we
last
saw
minute
yesterday.
switch, though.
Last minute switch. He's trying to trick him up a little bit.
He's got the heal now instead of the ignites. Give him a little bit more speed.
Gives him a little bit more speed, and it's something Bjergsen can't pick up to kill him with. We saw that be a mistake yesterday. One of the things that sort of hurt Uzi, one of the adaptations he made in between the first games and the last games of that match, he wanted to deny that ability to allow the extra all-in potential.
All right, now one thing I will say about this map specifically here, Howling Abyss, playing against Zoe, I can see why Uzi wants another chance of this. He had 2 victories yesterday, but also you can stay right in the middle of the map, so you're not close to the edges. That's where, if the bubble misses and hits a wall or something, it gets to take up a very big part of the map. And Howling Abyss is pretty straightforward. Don't stand next to the wall, and as long as you can use the minions as well, there are actually a lot of ways that you can dodge the Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble. We saw Prey miss it a couple of times in his all-ins against Uzi yesterday. Bjergsen, like you mentioned earlier, saying he's commanding a greater mastery of the champion than Prey was able to muster from what we saw.
Look at it right there. Oh my God.
Reaching into the portal. Oh, we didn't get to see what he found. I don't know if she actually has different things that come out of the portal like Caitlyn does with hats, but if she does,
oh my God,
that's one of my favorite things to spam in the game.
We're in for another 20-minute hat talk with Happy
We ain't even
Flower.
going to have a 20-minute game, Kobe. This is 1 versus 1. This is fast-paced, high-octane League of Legends action.
That's true. Let's take a look at the paddle star. Gonna hit right there from Bjergsen, predicting the hop from Uzi. A lot of this game, as far as 1v1 does go, comes down to predictions, right? And getting a handle on a couple of the ways that your opponent has a tendency to dodge really does bode well for Bjergsen. Now you can see he's focusing on the minions, trying to get the push going.
And he will find that level 2 in time. Uzi level 2 now as well. And for Bjergsen, normally you look at Zoe and you think, okay, she needs to hit the bubble, and then she can hit the paddle star, but Bjergsen has just been landing these pretty well so far. Gonna go ahead and use the bubble there as a zoning tool. Paddle star connects again. Uzi's got to be a little bit more careful about dodging away from these, Kobe. He's eating a few too many.
I mean, you can say be careful about dodging the bubbles, but the bubbles take up half of the map. I was saying, oh yeah, this map's better than Summoner's Rift for dodging the bubbles because you don't have to be in a small jungle corridor, but it still takes up about half of the corridor there. And you could see he couldn't walk back into it, so that allowed Bjergsen then to land his paddle star anyways, but you still want to dodge it because then you don't get hit with the bonus damage.
And you can see a little Zoe bubble there on the ground. It does contain Ghost. That's not something that Bjergsen can use immediately to great effect, considering Uzi is so close to the turret. You're not going to run him down in some sort of a long lane, some kind of a sprint situation. So
with the minion, though,
how that continues to go here. Okay, a cleanse. Going to just pick that one up, pop it to get the
so fresh and so clean now.
Extra damage. Yep, always feeling good. Uzi continuing to farm up. He's feeling all right, too. 21 to 24 in the CS department, so very even farm between these two. So many times in these 1v1s, you see somebody play, you either play for farm or you play for push. And both these guys seem to be playing the farm game the same as Bjergsen, looking to go in now, able to find the Sleepy Trouble bubble. Paddle Star finds its way onto Uzi, who pops the heal.
Oh!
Nearly down. Barely walks away, but he has both summoner spells remaining.
Yeah, very close right there. Uzi almost able to get off and finish up Bjergsen, but now he is going to get the recall off, it looks like. So Bjergsen pushing the cannon minion wave into the turret.
Will Bjergsen go up and grab that heal, or will he get back right now?
I'm going to go with option number 2 because it's later, and I can see that he already chose that option.
I was going to say, you're cheating, and you're looking at the monitor that has the option anyway. You already know.
Meanwhile, he was able to perk up the extra 4 potions right there for Bjergsen, so he has a lot of sustain coming back to this matchup. Yes, Uzi is an AD carry, and he does have lifesteal on the double Dorans, but that doesn't mean as much as the constantly chugging potions that we'll see here. Bjergsen now trying to thin out the wave, see if he can look to gain control again.
And I mean, potions are such a big part of these 1v1s, right? It's like Papa Smithy said, this is laning. You are essentially just playing through an exaggerated laning phase that the jungler can't mess with. And you've got to respect the value of the potions in that. Bjergsen going to go ahead, drop an Ignite that he picked up onto Uzi there. Battlestar trying to come back in. Does manage to find him, utilizing the ulti. Nice job there on Bjergsen, giving himself that extra little bit of range. But Uzi still looks just fine, using his own potion to heal back up. Bjergsen feeling a bit more comfortable now. Has that extra reach with the ulti, but you have to remember, Zoe's ult doesn't really add a big oomph like most other champions.
Well, Kalista's ultimate has nobody.
Doesn't do anything on a 1v1. She actually just can't do anything with it. Bjergsen finds the Sleepy Trouble bubble. Can't get a Paddle Star in time, just goes for the auto attack. Remember, once somebody does go to sleep from the bubble, the next source of damage to hit them will wake them up from the CC, but will also deal double damage up to a cap. So you got to make sure you try to hit him while he's asleep if you can. 51 to 46 in the CS department. Bjergsen continuing to push up now. Abuse the AoE on the Paddle Star.
Yeah, that's the #1 rule of most fights, actually. If they fall asleep while you're fighting them, get your hits in then.
Just hit them with something. It don't matter.
Regardless, though, we do have some rune information coming in now as well. And it does look like, you know, we're talking about the secondary choices. Bjergsen, once again, has gone for the biscuit delivery, as well as the futures market, where you go into debt, buy some more potions, and it gives you this amount of control that we're seeing here, where he has the extra sustain. Whereas Uzi has gone for the second wind, as well as the mirror shell this time around for the flat magic resist. You know, that's coming from the resolve tree, so gives you a bit of more sustain, but not quite as high of an impact as the extra potions.
Now you see, I think that's, Uzi's thinking in terms of Summoner's Rift, right? Because on Summoner's Rift, secondary Resolve Tree can be great if you're going into a lane like this and you think you're going to take some damage. Second wind's like a Dorian Shield passive, Mirror Shell, it's extra MR. But this ain't Summoner's Rift, it's over when you get a kill.
Well, also, the Resolve Tree gains some value too the longer it goes, right? Because you went into debt to buy those extra potions, and you're constantly getting value out of your second wind, as well as the flat magic resist. So Uzi here farming up to level 7 now, and he has the Vamp Scepter, so sustain now. He's in a very comfortable spot. Plus, he has the extra tankiness. He's really been able to kind of work through the initial scary part, but now they're walking up with the redemption found from Bjergsen.
I always have to stop for just a second to be like, wait, hold on a second, because I see the redemption. I'm like, nobody's playing a support in this game. Nobody's rushing redemption in 1 versus 1.
That's true.
And then you remember Zoe's on the map, and anything is possible. Bjergsen's still farming these up. 70 to 62 in farm, but Uzi's got a nice HP advantage for now. Steps on the trouble bubble. Bjergsen trying to make that AoE happen, does not find it, so he misses out on the sleep bonus damage.
Yep, gotta go with the footwork there. Uzi walks behind the minion.
Instant gets popped!
And he takes the drink. Easy victory there. Yep. Calm Uzi. He knows that it's a best of 3 though. Can't get too excited.
Getting a little big for his britches, jumping in like that, straight up in Uzi's face. Had very little HP remaining, and Uzi punishes.
Yeah, Uzi, he played the grind game. I was just about to talk about how he walked behind the minions, so even though he got hit by the Sleepy Trouble bubble, they were blocked by the minions, and then Bjergsen found himself very far up, and Uzi easily able to take him out, rends him down, and takes first blood here on the Howling Abyss.
You can see Uzi there with that clap. He knows he did good. Only got to do it one more time, and that trophy is his. He gets his back-to-back goal.
Good.
Yup, the man did what he needed to do. It was looking a little sketchy there for a while because he was going down in farm. Bjergsen had controlled the waves better overall up until that point. Doesn't matter how good you control the waves if you jump into him and Kalista spears you.
He's got his resolve tree, gets a bunch of lifesteal, grinds it up, and he's finally able to close out. Now let's see. What is Bjergsen going to go to in his time of need? Because this is just a best of 3. He can't lose another one. He's going to have to go to one of those flavor picks or cheese picks or whatever you want to call them that we were hyping up. Everyone keeps saying, oh, Mike Young's been practicing with him. He's got cheese picks.
Oh, my God.
Everybody's
going to be.
What is it going to be, Captain Flowers? What's your cheese pick?
Oh, my cheese pick is in Zhao because I only play 2 champions. So I'd probably play that if I was in this, but that's why I'm not in this, Kobe, because these guys have a little bit more up their sleeves than I do. My sleeves are a little bit constricted.
Uh-oh, more chapstick.
More
That's
chapstick.
the answer.
That's the cheese right there. You got to get the chapstick, make sure the lips are comfortable. Then you can start thinking about what you're going to do in the game. Out of the game, that's what comes first.
It's really about the second layer of protection there. The first layer just kind of softens it up, but now he's ready.
Now he's ready to go. But you know what I want to see in this second game is whether or not Bjerg takes the same approach to it that we kind of saw Uzi and Prey take to their third game yesterday, which is where they took the same champs that they had played earlier, and they had both lost once on each. So you're saying it's not the champ, I messed it up. It was my fault, it's not the matchup. Does Bjergsen see it that way? Is he comfortable playing the same matchup again, thinking he just misperformed it? Or is he thinking, okay, Zoe into Kalista doesn't do as good as I thought it was going to do. Let's
Too bad, Captain Flowers. We will never get to the center of that Tootsie Pop. We will never know the answer because Uzi has banned it out.
Well, Froskuren, you were right. She said he was going to play against it one time and then ban it away, and Uzi will ban it away in the second game. But
you're giving free credit there. She said he was going to lose to it.
Froskuren, you were wrong. I rescind my previous comment. But now, the Syndra is open. That's the thing. You ban away these 3 champions last time that you respected from Bjergsen's pool. You had to remove one of them. He decided Syndra was the one he was most comfortable with. That is available for Bjergsen now, while Bjergsen's bans will remain the same between games 1 and 2. The Kalista, he says, is not as much of a problem as any of these 3 would be, and it looks like Bjergsen is going to break out what he used to beat Faker.
Oh, baby.
In the same matchup he used to beat Faker.
Who's the better Syndra? Uzi or Faker then?
Is Uzi... So wait, if Uzi wins this one, do we say that Uzi is the better Syndra than Faker?
We probably say Uzi is the best player in the entire world of all time since the beginning. No, we'll have to... we'll have to dial it back a little bit.
He'll have the 1v1 trophy. He will have won the matchup that Faker lost. I mean, at that point, you're not exaggerating too much, are you, Kobe?
You're building a very convincing case, my friend.
Well, let's see how convincing of a case these guys can build for themselves, because I want to see the all-in. I want to see the blood for this one. We got to see the champion kill to end that last game. We haven't actually got to see any of these 1v1s in through turret kill at all throughout the course of this whole All-Star 1v1 event this year, which I think is cool because turret kills aren't champion kills, and that's why I want to see them all in. So hopefully we get to see this one go down with an epic 1v1 fight.
I think if we do get to that point, it's probably going to be an advantage to Uzi because Uzi's the one with the level 6 ultimate that is designed for solo kills, whereas Talia, not a very useful ultimate here for the Howling Abyss.
Not a very useful ultimate, but let's not forget, last time around, Uzi didn't even have an ultimate. Uzi didn't have a W. Uzi had 2 skills and managed to find his win, so let's see what he can do here in this one. Taking a look at the summoner spells, you got 4 unique ones between the 2 champions. Barrier Exhaust, that common takeover for Bjergsen. Uzi swapping it up, going to that Silsol special we talked about yesterday. Ignite and Heal on this Syndra. Some extra burst power, some extra survivability, and movement power to maybe step out of the way of something coming from the Talia if he ends up getting himself in a rough spot. I like it.
Nice reference, by the way. Some throwback NA.
I've been playing for a long time, too. I've been playing since 2009. I wasn't good in 2009 like you guys were, but I've been playing since then.
I see you, Captain Flowers. All right, well, as far as the runes go, we can update you once again. Uzi, he's sticking to his Mirror Shell in second win Resolve combo, whereas Bjergsen goes for the Futures Market as well as the Biscuit Delivery, and he's all about heavily drinking in the 1-versus-1 matchup.
Gotta keep chugging those potions and going back to base. We know how Bjergsen likes to play this one. He wants to shove out, pressure Uzi, keep him under the turret, make him have to respond to the minions, and win through that sort of pressure. That's how he managed to beat Faker.
And remember, a little bit different turret damage to minions on this map, as we've seen over and over. A lot of the guys have gotten used to it by now, but if the ranged minions take much damage at all, then they just get one-shot by the turrets. So you don't want to prep those yourself, just wait for the turret shot, and then you can finish it off, whereas the melee minions on Howling Abyss are very similar to ranged minions from Summoner's Rift.
You can see Uzi trying to adapt to that right now, but that turret damage you were talking about can make it very, very difficult. At that point, what do you even do as the Syndra? The minion is at half HP.
You pick it up, and you throw it in his face.
Well, what happens if you don't know to pick up the minion ability, Kobe? He doesn't have it learned yet. He's got his soccer ball kick.
Then too bad.
Well, too bad. All right, too bad. So sad. Sayonara, you missed out on this one. Bjergsen going back to base. Uzi slightly off the mark for interrupting it. 15 CS to 8. This is exactly the game Bjergsen wants to play. It's slow and it's steady, but it wins the race.
Pick that sucker up.
There we go. Oh, he's level 3 now. Now he has the ability to pick it up.
This is going to be interesting because Uzi only has one Doran's ring at the moment because he didn't have to go back. And Bjergsen, with that early recall, has given kind of wave pushover back to Uzi. However, the extra ability power here from his second ring might be the difference. And if you're talking about looking towards all-ins and 1-versus-1s, the Talia would theoretically want to get that done before level 6 if he really thought it was going to come down to it.
Unfortunate skill shot placement there for Uzi, just slightly off on both of them. Bjergsen stepping back to grab his health pack. Will continue pushing up into this wave. Got a lot of work ground down, though.
Does have a lot of work ground down, gives him the extra speed, though it does reduce the amount of shots that are going to come out. He has a very healthy CS lead, though, so yeah, it's either go super long, for the CS lead and just kind of work around the Syndra ultimate, maybe build some defenses later on. Biscuit Delivery has arrived here for number 1, so that will help as well for the sustain and for kind of grinding out that CS lead that he's been able to accrue.
And Biscuit Delivery, I mean, it's not a mastery, or a rune, excuse me, that you see a lot of the time on Summoner's Rift, so I think a lot of times people forget that not only does it function as a potion, it also gives you extra mana whenever you eat them. So that's going to help him as he continues to play this out and continues trying to play this shove game.
One of the most important things is, of course, dodging in the skill shot matchups here. And as we've seen, some pretty good dodges there from Bjergsen, avoiding a lot of the damage at the moment, but it doesn't really cost Uzi that much. As you can see, very high on mana.
Ooh, nice placement there from Bjergsen, but Uzi responding with some well-placed abilities of his own. Bjergsen needs to be very mindful of this if Uzi ticks level 6.
And remember, Uzi is also running the Ignite. So that will stick on him even after the barrier is going to time out if they're trying to look for that burst.
Bjergsen respecting what Uzi can do here. Uzi 3/4 of the way to level 6. Bjergsen now finding his own ultimate ready to go. But like you mentioned earlier, Toby, it doesn't do anything. You can throw the wall at him when he's backing and sort of delay him a few seconds, but outside of that, you won't get much use out of it.
Yeah, he could try and go for a back himself and then ult back to the lane maybe and use the extra item power as a little bit of a advantage, but Uzi's doing his best to clean out the minions right now, and we'll see if Bjergsen does. He actually did skill it, so probably going to use it back to lane.
He skills it, and he also picks up a completed Mercury Treads. He wants to make sure he not only has the movement speed to step out of the way of the skill shots from Uzi's Syndra, but he wants to make sure that if he does get hit by the stun, it's going to be lessened, and whatever he gets hit by, the extra magic resist will make it so maybe he doesn't get 100 to 0'd, and he can continue to survive and play this farm game that he's still up.
So instead of using it to get back to lane quicker, he's decided to cut off the minions. This builds up a double stacked wave here. You can see there's a ton of extra rain minions. So he's ensuring that they kill off more of his minions and push towards him. Now, that's a good strategy in getting a bigger CS lead if he can still get a lot of these last hits under his turret.
Right, and it also works because he's already ahead. He doesn't have to worry about little losses like that, but now Uzi's got him in a spot he might have to worry about again. Uzi not quite finding the scatter the week he's looking for there. Bjergsen sitting with a 12 CS lead over his opponent, but he's still only slightly over halfway to the goal, so quite a long way to go. And considering Uzi now has that level 6 potential, that all-in threat, Bjergsen will have to play this very, very carefully. It was his own audacity that bit him last time, and he can't fall into that same trap.
Yeah, and you can see Uzi's really fishing for it. By chugging a health potion this late, making sure he's 100% health, you can see he wants to go for an all-in. He wants to get a little risky.
Seismic shove will find its mark onto Uzi. Uzi's retaliation will connect. The shove continues. Threaded volley is there. Red team has lost half its minions, but the thing is, blue team's lost about 2/3 of theirs.
Yeah, and Bjergsen has a giant, very comfortable CS lead that he's working with. So if he can grind it out and finish this one off before Uzi gets a chance to all in.
Uzi's looking for it, though. Slightly concerning in terms of mana right now. He doesn't have enough to continue just running after Bjergsen, firing off a spell Gatling, but Bjergsen's feeling comfortable enough. On that worked ground, he's got the extra movement speed that you talked about when we mentioned earlier. Yeah, you throw less rocks, but you get hit by less orbs. It's a decent trade-off.
And it's a huge, huge benefit to the style that he's playing. If you're playing for the CS...
Uzi's looking to make it happen. There comes your exhaust onto the Syndra ulti. That's exactly the timing Bjergsen was looking for.
So one summoner down for each of them. At this point, Uzi doesn't have the extra move speed from the heal now to help him in the all-in. You know, maybe want to close some distance or something. But Bjergsen now without the exhaust for the Syndra ultimate. That could be critical if Uzi decides to actually go for it.
At the same time, though, we got to keep our eyes on that CS timer, because I was talking earlier, I was saying, look, it's barely over half. Well, it's starting to climb up there now. Bjergsen has a massive amount of minions to farm up right here, right now. He just hit 75. There's 4 more waves to go, and he's done.
Actually, that's a good point. 80 seconds left on the ultimate from Uzi, so there's not going to be time for it. And Bjergsen, it looks like he has really done his homework this time around. He's set up very nicely to try and take a CS victory and push it to a deciding 3rd game.
3rd and final match we could be looking at here. Bjergsen will continue to find those minions, 84-74. And what you always end up seeing in these games, you can try to play the farm game, you can try to deal with Bjergsen here, take your time, but eventually you hit the point where he's at 90 farm, 95 farm. You just can't wait anymore. And if you're Uzi, your only option left is run at it.
And remember, Bjergsen can use his ultimate once again to either double stack the wave or get back there. Since he's just walking, looks like he's going to use it once again to try and get the minions in his advantage. Continually backing here when the extra cannon minion for Uzi's side is going to help them push. So Uzi stays behind in CS, and he knows time is working against him.
85-87 now. Uzi wants to control the health pack away from Bjergsen. Will do so.
15 seconds left on Uzi's ultimate, though. Syndra's ultimate will come back in time, just barely here, for another attempt at an all-in, and he has to go for it.
He's got such a small window to work with. 94 is the count for Bjergsen. 1 minion wave should he find them all.
1 second on his ultimate, and now it's available.
All right, Bjergsen knows Uzi's got kill threat. Let's see what Uzi can do with this. Looking to make the all-in happen. Starts off with the ulti, able to find Scatter the Weak, but it does not look like this is going to work. 1 melee minion died. Bjergsen still has 6 creeps alive, though. If he can kill all 6 of these, he will win the game right here. He misses out on the cannon. He misses out on range number 2. He misses out on range number 3, and range number 4 is going to elude him as well. He's still got 3 more to clear, but Uzi is so low on mana. 1 for Bjergsen. 2 more.
This is so
Uzi.
intense. Look at the player care.
Throw that minion at him, boy! Go! Bjergsen, CS victory to take us to game number 3.
Okay, so we've had the payoff now. Once again, the CS focus to Leah. He already used it in this tournament. He was able to get Uzi with it, and Uzi kind of brushed that one off. They know that the next one will decide it all. All right, take another look here. Bjergsen is walking on the work ground, getting those dodges in, moves right up to the minion wave, knows he only needs 1 more, and is able to secure it.
Slow and steady for Bjergsen. He makes it happen. He survives the all-ins. He exhausts the first ulti. And Uzi seemed like he almost panic engaged at the last second. He was like, nope, dude's going to kill the minions. Got to ult him now. Ults him immediately. Scatter the Weak wasn't that effective.
That's the feeling that you get when someone plays this type of game against you, right? He's been able to control the minions for so long that you can see the loss coming at you. You see it coming a full minute ahead. Oh no, only a couple more minion waves, and then my ult is up. I have to kill him now. That amount of pressure is going to make you, succumb to something like this.
Like, it's a long way away. At 50 minions, you're thinking, okay, I got time. Don't worry about it. I have a chance to all in soon. It'll be great. At 75 minions, you're thinking, all right, we still got a few more waves. There's time to think about it. At 90 minions...
Is that gif for the guy permanently sweating?
Yeah, the guy's just permanently sweating. You just say, okay, go. Hit the button. Go in there as fast as you can because that's your only choice. It didn't work out for Uzi in game number 2, and now these guys have one last showdown.
Who will be the only player to ever get 2 victories, be 2 1-versus-1 championships, and have that to their names? Uzi wants it back-to-back.
Uzi really wants it back-to-back because that's a really cool thing to do. I mean, for Bjergsen, taking the belt back is awesome. But then to get a chance at having it back-to-back, he's got to win this year and next year.
Yeah.
Uzi's already there. He's halfway to it. And he just has to win one more game here. But maybe this is when we see that thing he was talking about, that secret Bjergsen cheese pick that he was worried of.
I guess, but I would have thought he would have pulled it out last time when it was game point, you know? But he had confidence in the Taliyah minion focus strategy.
He knew he beat Faker with it. He said he can beat Uzi with it. We were talking about if Uzi does this, is he better than Faker? We haven't found anybody better than Faker yet, Kobe. It's pretty hard to do.
We're still searching. Anybody out there have an application?
Sign up now.
You can
We
send
want
it
you.
to us. Email captainflowers@yahoo.com. That's not it.
That's not it at all, but we're not going to give him
You
a
probably
email address.
you probably still use some AIM or AOL or something like that.
All right, my email address aside, let's see what Bjergsen and Uzi are going to summon up for this third and final game in this 1-versus-1 finale. Bans the same for Bjergsen so far. Uzi copying what he did in game number 2, still respecting the Zoe from game number 1. Now, Bjerg, what's it going to be?
Is he going to ban the... Okay.
Yep, bans embarrassing.
We don't have to wait too long to get these questions answered here. They've been very similar.
All right, Syndra banned out. The Rise is open now. He had previously been banning Rise out. Rise is now available for Bjergsen to pick. Bjergsen can also pick Taliyah, go for the same strategy he went for last time, but ooh. We get to see the Rise? Yes, we do. Now let's see how Uzi wants to deal with that. Is it going to be Kalista again? He had a good showing on it in game number 1. He had it banned against him in his semifinal against Prey. I'm a predictor, man. I did it.
God.
Put me on the analyst desk.
Captain Flowers from the future here.
Yeah. No, don't put me on the analyst desk. I probably just talked about Skarner. Let's not do that. But in this game, Exhaust, Barrier versus Ignite. Uzi might change him at the last second again. We don't know, but Rise does not have the ability to steal the summoner spell away. So if Uzi wants to go full offense all the way in with those summoners, could totally work here.
He can. It's just so difficult against Rise. There's a reason why so many of the mid laners just love this champion so much, even though a lot of the teams weren't able to find victories, and notoriously, Rise did not have a very good win rate at Worlds. However, in the 1-versus-1, this is where he's going to shine, right? He has the Rune Prison. He can just lock down the Kalista, remove one of her greatest strengths with the mobility, and then Rise, once he can proc the passive as well, you get your own mobility as well as an extra shield. So this seems like a pretty good matchup here for the Rise side, but Uzi was already able to take down Bjergsen with the Kalista in game number 1 and able to grind it out till he got a bunch of lifesteal and just control around that mid lane.
I want to see if Bjergsen ends up using the Rise ultimate to make this happen, because Bjergsen has been part of some of the most iconic Rise ultimate moments in the North American LCS, and I want to see if he can add another notch to his belt with the All-Stars.
Would you rather have him pull something crazy with Rise ulting minions and having some weird like double minion wave strategy, pushing in and getting a turret kill or something like that, or would you rather have him go for a kill like we saw with the Tom Kench earlier?
I want that one.
Yeah,
that one has champions killing champions. The first one only has champions killing minions.
That was actually my favorite 1v1 of the entire tournament. The phase rush Tom Kench running halfway across the lane back after he had gotten his ultimate off to get the munch down. Here we go, though. Let's take a look if Uzi's going to be able to control the wave early. He's got the presence in the brush already established.
Yep, he's controlling the side areas. He's got his Howling Abyss strategies on lock, but now we'll have to see if he can manage to defend his title, secure his crown for the second year in a row, or if Bjergsen will manage to snatch it back
at the last moment. Bjergsen just hanging out right now. Not wanting to go fight the Callista mano a mano at level 1. Rise doesn't have multiple spells to work with at this point. Only has the Overload right now, so not really going to worry about it. Just wants to hang back, not risk the health bar early.
Remember that Uzi runs press the attack here on the Callista, so you have to really respect the chase down.
Yep.
Once he stacks it up, gets that 3 proc, makes you exposed to extra damage. Well, I guess it doesn't even have to stack her up there. It gets some nice harassment onto Bjergsen, who was just walking too close.
Just a freebie there. Bjergsen will try to farm up as good as he can. He is down in levels right now, so he doesn't want anything to do with going up towards Uzi for a fight. Uzi also having that Ignite, worth noting that he did not change Summoner spells at the end this time like we saw in game number 1. So full offense here on the Summoner spells. Bjergsen with Exhaust and Barrier, he'll be having a little bit more defensive capability for himself. Let's see how well he does farming up underneath this turret. It's going to be a bit difficult, I think.
Yeah, let's see. So none of the rain minions right now would die to one shot except this one on the very top. Cannon minion goes without him collecting any gold. So do the melee minions. But he's in there!
No, a turret shot onto Uzi.
Have to worry about the rend.
Very unlucky there. Bjergsen backing himself up. He actually gets the better of that trade thanks to the turret. He has an extra potion as well. Remember, starting off Dorian's Ring versus Dorian's Blade, you have 1 extra pot.
Yeah, and Uzi with a dominating CS lead here, absolutely crushing it. So Bjergsen already in the position where he's going to have to look for a spot in the game to try and get the 1v1 kill. Because Uzi, once again, on the AD carry, he's getting the minion wave control. He has a bunch of life steal.
The tables have turned this time, Kobe. Exhaust comes down. Uzi looking to continue this fight. Nope. Just ran.
That's that disengage I was talking about the Rise can pull off. When you Rune Prison, you proc your passive, you get your own shield and a little bit of speed to walk away. Actually baits out a Summoner spell advantage here. So Bjergsen may want to reset and then look for the all-in, or sustain off of the biscuit that has been delivered to him.
Well, he's definitely not playing for the farm victory. 14 to 34. It's just, I mean, we're only 3 minutes into the game, but it's practically a non-viable win condition at this point, unless he can just start zoning Uzi completely away from participating in the game. Low enough HP, he'll have to get back, so let's see what he does come back with. See if he does decide to go for some sort of an all-in. Uzi taking his health back is going to make things work.
Yeah, there's so much of an advantage to controlling the early waves. Not only can the enemy not fight you in the minions because they'll take extra minion damage, but you get access to these rooms that are going to give you all your mana and health back. So Uzi is able to get off his recall, buys... Never mind, changes his...
Ooh, okay, dagger. Hanging out, waiting for money, waiting for some more money. Okay, long.
Uzi's got plenty of money, dude.
Yeah, he's ready to go. Ready to go. Pointing the spear straight towards Bjergsen. This one's for you.
He's calling his shot on his way back down. He sees the back-to-back championship in his sights right now. 42 CS to his name. And level 6 acquired.
Level 6 acquired, which means 3rd point in Rin.
Yes. That really important power spike.
3-0-3-0. The skill allocation if you're playing Callista on a 1 versus 1. Not much use in allocating your Ghost or your ulti, considering you don't have a buddy to use them with. So Bjergsen coming back now. 2nd Dorian's Ring, Ruby Crystal, Fairy Charm. Let's see what he wants to do here. Likely going for that all-in against Uzi.
Prepping him with a little, prepping him with a little poke. Uzi does have plenty of life steal, as we mentioned, now with an extra Dorian's blade worth of it. And once again, focus on the minions. Get them pushing in his side.
Once again, focus on the minions. Also, damage coming down onto Uzi here as I take a look at the inventories and see a very similar situation to what we saw in the past with potions. 1 for Uzi, 4 for Bjergsen. So Bjergsen's fine taking some more of these trades. Even if he loses out on them initially, he will heal up. He will be in a better spot at the end of the day, but not if he keeps eating those pierces. Root down.
Ooh. That minion blocked a lot.
Yeah, that minion, that's a hero minion right there. Uzi needs to make sure he's giving that minion a pat on the back at the end of this one.
You can't prep them at all right there.
Nope.
That's what we talked about. The minions, if they've taken any damage like that, are just going to get one shot by the turret. So, once again, going to have a lot of room to work with here for Uzi. Life stealing off the minion wave, and Bjergsen is moving in!
Almost has his Summoner spell back up now as well. Bjergsen going to be taken low. Goes for the exhaust. Shield also proc. Looking to maybe find some more. Taking Uzi very, very low. Pierce blocked by the cannon minion. Bjergsen looking for a little more damage. Not quite able to find it.
Okay, this is the last health potion for Bjergsen to drink. Uzi's on a little bit low mana, but he should have enough for another rend onto Bjergsen if they get into a skirmish.
Barrier up for Bjergsen. Exhaust nearly back up for Uzi. Bjergsen wanted to go for something here. Able to find the root. Looking for the overpower. Not quite connecting. Likely would have gotten the kill from that.
Incredibly close right there. But that is going to be a reset from Uzi. Goes back to purchase, and Bjergsen doesn't have many options except looking for a minion swapperoo here.
Throw him under the turret.
Is that the ult
Get him
you're
in
looking
there.
for?
If you're no, that's not quite it, but at least he found some way to use it. If you're trying to shove the wave up, why not just teleport the wave under the turret?
I mean, you get a couple extra seconds there, right? Because he moved the minions around, so the turret started killing them quicker before Uzi was quite back. It's a small thing, but definitely there.
I like the Hex Drinker pickup from Uzi here. It's going to give him a lot of extra health against Bjergsen's burst. He knows that he wins this game automatically if it goes to farm. 78 to 53, not even close. Bjergsen has to go for an all-in very soon. And as long as Uzi has the Hex Drinker, it's very difficult for Bjerg to do that properly. Uzi going back for one last shop now, picking up plenty of potions to make sure Bjergsen doesn't manage to out-sustain him.
Uzi's got all the luxuries now. Picking up his fur coat so he can have a nice, easy victory here. Because Bjergsen, he's starting to sweat. As you said, the CS numbers not looking too pretty for him.
Yeah, Bjergsen trying his hardest to keep Uzi away from this wave. He doesn't want to have any of his spells blocked up by these damn minions again. He just wants to get in Uzi's face and apply that signature rise damage. Don't know if he'll be able to do it, though. Time is running out. 80 CS for the LPL representative. North America's...
Bjergsen's got to be careful here.
Ooh. Okay, Bjergsen going a little bit underneath the turret there. I was going to say North America's favorite only at 71, so still down 10 CS compared to his opponent, and it's going to be even more.
Yeah.
Even the announcer agrees. Blue team is nearly out of minions. Bjergsen is nearly out of time. It's time to go. Do or die.
He's just got to force him into skirmishes here, and hopefully for him, Uzi would take the fight and not focus on any sort of CS.
Bjergsen wants to look for even more, but he's not able to find the damage. And remember, you still got a Hex Drinker to burst through. Uzi's at 90. Bjergsen at 75. Continuing to try to apply the pressure, but Bjergsen's going to be taken low. It's still such a difficult fight for Bjerg to even attempt to go for. Going to get his shield on that one, continuing to farm it up. 82 for Bjerg, 93 for Uzi. We're at the point now where Bjergsen is likely going to be taken down underneath the turret. Ladies and gentlemen, your back-to-back 1 versus 1 champion, Uzi.
What a magnificent laner. He's got his fan crowd here and everything.
The crowd says it all. The smile on his face says even more. The man came here to win from day number 1, and he deserves his victory here on the final day of All-Star 2017. What a show.
Now he's going to have another trophy to sit next to last year's, and he's going to be looking forward to the 3rd next year. I'm pretty sure that he'll always get voted in as long as he's playing.
As long as he keeps winning like this.
There's another look, though. He even corners Bjergsen inside the 3 ranged minions. There you go. Bless up. Uzi's able to get the victory once again.
So many LPL fans here in the audience today, ecstatic that Uzi can walk away with the win in this one. We are going to get to see him and his team going into the 5 versus 5 final following this as well. So Uzi could walk away today, Kobe, with a double victory.
Everything seems to be going his way. I mean, the crowd is cheering for him. It feels like it is hometown for him. Yeah. They brought the hometown with them, and he's able to get the first victory. Now, we'll see if this is going to affect the 5-on-5 match as well, because now he's filled with confidence.
Oh,
Notoriously, Uzi, on Summoner's Rift in 5-on-5s, hasn't been able to win a lot of the trophies. However, this could be what changes it all.
This could be what he needs, man. This could be that spark. This could be the lightning that ignites Uzi and gets him going. But to hear more about that 10th series, let's send it down to Shox and the 1v1 champ.
Yes, for sure. And Uzi is here in front of a lot of people in the audience. How does it feel to be crowned the 1v1 champion once again, Uzi?
再一次获得solo 赛冠军，你有什么现在有什么感受？
真的非常的开心，就自己其实真的是没有想过可以再拿到这个比赛的冠军。
I'm just feeling really happy right now. I never imagined I can win this one more time.
Well, it looked like a very tough matchup. Bjergsen is obviously a good opponent. Tell me about that last matchup. Why did you choose to go for the Kalista, and how difficult was that last matchup for you?
那比尔森肯定是个很厉害的对手，想请你问一下，你最后一盘比赛为什么再次选择卡丽斯塔，然后怎么样赢的？
因为我自己是比较喜欢玩 AD 英雄的，然后再加上他ban的比较多嘛，然后版本的关系，也就这个英雄可以在前期可以去和 AP 英雄打一下嘛，然后就是其实我也没有试过，就是尝试一下，就其实也是没有办法的。对。
So he's AD. So is he? So I'm a AD carry main, and I play a lot of AD champion. So in the current meta, there are 4 good AD carries, and Kalista is the only one remaining. The rest are all banned. So Kalista is really good early game, and I try to play it out to see how it goes.
Well, logically, you did fantastic. And I do have to ask you, yesterday you told me I wasn't sure what Zoe did, but I still beat her. And then today, you left Zoe open again and then beat Bjergsen with it. Did you have some specific practice before going into this one? Did you find out what Zoe does?
就你昨天打 Zoe 的时候，你有说你不是特别了解 Zoe 的技能，那今天你又放出来了 Zoe， 想问一下，你是找到了克制 Zoe 的办法，你才放出来的吗？
就其实这个英雄就是我是真的不是特别了解到底打谁好打，然后第一盘是试了放了一下，结果我发现好像我不可以赢他，然后就选择后面2场ban掉了。
So he's still not sure how Zoe works. He doesn't know which champion is bad or good against Zoe. But for the first game, he just tried out and he figured that he can't beat Zoe, so he banned in the following matches.
All right. Well, you did it here, but this is only half of the work today. You're now the champion in 1v1 once again. That's also for the LPL. And now you're going up against the LMS squad for that 5v5 trophy. So has this victory given you enough confidence to make sure that you can win that next 5v5 as well?
就你现在其实今天工作还没有结束，你现在只赢了前半段，拿了单挑赛冠军。那么接下来你要打5对5了，那想问你有没有信心赢得？会不会这个比赛的冠军给你信心赢得接下来的比赛？
非常有信心了。然后就是因为已经拿到了第1个了，就是第2个也必须拿下。
So I'm really confident at the moment. I already won the first one, and I have to win the second one.
All right, fantastic. One more time for your 1v1 champion and all-star, Uzi! Fantastic stuff here and wonderful victory from Uzi. Back over to you guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Shocks. Uzi crowned yet again our 1v1 champion, 2-1 victory over Bjergsen. And as we talk about these back-to-back victories for Uzi, I want to take a stroll down short-term memory lane, roll back through these 3 1v1s as they played out. The first one looked rather close. Zale, I know you have some criticisms for Bjergsen and the way it ultimately played out because he looked positioned for the victory.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought the advantage that he had in the first game, he should not have lost it, right? Like, he was up 15 CS or more. He still had both his summoners available. He actually had 4 health potions available at this point as well. He just underestimated the damage coming in from Uzi, but, like, at this point, you don't even need to play to trade as Bjergsen because you have such a big CS advantage. If he just farmed it out, that first one is basically a free win.
Yeah, I completely agree. There's also a couple of issues where, you know, making this back right here when Uzi takes on the Syndra, he does make the CS lead, but, you know, not itemizing to the MR, looking for the AP instead when all he needed to do was play for that CS victory to win the game.
And the third game, ironically, was the CS victory on the other foot. Because he actually opted into the Rise with Tilia available, he was looking for a bit more battling. Such a big CS lead, Bjergsen had to try something. It wasn't going to work, and Uzi back-to-back champion.
Yeah, Uzi played incredibly well. I think like there's not really much to criticize on his side. I think that Kalista, especially the way he's actually threading the spears through to continually get Rens, to harass Bjergsen down, to maintain the push, like he played it very well and back-to-back 1v1 in a mode that I think a lot of people, especially with blind pick, would consider to be somewhat random is super impressive.
That's the thing I was going to say, right? There's only so many variables in that 1v1 that Uzi can control, right? He doesn't get to choose outside of the bans what champion ultimately Bjergsen's going to play and only gets to choose his without having that knowledge. So playing within the matchups that were presented to him quite well to get the 2-1 victory and remain our back-to-back 1v1 champion. I think it's pretty interesting, though, because as Shocks mentioned, this is only the halfway point of the day here for Uzi. Uzi, as he has to go up against the LMS now and try and get another title, take another trophy home here at the end of 2017.
I mean, effectively, he's all warmed up. He's ready to go. He had his warm-up game.
He doesn't need any practice
1v1.
games like the rest of them.
Exactly.
And he's the best 1v1 player, so if he
Best
loses,
clicker.
it's not his fault.
It's not his
It's
fault.
the rest of the
It
team's
must be
fault.
the other
Exactly.
four. All right, well, turning to the finals on Summoner's Rift, we've got LMS taking on the LPL. And in this matchup, who do you think is going to come out on top? So prediction segment one more time.
Okay, so surprise, surprise, I'm going to vote for the LPL here. Now, the thing is you go through the LMS games, BB and Sorter have been a big reason why they've won. They've won by themselves, though, so Karsa's not giving them any attention. They actually have just been playing that well.
Right.
That said, now they're looking across from Mako, Uzi, and MLXG. He loves to give attention there, which means Karsa should have to change up his style and answer that.
Guys, it's the finals desk, and I can't vote for Korea, so it's always a bit weird. I'm already unsure.
So we skip you, right?
I mean, if that's how you want to do it. But no, at the end of the day, I'm going to pay it forward. LPL beat the LCK yesterday, and the thing about this team
By
here...
transitive property.
Exactly.
They are now
That's
the new
one
Korea.
thing, and I
There
could
it
stop
is.
my sentence there, but what I'm also seeing is I'm using words like macro and win conditions at All-Star to describe LPL. They had a better understanding. They clearly have got the fruits of all their labor when it comes to all the practicing. So I really do think it's going to be LPL, and I'm going to say about a 3-1.
I mean, they had a water bottle boot camp, man.
That's true.
All right,
That's
so
true.
they're set up for success. 2-week water bottle boot camp. Isaiah, what do you think?
Exactly. I mean, they put in the practice. It's been showing
Bought
very
the water
well.
bottles.
Yeah, bought the water bottles. I'm also in the LPL camp. And you guys have kind of covered the reasoning there. I will say, if LMS wins, I do think it looks like Sword Art and Karsa playing incredibly well together. If you can control vision, if you can have that advantage there and allow Karsa to get on an aggressive jungler to take over the game, that's to me what a series win looks like for them.
Ever the analyst giving me both sides of the coin there. Isaiah, we'll see which dream team will prevail after a quick break. LMS versus LPL kicks off when we return.
Got to go with the footwork there. Uzi walks behind the minion.
Instant gift! Pop! One for Bjergsen. 2 more.
This is so
Uzi.
intense. Look at the player cam.
Throw that minion at him, boy! Got it! 82 for Bjerg, 93 for Uzi. We're at the point now where Bjergsen is likely going to be taken down underneath the turret. Ladies and gentlemen, your back-to-back 1 versus 1 champion, Uzi.
刚开始来打这个全明星赛的话，我们的目标就是要进入决赛嘛，然后现在也做到了，然后就希望我们跟 LMS 打的时候能发挥得更好。
我觉得 LPL 需要注意的地方应该是在他们的打野麻辣香锅这个点上，因为这个版本都蛮适合我跟他的，就是很容易变成我们选一只我们选2只刺客在互相对拼技术这样。
Karsa's looking for the 1v1 and he finds it.
我自己的话，想要在线上的时候不要落后优劣太多，我觉得我的队友就可以比较轻松一点，因为其实我跟他的线上差距，我觉得应该算蛮明显的，所以我要打线的时候要小心一点。因为这次的决赛应该是我最后一次的打 BO5了，所以我还是会比较希望是拿到胜利。
我觉得我们打LMS6的话，我们下轮能把别人打爆。
Whoa, another one there. Prey getting ignited. Jungle's gonna land with first blood. Over to Uzi.
然后 MS 特别强，结果在我们经常看比赛，并且他们击过一次韩国队，但是我觉得我们能一下韩国队，就代表我们也能战胜 LMS。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Battle Arena. It is about time for your All-Star 2017 finals. And the 2 teams that take to the stage have taken down the pre-tournament favorites and the reigning champions. It's about time to crown a new All-Star champion. Before we do, though, let's introduce the cream of the crop of your All-Star 2017 roster. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it was you that voted for them. Starting in the top lane, let me introduce to you Ziv taking on 957! The players take to the stage, the junglers, Karsa taking on MLXG! from the mid lane, the young superstar Fofo going up against the old superstar Xie. Season 2 world champion and the only player to get a pentakill at All-Star. It's BB in the AD carry, going up against 1v1 champion Uzi! And of course the callers and captain in the support role. It is Sword Art taking on Mako! And last but definitely not least, the men tasked with wrangling these all-star squads. It's your coaches, Stake taking on Firefox! Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. It is the LPL taking on the LMS in your All-Star 2017 Finals!
Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Business III, joined by Martin DeFicio, Lunga, and Aiden Zyrene Moon, as we are here to find out who the All-Star Dream Team is. For the LMF, it's going to be Fofo making himself a name for himself alongside the likes of Sword Art and Karsa. We just saw Uzi putting some pressure on in the 1v1, so he's coming out hot. There's a lot of things on both sides.
It's going to be a pretty exciting final here. Both teams actually beat Korea during the tournament. Of course, in the semifinal, it was the LPL team winning 2-1, where the LMS team completely destroyed the GPL lineup.
Yeah, we're talking 22 and 24
it was
minute
a massive
games
stomp.
back to back. It was like a 46-minute series. It was ridiculous. But yeah, we're talking about the mid laners, Fofo and Xie. These guys have both been playing incredibly well, both matched up against Faker and had good performances, and now seeing them against each other here, I'm actually looking a little bit more at Fofo because he's so new to the Western audience.
And as this is going to be one of the last professional games tournaments of the year, this might be also the last time some of the players are kind of hitting the rifts in names of BB.
Yeah, but touching on the mid lane right before we get over to that, we saw these guys go up against Faker, and they both had great performances up against each other. Fofo is the one I'm really highlighting here because he had that standout Zoe early on in the tournament. Question was, can he do more than just the Zoe? The answer so far has been yes.
Yeah, Xie as well. I think a lot of people would look at him on this lineup here and say, where is, a Zhao Hu, where's a rookie, devoted in Xie? And he's actually been doing really well, in my opinion. I think he's had a good performance.
Don't give him the cast.
Yeah,
that one especially.
Well, he's also done well against Zoe, and he's one of the only people to do well against Zoe with both a LeBlanc and a Kassadin game to boot. So I feel like he's actually got a good idea of how to play against that champion that Fofo was bringing out.
Absolutely, and as we were talking about before, as mid laners came up, BB in that moment where he kind of wants to put himself on a pedestal here and play as well as he can.
Yeah, you were talking about potentially the last match here of the year professionally, and it might be BB's overall because he said he's looking to retire, but his stats are ridiculous right now. If this is one of those tournaments you go through and you go, maybe I should come back. Maybe I should.
That's the dangerous thing as a pro gamer when you constantly get sucked back in because you're like, man, I'm still so good. I should just keep doing it. And he's had a great tournament so far, completely destroyed the GPL bot lane. We had Pentakill as well. Like, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing him versus Uzi and what's going to happen down there.
Yeah, especially since BB, we saw his stats are ridiculous right now. He actually retired in 2014 and he came back. It's like, maybe I should just come back.
Feel a bit of that inkling of championship.
Hey, you ever think about coming back to Fischio?
Never. Absolutely never. I was very unsuccessful. This man is a former world champion. There is a big difference.
Yeah, and he's largely successful so far in this tournament, but him going up against Uzi, like we were saying, that is a matchup to definitely watch because BB's been popping off, but Uzi, the 1v1 champion, this guy is feeling good so far in this tournament.
It'll be interesting to see, but also more interesting to see what these teams prioritize as we're about to get into picks and bans. We have seen that Zoe on the ban list quite a bit, but also, as we were making note, Fofo and Xie, we'll have to see what those two go for in the mid lane and what is that priority. Bans are already on the list. There's the Zoe. Malzahar is going to get hit out as well. Kassadin and Mels have been big on Xie's list.
Yeah, I like the research here from the LMS team. So, LPL beat Korea. 2 of the games they had Malzahar in it. It was very successful. Let's just ban that away. Amazing pick at the moment. I would even say slightly overpowered and so easy to use against a lot of players to get caught out.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of overpowered in the sense of it's so easy to use. Like the skill floor where you start is so high up, it can really elevate players. But right now, Fofo and the LMS banning that against GA and the LPL because I don't feel like, they really want to get caught out and collapsed on mid.
Also thinking of the junglers, we talk a lot about the mids and the AD carries. MLXG stealing Barons, helping to take down LCK in very good fashion. Karsa as well, doing just about the same on his Cossacks.
Yeah, both junglers actually playing really well during the tournament here. Now, Jarvan is still available. We actually saw Jarvan banned and then Sejuani picked during the semifinals, but this way it's the other way around. And it's something Karsa can take for himself.
Yeah, the fact that the Jarvan is left up here and the Sejuani's banned away. The Ezreal's the final ban there for the LPL. Don't want that one going over to BB, who even has his own skin for it from Season 2. We'll see what the LMS goes for here. We're expecting the Jarvan, but things like Xerath are still on the table. Jace, for example, too.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen a lot of different choices actually for first pick during this tournament here. Obviously, MF was banned away by the LMS, which again signals that we are looking towards something like a Jarvan, but in this case here, they take the Varus, also take that away from Uzi, who first picked it yesterday in the first game against Korea.
They did have that Varus, that Jarvan kind of combination going back and forth. A little AD on the front line, a little on the back line. We'll see how the LPL All-Stars answer back onto this as they get two for themselves.
And I'm kind of mixed a little bit when it comes to, first picking Varus in my opinion on it, because I think there's still Jhin, who is a fine answer against it or a fine choice when you already see Varus and you kind of just trade lethality 80 carries versus each other. And then you can still get two other super strong picks if you go to LPL.
Yeah. My thought on it, though, is if you're the LMS, taking the Varus away from Uzi and making Uzi play the other lethality user, I don't even know if he's going to go for the Jhin, because that's not a very high mechanics, high execution champion. In terms
Hey, that's some skill shots. I can miss them.
Boom. He's not even going to take it, right?
Interesting
He's
choice.
spent from the 1v1. He'll stay in the back line and just throw out the stuns.
Yeah, but Ashe, this is actually the second Ashe we've seen of the tournament overall. You usually take Comet on it to just poke with W, but this allows him to set up and have an ultimate that helps engage for the team. And once again, we're looking at poke with the Jace top 2.
So very popular pick during the Casper Cup when we saw so many Comet 80 carries down that bot lane, Ashe, Varus, MF, Jhin, everything. But that Jarvan we mentioned before here, I would have loved to seen it locked in by LPL and then take 80 carry in the next rotation. I think the LMS are getting some very strong picks at the moment.
Yeah, but I feel like right now, they've kind of set themselves up for the LPL to take something like, you could even take the Xerath that's still up into the Azir, and it does incredibly well against him. Ryze is still on the table. LeBlanc, if GA wants to go back to that, but the Xerath is the biggest counter.
Also still a potential flex pick if you want to move it down to bottom lane, but obviously looking at the LPL lineup here, there are 3 champions at the moment that will struggle late game against things like Jarvan, who can just ulti right onto them, follow up then from a Varus ulti on a Zia sliding in. It's going to be hard to navigate late game fights, so I think LPL are going to put on a lot of pressure early to mid game.
That or it gets a little bit of HP on that team composition as we get into the second round. Sion getting taken away from Ziv. I love the champion pool that he brings to the table and what teams kind of have to react to as well with that.
Yeah, and I feel like this is kind of that tournament meta developing where Jace had Sion played into him twice. Both times the Sion dumpstered the Jace, and now people are like, okay, I guess it's just a counter where he'll constantly poke you with Comet and E, and you don't have as much pressure as he tanks up.
Your point before there, Riv, about getting more HP on the LPL lineup is actually fairly interesting, because if it is going to be Jace top, which is what we expect at the moment, you're kind of just looking at a tank support and maybe a tank jungler. But Sejuani is already banned away, which is kind of the preferred tank jungler. Then maybe are we looking at a Gragas here from MLXG just to have a bit of a front line? And of course for the tank one, there is Alistar, there is Braum, Tahm Kench, there's different choices you can go for, but they definitely need to get some sort of front line against this very strong LMS comp.
I wonder if MLXG will go for the Lee Sin and try to outplay.
Oh,
you go
last time.
Azir,
Just
but like,
keep it all early game?
It's very hard to execute against an Azir. That's why I'm hesitant to kind of throw it out there. But they've already banned away something like a Kha'Zix from MLXG. And I wonder, okay, like you said, the Tahm Kench, another tank trying to make them dig deeper for these tank champions to add HP to the lineup.
Yeah, exactly. Again, the Gragas is still there, and something MLXG...
Whoa!
And finally, we were looking at the junglers before they started with high win rate in solo queue, and Rammus was sitting right there laughing in our face at the top.
Wow.
Oh, man, that's actually just kind of insane that he picks this up here. This is the first Rammus of the entire tournament here, picked in the finals, gonna roll out. I am really excited for this.
And this is what we want to see doing All-Stars. We want to see picks like Rammus come in here. Yeah, okay, he might not be great against the Azir because, well, he can just kind of get walled back and he's a little bit out of the fight, but still, flash in, engage if you can, be super aggressive in the early game with constant ganks. You can get so much movement speed on Rammus with the different runes. Like, there are a lot of choices here for MLXG. And he is the kind of player who loves to just chain gank in the early game.
Yeah, I'm just sad he's revealing, you know, my freelo here. Like, this is the champion that
everyone can see it now.
I know, everybody sees it. But the thing is as Rammus goes up in win rate, he usually doesn't go too high in pick rate. But recently, he's actually had a surge, and MLXG has been on top of that. And more HP and more tankiness to the lineup here.
It's exactly what they put into those last few picks. And LMS All-Stars answer as well with a bit of beef of their own.
A little bit more engaged as well, because again, Leona also works so well against things like Xerath and Ashe. They can't really get out of her ulti if they don't have flash available. So late game fights again for the LPL will be hard to move around against such a strong team fight and engage comp from the LMS. But when you're looking at Rammus, you can just be so proactive. And that's something that can snowball the game out of control. If you pull off 1 or 2 early ganks as a Rammus, your Jace gets ahead, or maybe it's your bottom lane where you can start forcing plays with a level 6 Ashe. Suddenly, you just take over the game.
Love it. You see MLXG, a little more offensive this tournament, defensive before the tournament, now offense-defense in the pick of Rammus. He's going to have to watch out for Karsa, though. If he ends up having to follow Karsa around, we've seen what both of these junglers can do once they get a lead. They start to control the game themselves, and then it's just everybody else picking up the kills as assists. We are about to head on to the Rifts. The LMS versus the LPL, as we're about to find out here on the last day of All-Stars who the true dream team is in this best of 5.
And I am so excited. I want to see what the Rammus route is. I want to see what MLXG does, because he's affecting a lot of the early game. They have that Jace top. Where is he going to go, and is it going to be some new route? Because I definitely want to see what happens here. I expect them to take control of the top side of the map and split it to try and put Karsa on the bottom side, because Karsa has been a force to be reckoned with.
I'm just going to say, if he does not gank level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, then I'm going to be disappointed in MLXG.
So should this be kind of early buy Moby Boots, right back out there, continuously going? Is that what we're kind of looking for?
That's if you're real crazy.
Yeah, that's if you're crazy. I like free boots, so.
Oh, all right, yeah, that's true. We are about to be onto the Rift. We'll see who actually can get an upper hand in this game. Remember, a little advantage, I'd say, to the LPL. Uzi's all warmed up from his 1v1 situation with Bjergsen there, so maybe the focus is to bot lane to keep him high.
Well, I would also say advantage for LPL because the crowd has been heavily favored for the LPL.
Very
like,
true.
you do not usually expect to be thousands of miles away from home, and it is basically a home field advantage. Everybody has come out here to really cheer for them, and it's been an incredible weekend.
You're definitely feeling it. A little bit of Worlds after Worlds kind of back here in NA. We'll see what everybody has for each other to start off. A standard in the brush to find out where MLXG is as the line of scrimmage disbands down the river. Uzi really the only one getting himself into a scary spot. It's just to get vision, though.
And the keystone choice here for MLXG is Aftershock, so not a huge surprise coming in there. Obviously very good when you're able to land CC and get a bit of extra damage and tankiness coming from it. I will update on the rest of the runes once we get the whole list.
Skill order, runes, let's give the people the Rammus build that they need.
Is it the one that they need, though? We'll see.
It's the one they deserve.
There you go. There you go. The perfect timing, clicking down for CA, so he'll be able to have that early Zanyas as that comes up for himself. So plays to be made there if Karsa and Fofo tried to put aggression early in the mid lane.
And we got the full runes now, when we actually see MLXG and 957 move in to steal away blue buff. So we got the Resolve tree, obviously, with Aftershock. He then went unflinching to get more tenacity for himself. Then he also went straight towards Iron Skin for more armor in the early game, and then Overgrowth, which we see on a lot of tank junglers, where you don't really, in the early game, need more help. So you take Overgrowth and instead you just scale a little bit better.
Yeah, it's interesting because the more resistances you have, the better HP is, and vice versa. So Rammus in defensive ball curl, you want a lot of HP, and especially if he's going to go for something like Cinderhulk into a Thornmail.
Level 2 ganks. This is what we wanted.
Deficio fan. Let's see. He doesn't have Powerball, though. He's going to walk right out for Ziv, try to get him. Where's the taunt?
Right there. So taunting. Ziv's going to go ahead, probably flash this one out, pulls back to Spirit's Refuge for a little defense, and he gets himself to safety.
But right now, Karsa actually split the map in the weirdest way. He did the southern jungle red buff. Now he's on the top red buff. This is so unexpected. I don't know if they saw him actually come in here, but MLXG
Blast Cone
has
just
an
comes
idea.
up. He goes over, going to get the extra damage down and blast out if he needs to with the electrocute hit, and lets MLXG know he is out of a red.
Out for now. He also spotted the Jarvan on top side, obviously, and now they're actually pinging around where the Jarvan could be. MLXG is starting his little camp on top side.
Yeah, but the Jarvan really wants to upset this one lane. We talked about it in Champion Select, trying to make it so that this early game Jace is punished.
Still has the red buff. Oh! Nice flash out. 957 dodges the standard. Flag drag as well. Will he be able to walk out past the movement speed from the ultimate as he changes forms and he gets himself out alive?
I love it, man. Both top laners staying alive in the start here. 957, some quick moves bot lane.
Going to be the hit. Zenith Blade onto Uzi. They're able to turn around a very nice shield and unbreakable by Mako as they trade back in positive form against the LMS.
That top lane gank, that was so well played from pretty much everybody involved. Ziv, taunt flash, 957 sees it coming and flashes diagonally towards the gank. And then Karsa flag drag and flashes for the knockup finally. That was some really just next level. That's the next mind game. Seeing the mind game come after was so good.
So the level 2 Jarvan is sitting top lane again.
Hey, don't let the Jace play.
That flashes down, the teleport is there. Gets himself a quick acceleration gate. Taunt is in! Should be enough damage to take down 957. First Blood's gonna be going over to Ziv with the last hit.
Don't let him play League of Legends. You know it's gonna be the pushing lane. It's easy to gank. They split the map, but it was Karsa's route that got him to the top side and able to stick there.
And this is how you tilt the top laner. You gank him, you're only level 2, you don't go back to base to start farming again, you just sit top lane and wait for him to return to lane, and then you actually kill him and get the first blood. MLXG is looking for gank level 3 as we requested.
Just on the outside of the vision. I don't think he's been seen just yet. They have not pinged it either. And if he waits any longer, Karsa is going to be soon in range after his Raptors. Uzi holding back. They're also trying to not play aggressive and put a tell there that MLXG is in the river.
I mean, there's 2 flashes available on the side of LMS here. It's a bit of an odd gank MLXG are trying to set up. Ideally, you want to have Uzi's level 6 first, and you can just arrow straight onto the Varus and actually try and take him down. MLXG ends up backing away from this one. Karsa, happy after securing first blood.
Yeah, it's interesting because they haven't done many camps at all. MLXG is just barely level 3, and Karsa is in the same boat. He did 2 camps in the first 4 minutes, and he just picked up his 3rd, and there he got a scuttle.
And friendly scuttle farming here on the bot side of the river. Blast Cone taken out during the taunt, maybe? Yeah, right after the taunt.
Lag on
Blinked
lane.
out. It's a new thing.
Fofo getting himself to safety. Shie actually pressuring, almost getting caught up by the minions, and Karsa tries to take advantage of that one. In and out as he is just trying to apply pressure everywhere. Bot lane damages, concussive blows goes through on that Winter's Bite and Sword Art. First to face Daybreak and Mako to lock him down. He gets to stand beside me to safety. Looks like MLXG doesn't want this to end. He's saying, there's a lot of action from Karsa. I need to make something happen on my side. Flash is there. Is he going to get the minions taunted onto Sword Art? Last few hits actually go to BB. Sword Art still in range. Uzi not going to take the shot. A few more hits, and the resistance is given over from Mako as the W comes back up.
I love all the action around the bottom lane right there. They're so close. Both sides are actually going down. Karsa's on his way.
Yeah, they're still shoving. Karsa, he might be able to pick somebody up here.
That
with
looks
a
like a
flashback.
man
Uzi is so low.
on a mission. Does he give himself up just for 1 kill? That's 2 assists and a kill. If he goes down, Shie very low. Someone to heal for himself, as well as that Comet would have been coming over, and everybody in the bot lane makes it out safe with their kill.
Ooh, and Karsa didn't actually try and go in there. Zero obviously called that he returned to mid lane to try and get a kill on Dareth. Yeah, let's see the replay. So this is a long fight we've had back and forth. MLXG ends up coming down with the Ramesh, using that mobility and then flashing in to secure the kill. And Uzi realizing he's tanking the turret and the minions at the same time.
They took turret shots on multiple people and just divided it up almost perfectly there, that Uzi was able to survive at the end.
See where the pressure goes now. Kind of been from Karsa and MLXG. Bot lane still deciding to fight back and forth on their own terms. It seems to be going in favor of the LPL at this point. 56-39 in that mid lane as Fofo is starting to take a little bit of control without too much pressure. Just 1 visit from Karsa.
And And if we just continue on MLXG and his runes here, we talked about resolving the main tree, stepped into precision in his second tree, went for alacrity, meaning again he's gonna get more attack speed when he gets some of these big minion kills, and then also went for triumph in case he actually is in a big fight and he gets a kill on assist, get some HP back for himself. It's
a little old dangerous game.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. A lot of bruisers like to take it, obviously, when you're just diving into big fights, but on tanks, you normally don't need it.
Yeah, it's strange, but in terms of what you could take on Rammus, he didn't go for the extra movement speed from things like Celerity or even Water Walking, but opted into the more attack speed, and then Triumph, which is a high win rate rune on him.
He basically wanted more, well, faster clear in the jungle instead of faster ganks, essentially, from himself. But then you can also turn around and say if you can kill the camp faster, you can actually return to the map faster and start ganking. So he didn't value the movement speed, he valued the attack speed. And for him so far, I mean, he's got one assist, bot lane, Uzi flash.
Oh, that was really well done from Uzi, just getting out of there just in time.
And what is kind of the objective of MLXG now? We know maybe what LPL1 does throughout the game, but as MLXG is trailing Karsa now, how does he get himself back in? Or is it just kind of Rammus into the lane?
Right now, it's control Karsa. Karsa has flash, and he's going to try to make a play in the next few minutes here, but you really want to kind of contain that. The top lane, you know, that whole fiasco is over. Jace is at a point where he's okay. He needs to get his back in. The bottom side of the map, though, I think is really where both junglers will start focusing here, because this is where the party will start happening. That bottom lane, the Drake, there's so much on the bottom side to really go for.
And so many flashes on cooldown as well down the bottom lane. You know, LMS no flash on their side. Uzi just used his before here. Leona level 6 is already there, so it's the same on the side of Ashe, meaning there are big ultis to start the fights. You just need some help.
The situation sounds perfect for a Chain of Corruption or a Crystal Enchanted Arrow. Little smash and bash from 957 onto Ziv in the top lane, and he gains HP control on that. Their teleports are down and recently used.
And Ziv is also a little bit greedy, I feel like, with the Tiamat here in the early game. Like, just getting into Tappy as fast as possible. You're going to take so much damage. That's an arrow.
Woo. Felt the wind on that. LMS knows it's down, they feel, as they can get some deeper wards in without taking that to the face. And Uzi's going to go ahead and clear out the bot side with the protection of Mako. So that'll slow things down for the LMS side, but I'm sorry, the LPL side, but LMS now looking to see what they can do with the arrow down.
They want to fight here, Riff.
It looks like LPL Mako still wants to go in.
Lots of
Glacial
flashes.
Fisher could still be there. It might just be get out of this one. A 1v1 between Bebe in the bot lane, and Uzi, the Solar Flare, comes right in from Sword Art. They take that fight. The top side loses CA and MLXG, and the LMS close in immediately, knowing the ultimate's down on Uzi.
Karsa on the other side of this here, they may try to dive for Mako.
Very slow. It's going to be Sword Art throwing down the W for a little bit more tankiness as Karsa goes in for the kill.
A clean 4 for 0 for the LMS. That was probably the cleanest flag and drag into a Shen taunt that I have seen, because that was so fast from Ziv. As soon as Ziv came through, usually the Shen just stands there for like a half second realizing it finally completed, but it was just across two people immediately.
They're taking half-health fights, though.
I mean, yeah, they are, and this is also something we talked about in Champ Select. There's a lot of champions on the side of LPL that can't really get out of an ulti from a job, and especially if you don't have flash. And in this case here, a lot of the flashes were down even before the fight started, so great engage from LMS, great call. After Karsa was actually backing away at first, they're like, no, turn around, get in there.
Ziv's like, get in there.
Yeah, come on, let's kill these guys. And then suddenly they pick up a bunch of kills.
I don't know what 957 is trying to do here with MLXG. MLXG looks like he's trying to get into the bush on the top side.
Maybe. He loves hugging the wall right now. Did it on the bot side?
Yeah.
Not this. Maybe he's allergic to the grass. Who knows?
Yeah,
we'll have to ask.
It's strange. I was like, I don't feel like Ziv is ever going to push that lane up. He'll probably stay at that 1/3 point of his
Not
own
too
lane.
fast, at least, right?
Yeah.
So that obviously means, though, if you are the LPL, if you can actually try and force something on bottom side, and 957 is alone top lane, he will take the tower.
Yes.
Like, he's gonna take that one, get a big objective for your team, and try and make sure Uzi doesn't die again on the bottom side. He still doesn't have flash. Leona ulti is ready. It's almost a free kill on the bottom side if Karsa is there.
Yeah, there are a few things you can do here as the LPL. I would even say there's potential to lane swap after this back and have the Ashe try to get the turret, but I feel like leaving 957 here, they're trying to counter, trying to get something.
Oh, smart player.
Great positioning. Could get the Cataclysm in, but they decide not to. Just outside turret range, it may not have been the finalizing kill. And 957 holds his flash.
At the start of the tournament, when it was Karsa and Ziv, I remember just being like, I really want to watch Karsa again alongside Ziv. It was the last All-Stars that it happened, and it was fantastic then. And I love seeing Karsa playing with a top laner that is aggressive and has the potential to carry a game. Historically, he's played with people like MMD, and he's also played alongside Stake. Not guys who are known for carrying. They're mostly tank players. With Ziv, we saw the synergy earlier with the engage, and we're seeing it kind of line up here in the aggression.
Ash arrow, flash arrow coming out of Bebe. He keeps himself safe. 5-1 here. Just about 13 minutes into the game. LPL is trying to give himself a way back in. And I'm sure we'll see that arrow as it comes up every time from Uzi.
Well, at the moment, we haven't really seen LPL get the advantage they kind of need, I feel like, to really make use of their composition, because sieging with Xerath, if you're already behind against a lot of hard engage, is extremely difficult to do. Rammus as well, like, sure, he gets extremely tanky, but in late game fights, it's taunt one guy. That's kind of your purpose. So you want to utilize his early strength in terms of ganking, and right now it's Karsa kind of controlling the game.
Yeah, and just to add on top of that, this looks even worse for the LPL because Fofo will probably be untouched during the mid-late game portions of these team fights because they have so many people going forward, and the LPL will try to collapse, and they don't have as much backline access. And Fofo is already ahead 40 CS. He has done fantastically. We talked about him and how this is the first tournament where he's been exposed to a Western audience. And we're seeing how J-Team was at the top of the standings for the LMS during the regular season most of the time. That's an insane CS advantage already. He's at that 10 per minute mark, plus some.
Gives them a lot of control over any of these fights. If they decide to group and really poke is what the LPL wants. So if LMS can get LPL to group up, Fofo will have a great time. Teleport back to the top side. Ziv gets himself prepared for some action.
Yeah, and when the poke does come online for the LPL, it will take a bit, and it's mostly GA, but at the same time, he's behind, and we were talking about this at the start. This is supposed to be a Xerath counter matchup where he counters the Azir. Look at this down bottom.
Glacial Fissure, Ash Arrow, ult's going back and forth as Sword Art's not taking too much on the back line. Baby's not been able to deliver to Mako though, so they're at a health disadvantage here. Concussive blows onto Sword Art as they keep delivering as Ranger's focus wears off. Uzi feels like that is enough damage. Follow-up volley coming to end the fight.
Jie was also moving down to potentially land his ulti and actually try and secure a kill here, but Sword Art is not going to be happy with that engage. You need to land that ulti straight in the face of Uzi, at least force his flash. In fact, he ended up going in after already missing the stun, so that meant there was a lot of damage in return, and the LMS bottom lane actually lost that trade.
And there's Rammus.
Many attempts to get to the top side. 957 takes a pretty bad fight, but he can still get in for the damage. A good taunt from MLXG. Does 957 want to change forms to get in under the turret? It's going to be MLXG tanking first. A good flash from Zip, but he's going to be able to clean him up with the E.
That one is very important here for the LPL. They need to get this tower down here, need to start getting some gold on the board. Bottom lane here, they gotta just make sure they don't get ganked by Karsa. They're playing safe, they're backing away, and suddenly they get a turret.
Yeah, exactly the point that MLXG should be targeting, because 957, that Jace, you're supposed to have pressure with it from the pick ban. It's been shut down. It's a 3-0 Ziv on that Shen earlier. And that's really what you want to do, is get that turret, because it looked like he was now pushing the Jace in and winning trades against the Jace. And this will reverse that matchup and give them a lot of gold that they desperately need on the LPL side.
Simple gang from MLXG onto Zip here. No early flash to try and get onto that turret as fast as possible. He takes a lot of damage during the taunt. And 957 knowing he can finish the kill.
I don't think Zip was expecting that much damage from the Rammus during the taunt, because he had just gone and taunted 957, and he didn't take almost anything from him.
Coming up big on that one, getting Ziv nice and fat, and then getting the Thanksgiving kill for him over to 957. A little bit of extra gold there. And now we'll see what the kind of pressure on the top side is. Ziv starting to bring that down into the jungle with a bit of vision, so make sure he can stay safe on any ganks that start to come his way from Karsa, who's actually been a little quieted down, if you will, after the beginning part of the game.
So BB still doesn't have a flash, but there is a Shen ulti ready, making this a little bit scary for the LPL if they want to actually tower dive. MLXG is sitting here, waiting, also ready to counter gank if Karsa shows up, but realizing, okay, it's pretty difficult to actually go under the turret, also with Leona. Karsa's on the way though, and there is currently no backup.
Mid laners still somewhat in vision. I think not having CA there may call off anything from the side of LMS. Karsa goes to clear the wards. A good push up by Uzi and Mako to set that up. very calmly and wait for MLXG to come in for the counter game. 17 minutes in, as you said, Cyrene, still a lot of focus bottom with a few love taps top whenever they're kind of jungling towards that section.
Yeah, it's really the junglers are kind of influencing the whole map. Both of them have 100% kill participation on both sides. And we're seeing when they show up what the instincts of MLXG and Karsa kind of are. And I feel like Karsa, we're seeing like that solo queue where this is the lane that I need to reverse. This is the lane that is having some issues. And MLXG, it seemed like he was trying to play a little bit more like a professional setting. Like, oh, this is where I'm supposed to go early on. This is the matchup I need to actually influence. And then when he started going for those repeat ganks over and over, like covering top lane, that one I thought was incredibly interesting with the Rammus just kind of sitting there. So, solo queue seems to be the way to go.
I just like the cast is like, I'm just gonna control mid lane and let Fofo kind of get further ahead. 200 CS at 17 or just about 18 minutes into the game is absolutely insane farming from this Azir, and no one is touching him. He even has cleanse for late game if he gets taunted. That's not gonna do anything.
Ash arrow, like you're hoping for something like that, but it's not even gonna land.
Sword art. Pretty damn tanky chain of corruption.
That's
Goes
no
back. MLXG, however, just on the side as he starts to teeter back and forth. Seeing Karsa. Karsa enters the fray, and now they taunt into Mako. MLXG wants to taunt back, but says it's not worth his life. And they leave Mako to go down.
And I get it, you know, you want to get some kills in this lane here, but when you land the arrow onto the support, then that's not really the guy you want to kill. Luckily, it means 957 is alone.
Yep, gets to get this turret to half HP. He'll take this down. That hypercharge already ranked 5. He'll be able to pick this one up and keep his teleport too, so he may be able to be influential in this upcoming part of the game.
MLXG now able to pretty much be all over the map, causing a little bit of mayhem, but still losing Mako on the bot side, gaining the turret from 957 in the top. LPL keeps himself in a pretty good spot, just about 1,000 gold down.
That could have been next level mind games though from the LPL bot lane.
Oh yeah?
You know, force a fight in the support, Uzi flashes away. If Mako was just ready to flash as well, they could both maybe have stayed alive while 957 took that tower. Look at this here, they're baiting the fight. MLXG is kind of like, yeah, I don't really want to go in.
The MLXG just, nope, I'm out
But
here.
look, if Mako here can actually flash away from this one, he probably can't because there's a Leona ulti landing after, but they will get a tower at least. Sadly, they also lose a bot tower, so in the end, not a great trade.
Yeah, I did think the sequencing was quite good from the LMS because Karsa still had ultimate, still had flash, so he could chase a flash and potentially follow up afterwards. But they decided, you know, let's wait for it, and nobody had to really blow flash there. It was just a death for Mako.
Wouldn't be surprised if there's a rinse and repeat as well. We saw Uzi try to dodge out of the Zenith blade there with his flash down. Cataclysm is up, and so is Karsa's flash, so they may get a very quick kill back down in the bot lane on Uzi if they choose to.
Yeah, they can try and kill Uzi. They already killed the tower, meaning they can actually start roaming. And that's kind of thing I'm missing from this Leona here is get out on the map, man. Come on, I want to see you mid lane. I want to see you in the enemy jungle. You're so good at forcing these early skirmishes. And now Sword Art is unleashed.
Yeah, he did buy Moby Boots' very first item, and then he was just up in the river, and that's about it. He hasn't gone other places. Now that the lane's down, you can see Fofo after buying the 2 penetration items in a good spot.
Good poke.
Dance and shoot.
Mirage comes out. He will be able to dance it quite well. Sword Art face to face with MLXG as they get themselves to safety. A lot of love taps here from these teams, and Comets flying back and forth, but no full committal to the fight. Fofo very low on mana here, and they might have to change the thought about the fight.
Well, a few seconds on that Shen ulti here.
Chain of corruption onto MLXG. That's going to be Sword Art in, taking a lot of damage. And here comes Mako and the rest of the team. As Mako goes down, Sword Art is in. 957 will then fall as the soldiers are pushed forward. Fofo and the rest of the team looking for a bit more.
Yeah, the Shen ultimate from Ziv, keeping a minute, able to turn it around there at the end. This Shen is huge, and we saw what Fofo was able to do with all that damage. It's so hard to get to him and even make him blow the cleanse.
I like to play the Fofo. Take a bit of damage at first, kind of bait around the mid lane. Come on, guys, you can kill me in here. Just all 5, try. And then the moment the LPL group up, instantly LMS turned around. We see the engage here. It's after some of the pokes already landed, but suddenly MLXG too close to the turret. Kasa coming behind as well. And there's so many ways to get onto the LPL team and just win the fight for LMS.
Yeah, the LPL would have to stay. This is basically an artillery team composition. You should almost never be fully engaging and putting yourself at risk, but it's so hard to not do that to push the game forward. It requires a lot of macro and kind of dividing them across the map with something like the Jace, but I don't see that happening with these compositions these teams that have only been together for like 2 weeks.
Also, artillery kind of suck if the enemy can just shoot a grenade in and destroy your cannon instantly, which is what's happening in these fights here. You can't really protect them. Even if you have people in front, they're just firing it over your head.
They even have their own artillery as well. Just the fact that Fofo is at that 250 CS mark. Now he's got some kills in the Leandries. This is a very scary Azir and a scary Shen. Both the solo laners.
Time to outplay. This is All-Stars.
Throws down the Youngwoods, tries to be good, gets himself behind the turret to play a little back and forth. But they pin him up against the bars, take him down. And 957 coming back up. 37 seconds, and they have top turret to themselves as LPL tries to defend.
It's hard to outplay that, Deficio. It's like very hard.
I was talking about Sword Art. Manning the CC.
Walking up and queuing.
Hey,
This is All-Stars!
Former support, man. You take what you can get. That was an outplay. He landed a stun.
I like it. I like it. Learning with Deficio.
See, he's fed as well. 303. Best KD, almost best KD.
Yeah. I mean, he's looking at his AD carry. Like, you got to get some of those kills.
I mean, you could be like Karsa and have 100% kill participation and no deaths. Still pretty good. He's been doing a lot of that.
So try-hard,
tournament. Yeah, gold star, man. Some people want the gold star, and he'll get 2.
Well, something that's not try-hard here, he's going for the Black Cleaver. We saw that a lot before, but that's like the solo queue Jarvan. Not quite the Duskblade, but there isn't a whole lot of armor to go through. It's kind of just, MLXG will get there, but it's mostly for the CDR. More ultis, no Knight's Vow, none of that, Randuin's Omen stuff. I want to see more damage after this.
It's been really fun, though, to watch like the LMS Dream Team. There's so many good players on this roster we normally never see play together because they're split up on multiple teams in the LMS. And now they're finally united together, and the coordination is actually pretty spot on when they're roaming around.
And this is legitimately pretty much the best player in each position for the LMS. You could argue like maybe Maple, but he didn't have a great year for himself alongside Karsa. But Fofo, he was the one that, we didn't see him internationally. And he's kind of the one that it really hinged on how good was he going to be when he gets to All-Stars. And so far, it's been great.
It's the pressure as well when it's not just a kind of a regular season game. You're up against other All-Stars, so it's going to be even harder. And you have that pressure of the community watching you. So very good of him to show on the international stage. You can do it on LAN. You can do it on LAN. 25 minutes coming up into this game now. 9-2. Just about 1,000 gold lead there in favor of LMS, creeping up on 2 as they get control of the Bear Pit.
All right, so far, we would kind of say LMS has been playing fairly spot on when it comes to forcing team fights. Normally, we would talk about all the sexy vision control around Baron now and how you gotta slow push the waves and then get some more vision, but now we just want to see some more engages because that's what we're here for, and especially when Sword Art is on this Leona.
MLXG possibly looking for a target. Smite over to Karsa. And they're going to make their way out saying, thank you very much. A little red power play. Bot laners have teleports up as well as stand united on the side of Zip.
Wow. So that Arcano Pulse actually did hit the Leona. That's why the Comet went off. And he pretty much took no damage. It's like, oh, it's not looking pretty good right now for the LPL. They're going to have to try to leverage that Jace on the bottom side. It's only a 3,000 gold lead for the LMS, so this Baron could be something that gets turned around. They do have vision with Hawkshot.
Be a big fight around this one here. Mako moving in first. LMS is backing away. Sometimes you're just kind of testing. Like, if we start this now, are you ready? Can you actually move in and stop us? And the answer in this case was yes, and therefore they just step away, go back towards the mid lane, and hope that GA is getting greedy for some of these minions in mid lane.
Flash coming up for these top laners very quickly as well. They also have to be careful where they're teleporting or ulting from. Both can dislodge each other from those abilities.
Ooh, the
so
tower
they may
dive?
not make it to the fight.
Yeah,
right
they want to tower dive.
You got to tower dive him. Oh,
Cataclysm. Jarvan Quattro going in onto CA. Daylight comes down, and with the sun in his eyes, he has no idea what's going on. They're going to be able to drop a little bit of pressure onto that mid turret, but may even drop back to see what else they can get around that Baron.
And that's that main wave cleared down, able to just dive underneath the turret and get him when he has no protection. It's so hard for the LPL guys, like Deficio was saying, after Champion Select, to actually stay alive when they start diving and just going after the backline.
It's also a little bit unfair, for GA sitting there in the mid lane, and then the Flash Wolves duo just moves towards him. Casts a sword art.
Should have been an inhibitor, should have been in the Fountain. But no, on a serious note, they're just diving constantly, and that's how they'll push the game forward here with the Leona, who can tank turrets, and with the Jarvan.
And who needs to set up a Baron properly if you can just force a play and get a kill or two first, and then do Baron. That's the proper way to control the objective.
I mean, They go into it right now and they just start taking pepper shots from CA and 957 until they lose all of their health. It's not a huge amount of AoE, but we saw how quick Karsa went down in his not as tanky build, going for the Black Cleaver as they started Baron. He also has perfect timing now, so he can Cataclysm in his Zhonya's.
Yeah, has the stopwatch. Either that's for a flashy play or he's going for the Guardian Angel next.
I would say GA, or at least he's going to get it later, and you might as well have sit on the stopwatch in case you need it.
It's a style stopwatch if he goes in and dives and just presses it afterwards. I would like to see that. I've seen like a whole bunch of Lee Sins be like, I'm going to buy this, kick back, not die in the next fight.
I've also seen some try and make that play where they try and kick it back and then hit the stopwatch first, and you're like, wait a minute, I didn't even kick the guy.
And then there's people who buy it and forget about it because they never buy a Zhonya's on something like, you know, AD carry or jungle.
I mean, no joke, one of the hardest things for a lot of players in League of Legends is actually using active items.
Oh, yeah.
But,
whoa!
might get a fight.
Here comes MLXG, doesn't get in. Sword Art taking a bunch of damage, but is he? It looks like he's healing under the pressure. LMS is absolutely crushing the LPL health bars right now as they make their way into the fight. 957 on the back line trying to deliver us. He has to stay in long-range mode. They cannot approach this tanky team, and LMS comes away with 1.
So much damage, so much CC from the LMS, and they don't even care about anything at the moment. They just keep forcing fights. They got 2 Cloud Drakes, so I guess you can engage a little bit faster. That's gonna help, at least for the Leona and the Jarvan.
Are you finally converted to the Church of Cloud Drake?
Hey, we're in North America right now. I love Cloud Drake. Best Drake in the game.
Haven't had to get another one.
Talking about it, yeah.
Let's see how this happens. So MLXG coming from the back, Righteous Glory, and begin.
Yeah, expecting to actually catch somebody off the backside of the arrow, but then the engage from the Leona, from Sword Art, and MLXG and Uzi up to the left side. Karsa goes in, and then it's Fofo with the follow-up damage from the soldiers. There's just so much damage from this here. Ugh. His CS like per minute is even like slowed down a bit, but he's still an absurd amount ahead.
I love that Ziv's input in this fight was take an arrow in the face. I mean, like, yeah, guys, you can go now. The arrow's on cooldown. Just fight.
And it's called soaking, you know? The ability's down. I do that all the time as a tank. Run in, they killed you. That's why you're like, oh yeah, Ashe ulti down. No, this guy used it too. Boom.
My favorite is when that happens, but it's the guy that's dying over and over again. He's still helping. Hey, Zed ult and Ashe ult down.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Worth
0
it.
and 8.
They're on cooldown now.
He's just soaking abilities, you know? He's soaking cooldowns. It's part of the strategy.
All right, they're baiting around Baron again. GA, no flash. Uzi, no flash. Easy targets for Sword Art or Karsa. Now you either start the Baron and you're ready to just disengage when the enemy shows up and you kill them, or you just hide in the jungle first and then you force the fight before you start the Baron.
Ooh.
They're hiding in the jungle. Oh, Sword Art.
Possibly the Rumble.
Look how
Here
fast
on
he
the ward.
is. Moby Boots, double Cloud Drake. You can't get away from him.
Fight for the red again. It's actually not even the Baron. It's been this red that has been starting our fights. The single kills we're getting is everybody's a little too tentative to actually get in to the nitty-gritty of these fights. 30 minutes on the clock, taking stock of everything. Fofo is gigantic right now, and this is what LPL is trying to get away from. Karsa just sets up the Cataclysm, and he throws the soldiers right inside with everybody else behind it.
Yeah, we almost have 100 CS up here for Fofo.
In the mid-horizon.
Well, Uzi right now is
Art.
trying to hide around a corner, but there's a ward being placed by LMS that he's actually standing on every single time he's trying to do it.
It's not spotted by that control ward in the brush either.
Little
So
angle right there.
feel like they're safe here.
Yeah, they don't actually see it. So Uzi's getting baited just a little bit, but obviously he didn't fire any arrow and didn't get engaged on just yet.
So at what point do you do like a half semi-split push where you hope to not lose a Seer?
I mean, they've kind of been doing, with if you're the LMS.
Yes.
Oh, right now I feel like you could put the Azir in the top lane and like shove every now and then because you have Ziv with ulti.
Catch him on kind of a
but
rotation.
you don't have control of this area
Right,
yet.
right.
Now that they have control, they'll do the Baron. LPL will be slow to walk in. It might be half. And there they go. And they walk away. Intense.
Yeah. I was going to say interesting that LPL were allowed to walk in.
Oh, there it is. Intensity in 10 cities. It's going to be Mako going down first. Exhaust is still up, so he's got it for next fight. It could be crazy.
Yeah, that's what we want to see when a team walks into the jungle to try and stop a Baron. Not, just allow them to walk in and place a ward. Just kill them. 957 also losing down the bottom lane. It's been a rough game for him on this Jace.
Yeah, hasn't been able to do much of anything. I feel like we're in North America. It's Nene Jace coming out here. It's just the region itself.
I was actually going to say that, but I'm like, no. I'm casting for 2 NA guys in North America. I don't want you guys to beat me up, so I'm just not going to say it. But now you said it, and you're the NA caster.
Cloud Drake up in 1.5. Third one there. RNG being pretty special this game, and we will get no more Cloud Drakes after this one. We'll have to see what
a
team
shame.
can. Yeah, I know, right? We could have just wanted more, but it's not going to happen today. Almost a 9,000 gold lead in a very quick amount of time here as LMS catapults themselves into the lead and now start to take control of those side lanes. You can see Ziv starting to place that vision. They're going to need to do so.
They have the Baron. Now they can go ahead and go for that 1-3-1 if they wanted to, but I feel like now they just have Ziv grouping up,
big.
pushing alongside. There you go.
I feel like you just got a tower dive. Like, who needs this slow setup where you got so many ways to fight it? Uzi's flash is still not there. Yes, there's a QSS for him, but there's a lot of things that can land in his face where he can't get out. Just take those last outer turrets and then look for a potential engage.
Youmuu's out. 957's not going to be able to get any retaliation there. Or I should say initiation.
LMS has been really good about dodging these Ash arrows. If they see it, they're definitely dodging it and kind of parting the sea and letting it fly by.
I think 0 of them actually have come from Fog of War. They don't need to, but everything's kind of right in front of them. LPL's being very reactive this game instead of just doing it on their own.
Yeah, every time they try to force, it is something that doesn't really stick.
True.
Or it gets turned around. It's so hard to force when they have like a Shen ultimate, when they have a way to disengage with the Azir, and then they can just push down as the LMS side and use this Baron, use the engage, and can potentially dive.
One thing that's helping him, Shie's doing a very good job of at least putting a little damage on Bebe on the back line. It doesn't allow LMS to stay for too long, but it is long enough so far, and they're putting a good amount of damage on the base.
Yeah, they got what they wanted, the first in-hit turret, so now there's an open in-hit they can go for. LPL constantly trying to poke them, but they have to be so afraid of the potential engage.
Who's in? They're going to go on to Mako first. They feel they can take him out. Glacial Fisher goes back as he stays alive. Karsa's on the top, and we see Sword on the bottom. Ziv's going to enter the fray. Fofo and Baby are on the back line trying to deliver the damage in as they drop the tank in front. MLXG is down. Fancy dancing shoes for Baby on the back side as they are able to keep themselves alive on the side of LMS.
So they got 1 for 0, but almost everything went wrong for the LMS. They engaged onto the support, couldn't kill him, the taunt missed.
Focus.
Everything just got a miss left and right, but it doesn't matter because they're so far ahead and they could still take the 1 kill, get the inhib, and sure, you lose the flash on your AD carry, but it's fine. He's not really been under any pressure in these big fights, other than this one.
Yeah.
It's kind of like 1, 2, 3. Wait, which one do we go for?
Yeah, right here, Shie got the poke onto BB, and then they engaged onto Uzi. Uzi gets chunked to half pretty much instantaneously and has to flash away. And now, BB dodge 1, 2, 3, 4.
Does it count when you flash?
Still, I would still call it a dodge. Still not hitting him.
Kind of cheating.
That's Shie's miss. There you go.
Yeah, he missed it. Always an old classic.
That's right. They should have just trusted the Cloud Drake, dude. They have 3. You would have made it. Anyway, Elder Drake is next, so we won't get any more of the Mountains or Infernals. And we see LMS looking to put what could be the final touches on this game, 13-2. So not only have they really starved a lot of map pressure and turret gold and objective gold, but they have just starved the kill gold as well. And LMS is staying very strong throughout this game and keeping not keeping a one-track mind.
I mean, they've been playing very well, and I also really think, as we talked about in Champs, like their comp is just perfect at playing against this poke from LPL, especially when you start getting ahead early on. Right. When you have these long-range engage tools, you can skip past the front line of the enemy team because it's a Leona ulti flying down from the sky. It's a Jarvan who can combo from long range, and you can't really block that if you're MLXG or Mako, so you're just going to see your backline get hit eventually by something, and then the fight is on.
Yeah, and then you're pretty much decimated with the lead that LMS currently has. And even their split push win condition of the Jace that they drafted in the first rotation or first round for themselves got shut down early by multiple ganks from Karsa. Pretty much was camping it. Karsa still with 100% KP. I mean, as a Jarvan, sometimes you just throw down the flag. And,
don't give away the secrets.
But 100% KP, not incorrect.
That's how supports get all their KP. Shield. Oh, I'm here.
Yeah, Thresh Lantern. Let me get
assistance.
I mean, again, Sona is the easiest support to get a lot of assist on and get a high KDA. You don't even need to hit the ulti because you rarely do.
Or you just wish before everything happens. They're going to be on the top turret. A little extra damage to come through. Well, bam. And it looks like they'll be able to finish this one off. 957 doing what he can. Pretty close to being that hammer mode though. Rest of the team and 957 kind of covering that top side, staying safe so they can get back to the fountain. And LMS says, that's fine. We're getting what we want and then backing out. We don't want to fight you in the base. We'd rather fight you just outside.
And MLXG just takes so much damage. Doesn't have much MR here. Is mostly itemized towards armor and then has the Merc Treads. So when he starts running in, gets hit by the Azir, he's just completely chunked out. And MLXG,
feels bad.
So that's kind of what you do in these games as Rammus. You're behind, you can't really engage, but you get to go fast.
I mean, yeah, sadly for him, he didn't get the early impact we wanted. I think he skipped like a level 4 or 5 gank in there, and that's why he's getting punished now.
Yeah, he got the level 2 and 3.
Exactly, and that's fine. That was the first few steps, but he missed the next ones. And
4, the 5, the 6.
Now he's dealing with this comp where there's an Azir wall, there's a Varus ulti, and his team can't really follow him. It kind of sucks sometimes to play Rammus in the late game.
Would you know?
I would say if you have actually
play Rammus in late game.
I mean, I personally like it because you're strong yourself. Your team is not benefiting too much because, yeah, you're not really helping them. You're just kind of,
that's the kind of player you are, Deficio. 957, not long for this world. Great Zenith Blade coming out of Sword Art, and they're able to close that one down. He used just about everything, actually, to get in range for that here. So LMS looks committed to make this some of the final touches. They put the nail in the coffin of game 1.
Yeah, it's like final nail in the coffin, 5 minutes ago, 6 minutes ago, 7 minutes ago. It's like they're still playing this so slow. They have a 13,000 gold advantage. It's like maybe we should wait for the next Baron. You know, maybe get some more people.
It is true.
Off here.
Are they waiting for it? And they are going to be pinging on it. They say we either get the fight at Baron or we get the fight as they file over to it.
And this is just a good example of how serious the LMS team are playing right now. Like, this is All-Stars, but yet they are not taking any chances with this lead. They want to win this game so badly that they just make sure it's one inhib. Then another after a reset, now a Baron. Do not throw this game.
LMS have not dropped a single game so far. 5-0 in terms of the overall All-Stars games. And like you said, they're taking this very seriously. It's kind of been a top-heavy region for a while, and when you take the cream of the crop, you're just seeing how good these players are on a team together.
Yeah, and these players were good enough to even beat a European super team, which is very rare, and that really shows how strong the LMS lineup is.
Absolutely, that was a really great point
Yeah,
to bring up.
yeah, I think that was important.
Yeah, by the transitive property, the LPL, you know, versus the North American team, looks like, you know, Europe maybe has the harder group, I guess.
Really good emerging regions.
So far, it looks that way.
LMS spreading out a little bit here, hoping to get LPL to do the same thing and spread that team out thin so they can get a few hits on what they want. CA actually getting a Knight's Vow over to himself so he can take a bit more damage here from Mako. And they will put themselves now behind the inhibitor turret they can get safe from. Mid inhib goes down, and now it's just a matter of time.
And we can see how MLXG are constantly like trying to find the flank. He probably needs to just flash taunt something, but at the moment there's QSS on Varus, there's Cleanse on Azir, so he can't really get the carries. And there's no other engage for him to use because the Ash Arrow has not been on point and they've been able to dodge them or again use Cleanse against it. There is no follow-up for MLXG. There's no Alistar to start a fight where he can join in after.
This is the Sonic the Hedgehog cosplay. You never actually get to do much. You just roll around, try to hit something.
Oh, it's on the Blitz guy.
Oh, they're going to bop him for his coins. MLXG gets himself to safety. He is going to stay alive. 40-30 on the clock, and it does not look like Ziv is going to be leaving the playpen on the top side of the base for a while. At least until he takes that Nexus turret down. Yeah. Look at me, I go fast.
That's the Rammus dream. He did
But you know what? That was aggressive. That almost goes down. Locked the Iron Solari and a whole hell of a lot more to keep the tankiest member alive. Makes you wince a little bit as LMS starting to really tear the base to shreds here. They're looking at the Nexus turrets. One's already under half.
Got one!
He got his support!
Got Sword Art. He seems to be the guy that has the global taunt initiation for him right now. Karsa's a little too far forward. Gets himself to safety. Pofo's on the tank, and he gets himself back into a spot where he can deliver the damage. In goes Pofo, pushes them back, but the Emperor's divide, and they divide them away from the fountain. There is no safety, there's no solace for the LPL right now, and the LMS will take game 1 in strong fashion.
The LPL got their 2 kills at about 5-ish minutes, 6 minutes. and then they didn't really pick up anything else afterwards. They got 1 kill then they got 1 at 15 minutes. That is about a 20-plus minute span where they didn't drop anything, almost 30 minutes.
Your lucky kills don't wear off, Cyrene.
Oh.
Still, every single time LPL tried to group in that mid game to be like, we will siege without Xerath, we are strong. Instant engages just happened. Leona, Javan, the Shen ulti as well, and it just felt like there was so little they could actually do once they fell behind on the LPL side, and this LMS draft was very, very good, very smart against the poke comp, and I saw that.
An overall amazing game coming out there. We saw the Rammus as it was interesting. We didn't see the Jarvan get picked up by MLXG. It was there. It was open.
Yeah.
And they could have actually done that for themselves. But then they get strangled out of the tanks, and then they kind of have nowhere to go.
Yeah, Steak with the big fro, with the big brain underneath that thing.
How much of it is Fro?
Who knows?
All right, for more on how Game 1 played out, let's go ahead and send it to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv, the LMS striking the first blow in our best of 5. Let's start where they left off. Champion select, the Rammus pick of all things coming through for MLXG. The jungle matchup was one of those key matchups we were looking at to determine this series. Game 1, Karsa comes out on top.
Yeah, I'm not going to mince words here. In my opinion, that was the most garbage draft I've ever seen from the LPL.
Ever?
Now, I'm going to go
Lock
through
it
why.
in.
Poke compositions. The LPL has never been strong at playing poke compositions. We're the engaging region. We want to have as much engage as possible. And you basically had Ashe and you had Rammus into Azir. And the Rammus was picked after the Azir. Caster's already talked about it. Rammus tries to go in. Guess what? He's just going to get shuffled back to the side. He's never going to find that hard engage. The other thing is Shin. We've seen Shin time and time again counter out the LPL strategy. At Worlds, Reapered on Cloud9 was like, hey guys, these guys like to fight, let's take Shin. And that's exactly what happened. The LPL on the bottom side of the map took skirmish after skirmish directly into the Shin, directly into a numbers disadvantage, and threw away like 5K gold leads.
Yeah, CA of all people as well on that Lucian in the mid lane, getting picked up by the Shen back at Worlds, that is. Let's talk about, the victory, though, crafted by the LMS. While there may have been some missteps in Champion Select for the LPL, LMS come out with a composition they're very comfortable piloting, only giving up 2 deaths throughout the entirety of the game.
I mean, at the end of the day, this was very well drafted by the LMS, and like you say, there was some missteps, but I'm not willing to say lost at draft because the LPL still had win conditions. They were playing very well around the Jace that was split pushing super well. They got 2 turrets on the top side at the cost of some kills. There was still a window, but they never really played around how strong the Jace was, his potential to split push after the early game. It just became team fight after team fight, and you're not winning team fights with this draft. So it was really both the draft being difficult to execute and then the execution being off base.
I'd also say, I mean, you can look at the Xerath as another way to win. Like, Xerath to me is supposed to be such a strong matchup into the Azir. You're able to outrange him, you're able to poke him down, you're supposed to be kind of having this lane advantage. And
I forgot they had a Xerath half the time.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't materialize at all. Like, he was losing from the word go. He was heavily down in farm. I didn't see him have an effective ultimate the entire game. Like, it really felt like Xie was pretty invisible, but I do have to give a ton of credit over to Karsa because, we talked at the start, if LMS is going to win, it's likely through a strong performance from him. 1-0-18, I believe, 100% kill participation on the game. Like, that is incredible. He had such a strong game, was everywhere he needed to be. And although Rammus may seem like more of a jokey pick if you are only following competitive because it wasn't around in Worlds, it's been a very, very strong solo queue pick in preseason with Aftershock, so it's not like this really was a freebie.
And again, my thing is that I feel like the LMS, like I had some questions about their draft because I thought their priority pick was really weird in their semifinal against SEA, but now it just makes so much sense. They just have a great read on exactly what is going to counter out the enemy team, exactly what the enemy team wants, and they understand what they do best. Whereas the LPL didn't understand what they did best. They ran a poke competition. Xie looked super uncomfortable in the Xerath. That is a matchup that he should not lose by, 100+ CS, and they just got kicked around the map.
I mean, Karsa leading the charge, the rest of the members stepping up behind him. I want to take a look at one replay. Comes 9:30 into the game. 4-0 in favor of LMS. The team fighting here for them will come out on top. This replay brought to you by Acer Predator.
Yeah, and this is talking about the Shen, right? Shen was getting bullied in the top side, was down farm, was losing, and this gave Ziv a way to get out of lane, to get to the bot side, picks up kills, a big advantage gotten for them, and he's able to then hold on in his 1v1 because of that.
And look, Shen will always get a chance to get out of lane, but you have to be on point with it. If you do this and Jace takes multiple turrets and you don't pick up the 4 kills they ended up with, then it's not worth it. But in this case, perfect execution. So the execution and the idea both in harmony there. And it meant that they started the gold lead. They just kept rolling the entire game.
Yeah, Ziv moved to 3-0 at the conclusion of that team fight. So very early on, 3 kills on a Shen. Puts him in a nice position against that split-pushing Jace, but I want to talk about the members of the LMS team that stepped up behind Karsa. Fofo and Sword Art in particular. These two impressed me superbly in this game 1.
I mean, the play that stands out to me was when Sword Art and Karsa just looked at each other and they say, you see that Xerath on the mid lane? They're like, yep. And immediately Leona and Jarvan come around the tower.
Over the wall.
Just insta-dive and just nail him.
It's beautiful. Exactly. Having the confidence there as well as the synergy between those two players to execute on those plays. Fofo, you mentioned the Xerath being honestly a fine pick into the Azir. In a lot of cases, advantageous, right? And here he is in a CS deficit. Fofo averaging well over 10 CS a minute. Deathless in the game. Great performance out of him. Beginning of the week, we were like, can he play anything but Zoe? Apparently he can.
And I mean, he massively outdamaged Xerath, which is one of the best poke champs from the mid lane in the entire game, right? This is one of those champions you expect to be racking up an incredibly high DPM, and he outplayed him at all stages.
Now, Frost, you had the most criticism for LPL's draft here, calling it the worst you've ever seen. So, they've elected blue side here for game 2. How do they fix it?
I would put a higher priority on Shen, but if I'm the LMS, I would recognize that and also deny it. We've seen time and time again that Shen is always kind of a power pick, especially for 957, that a lot of teams will play around, either denying it by banning it or taking it away. And I think it is probably the most important pick for them because of how they like to play their style. And I hope they recognize that.
All right, well, there you have it. The LMS have taken game 1. We'll see if the LPL can fight back as the series continues. Game 2 is coming up after the break.
Taunt is in. Should be enough damage to take down 957. First Blood's going to be going over to Ziv with the last hit. The one Bebe in the bot lane and Uzi. The Solar Flare comes right in from Sword Art. They take that fight. The top side loses CA and MLXG. And the LMS close in immediately.
我不在哦，这边在杀，这边在隐藏。我在看。也是看到杰西在蓝区。
Interesting that LPL were allowed to walk in.
Oh, there it is. Intensity in 10 cities. The damage goes Fofo, pushes them back with the Emperor's Divide, and they divide them away from the fountain. There is no safety, there's no solace for the LPL right now, and the LMS will take game 1.
我觉得他们在沟通方面做的是非常好的，因为他们在一个刚组建，就是刚刚在一起没打多久的队员，然后打到给我们看比赛的感觉，就完全是一整支队伍就打得非常的好。
That is correct. He is actually right in his examination.
Simple but spot on.
Welcome back for game 2 of the LPL versus the LMS. We just saw the LMS pretty handily take to the Rift and show the LPL what was up from the beginning of the game. They may have been okay with being ahead too much in the middle, but LMS still found the way.
Yeah, when the Rammus got locked in, it's like, that's what I like to see at All-Stars. And then the LMS is like, no fun allowed. Yeah, just absolutely.
Did they
like,
say, okay?
Yeah, basically. They kind of tore them apart very slowly. And it was one of those ones where you're like, man, it feels really bad if I were in the LPL shoes right now. And you just keep thinking for like 30-plus minutes about what could we have done differently? Because Karsa and Ziv teaming up, like, dream team, sure. I mean, that's definitely a dream pairing.
I mean, we talked about this, you know, during the Champs League. We talked about also after the game here how when you take things like Ashe and Xerath and the enemy is already picking Jarvan and there was a chance of a Leona coming in later on Alistar, like so many engaged tools, man, you make it hard for yourself to play the game. And obviously the Uzi Ashe here was not really spot on. The arrows wasn't there. They didn't play around bot side because they couldn't really do a whole lot of it with Shen from the top lane, and it was just a very hard game to play.
Yeah, this is an interesting kind of meta with the lethality 80 carries because low mobility, not a whole lot of playmaking. You sit in the back, you kind of, you know, Legolas it up, you keep shooting arrows. I feel like Uzi, when I think of him, high mechanical player, very high ceiling, so good on the keyboard, able to kind of maneuver himself around fights. I want to see him on things like Tristana, right? Resets, a lot of damage. Callista, exactly. I don't think of him as like throwing one spell and then that's his contribution to the team fight. He's a much higher impact player than that.
Probably an Osu master. What is he doing on Ashe? But no, you're right. You do see those kind of champions.
They favor the meta right now.
Kind of fizzle out for Uzi when he plays them. Obviously,
sometimes he's had some good games.
No, absolutely. But that's credit also to Sword Art for just standing in front of the AD carry on their side. Uzi has nobody to alt, so it's kind of like as we're saying with the Twitch, he can't even go up and make a play in that sense. So maybe he'll get what he's going for this time, and then they'll be able to focus that a little bit more on Uzi's side.
Exactly, and the LPL will be on blue side now, so there will be some changes in the game here. The Virus was first picked by LMS. That is something Uzi has taken beforehand. Try and be a big lane bully, and then force placement after level 6 with the ulti is definitely an option. But I'm constantly going to look at Jarvan as probably one of my favorite picks in this meta, just because he's good in the early game and he gives you guaranteed engage against poke. It's so valuable against a lot of these poke champions.
Yeah, I also think the blue side is so good for whichever team, because you're not banning Ornn Ezreal and possibly Zoe, right? Your bans get freed up. You can target things like Shen early, but I also think the LPL, they wouldn't hate having Shen themselves to protect Uzi, but also just take it away so they don't have Shen. And they can actually, you can make plays bottom side.
So we have to assume now that GA, he doesn't want to play Zoe. He gets banned on blue side, he gets banned on red side.
He seems like one of the people who's like, I'd rather play against it and like pick some assassins into it, but even then, high variance.
Yeah, there's still a risk involved there. Maybe he doesn't feel too comfortable on the champion, or they just don't want to first pick it, and they also don't want to then give it over to LMS in the first rotation. Can also be the reason, but I like it. If you don't feel like you want to play the Zoe, ban it.
I think CA feels like most people that feel like they can play against a champion. I'll be great, but my teammates will probably die.
Oh yeah, they're gonna drag me down.
Yeah. And speaking of dragging me down, the Jace ban coming through here from the LPL themselves. It's like, no, 957, you're not getting it this time.
Yep.
And MLXG, free up, go to other parts of the map this time.
That's always a problem for you as a team. If you gotta ban your own champion to stop your player from using it, it's happened in solo queue when someone hovers the wrong champion and you're like, oh, you tell me you're gonna play Heimerdinger? No. Vedius always bans it when I hover the Heimerdinger. Really? It's pretty rude.
What will be the next ban here for the LPL All-Stars? 9 seconds left for their choice here in phase 1, and then it's all up to the LMS's final ban. 957 may just get his first pick to keep things from being too tell-all, if you will, and Jin's gonna be that ban for the LPL.
So they're probably expecting LMS to ban Ezreal, and then they can first pick the Virus, and they have a super good AD carry matchup.
Oh, I actually think Misfortune is also up there.
Oh, that's another good one.
And you can flex her around based on matchup, too.
Two good options for LPL, depending also on the banning, because LMS can just not ban Ezreal and leave all of them open and be like, haha, we're gonna get 1 or 2 of them, you're only gonna get 1. Then you almost have to take the MF, because that's the one you can flex into the support role.
Ooh, this is actually super smart.
Yeah.
Because now, if you take
and then it's Jarvan.
Ezreal, they take Jarvan, right? So I actually think if you're LPL, you may take Jarvan here for MLXG, and then LMS will probably take Ezreal, but the Misfortune is the thing that they could also take and have that double bottom lane.
Exactly, and as we just highlighted there, like the thing about MF is you can flex her, support and AD carry. You can't really do that with a Varus at the moment. So if you lock that in, you're instantly saying this is my AD carry, and they can still then grab MF plus Jarvan, and you're like, I don't even know what MF is going at the moment. Still though, MF kind of has the same problem some of these other champions without any dashes will have against Jarvan specifically. So I think Kai'Sa should lock that in, and then you can take the preferred AD carry if you want, and in this case, BB's Ezreal, pretty spot on.
Use his own skin on that one from Season 2 World Championship? I think so. Ezreal, Jarvan, even though you think that the LPL may have their AD carry here with the MF, still safe to lock in the Ezreal.
Okay.
All right. But that means you might give over Jarvan.
It does. Luckily, you have 2 champions that can jump out of his ulti with the Ezreal. So Steak right now playing some fancy mind games. I like I like how many things still go into these big and bad phases. Even doing All-Star, there's so many small things like we are fine giving you this champion because we're picking 2 champions with mobility. And you kind of have to take it because if we get it against your low mobility champions, we're going to beat you with it. And it's kind of tricky now for LPL because you see that Azir that was so good from Popo last time. And your answer, Xerath, didn't work.
Well, also your thing or your want to leave things up changes from game to game. And we get the MF here already. So things are already starting to take a little bit of a turn.
And I mean,
it's going to be MLXG picking up the Jarvan.
It's also All-Stars where the teams are coming together. You're going to want power picks and comfort almost more than anything else. Not so much like, oh, you don't play Zoe. We got to play Zoe so we don't have to ban it. It's like, it's not the top pro, basically, like competitive level. This is All-Stars where we're going to see things like the pocket pick, the comfort.
We'll beat that LeBlanc. Got 0 seconds
All
left.
right.
Auto lock in as it times down. And CA is going to bring that LB back to the Rift.
The poke didn't work. Go for something with kill pressure instead. Combine it with the Jarvan ganks, and you have a very strong 2v2 around the mid lane from GA and MLXG. Definitely something we have to look at in-game. Kaza now needs to find his jungler, unless he wants to risk getting 2 of them banned away.
Could be the Lee Sin or Kha'Zix, but it will be the Lee Sin.
And the Kha'Zix was banned in that first round, the last game, so it would have been a choice this time. They still choose for the playmaking of Lee Sin.
I like it. And I feel like, just like with the last game, the LPL draft to me is screaming much more like early to mid game. You gotta get ahead, because late game, LMS have drafted 3 champions with so much mobility that, again, it's really hard for Jarvan to lock them down. It's hard for MF to sit with her ulti and actually hit them multiple times, because people can jump in and out so easily. So much mobility can be so valuable, and I really want to see LeBlanc and Jarvan together just destroy the mid lane.
Yeah, you want to see that 2-on-2 kind of control the middle part of the map, especially since Fofo was kind of just boarded up for Karsa, and then he was able to just kind of do his own thing and get a CS advantage. Didn't really have to play a lot of the early game with pressure on it.
We also have to now highlight support-wise, Sword Art might actually not go for a tank support, but instead the Janna. We have already seen it with Ezreal. It's fantastic against Jarvan, obviously. When he engages, you just knock him away. And it's something we have seen during this tournament already. There's still things like Alistar you can play or Braum, but I think Janna actually could make sense here.
Yeah, I feel if I'm the LPL, I may actually ban away another engaged support here like the Alistar. Just because I got rid of the Leona, that definitely signals that I don't want to play against that. Kind of reading off that. I'm surprised by the Shen ban, though. The Shen is the one that I thought LMS may pick up themselves right after the pick, but they may save it for, I guess, last pick top lane as a counter.
Yeah. The Maokai is still up now for Ziv if he actually wants to take that to the top side.
Very true. Yeah, the Maokai was banned last time, and the Alistar ban came through, like I was saying. Probably don't want to have Uzi get engaged on.
Well, they have to decide if they want to last pick support or top lane at the moment. MF is still flex, so we don't know exactly where she's going to end up. Gnar available in this draft here. There is still quite some picks you can take against him.
Kennen, pick the Kennen.
Yeah, Kennen is one. Camille is another one for 957. He can grab against this Gnar here if he wants to try and shut him down.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest counters are things like Kennen, the Camille, Aurelia. I mean, if you want to be really crazy, you can go with that. But
if you want to be boring, there's Maokai.
Yeah, or you just play Sion.
That Pantheon.
Yeah, true, very true. But he's scaling that late game because we're looking at mid-game composition for them.
Ooh, very nice. Mako locking down the Thrash. We're going to get Hook City in on this one. So,
and
Hooks, do they bring it back? Ooh. They do have the AD on the squad already, be the AP of LeBlanc and Annie now, as 957 just did this. Yes.
Yeah, and I believe it was up against a Gnar.
Ooh.
Yep, there
it
you go.
is.
All right, we get the same thing as we saw yesterday here, where in the laning phase, he was able to apply a bit of pressure before the magic resist came in. After that, he could still try and 1v1, but didn't manage to get a lot of kills for himself. But he's such a threat in fights because the flash tippers, it's always there. It's always a possibility.
Yeah, you're throwing the flash tippers out there. I want to see the Summoner Spellbook, the Unsealed Spellbook come out for the reduced cooldown on the flash and the teleport, because the Gnar is going to get Merc Treads, maybe Adaptive Helm, some type of MR item very early. You don't really kill the Gnar, you just try to chunk him out of lane, but the TP on a 3-minute cooldown, the flash on a 3-minute cooldown, go bottom.
But we see that he likes to favor the damage.
Yeah, exactly. He went for Airy yesterday.
Maybe
didn't want that spellbook. You know, he just said, I want more damage for myself.
But it's an Annie pick in the first place. I'm not going to knock whatever he takes.
It's a hard knock life as Annie, isn't it? We'll see what she can do and see if Ziv will taste fire in that top lane. Fofo locks in the Azir once again, had an immaculate game on it last time. Controlled the mid lane by almost 100 CS throughout the mid and end part of the game. They're going to be focusing on him, MLXG's Jarvan, and CA's LeBlanc, possibly in that mid lane.
I mean, there's so much big potential on the side of LPL right here. You highlighted the LeBlanc right there. There's a Jarvan next to him. There's a Flash Tippers in the top lane. Hook potential from the support. A lot of ways to catch that one guy and then see if you can kill him very fast and use that to win the fight. But a lot of mobility, as we highlighted before, on the LMS side. This Ezreal can be so hard to lock down. If we look at the LPL draft, so if BB's playing a perfect game, he can carry this entire thing.
Technically speaking, Ezreal's always farming from beside his minions, so double ups aren't the easiest thing to hit. It'll be interesting to see if Uzi can thread those ones through to find BB in his farming lane. We're about to be onto the Rift Game 2, as LMS is already up 1 and looking for that win here as the Dream All-Star team.
And I like the fact that LMS decided to save support for last. They were like, we don't actually know what you're going to play down there. Because this MF Thresh can really destroy a Gianna very quickly when she's so squishy. Put in the Braum for a little bit more safety, at least on their side.
Yeah, with the Guardian alongside the Kleptomancy Ezreal. I want to see what he ends up picking up with that Klepto.
Some wards in the early game, he's like, damn it.
Yeah, you sell those. Yeah, when you get the blue trinket, you can actually sell that. I believe it's the highest gold value item when you back. A lot of what I'll end up doing with Kleptomancy is you just end up with like 6 things in your inventory. You're like, I go back, just sell them all, and you're like up 400 gold off of just selling stuff.
Very frugal, Zyrie.
Oh, yeah.
Very frugal. Nicely played.
I'll spend it, though. I'll spend that.
Are you a futures market user?
No. Because that takes money away from me later, man. I can't do that.
Everybody's already in debt enough, so we don't need it anymore.
Yeah, man. That's why I don't invest in Bitcoin. I can't take that risk.
CA with a few friends off on the right side as they set up a little line of scrimmage. I'm looking to see if anybody gets some deep wards. One's already placed on that top side by Raptors, which is kind of allowing for a little bit more pressure here from LMS and Carson.
Ooh, do they still want to invade in? They call in Sword. Good ward by Uzi to spot the potential invade.
Oh,
this could be bad. There's a Thresh in there with a hook ready.
Huzzah!
Flames then.
Oh, he flayed him back. So they may not want it completely. Uzi turning around for a few shots. Carson down to 200 HP. Now he gets to 300 off the smite of red buff. Sword Art very low. Play back. The attack comes in. It's going to be first blood for Uzi. Now Bebe's looking for one. Gets the auto attack over. It's a double kill for Uzi to start things off.
But BB, that's nice.
Uzi turns it. Bebe and Uzi 400 to 200 over the wall. MLG gets cleared out. And that's going to be the kill from Fofo. Now it's CA coming in, tries to throw the Q down. The Sid doesn't work. Uzi gets a triple kill to start the game. You have to be kidding me.
That's an insane start. Everybody just starts coming in left and right. BB's pressing all the things in his inventory. He starts with tier.
Oh my god, that was one of the best level 1s I've ever seen.
All-Stars!
So many kills.
One more time.
All right, Maker's like, all right, got the play ready. Actually knocks them away at first, but again, just wants to apply a bit of damage with it. Uzi is currently sitting with full HP, not getting touched on that exhaust, and he's able to deal a ton of damage.
Oh,
love the flash play.
Forward.
Yeah, flash after for the second kill, but it's just going back and forth here. And BB, I like this smite from MLXG. Ends up keeping himself alive a little longer, but BB gets a red potion, pops it over here. He's like, okay, just pop everything in the inventory, get the gold. There it is, 80, gets the red potion. It's like, let's try to get CA now.
Oh, missed that Q right there. That was an important one.
That probably would have been very close.
Red buff got smited twice.
Level 2 gank now.
Oh, this bottom lane already has a serrated Dirk and a tier. I feel like, you know which one wins? I think it's a serrated Dirk.
Serrated Dirk double up
telling
is
me the
already
Dirk is better than
half
crying?
of their
I don't know about that one.
Well,
Serrated Dirk makes you cry.
Oh yeah, especially since it has like a flat damage after you end up killing a minion on your next ability. Like, they're sitting level 1 right now.
Junglers both 1 camp to 2 camps, as Karsa and MLXG feel like the Scuttle Crab is a little more important at this point. Red buffs to both, and still rotations from the supports and the AD carries. We're getting an extended early game here in the jungle. Laning phase, obsolete so far.
Love the action so far here. 5 kills already.
Super good for the LPL, right? LPL now has more kills in this game than they did in the last one. Better start.
I like
by far.
Things are looking up.
It's actually
you got mixed reactions in here.
You are booed for your facts, sir.
I think it's more the framing of the facts.
I get you. He's hatching that ward right now. It'll soon be a larger ward. No, I'm just kidding. You see the vision
Is there
there.
a question mark next to Lee Sin's picture? Okay. I see the fog of war. Okay.
Casa is right outside. He really wants to get in there, but he knows someone is hiding.
I actually did not know that we changed that in Spectator, where if you go fog of war, the person you don't see has a question mark next to them.
They're fighting.
Flag and drag, electrocute coming in with the Jarvan passive. Gromp almost taking him down. Mako trying to hit. in the air as Karsa goes back and forth to keep himself safe. And there is so much disruption going around. It'll be interesting just to see how the teams react to this overall.
I am so sad Uzi didn't get a double up right there that smacked into Karsa's face and picked up the 4th kill. Meanwhile, top lane actually,
double up.
that would have been amazing, by the way, if you use the enemy support to try and do it. But sadly, not really anything you could do right there.
Ooh, CA not feeling too good about the early damage, but knows he can somewhat step forward with a low mana bar here onto Fofo. MLXG finally feels like he overstayed his welcome. 3 assists deep as he goes back.
You overstay your welcome when there's no more camps for you to clear on the bottom side. He took everything away from Karsa on that. And since Uzi got the 3 kills and has the dirt, he gets to play up in lane, and they get to play to this pressure side of the map.
And look at that positioning. Bebe's like, no double ups for me, please. I will stay at least 600-700 range behind these minions. Oh, never mind.
He wanted to try one just to see how it felt.
How's that taste?
Not
He
great.
is staying safe. That heal may be coming up very soon for him. Flash is almost there.
Yeah, Mako getting reported for missing that CS for his AD carry.
Yeah, as a Thresh, always looks like...
It is the worst feeling ever because you know when the AD carry pings the minion, he's like, you should take this, and as a Thresh you start sweating, you're super nervous, you're like, do not miss this last hit. And then you mess it up.
Yeah, I think I was playing autofill support one time, and I picked Thresh, and I missed the cannon minion, and the guy literally told me to never go for another one.
Exactly. You don't get
never
the last
try
hit.
it again. He's like, you lost all privileges to even attempt going for the cannon.
It's too much pressure, honestly.
What we deal with.
I like that from Mako. Mako actually stepped in front of that cannon minion that Sword Art tried to kill with his Q to give over to BB. So small things like that, denying a lot of gold.
Good ward, top lane. Yeah, all the action on bottom side just means that 957 has been kind of farming alone on the top side and is currently winning pretty hard over Zip.
Yeah, adjusting to what happened last time. They saw him, so MLXG is here.
Oh, Kasi just left.
It's a stun as well for
With Tippers.
Ziv's close. They got to be careful when they do this. They're either going to waste a little bit of time and go before or after he hits or before, and it looks like they're just going to...
Yeah, I mean, if Ziv hits the Mega now and he's in melee range to kill the last minions, then he's pretty far up the lane, but 957 can just land the Tippers. Oh, can also just not land the Tippers.
There's a lot to CS here. As
Come
a
on,
jungler,
just shoot that Tippers in the face.
And now goes
Yeah,
in. Nice little hop over.
as
He
a
felt
jungler,
it.
I'm always like, you're wasting my time. But I don't always understand that there's a big minion wave there you got to CS.
That gang sucks.
Oh, I think it's the first few times as well. 957 had kind of just walked up to Auto Zip, saying, what is this positioning? I might be getting ganked. A little Emperor's Divide miss there as she sidesteps it, keeps himself clean.
I mean, we talked about what it looked like when Karsa and Ziv teamed up. MLXG and 957, they definitely remember last game, and they're trying to make sure that doesn't happen.
Seems so wary of what's going on. Or weary, I should say.
I just love that everyone is so aggressive in this game here. Like, I want to keep seeing these players challenge each other mechanically.
Except for the bottom lane. I feel like BB's
That's
just
a little
like,
bit
nope,
unfair.
I'm out of here.
That is a little bit unfair.
Yobu's Ghost Blade at 7 minutes.
Yeah, but you have a control ward. That means you're a better team player.
I disagree. Damage helps the whole team at this point. I know as a support, you just control wards everywhere. Really want it, but...
Ziv almost ready to gnaw her out again. Remember, he didn't ult in the last one. He
957
also
stun.
didn't flash. That's right against the wall. Ziv could be huge here. Oh, it slams him right into the bramble pit. Mako's about to go down, but he gets himself to safety. MLXG's on the other side, waiting to get back in. And that's going to be the hit for 957 as he throws down Tibbers.
And Fofo just doesn't have the damage at this point. LPL with a fantastic play there to pick up more kills for themselves.
And I love they're using the Annie in the early game. Just come on, get in there, start some fights. Tables was huge straight onto Casa early on. Really nothing LMS could do to win the fight. And they're down over 2,000 gold at basically 9 minutes in the game. Oh, he's even gonna lose his Raptor camp. That's unfair.
He's out. And Karsa actually almost 2 levels behind. You can see MLXG close to level 6.
Slowly moving towards full foe. Look how much pressure he has. I mean, Karsa can't even come down to say, yeah, we'll toy with this.
Yeah, but that actually means, because he shoved him out, we'll talk about it in a second here. MLXG gets out, takes a lot of damage, but the burst on the Karsa, that's huge, because he would have been alive for this follow-up stun from Ziv and would have been able to put out damage, but they all get out 2 for 0.
Poor Sword Art had to run all the way from base to try and join the fight, and then they went in without him. died without him as well, and he just joined and hit 1 Q, and that was it. Back to the bottom lane. Got the boot still. Both guys down there. Good synergy. I like it.
Painful even for the support to find he has a Sightstone already, and he's still getting chunked out. Taking stock of the CS, 84 to 66 towards that top side. 957 adding a little bit of pressure as MLXG has visited a few times. Fofo playing with some ghosts as CA makes his way in and out of the jungle.
I like the ghost plate.
Yeah.
Here from Uzi. Just speed yourself up so you can actually land more pokes.
I saw him just rushing down, and then I saw BB get half HP with Fofo.
Exactly.
Big damage. It's going to be 200 HP now.
He was
One more
almost up.
Singe. Oh, he missed the Emperor's Divide!
I don't even know
He
if
also-
that's the right direction, wrong direction. It wouldn't have mattered.
Did he flash in place?
He definitely flashed after and still also died. That's another kill in mid lane.
Didn't see him flash on his Emperor's Divide.
Look at this, so much pressure bottom, but yeah, he flashed after, and the Q was already on him. This LeBlanc, the comfort for Xie, coming up huge.
I mean, it's all going in the way of LPL at the moment. Bot lane, you got your 3 kills. MF, they can just speed yourself up to land the Q. Mid lane, you have your LeBlanc here taking the 1v1. Bobo taking so much damage, and then the ulti in the end goes the wrong way. And the flash when you already have the Q in the air. Everything went wrong right there.
That's a fumble. That's a big fumble, but
The 5-finger fumblerooski.
look at this turret. This turret, oh! Ooh. Yeah.
Is that the sound that makes?
Ah, it's a lot of damage. You make any sound at that point, and it's still gonna hurt just as much.
See what the push is. It is a Mountain Drake first, hasn't actually drawn any pressure as the lanes are still kind of weighing the power that each other have. So far, the LPL starting to get a little bit more of that on their side, you could say. Traded over a blue buff here for CA as he heads back to mid. Looking around the rest of the map, 106 to 77 for Uzi against Bebe in that bot lane here, and we expected that to kind of go Bebe's favor, farming with one of his best champions. I think we have in the wheelhouse.
Unlucky level 1. Definitely hurt him quite a bit. Even though he got 2 kills
You
from
could
it.
say that. Oh, Tibbers comes out. No quick stun on that one. Ziv under the turret. Cataclysm. To put the nail in the coffin on that one. It will not be enough, even with a bit of triumph there for MLXG. He goes down. Ziv picks ones up, but it is a 2-4.
Yeah, I feel like
the assist kill.
I feel like the order there for 957 on the stun was slightly off. I think he may have just W'd, and it was a stun that was supposed to be on the Tibbers instead, but we'll see it again. He does have Hex Flash, though, so he can keep making plays like that, keep flashing forward. I like it.
Very respectful here from Sword Art. Not interrupting the recall.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you deserve this one. Go back.
Okay. Bit of
kicking it
damage.
to
He's waiting for
Ziv.
Ziv in the long run. He's going to get himself to the brush. Now he can kind of consider the 2v1 situation. If Ziv doesn't get the slowdown, he's in a much
no
better
mana.
situation.
She is
No
on the
mana
way.
there. And the charge for the stun. How unfortunate, but good for the LMS. Now they look for one. Shie turns around that kill, and this could actually be Ziv coming up.
Uzi's here.
One chain is not going to be enough. Yes, it is. Uzi's able to pick up that retribution kill for 957.
He has so much movement speed.
Oh,
Wait. Oh, no.
Just off to the corner.
Ooh, he's going straight towards mid lane. MLXG is around as well.
Pressure. Constantly pressure. You talk about mid-game composition. Mid-game came early, baby. He's just constantly pressuring.
When you snowball from level 1, it's looking pretty great for your team. Uzi, 4 kills at the moment. Another serrated Dirk coming in. The amount of damage he can deal on a double up is kind of crazy. Probably takes about half, if not more, of BB's HP, especially if he actually lasts the minion and gets the full crit with it. BB is probably back in base.
Oh, yeah, man. BB's like, I am not going to be anywhere near that misfortune.
And just a few steps ahead already, you can see LPL ready to take the top turret and be in the top side jungle for the red buff. 1-2, stand beside me, doesn't work. That's the initial damage onto Sword Art. Only slows through the rest of the box. Sword Art stays alive. And a great job by LMS to collapse, but they are collapsing under pressure, only protect their turrets.
Yeah, everybody just kind of scattering, trying to get out. There's just so much damage so early for the LPL team. You can see they're on this tier 2 top, and they might be able to pressure it here and get it. Oh, the Hex Flash.
Over the wall.
Into an auto attack on a tower.
If you could spook somebody enough, get them to flash away, it's worth it.
He's also going in even if it isn't the stun. He's got the
Oh,
bright lights,
nice.
he's looking to slow. Ziv saves himself for the flash. And Kars is going to be there to help as well. They're trying to kind of flex their muscles and say, yeah, we care that you're here, we'll try to fight, but I feel like LPL knows they can win that fight still and aren't really giving LMS the respect.
they should win every single fight at the moment, as long as they're not completely outnumbered. And obviously, if you fight around where Uzi is, you kind of have a pretty fit AD carry to help you. We haven't even seen him kill anyone with ulti yet. It's just been him kind of walking in, land a few easy shots, and pick up some more kills.
He's pretty close, too, to having that dust play. He's sitting on about 1,500 gold right now. 2 item spike in about 16 minutes. Probably when it landed with Fofo. Wow. There's a lot of damage.
I say, no, that's why we don't see Zoe.
Because this is LeBlanc, I guess, but also the ban came through. Anyway, doesn't matter. Uzi, this top turret.
Oh, baby! Over the wall! X Flash for the bash. Here comes the other Bass brother. MLXG is able to finalize that one, and they can't close the distance through the Cataclysm, but now finally, taking the last few steps forward. Bullet time! As Uzi lets it ride, and that's going to be Sword Art Baby down.
All those control wards in the jungle, and suddenly you can use Hex Flash in so many creative ways, so many different walls you can get over, either move in for a flank or just get straight in and land the tippers in the face. Great use of the Annie here from 957, and LPL running over the LMS at the moment.
Yeah, and the Gnar was blind picked. Typically, you know, we're talking 2017 Season 7. You can blind pick it and it'll be fine. But right now, this Annie was able to get a CS lead in lane, and now it's transitioning. You can see that. On to BB, chunk to half. MLXG on the backside picking him up. And then Uzi just waiting it out. Waiting for Sword Art. Get a little bit closer. And there's the Q. And even the heal from Fofo wasn't enough.
They're fighting again, by the way.
Uzi, though. Fortunate. Sword Art low. Oh, the backline. Nice hit. MLXG and Uzi pops up. They have to be careful of Baby. She over the wall. Gets his own fight on the backline. Getting turret shot as well. A little messy here from the LPL, but they're still able to clean up their food as they play with it just a little bit.
No MF ult this time around, even though there's like 3 members super low he could try to kill, but he used it before. GA, meanwhile, jumped over that wall, and mid lane tower's gonna go down. 16 minutes into the game. Standard, you have about 12 kills and kill 4 towers. Normal game for an LPL team.
Also fully warded towards the top. Your AD carry split pushing bottom. Everything you would expect to be happening right now at 9,000 gold in the lead.
And this is what you're expected from the LPL. Fast-paced games, a lot of fighting early on, constantly just at each other's throats, and mechanically outplaying fights. Because you think about that level 1, that was the LMS opting into that level 1. They were the ones who invaded the LPL.
And kept going.
And then they were the ones who turned it.
Lantern out for safety. As Uzi knows they're getting a little too far for comfort, but there's the first Drake of the game to be picked up. Most of the action has actually happened on LMS's side of the map, so they have to go back. And here's the fight in the jungle.
This was actually insane, because right here, it almost looks like they're going to be able to turn around. Uzi actually takes a large damage chunk here from the kick. And then BB goes after MLXG, doesn't completely chase him down. And then Shie misses the chain, but still almost 100 to 0's BB in a combo.
Oh, and no MF ult, man. Feels bad. It would have looked so good right there, but they get 1 kill. You know, you can't get too greedy. Take what you can get.
Uzi does have that blade now and his Swifties to keep himself mobile. You see all the damage in that fight.
And it's fun actually now that it's the MF that's so far ahead in this game and not the Klepto Ezreal on the other side, because normally he's the guy getting all that extra gold and getting far ahead. I mean, BB already got 2 full items and we are not even 20 minutes in, so it's not like he's weak at the moment. The problem is just how much stronger the other guy is, because he's sitting on 5 kills and his entire team is basically extremely fed at this point.
See where they decide to go from here. Mako and the team doing a very nice job at keeping top control. They know Rift Herald is going to be that next big objective, and they're kind of just...
you got to get that one with you.
It's all right, they got about 40 seconds.
Okay,
They're good.
Okay, yeah.
Got time.
Mako's like, you dropped this.
I'll get it, don't worry. Good guy support, remember that. Uzi making his way forward, knows he has the Lantern just behind him to stay safe here, and the LPL doing a very good job at not allowing LMS to even find a way back through.
Man, I was like, that's next level from Mako. What you do is you throw the guy a lantern near the Rift Herald spot. If he's clicking over there, he's gonna take the lantern over and then you just waltz on it, get it yourself every time. Try that, Riv. I know you play a ton of Thresh.
I will.
Because people don't normally click on the lantern.
Yeah.
Kind of forget it.
Just put it in their path, right?
Still doesn't work. Infernal Drake is coming up next. That'll be pretty good for a little bit more damage the LPL wants to put on these fights. But
I mean,
at this point, they don't need it.
This game might even be over before the Infernal Drake
yeah,
spawns.
exactly.
We gotta wait a few minutes, and there's enough ways to start a fight here. And just Tibbers into MF ult.
Yeah, there's a Baron coming up right now.
There's Shelly.
They used her in the mid lane. They're gonna push. They'll probably get this turret before Shelly actually can make contact with it.
Oh, kill it before him.
Oh, saves the HP.
Yep.
Block the poke.
Shelly's still going. Uno Mas. We'll see how much damage they can put onto this one.
They try to kill her. Go for
Almost
someone.
took it over to Fofo. Mako definitely would have taken that. There's no flanks here to come in from any of the LMS members. They do have teleports, but they really don't have the positioning. Or I think they'll want to fight right now. They're waiting for a big LPL mistake if there is to be.
I mean, at this point in the game, it almost needs to be a mistake around Baron. Otherwise, it should be impossible to lose it. And all the LPL members pinging at the Baron right now. That is the next big one. And start it, take the fight, kill the objective, and then go win the game.
That's what I love about the LPL as well. Whenever I watch them and there's a Baron bait, it's always there's going to be a big fight, or they're going to take the Baron anyway and get the big fight afterwards. None of that, you know, okay, maybe the 60-40 is bad. It's like, no, we trust that we're good enough that we'll be able to actually get the 60-40 almost every time.
Slow pushes down towards the bottom side now. 957 cleaning up the waves. Teleports are ready on both sides. And just look at the confidence. Uzi's stepping up. Yeah, Mako's behind him, but anything to hit there. Uzi's still squishy enough to be zeroed out by a Lee Sin. And as LXG pushing forward, they had lost vision on the bottom side of the map here, but keeping consistent so LMS could not stop any of this snowball. Where is kind of the comeback potential? We said it's a mistake, but is it protecting Fofo in that mistake? Is it making sure Ziv can get a good ult on a mispositioning mistake?
It's everything that could possibly go right, going right for the LMS, and then some. Like, they'd have to do it twice.
Top to bottom.
That'd be like, you get a clean Baron steal, and you clean up the people in the back of the pit.
That's actually a great point. They have to
so
do it
hard.
twice. They have almost the time of 10 minutes they have to fight cleanly.
The flash tables misses. Uzi ults the wrong way.
Spills water on the keyboard. Yeah, everything would have to go wrong.
A lot of stuff, at least. In this case here, LMS is sitting very far back. I feel like if you are LPL, just place a few wards behind that Baron wall, start that Baron, and just flash over when they show up, and you're going to kill them.
Yeah, but this is kind of a testament to, we were talking about how the LMS were kind of checking all the boxes in the last game. They were so far ahead, and they were like, okay, let's go top, let's do siege, let's get the inhibitor, go mid, and they were playing it incredibly slow. And you can see the LPLs checking all the boxes too. Let's get Uzi that red, let's go take their blue buff on the bottom side, and the Baron's been up for a few minutes now, even though they've been able to potentially control the top side of the map. They've just been like, okay, let's get everything on the bottom side first, and now let's look at the top.
She is sitting in the Raptor camp, not in a brush. She's not actually hiding in a brush. She's just around the wall, hoping someone peeks in to place a ward, maybe. Try and kill Kaz is now also hiding.
Down bottom, Tibbers used.
Ooh, Gnar out. Actually, quite a big thing here. Teleport's still up, as we said before, but now that will not be up for a fight. If a hook does hit, you won't see any slams against the wall coming in from Ziv. He takes a moment to get back, refresh. This is pressure from 957 continues in that bot lane. CA looking for a hit onto Fofo.
Where's my kills, though?
Yeah.
Very, very tentative before that initiation comes in for both teams.
Been a few minutes since we've seen a big kill in this game. After basically level 1 action into 20 minutes of non-stop fights. LPL slowing down a little bit, trying to either get a 1 kill and then Baron, or set up the perfect Baron play, but again, they don't need to. They have enough ways to start the fight.
Oh.
She is looking for it.
Doesn't look like he got the initial hit there to start getting the passive. 957 split push Andy. Here comes Uzi.
Look at all this damage.
And Uzi has Infinity Edge now too. Complete. He had a BF sword and then he full bot the rest of that Infinity Edge. He's almost 100 CS up himself. He's 90 right now.
His Dynamite coupon book. Take Gromp, take everything, deny some vision, and really True Shot Barrage is the only vision right now if Farsight is down. Right now, BB has one, and that's about the only one in the team of the wards that can get pretty far out on the map to stay safe. The security here for LMS that they have laid down is just letting, I'm sorry, the LPL is letting them know where the LMS is.
They want to fight now. Ooh, they got Fofo and Casa.
Bit of a pinch. Emperor's Divide. Huge damage on his EA. He goes down immediately. One mistake happening. 957 now about to go down. That's 2 mistakes. Miko and Uzi still want to try the fight as Tibbers going a little angry after 957 goes down.
You asked the question, Rip. Step 1 happened. Step 2?
I think there might be a step 3 coming up as well. That's a forced cataclysm by MLX.
Oh,
he tries to get out. The kill to MLXG does come through from Bebe. And the game might be turning around somewhat. I'd say that's one of the 2 fights LMS needs to be winning.
I mean, yeah, they just got 3 kills. They're delaying any sort of Baron setup. The LPL has just kind of been walking around for the last 5 minutes, not really knowing exactly where they want to be or who they want to kill. And they double TP in.
They double TP'd in. Then it's the pushback from Fofo and the TP to flank here from Ziv. Everybody just collapsed on this.
Yeah, it's kind of 2v5 because the rest of the LPL team didn't have teleport. Yeah. They were running to the fight.
That was the WE members going, let's go, let's get in there. You know? But it ended up costing a lot there. But I feel like it's still, in the grand scheme of things, not a whole bunch because there's still 10,000 gold up for the LPL. They got 3 kills off the back of that. But you can still see nothing like the Baron was taken for the LMS. And they're still in a position where they're looking to get that Azir to late game.
I mean, yeah, and that's kind of the thing. It's just delaying the game. It's not putting the LMS back in the driving seat. It's like literally just delaying when the Baron will die. And that Baron is kind of what you need to push all the way into the base and finish the game. So, yeah, Fofo gets a bit more time. BB right now should be sitting on almost 3 fully completed items. He's just kind of mixing it up a little bit, but he's getting there very soon. And the LMS are now hiding in this brush down here, near the bottom side. Ziv is baiting. He's like, come on, guys. Hit me. Chase me.
LMS are just rush baited. That's what they can do right now.
Sadly, there's no reason to be on bottom side for the LPL teams that are like, we just go to Baron.
Stock of CS inventories pretty much getting close to max build. Still a few more that can fit in the items of the AD carries, as well as the potion. A few of the mid laners that they can get out of there. So still a bit of scaling to happen for both teams. If LPL loses these fights, still have a chance to make their way back in. But at 12,000, 11,000 gold, there's not much of a chance they're going to lose this next one. Already trying to initiate from the Baron Pit, as it is just a tiptoe race, if you will, just to get this vision.
Sorta, they're currently sitting without any wards on his side stone. That's why he has to place that control ward over the pit, just to spot if anything is happening. So LPL should know this. Okay, there is no additional wards on the enemy support other than 1 control ward left. If you keep baiting now, it's very limited how much you can actually place over that wall and get vision. So keep baiting near the Baron, force the LMS to come face check.
It's just one thing after another. There's the Ezreal ulti. They still have a blue trinket. They'll wait a few seconds. There's the blue trinket.
Now. Casa is sitting with 2 wards on his side. The control ward just came down from Sora. That was the last one. Kill that one and keep baiting.
They're so blind here. LMS are just, they're pretty much just feeling around. Like, where are they?
Miming out the space. What's in front of them? And the vision already getting denied and replaced as the ward war and this dance for Baron continues. 27 minutes of the game. Sword Art getting caught as he goes a little too high to get that vision alone. A very scary thing to do in these situations. Gets himself out alive, but they did use the summoner heal coming out from Fofo. Now they're retreating everything in defense for LMS as the Emperor's Divide shuts off one entry in for the LPL. Bebe, bad spot for him as he gets himself to safety with the Arcane Shift and Flash. Summoner spells are just being used up all over for LMS right now.
Yeah, the LMS in full retreat there, chunked out on a whole bunch of those members, especially BB having to use both summoner spells to even survive and get out. And that might be the LPL looking to start the Baron here finally. BB didn't back. They didn't back. They're still here.
Very low.
GA over. He's still going to take Baron aggro. One last hit actually goes for the back spikes. Nice movement by 957 and Tibbers to keep that safety for his mid laner.
So they delay the game again. This Baron, we're now 28 minutes into the game. A team was over 10,000 gold ahead at the 20-minute mark, and they have not been able to kill the Baron. That is actually kind of crazy. So the LMS, 3 items very soon coming in on these carries. They have actually a fairly tanky Gnar at this point in the game as well, and they are hoping they can find a few more fights to delay the game.
Yeah, and you're even seeing, I was watching this longsword that was in Uzi's inventory after he got the BF sword that went into the Infinity Edge, and he actually sold it because he went Infinity Edge, he went into Rapid Fire Cannon, had the longsword, sold it for 2 control wards because it's like, we need to get this damn Baron. We need more wards to deny vision from the LMS to actually bait them into us.
Recognizing, as Deficio said earlier, that those wards aren't in the favor of LMS. They're being forced to stay out too long on the map. And right now, their only control ward, the same one, is still, I believe, the same one. It's still there with Sword Art. He obviously could have repurchased.
I mean, still, we're
It
waiting.
looks a little dirty, though.
We're waiting for like that huge tippers into that huge MF ulti or a pick maybe. They're trying here on Ziv.
Gunblade slow, chain lock, another one,
No
and
flash
more
available.
chains possibly coming out. That's the lockdown. Ziv is down. What is the movement
LMS
from the LPL?
Baron, but there's double TP up. I feel like they couldn't do this in time.
All right, LPL. Get an inhib, get a Baron, one of the two. You just killed the enemy top laner. He's down for another 37 seconds.
They are looking for just straight assassinations here. A little bit of early damage on the turret before the minions get there, and they're still able to successfully take that down. Inhibitor is now open in the mid lane, 30 minutes in. Fofo's trying to back from the top, but MLXG is keeping him at bay, and they are going to be able to finalize the damage. Actually, 957 walking away, gets the last hit there.
And that's going to give them a lot of mid lane pressure and priority to keep going to that Baron, keep looking for those picks, potentially pick up the Baron. Mountain Drake will help with that too.
Double Mountain Drake, huge goal lead.
What more do you need?
You almost can't, you know, mess up at the Baron at this point with this amount of gold and the 2 Mountain Drakes and Uzi being so fed with 4 items. Like, close your eyes, just burn down the Baron in 2 seconds. LMS cannot react in time.
What a switch in game control from game 1 to game 2 as well. LMS with all the Drakes, now LPL with all the Drakes, and they're in control of the game. But how much control as they're kind of hitting a roadblock after finding their way in and out of the base, and they finally open that up a little bit with mid.
It just shows how much both these teams really want to win this best of 5 in the finals here, because they don't want to lose to the other one for sure. They're just sitting there like, all right, we are the best dream team. Let's lock it in here. And the LMS, after being so serious and taking game 1, LPL are firing back.
It felt like the start of the game was like, okay, now to have
Here
a
we
bit
go.
of fun. You know, this is All-Star, just all in level 1, see what you can do. But then,
Unfortunately, they used it all there.
only a little bit per game.
Only just a tad. We only get a little stipend. Everybody's staying power in numbers here for LMS. Very much the smart thing to do. It seems like LPL is a little bit happier with MLXG initiating from range. They can still follow up as they are lasting a little bit longer in these fights, giving them a few more options for getting in. Wards in, wards out, as the vision is almost instantly cleared here. But great that they can actually start protecting the pink wards that they're putting down.
You're just kind of waiting for 957 to get flash. I think it is ready now for the next fight. And now you can start it, flash over that wall, smack the tippers in their face, and Casa won't even be able to steal it then.
Baron's just a facilitator now. He's MLXG and Mako get over the wall where they want to be.
I take back everything I said about the 60-40. Not happening this game.
So we're not going to Vegas this weekend?
Nope.
All right. Flex weekend, I should say.
Actually, go to Vegas, but I'll only play a hand when I have a really good probability of winning. But hold on.
Oh, see the hand they play here against Sword Art, and that's going to be the Glacial Fisher thrown out reactively. LMS has to back off now, but that's not something that'll just make you do Baron. There's still a 50-50.
Still, I mean, you can definitely go for the Baron. You have Thresh to stop Elise in from getting in.
No!
You have a Tipper, or just a stun from Annie. Like, there's a lot of ways to stop Casa from trying to steal this. They have 2 members now waiting behind the Baron pit. Casa is on his way. There we go.
Ooh.
That's a good way to stop him. There you go.
And that's going to be Baron. Smite away by Mako. He gets to take that down. They do lose Karsa as they try it again, but LPL has been waiting very patiently for that setup, I'd say, for the last 13 minutes.
Slow and steady, even after their 11,000 gold lead. But now the guy.
I feel like this is a bit of a reverse today for Uzi, because I remember in the 5v5s he was smiling, and then the 1v1s he wasn't smiling. Today, he was smiling in the 1v1s, won them against Bjergsen, and now he's just dead serious, like, we need to win this game. We can't lose this.
He's 5-0-3. He is in that Uzi mode after a loss, if you would say that he's able to control the game.
Oh, I like it.
Ziv a little too far out, waltzing back. He is a big boy in that Mega Gnar, and it's going to be the hit up onto Mako. He's going to stay healthy throughout this. Lock of the Iron Solari comes down to keep himself a little safe, but he does go down. Can they trade? MLXG coming back up from the Guardian Angel. Oh! Looks like the fight does go in. Emperor's Divide instantly as Fofo leaves nothing up to chance. And MLXG was just saying, guys, can you help me when I come back up? The answer is no.
That was the second time where they're like, okay, let's go in and just force the fight no matter what. Let's do it. And then they realized there was actually only 2 members in the fight. The remaining 3 were still running to try and join them. Uzi didn't get in there. And suddenly, that's 2 kills for the LMS.
And they got the flash from MLXG as well. Flashed away Bafofo with the Azir wall casting from the back of him. Just pushes him still.
Did they even have to use the summoner in that fight or did just get 2 free kills? Nope. Seemed like they just picked up 2 for themselves.
Still,
so clean.
We're in that point where a lot still needs to go right for the LMS. We're getting to that point, though, where gold is going to start meaning less and less. Uzi, he's traded out like 3 items in this last slot here now on a QSS after the Vamp Scepter, after all this other stuff. So
getting to that point where the viewers can hear that the casters are suddenly missing something new to talk about because it's kind of the same deal over and over for the last 10, 15 minutes.
You don't say.
And we're just kind of waiting for the game to give us something. You know, we just got a big fight here. Mako went in on his own. We had MLXG join as well. She was like, yeah, I'm actually out of here, guys. See ya. I don't even want to join this fight after the support dies. And MLXG's like, no, we should go.
And Uzi's like, I'm half a screen away, 3 screens away.
It's here now.
He finally gets here, but we have yet to see a setup of like a Jarvan ultimate into an ultimate from the Misfortune. And these flashes are just something that LPL haven't been playing constantly enough for them. Like, if you play for the flashes with the Jarvan ulti, you're like, all right, got 3 flashes, we're good. And then afterwards, you got to do it again, but they haven't been able to get that happening. Mostly because everybody has dashes.
It seems like it was pretty miscommunicated as well because 957 did flash for what MLXG did in that fight. He's on Hex Flash now. So they were like, yeah, go! Oh, nope. We didn't say that. Yeah, a little miscommunication as the game gets a little longer, a little more stressful for these guys playing, and they still have many more games to go.
The kickback, they got Mako.
Mako, nice job. Karsa with that late game Lee Sin pick. Wasn't able to do too much early, but now making a very nice impact for his team here in the base.
We gotta change our plan a little bit with the 2 steps to get back. It's not 2 fights to win, it's now been 3 to 4 small fights, just a few kills here and there.
Oh, I meant like big
aces.
We're talking
and
like
everything.
right by the Baron, the Elder Dragon, which is live right now.
If we combine all the small fights they've been winning, it's basically an ace. So that's 1.
You're getting there.
Yeah, they need another big one.
Yeah, right now though, it would be a 5-on-4 in favor of the LMS by the Elder Dragon, and you want to take that off the map because the LPL have 3 dragons themselves, and they don't have Mako.
Well, will they actually start it right now? Because they're a little bit scared. There's, of course, no TP on Thresh. No summoner still changes from him.
Well, looks like they're not going to do it. They're going to back, they're going to reset, and Mako will be back up.
That was kind of your chance to like start it and then maybe turn and try and fight 4v5. Now you're kind of in that situation where it's the LPL who started. That's a good all-star Baron power play. Just give gold to the enemy team instead. I don't need
That's the Futures Market Baron play.
There, yeah. Take that gold back.
Karsa, they spot him. Mako's just going to try to zone Karsa. What's the HP? What's it at?
Oh, look at GA.
True shot barrage backwards to start off the fight coming in from BB. Ziv very low. BB low as well on the outside. Cataclysm in! Jarvan Quattro, MLXG dunking him down, and he's still going to be going on to Ziv. Almost hits the Dragon Strike on that one. And they're going to get themselves out safely. Elder Drake going to the LPL.
That, I believe, was a double up that bounced to BB after Ziv jumped over the wall, chunked him out, and then MLXG saw the opportunity and dunked him.
Did you say something about a true shot barrage backwards?
Well, MF ult at least backwards, but I guess we'll take the other one.
Yeah.
Let's see this again one more time here, because I believe BB ended up getting double up off the back of Ziv here. Watch this. There it is. Bounce, bounce. Ooh. Yeah, definitely a double up bouncing off of Ziv as BB eats the other side of him.
Not the greatest fight in BB's career. As Riv highlighted, ult went the wrong way. Then you get smacked in the face by a double up, and suddenly you don't end up doing a whole lot. And the enemy AD carry did over 3,000.
Imagine if you add that damage too to BB with Ziv in that fight. Definitely a different situation, but the double up I think still would have happened. And huge damage coming in from Uzi.
Probably still lost the fight here.
Yeah,
The LMS had a chance to start it with a 4v5, but they didn't. They hesitated. And suddenly, it's the LPL setting up with all 5 members. GA, I like the flanks, hiding in the brush on the side. He wants some more. He wants BB.
Right back to the base, right in LMS's face. Tibbers is going to hang out on the top side. No, they get the hook out of it. Kind of hiding it through Tibbers. Sword Art as well, very, very low. Glacial Fisher back as he goes down with the last sliver of health. And Fofo's got to take the long way around town. Uzi tries to let it ride, but he's still able to take down BB as he throws out the Q and gets the kill. They're going to be looking for the Nexus turrets, and they're going to be looking to even up this game if Fofo and Zip can't stop them.
And the crowd knows it. The LPL very close to winning the game here with those kills, those 3 that they just picked up. Gonna try something here with Zip, but Fofo into the fountain.
Nice play onto Zip. Oh, turret lasers coming out to take down MLXG, but there's enough damage. On the other side, the LPL still stands tall in LMS's base, and Uzi goes in. The 1-for-1 on that one. He even gives a little bit over to the team. They're gonna be taking down the Nexus, and the LPL will even up this Dream Team All-Star best of 5.
Oh, Gaza didn't get the kill in the end, but such a crazy start to the game. So fast-paced. LPL just ran over the LMS, but then suddenly everything slowed down. They got like super slow and steady. Don't want to risk anything, and it's fun to see the change in this game. Just as we hit the 20-minute mark of like, guys, slow down. This is too fast. I'm like, no, keep going, man.
Yeah, just up the tempo, but when you increase the pace of the game, you're more likely to have people not be on the same page. So they just slowed it down for like lower variance plays, and I feel like the start of the game is pretty much the highlight. Mako with the multi-man thresh, flay backwards, and then the 3 kills going on to Uzi for Serrated Dirk versus Tier. No combat stats in lane. If that Tier is like long swords or something else, maybe a little even, but Uzi was able to just smack BB all around.
So now we're trying to just get more of the early game all the way through.
More of those 20 minutes. Gamble around the Baron. It's okay. You can do it. You are so far ahead. It's fine.
Maybe I'll go to Vegas with you. So to hear more about how the LPL tied this series, let's send it to Dash and the analysts.
Lose all your money.
Thank you very much, Riv. Deficio called it fast-paced and exciting. I'm going to turn to you guys and ask you to describe that game in 1 word. Azael?
It was a humdinger.
A humdinger.
Yeah.
Pava?
Garbage.
Garbage? Whoa, that went way further than I expected. Frostgrid, can you salvage this?
I was going to say it was a bit zany. It was a bit fun.
A bit zany, a bit fun. All right. I mean, and I think that was all, basically encapsulated in the ridiculous level 1 engagement that we had between these 2 teams. 5 kills within that level 1 skirmish, 3 to the LPL, 2 to the LMS. This replay brought to you by Acer Predator.
So Zyrene said it on the cast, and we're going to see it again. Mako hits an incredible multi-man flay, and that's what really turns it around, although Bebe on the back half of it does do an incredible job. But this is at the moment where, at this point, you turn to your coach and you go, can we reset the scrim, guys? Like, can we play this one over? Because at this point, no one wants to play this game. You just gave away 2 kills to 180 carry, 3 kills to the other one, and from this situation, you're like, what do we even do here?
I was really impressed with BB on the backhand, like you mentioned, though, the ability to actually chase down and get the kill on MLXG, ends up going down. Serrated Dirk to start the laning phase for a misfortune is about the most pain you can ever be inflicted on. But the game went on so long from here, Azael, and that's kind of why I had to choose my word.
So I'm starting to understand fast pace in the sense that that's the way it started. And in terms of the amount of action that we had in this game, there was a ton. Sure. But you're right in that the actual game length, the game time continued to extend.
I mean, it was a fun game, don't get me wrong, but the execution, like the amount of rope the LPL had to hang themselves here was miles long. And yet they kept going on and on, not being able to take objectives, not being able to close out a game that could have been done.
So garbage and fun are not mutually exclusive.
No, definitely not.
All right, that's what I've learned from this analyst.
I can say something really mean here.
Okay, let's not say that, and let's say something less than mean.
Okay, so the thing is that you have 2 Mountain Drakes, you have an Infernal Drake, you have a 10k gold lead, and you have Annie with Tibbers.
Sure.
Like, your ability to do Baron should be so easy, but I don't know if it's because the LPL just like smiled at the LMS and the LMS smiled back, and we were getting a little bit, wonky where it's like, I don't want to do the Baron. I actually just want to kill these guys repeatedly, because that's what it felt like. Like, they kept going for these weird picks, you know, hiding in the brushes, overextending, trying to just kind of flex or flash or style on your opponent, as opposed to just play the clean play, which is what extended us for about 15 minutes.
But they did shore up a few of the weaknesses drafting-wise that you had pointed out in game 1, right? Which is that they at least have tools to start fights. They have a Jarvan, they have an Annie with Hex Flash, they have a Thresh, right? So there are ways to initiate fights and actually create action for this LPL squad.
You know that. I'm not sure they knew that, because you didn't need to be clean around the Baron. Put down some wards, stop flashing. You had the gold, you had the champions, and yet the fact that this game went 40 minutes is just absurd.
I mean, they had double Mountain Infernal and I think a 14,000 gold lead, and it took them about 15 minutes to do the Baron, something like that.
They needed a tactical pause. So the
Yeah.
coach
So
come in
then-
and say, guys.
So then let
hello.
me ask you this, because all three of you said that the LPL would walk away with the victory, and they did pick up the victory here, leaving us to 1-1. But I'm going to ask you to kind of reevaluate your confidence in your predictions based on the way that these two teams have shown up to play today.
See, I thought that this was going to be a very serious game, that, you know, it was going to be the exact same thing that we saw across from the LCK, that the LPL were going to take a deep breath, really set their feet. But I can already tell from the picks what type of series this is going to be. This is about the signature picks. This is about playing flashy. This is about styling on your opponent. Every single one of those champions for the LPL are all their home signature picks. You had Mako's Thresh. You had the Annie in the top lane. You had CA on his LeBlanc. So, like I said, I don't think this is going to be the cleanest series, but it is going to be a quite explosive one.
It has to get better, right? It can't get worse by the LPL.
Do you want me to answer that
they're
question?
They're 1-1. The execution has to be better.
Yes.
So I'm going to say, I said 3-1. I'm going to stick with 3-1, but game 3 could be anything.
Yeah, I mean, I have faith that they can close this one out better. And also, like we were saying, they're probably just having some fun. They're not as serious. This is not a 5-man team that is practicing all year long, right? So
It's All-Stars.
they're all on
This is
different
exactly
pages.
what
It's
we
All-Stars.
wanted.
They're trying to get some kills. Definitely a humdinger.
Definitely a humdinger, to say the least. I mean, LMS going to get side selection. Haven't received word just yet on where they'll go, but I would have to assume blue side, just based on, you know, the pattern established by both teams and win percentages. And so if they do elect to go back to blue side, where could the LPL from red side learn from game 1 mistakes in drafting and still come out with advantages through that champ select?
The high priority of Ashe was one of the big problems that I had within game number 1. I also feel that they already showed their hand that CA...
No more Rammus?
Yeah, well,
maybe?
it's not necessarily the Rammus. CA does not play Xerath. Xerath was open this entire time. It was another Azir. He chose to pick the LeBlanc into it. So this is already showcasing that even if Xerath is left open, it's not a priority for the LPL, which means that perhaps Fofo could punish that.
I think you find initiation from somewhere that isn't AD carry. Ashe went for initiation champion. They had Xerath in the first game. That didn't work. They need to find initiation. Annie into Nara makes sense. Annie blind doesn't. So as long as they have a real initiator from a solo lane, and then that really starts to reset some of the problems we had with the game 1 draft.
All right, we're stepping away, but this series between the LMS and the LPL continues after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Sword Art very low. Play back. The attack comes in. It's going to be first blood for Uzi. Now Bebe's looking for one. Gets the auto attack over. It's a double kill for Uzi to start things off. That's right against the wall. Zip could be huge here. Oh, it slams him right into the bramble pit. Mako's about to go down, but he gets himself to safety. MLXG's on the other side, waiting to get back in. Big damage. It's going to be 200 HP now. One more Singe. Oh, he missed the Emperor's Divide.
nice， 来一个 EQ， 来一个 EQ， 他没闪的，算了吧，他没闪的。马上走，回家切下了，可以开始了 ，nice， 他们 AD 被 cut， 他 AD 被 cut， 还行哦。对，安妮，我修掉了，nice， 抓巴龙啦。
There's enough damage. On the other side, the LPL still stands tall in LMS's base. And Uzi goes in. The LPL will even up this Green Team All-Star Best of 5. Hello and welcome back for Game 3 of LMS versus the LPL. And switching things up, LMS have selected blue side. We'll get that first pick back on for them, and we'll have to see if they go for the MF or what is left up this time. It's changed from game to game.
I mean, when they had blue side, they kind of stomped the LPL. And then when LPL had blue side, suddenly there's 3 kills for Uzi in the early game. And with the MF first pick.
Yeah, blue side was
all about
the
blue
reason.
side. All about blue side, Flower.
Yeah, absolutely. The level 1, all blue side. But we'll see what happens here this time. I want to see what changes because the LMS, they ended up banning things like the Misfortune and the Sejuani. And I feel like Jarvan has been going over to blue side, and that's a little strange. because I feel as though Red should be able to pick it up in their first 2 picks.
100% win rate so far. The facts will never lie to you. Therefore, he is considered the most broken champion in the game.
Absolutely.
Azir just lost, only 1-on-1 on the day. And I also want to see if these teams, do they go further towards the crazy level 1 invade style, where they're like forcing plays left and right, or do they go further towards the let's wait 20 minutes around Baron where we don't want to risk anything? I'm actually not sure the further we go into the series, because you obviously want to win.
Yeah.
But you've now seen both sides from both teams, because that invade from LMS was so crazy. They didn't have to do that, but they just felt like
But they had a game advantage, so they got to go full all-star.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So as soon as you're up in the series, you get
What
to
do you
make
do
that
now? It's
call.
1-for-1.
Well, you play the way that game 1 went in LMS. We saw how that went for them. They were very on top of how to close that game out slowly.
Well, it also came
slowly.
It also came down to the fact that they looked at MLXG and Champion Select and they said, you will get some type of tank that you don't want. And they actually got down to Rammus, but you guys, as you said, had that Jarvan chance pick, but they just keep giving it away. So I think that one will change for the LPL on the red side.
Yeah, I mean, the last time LMS were like, we got Ezreal, we got Azir, we don't need Jarvan, we can jump out of his ult. That made a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Then the Blanc came in, that was a little bit annoying. Then Uzi had 3 kills, that was very annoying. And then suddenly the game kind of ran, out of control.
Yeah.
They could technically go for the exact same draft and try again. I think maybe the blind pick now with Annie up might be a little bit too risky now. We've seen the Annie twice, it wasn't just a one-off.
Yeah, that's the thing that also stood out to me is the counter pick in the top lane. We saw 957 on this Annie for the second time be in charge of a lot of those engages that did happen later on alongside MLXG. Some of them worked, some of them didn't work. But he also had a CS advantage in lane right out of the gate, right? And the top lane was the one that was targeted by both teams rather early to try and make something happen. Of course, the level 1 in game 2. I feel like the level 1 and then the rest of the game are like 2 different games for me.
I agree. Dash misquoted me.
Oh, you still salty about that? Well, re-quote yourself. You can't actually like.
The first 20 minutes was fun and action-packed. The last 20 minutes, not so much.
There you go. Now you are valid in your
accurate
of the
There you go.
accuracy. There you go.
Full accuracy here. Nobody can disprove him.
Zoe out, Malzahar out as we start things off in the ban phase 1. And it is 1-1 as you see at the top of your screen. So LMS here on the blue side looking to see if they can get an upper hand. And they say that'll be with the Jarvan ban. Nobody gets this game.
So, when Jarvan was banned in the semifinals, Sejuani became the hot stuff that everyone wanted to play. You don't have to first pick it necessarily if MF or something is there, but suddenly that might be the go-to pick. MLXG loves his Sejuani.
MLXG does. I don't know so much about Karsa. I feel like if you pick the Sejuani, he's fine with something like the Kazakhs.
I agree, but he wanted to play it against the GPL, and he was pretty damn spot on. I mean, Karsa is what I call a good player. So he's
what's
good
that?
at... Yeah, I know. It's a weird thing over here for you North Americans.
Nomenclature.
It means you're good on a lot of different champions, and you can play different styles as well.
Don't like it.
You don't like good players?
Not a fan.
Oh.
Change? No, don't like change. Don't like change. LeBlanc gets banned out.
Oh,
but actually,
those are the chains.
A lot of quick targets now instead of just saying this is what could be effective.
Yeah, we're seeing Misfortune, Sejuani, Ezreal still all up right now. High priority picks. Same with Azir that's actually jumped up.
Yeah, I still feel like first picking the MF makes the most sense because again, worst case, you just put it down support, especially now with Sejuani being banned away. Like,
I like this.
I want to see the MF personally, but again, there's a lot of choices.
Yeah, I feel like you go for something like the Misfortune here and you can flex it. But the thing I really like about this is we got those 2 cream of the crop junglers out of the way. Now it's time to get down and dirty. I want to see the Kazakhs. I want to see Lee Sin. I want to see the assassin junglers against each other.
Where's my Kane?
Yeah.
Come on, man. He's pretty good right now.
Not that old, Officio. Ziv picks up Misfortune for BB. And they are going to now allow those 2 picks over. Possibly that Kazakhs, possibly something else for MLXG to go hard in the early game on the jungle. Carson knows exactly how to play against that.
And will we get Uzi's Ezreal? It is right there. He can just grab it for himself. Obviously, again, can be a little bit tricky against the MF because it's hard to kind of stop her from just taking over the laning phase. But I like the Kazakhs. You highlighted already, Zyrene. We want to see some of these crazy assassin junglers.
Yeah, you were talking about it, Riv. You know, Karsa might know how to play against the Kazakhs, but everybody else has to know how to play against the Kazakhs too, because he's going to come out of the brush. He's going to actually ignore control wards that en route to where he's heading, and he'll just pop up on opposite sides of the jungle that you're actually have your wards on that you're defending. And as a misfortune, they'll just be right up next to you and be able to 3-shot you.
Get this here as well. This time it's LPL taking that away from Fofo. Actually had very good first game and a fine second game for him. It was hard to do a whole lot when they fell behind. Wonder if we get Rise as a pick from Fofo. It's something he actually played really well on earlier in the tournament.
It's strange because like the counters to Azir are the things like the Xerath and the Vel'Koz typically, but the Rise could be really interesting, like you said.
Hey, Rise Lee Sin, that's a good combo if you want to make something happen around the mid lane.
A lot of roaming, yeah. You have a lot of potential to actually dominate your lane and then go elsewhere.
It's going to be locked in now. 20 seconds left. I love it. This is what we mean by a little bit of that Worlds effect coming over here. It's awesome to see the Chinese and LPL and LMS fans just enjoying everything, the signs.
Oh, the Varus.
Making whatever they can. Is
No
the Varus
Ezreal.
going to be the pickup?
Yeah, no Ezreal. Again, I think he doesn't want to play it against the MF. In the lane phase. Oh.
Say it again, Deficio.
I'm going to say he wants to play it against the MF. People are happy.
You think he'll pick the Ezreal?
I think this is a jungle Ezreal and
Oh, there you
Kha'Zix
go.
mid lane.
There you go. This is why I asked.
There you go. Support Ezreal was a thing back like 6 years ago.
Yeah, we'll take it really far back.
Yeah, still, Uzi in the end wants to take it. I still stand by my statement. Maybe he's not a big fan of playing against the MF, but it is Ezreal after all, who's pretty overpowered, so you kind of have to.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to fare a little bit better than BB did on it in this counter matchup, or I guess the different matchup. Kind of swapping whoever had it. What's the official term for that? Is that the salty run back? I don't know what that's called.
I
Where you
guess,
swap,
yeah.
Where you swap.
Hey, you're a caster. You can just make up terms left and right and say this is how we say
It's
things.
the flippy floppy.
There you go,
There
the
we
flippy
go.
floppy.
Got to win the flippy floppy
ever.
on this one.
Write that down. We'll get that in the stats book. 20 seconds left. Final Banneroonie there for LPL All-Stars. What will they decide to go with? It could be the Shen. They can get some tank out of there and also
that
make
Shen was
sure
pretty
that
good.
something else works.
But I might be comfortable having Shen on my side if I'm the LPL, because Kha'Zix Shen is always fun in the late game.
Yeah, I just don't want to play against Shen. That's kind of the
Yeah.
thing. Especially also if I'm against already like an MF lane and there's also Shen on that side. Oh, that is hard then to shut down the bottom lane. And there's already a lot of pick potential on the LMS side. I think Shen will be super valuable right there. And it is Ziv though who can pick, 957 who can pick first.
Tom Kench jumps out to me here. I think it's been banned in the last, yes it has. It's been banned in the last 2 games by the LMS. And there it is again. Making sure you can't get away from the engage.
I like the ban. When you play Lee Sin, you definitely want to... Actually, you can outplay Tom Kench then. If he devours the guy you want to kick, you just kick him instead.
2 for 1.
But sometimes it doesn't really work for you, and they decide to ban it away instead of risking it. So, Shen is still available. Gnar as well. And will we get the Ziv Annie?
Ooh, the other one. Has he learned it? Is he adept at it already? I would say probably not.
That would be like kind of the salty run back.
That would be amazing.
Oh, yeah.
That would actually be amazing. They just take that bot lane from last time. It's going to be MF Thresh now for LMS.
This is more flippy floppy. We'll see if they actually lock it in. 5 seconds left here for BB, and he does take Sword Arts Thresh. Crazy.
And what will he take up against the Gnar here in the top lane for Ziv? Shen is something that he is...
Oh, he's hovering it. Come on, just do it. Wait, just do it.
No way. No way.
I made this.
Yo! Right, we get the other side as well. Whew.
957.
I mean, he just had a training game on it. So
Hey,
he knows what it does.
It's the meta now.
Holy moly.
Wow. Downloaded during that game. He's going to go look up 957's, you know, his rune pages. Going to go look and see what he had.
Oh, he's going to change.
Oh,
Go for the
okay.
spell book. We'll see, we'll see. We had Braum in the last game when the Ezreal lane saw the Thresh MF. Mako, more aggressive on his side, goes for the Alistar.
Yeah, we saw the Alistar get banned away in the last game when the Misfortune was picked up, but against the Thresh, you can actually stop him and stuff the engages with the hook and with the play.
Yeah, this is still a hard lane for the LPL to play on the bottom side, and now they also got to worry about the top lane where the Annie is sitting against this Gnar here, so gonna be a fun game where, once again, we're looking at the junglers early on. The Lee Sin in terms of ganking, when you have CC from your support, you have CC from your mid laner, you have CC from your top laner, it is so damn easy to set up a gank if you're a caster here. I really want to see him just get some early kills.
Yeah, Karsa has 2 to 3 winning lanes right now. The Annie would be able to actually duel up against the Gnar if Ziv, has, I guess, the repetitions on it. Bottom lane with the Misfortune Thresh, the range will help you. And the mid lane, that's the one with the Rise Azir that I feel like you kind of want to tilt in your favor because the other two will naturally win. Maybe you'll play off those, but Karsa can pretty much go where he wants.
Exactly. Right now, GA is sitting on Cleanse, which of course makes it a little bit harder to gank the mid lane at first. But I mean, it's a Rise. You pop the Cleanse, you return. It's easy peasy. Still though, LMS can come out swinging in this game. They tried last game, backfired pretty horribly.
See it, but you don't want to play backs against the wall either. Just don't play all the way inside the enemy's jungle at the beginning of the game. You thought you come out all right. You fare well. We'll have to see how they fare here coming in to game number 3. They're all tied up on the Rift. We'll see who'll be able to get the advantage here. The LMS versus the LPL as we switch sides once again. And we'll see who gets favor in the early game.
Whoa, trap god.
You're welcome. Good job, Riv.
You're welcome.
But still, I really want to see... Oh, no, Ziv. No, he's got the area. Okay, I guess it's the meta now. I guess I have to accept it.
I mean, he's just copying what happened against him. He's like, I'm going to say exactly the same thing. I'm actually waiting for the runes to see if he's just copying everything.
Does he have literally the same page? We'll know in just a second here.
Because 957 ran with Mana Flow Band and Absolute Focus, these kind of things. Ziv is actually running with Ultimate Hat in this game here on the Annie, so wants less cooldown on the Tibbers.
The Perma-Tibbers.
And he has the stopwatch as opposed to having Hex Flash, so... not as much of a fan. I like the flash plays.
It's almost like he traded for the backwards initiation. He's going to ult more, but won't flash more. It's...
Yeah, I totally see you on that one.
Right.
Ultimate Hat is interesting. I feel like there's that, I don't know if it ever got changed, where you stack up Ultimate Hat immediately by pressing R on Annie and moving Tibbers around, so you get all the stacks right out of your first level 6 gate, so...
Feel like it's something that would get fixed?
Yeah, I'm not revealing
Then again, you
stuff.
never know. We'll see in this game, Otherwise, Celerity, Scorch, the super standard from the sorcery tree. You gotta get the movement speed, you gotta get a bit of extra damage from Scorch in the early game. And of course, you said perfect timing with the stopwatch and Cosmic Insight for just less cooldown on everything with this Annie here. And we're basically gonna see an Annie who wants to fire as many Tippers as possible. Will not have flash for all of them, sadly, for him, but I guess Tippers on its own will do enough.
Mana Crystal start for Fofo on this Rise now. He has had the 2 Azir games, and now he gets to fight up against CA's Azir coming into game number 3. Towards that top lane, as we said before, 957 was on the Annie last time, and Ziv was on that Gnar. So we'll have to see how this one plays out. They've watched each other play it, see who can do it better on the Switch.
It's that, that's Super Galaxy Annie as well.
Yeah, it looks pretty damn sick.
I'm trying to sell skins over here.
No, I was like, is that Hex? No, that's not
Hashtag sellout.
name. I was trying to think of the name.
Well, he's already got the lane pushed up a little bit, as you would expect on a 957, as we take a look at the bot lane. Still pretty tied up here as well. And Uzi staying just to the left to stay away from those double ups that BB wants to hit.
Now, I want to talk Alistar a little bit. Been using him a lot here in the off-season. I think Aftershock is, of course, amazing on these all-in supports down the bottom lane. Level 3 is an amazing power spike for him. When he has access to all 3 abilities, you can combo in with, W, Q. You actuate your E before you do this, so it actually will start ticking instantly as you hit on to BB in this case, which is the most likely target. And the amount of damage you deal, because you have all the damage coming from Alistar himself, then you have his Aftershock proccing, you have an offensive summoner. That is crazy good all in. You want to get level 3 first, though.
Great play and great hit. The bullet time is, make it rain, keeping Uzi separated from the fight right away, and they trade a bit of the same damage.
Yeah, Uzi, though, he did get a free health potion from the Kleptomancy, so he actually hasn't had to use one yet. Just that one that he got.
Scrounging around, find it on the ground, pick it up and drink.
Also, we
probably safe.
We have to just look at the HP of the LMS bottom lane when that Alistar level 3 hits. It's right now, because, again, this is where, Mako get access to that potential all-in to see if he can actually kill anyone and Sword Art and BB right now, knowing there's a jungler behind them. Plays it very safe. Or maybe they're so scared of the level 3 power spike.
Like the backwards hit on the Scryer's Bloom as well for MLXG. If it would have hit the jungler or anybody else, they say, oh, our Scryer's Bloom is taken. He uses it backwards and still gets a little free time in the jungle.
Look at the zoning. Power spike.
Boom.
Scuttle Crab for MLXG as bot lane continues to poke it out with Q's baby, trying to get in range here for a little bit of his own.
Man, this is hard to play as the Thresh because you want to play the Alistar headbutt, and you have to do it very quickly and do it off of reaction. But then also, you want to be there to Lantern your AD carry out. So you have to go between, am I going to be able to do this?
That's the all-in, baby!
There's the Lantern. Baby's already actually walking towards Sword Art. They don't separate. Karsa's just on the
here.
edge. Oh, Mako into the turret! A little too far without the help of Uzi. And first blood to LMS.
Alistar's OP!
The
Give
power
him the
spike.
first blood.
The power spike sucked. He tried, he died. He got completely baited. B was like, yeah, I know exactly what you want to do. Normally in my solo queue games, it works way better. Maybe it's because I play against worse players. I'm not sure.
Probably.
Sword Art on point, gets the arcane shift hit as well. They could be able to get one more summoner heal coming out from Uzi. So chugging those potions now as he gets himself to safety. Karsa walking through a ward. So they know he is there.
Yeah, they saw him on that one. He has no way to go out of that.
Here it is again. You asked for it, Deficio.
Again, yeah, I respect the fact that he's going for it. Decided for him, Sword Art is playing defensive with the shield, plays him away, and he doesn't actually get the stun onto BB, so ends up just taking a ton of damage. And then the jungler shows up, and honestly, when a jungler is there, that's unfair.
Yeah, and that was perfect timing of Karsa, though. Yeah, it's absolutely unfair. That's where you blame your own jungler for not being there. But he went straight down the lane. He didn't go into the jungle or anything like that. And MLXG had been in the bottom side jungle and had warded it and had taken the things like the Raptors and the Blast Cone and like the Scryers from before. So you assume Karsa's gonna be on top side for a few minutes, and then maybe he'll be bottom. But Karsa's timing was just directly beeline straight down bottom. It was good timing for him.
Ziv back to top. This may be 957's teleport now as they get themselves resorted with some items. That's Lucidity boots in. A Ruby Crystal for Ziv. He can take a few more hits, but also make sure he is clearing out these spells. And also being able to ult a little bit quicker. It's going to be nice for him. Teleport back to lane as we expected from Ziv, and it looks like a little roam time for Mako, making sure that you're going to get CA safe in mid lane to start things off here as he farms it out against Foco.
Yeah, mid lane has been pretty quiet for now, but it's still waiting for something explosive to happen in the next few minutes here. And especially since we have this Annie top that once again has a CS advantage, has Lucidity boots, but they both use teleport. Damn. There's a lot. See, this is that tier versus the serrated.
This is the moment you want to avoid, yet Uzi just jumped in head first, like, yeah, I'm going to take this trade.
You got to test it. You won't know if you don't do it.
Well, he lost the trade pretty hard, so now he knows. Top lane.
Hits him with the drill. Oh, drills him against the wall.
Tibbers
gets locked up right away. Well, Hex Tech battle towards the top side. Super Galaxy, rather. And they are going to be able to make it out of this one safely. 957 actually looking pretty good in the fight, but as soon as Ziv got to retaliate, it changed.
I like that play from 957. Just save the jump. You know the tippers is going to happen at some point, and you want to just try and get out of that range of the tippers, so it doesn't just sit there and hammer away in your face, and you also take damage from Annie at the same time. Then you can actually die. So I like the clever move where he saves the dash till after tippers comes down.
And it actually forced Ziv back, so see if 957 can actually get the better of the flippy-floppy matchup here.
Is he?
I'm glad we made this a thing.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's official.
Gonna get Scryer's Bloom as well. And you also allowing MLXG to know that there is a blue buff on the top side. And they may be able to give Karsa and Fofo a little help for that. Ziv has a long walk back to lane as he's been losing just about a wave to the turret and still pushed up for 957, who has control of that now.
Yeah, and MLXG been able to just kind of farm up. He wants to hit that level 6, evolve the R, and then suddenly add extra mobility, able to cover a lot of ground, and surprise with a lot of ganks. And that's a good hook.
Hit after hit. A level 4 Mako instantly going in when they saw BB's ultimate, saying there is no reduction in damage there. Let's go for the kill.
Ooh, look around the mid lane. We actually have Fofo moving to the mid lane. That's exactly what I wanted to say.
Hey, with Realm Warp, it could have been anywhere.
He just wanted to walk into river and back to mid.
That split second.
You see, doing the Rise Classic, the 3 points Q into maxing E first, because the E cooldown was actually changed. So you want to have that max as fast as possible.
The other Rise Classic is walk bot lane and use your ult to get kills. We didn't get that one yet.
Nope.
It might happen later.
It was actually pretty good that he didn't do that, because MLXG was there, hanging out.
Great, more kills.
Yeah. Okay, so when I say it's good, I mean, okay, you know what? You're right. More kills. Ziv going in.
Ooh, flashed in. Nicely done from Ziv, and that's going to be the last hit from Karsa onto the turret. In and out for the LMS as they pick up the second kill of the game.
And it's so hard to play Gnar in this matchup because you're sitting in mini Gnar and you feel, okay, I'm far away from the Annie, I'm just trying to farm with boomerangs and then smack flash tippers, or flash Q in this case, to get the guaranteed stun onto the Gnar, so you can't actually flash away from it. And then Karsa shows up, secures the kill, want to get the tower. GA is here, 1v2.
Forced to now pressure out of lane. Good thing his is centered.
We're still looking for this turret, though.
This time Fofo is actually coming.
There you go.
No, Fofo is running back to mid again.
Nope, scaring him off. And man, if this is what makes Annie meta, is the counter to Gnar, I mean, I thought Annie was powerful, but I didn't think that this is how she was going to end up in the meta here. But I guess it's a happy day for LS, right?
Simple, and it works.
I mean, how many games do you think Ziv has on this?
0, I actually asked at the beginning. 2017, 0 plays on a professional stage for his Annie. So, like you said, downloaded pretty well.
He's been hiding it for a year, practicing.
This is his 2 in the morning play when he sneaks out of bed. He just goes and plays Annie on his other account.
Well, bot lane at the moment, Riff. I want to see more all-ins, but the problem is when the level 3 power spike fails, what do you do as an Alistar? You start crying. You realize you don't do anything in lane.
You go to other lane.
If you can't all-in as Alistar, what do you really bring?
You're going to actually ask me, like, you want me to color outside the lines here? We can do that.
What would you do as this Alistar?
I would probably start roaming to mid lane and see if they can get a kill onto Fofo, but that'd be hard. You already have perfect timing in those stopwatches on both mid and top. So what would you do, Defigio?
I would try and call down my jungler for a surprise play. It probably wouldn't work because the enemy team already got vision in my jungle, and then I would realize that this bot lane tower will either die or we'll have to take a fight around it to protect it. And then again, you need the jungler, you need the mid laner, you need probably the top laner.
Well, we'll see if we can get subbed in coming into the next one, but for now, I think they're sticking with the 5. No quick kicks on this. Still holding down top, a little action, and then that fizzles out as we're waiting for those teleports or flashes to come back up for their respective sides. But now the dragon may be getting a little bit of love, at least the area and the vision warden in the bot lane.
But again, we are seeing now MLXG on the bottom side. Sadly, he will soon get spotted, and hard for him to do anything. And you're just kind of waiting for the MF and the Thresh to make a play on you on bottom side, because it's so hard to do anything in return.
And this is such a strange spot to be in as a jungler, because if you're on the LPL side, if I'm MLXG, I know my bottom lane has gank assist and they could go in and maybe do something about the misfortune, and I want to protect that bottom side. But my top side, there's a very low turret up there, and if I'm Karsa and I'm trying to get into Karsa's head, I would think Karsa would want to come to this top lane, right? It's like that mind game on top of mind game. This turret is so low, Karsa got it incredibly low. 957 is going to push up.
Oh, the call worked here. He listened.
There you go.
There's a ward. Didn't say it was a good call, and I wouldn't waste his time, but at least the jungler came down.
They hit the level 6. They're trying to at least get something activated right away.
You gotta place the control ward first.
Good sharing gold.
And then he comes in. Don't place it when he's already in there.
Oh, by the way, we should check this.
Yeah. Oh, there's a ward.
Karsa coming down. Now, he doesn't know, but also the team doesn't. So he's kind of hanging back to make sure something happens first. He's guaranteed a way in. Over to the Dragon Pit. He will be seen on the Shrine, and it looks like they will have privy information now where he is going to be headed.
Yeah,
stay safe.
They don't know where MLXG is. MLXG was in the bottom side. They saw him start it back, cleared the ward. Then Uzi pushed up, and Mako swept the second brush. And so it looks kind of like MLXG is hanging out down there for a bit, but he actually backed and went to the top side. So there's potential here for MLXG to make a play that would be a bit surprising. There's only a few seconds of a window here.
Classic Uzi move right there. LPL actually had a chance to start up a Drake if they wanted to. The bot lane was recalling from LMS, but Uzi wanted his own recall in there. So he went back to base, no Drake being started. MLXG stays on top side. Now this Ezreal, while down in CS, still sitting and getting quite a lot of extra gold, and that's exactly what the LPL wants. They don't want to lose this bot lane tower so early because there are so many lanes under pressure. Top lane, bot lane, the Lee Sin could be so active on the map as well. And right now, early game is slowed down a little bit, and that is good for the LPL.
Farm for Karsa. Looks like they're trying to get under the skin of the LPL here as they start stealing away a few of the buffs. Spawning on the other side is LMS Blue just now, but that control towards the bot lane opening up at some point. We've only seen a few hits for presence on MLXG. Then he walked out, and Karsa's really been hanging off on the wing. A lot of slow play so far.
Yeah. Ever since those 2 kills came out and Karsa was able to affect the lanes, no turrets just yet. Right? We talked about it earlier. Karsa can pretty much go anywhere because he has some naturally winning lanes. The top lane, though, was one that he played off of pretty well.
Never returned. You gotta try harder to get inside his head.
Yeah.
Well, at least they can go bot lane now with the Rise. This play is a little bit delayed, but now it is happening.
But top lane, they have to rush this because that top turret is going to go down. LPL will get first turret here, I believe.
Yeah, how much damage goes towards the fight and how much to the turret. That's first blood turret. Over to LPL, they're going to open up the map a bit, and now it looks like LMS may commit to taking that down as this wave gets finally pushed in by BB and Swordart.
Ooh, let's see. Uzi and Mako trying to stay around to see maybe they can defend. There is TP from 957. He can try and use it.
And the fact that Rise went back to mid, so Fofo is accounted for. This top lane is also accounted for. They get to shove up, and they get to defend this topside Rift Herald and take it for themselves here.
I mean, this is pretty huge. Again, they haven't even lost the bot lane tower yet. It will die eventually, but the longer, you know, they can just keep that tower in place, the more time they buy on the other side. And they get the Rift Herald now. That could be another turret for them just in a few minutes. Abyssal Mask on GA is a little bit interesting. Obviously, he's against Annie and Rise, so he's like, there's a lot of magic damage, but it's not what we normally see in Azir.
Yeah. I saw it earlier in the tournament and was having a discussion about it because it was a lot of attack speed and then having the Abyssal Mask just to stand your ground. Because if they're going to reach you with a composition, like you're going to get Annie stunned and stuff like that, it's pretty much going to happen. Like, just surviving as Azir in the mid-late game is probably enough because he has so much damage in his kit. Lowering it by a little bit shouldn't hurt him a lot, but we'll see what happens. But I'm not a huge fan of the build.
He expects to be kicked right into Fofo. And
Yeah.
right?
Also, like, people talk about having a Morellonomicon on him for, you know, CDR and also mana.
Little mana.
But in this case, you go for the Abyssal Mask, which has HP and mana on it, and then you get the Nashor's Tooth for the attack speed, and then you have basically like almost like an 80 carry build, where you have the Nashor's Tooth for attack speed, and then you also have, when you have 3 soldiers out, more attack speed. So you can just stand in one spot, just be this tanky auto attack.
Oh, in this game, Shield. Oh, let's see if there's a fight.
Box is up, broken by Mako. Very nicely done for him to just slowly step into that so the rest of the team doesn't take damage. But they still can't get through it with the slow. It would add, they back off. Quick hit there and looking around for summoner spells. They are all up.
So I have GA with the rune choice of Transcendence in this game here to get 10% extra CDR for himself. So should still be able to get fully capped out in this game here. Obviously, of course, Nash's Tooth will give him a lot in that regard. And at the moment, we're kind of waiting for another kill. Karsa just mission that one.
Sonic Wave, slightly short, but
Thought
the
I
hook
could hit
is
it.
not. Once, twice. They get it the second time. A good kick. The last bit of the kick hits CA as that summoner heal comes out, and he gets himself to safety.
Abyssal Mask saved him there, just saying. He would have been dead otherwise. It's enough HP.
What an item. What a play. What a save.
What a play. He purchased it. It's great. But it did work out for him there. You know, hindsight's always 20/20, but
if you have 20/20 sight. 17 and a half minutes into the game. A little push from 957 on the top that is past River. But he's got the help from MLXG to be there if things get a little scary. It looks like LMS is going to take this time after that mid lane fight to get back, figure out what other items they can get under their belt as they head back out onto the rift. Looks like it's just going to be mostly vision at this point.
Yeah, and it's pretty damn huge that 957 actually got that tower top lane. He's not really struggling in the 1v1 at the moment. Got some tanky stats under his belt, and it's a big change from what we saw in the last game, where obviously 957 just kind of ran over Ziv with their Annie versus Gnar. So this time around, much better. LPL again trying to scale to late game. 2 items on Uzi now, almost 2 items on GA.
yeah, and we're back to even gold now. So there isn't really some enormous advantage to really leverage just yet. I feel like the kind of things we're looking at here are, you know, the scaling, but also there's a Rift Herald to be used by MLXG. Where is that going? Because that, you have to use it, right? 100%, you have to use this thing. Where's that action going to be? That's what I'm grasping at right now, Deficio.
I hope he's going to be like, nah, I don't want to use it. Saving it for the recall and then let it run out. Or we see the sloppy one where they just put it in their own base and we're just like, oh, it's gonna have to walk all the way down and die.
Yeah, that's the roulette one. Sometimes you just go in the fountain, you put it down. Where are you gonna go? Set her free.
Ooh, that fighter.
The Krug Shelly? No, it's Krug Shelly.
Yeah, he killed his Krugs just a moment ago, so I was hoping for it. I was watching for it, and that's why.
There he goes, there he goes. Mako not looking like he wants to ult just yet. Arcane Shift doesn't get over the wall, but he is forced to ult everything. Reactively used here from the LPL, and they're still able to bring him down to half HP with just one of the members. Not looking good for LPL here. We'll see if LMS can push a slight advantage. It's going to be Vision for now.
I mean, yeah, as long as LPL can keep stalling, you can see how they're not taking the fight. They're disengaging instantly. That's still okay. Riftel now plays in the mid lane. There's a lot of members to defend from LMS.
Literally, it was going to expire, and he just decides to.
If they get a
drop
shot,
it down there.
worth it.
All right, mid lane turret's going to take some damage, but they can't really back it up. They have no Alistar ulti. They can't dive. And that's going to be a poor Rifter.
Looks like they want to move together. 30 seconds on the Drake. They say everyone in the river, we need to gain control of this, and we need to back if you can. Get some more vision on the map. Looks like that's what Mako's going to do before he gets himself back to Dragon. Maybe they let it go based on their positioning right now.
I thought it was the thing to fish out. I thought it was going to do it. I thought it was going to change the way the game was going. And we saw, like, when the LMS in Game 1 had a lead, it was slow. Game 2, LPL, slow. Now, neither team has a lead at the start. They're equal. I feel like they're both just waiting for those plays where it's like, all right, everybody's on the same page. And it kind of has to align, right? Low coordination between 5 members of these All-Stars just thrown together. Gotta have kind of the stars align and have that play happen. Because both teams they made it here because they're good enough. They both took down games.
I mean, the LPL squad with boot camping and everything. So the whole coordination thing, actually, for these teams at least, I don't feel like it's been a big problem. They've actually been pretty spot on in terms of what they want to do and do together. Maybe looking at a big dragon fight.
MLXG's second activation of the ultimate. Nothing is going to come of that. It's a slight
Run away,
down for
everyone.
Arsa.
Run away.
Mid, though, LPL have inside track because they were able to cut him off here. That turret already took a hit from Shelly. Walk up. Go, 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 go. Get the turret. Go, 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 go.
Side track to
Don't
the
let it back in.
turret.
Go, go. Go.
Ziv on the side has the ultimate. Do they really want to give
That's
themselves?
a big
Oh,
one.
he's kicked back with the Missile Mass! Oh, Missile Mass saves CA! And he's he goes down. There was AD damage coming through there, but Fofo gets the last hit. And 22 minutes in, we were waiting for something to happen. Carson says, now is the time.
Where are his guards? Somebody needs to walk. That choke point, like, Mako, get in there. Just defend him long enough that he can.
Terrifying to get sideswiped by an Annie.
Let's enjoy. Let's enjoy one of
that
the
was well
sickest Lee Sin plays.
That was kick flash, too.
I love that when we see a Lee Sin use every single ability to end up in a sick kick flash to knock back a carry and secure a kill. Not sure they can get much else, but at least we got some flashy plays from Kasa.
Yeah, Karsa with 100% KP for his team right now.
I feel like it's been almost every game.
Yeah, Karsa's been doing work.
It's actually been quite a tournament for, funny enough, a jungler who during 2017 had a bit of a quiet year. It wasn't the same kind of carry performance we used to see from like him and Maple, of course, on the side of Flash Wolves. And even going into Worlds, I was kind of down on him. I was like, I feel like this is not been the Kasa I want to see. Well, because I love him, right? I want to see more of him.
Just a disappointed dad.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you do with Europe all the time. I know.
I think, yeah, it's true.
No.
I mean, I think World's performance was fine, and now All-Star performance is spot on, and that's the important one, of course. We gotta perform at All-Star.
Exactly. It's kind of like I wouldn't say like redemption, but like we talked about how the LMS for like a year and a half, almost 2 years, they were the Korean killers, and that they were this region that was making it out of the groups and having multiple teams into the
They're fighting, Cyrene.
What? Is anybody
They're
gonna die,
not
though?
fighting.
Slight run of the bulls. Mako had something to say there. Had to use his ultimate. Gets himself. Actually, did not have to use his ultimate. I'm sorry. Gets himself to safety with just the E.
They just want this mid lane tower, man. They've been working on this now for a few minutes.
Annie?
No.
Pushed out. Definitely a different role in that, though. We see the Annie versus the Gnar. 957 have faring a little bit better in the matchup, as we have seen it throughout the games. This All-Stars. The mid lane finally gets hit up, and CA is able to set up a little bit of base there with the Sun Disc, as they can get out safely.
Yeah, but they got to use the Sun Disc to get something. What is it for? Is it just
It looks
to throw
really
it down?
pretty.
Gives
Get
them
vision. Let's go get you.
pressure around the mid lane so you can reset, go back by your wards, and the enemy team still have to deal with that tower, so it's hard for them to push out the lane, and it does give you a bit of an advantage when it comes to returning to the map. At the moment, we see Mako just went back, got his wards. Now he's screaming to his team, guys, we need a kill. They had a lot of kills in the last game. Game 2, they only managed to get... Oh, sorry, game 1, they only managed to get 2 kills. And this one's 0 at the moment. It's quite interesting watching the LPL team not actually secure anything. But again, they wanted to scale in this game. That's all they wanted to do. And it's been successful so far.
A lot of love for these members on the top side here. You can see Mako just behind the Baron pit. Turret goes down too fast, and they cannot fully commit as the distance was too far. Still a push up from BB and Sword are in that river if anything comes of this top engage.
Yeah, this top lane, they got that turret, and now it's all about that Baron control again. Even game, we're seeing 400, 300 gold just when the waves kind of wax and wane. The 2 Mountain Drakes for the LMS. That's what I'm looking at now. Help him speed up the Baron. It'll also be good for Ziv if he ends up in a split push. I don't know if he will, but those Mountain Drakes could be what tilts it. Otherwise, looking for those fights. And Deficio, you were saying, LPL, it's a little uncharacteristic that they aren't taking fights, especially a lot of these players. A lot of these players are known for their aggression.
Again, I mean, the third game is played to Shonia. Both teams are trying to play like as spot on as possible and not really go for any crazy plays where they don't need to. They're not showing off anything because it's all-star. Like, it's more like, okay, what is the next step? Slow and steady, set up Baron now, force a fight around that one. LPL are ready for it. They're all up here to try and defend.
Hey, LMS.
Ooh.
All right, I like
we go.
DP coming in as well on the ward. Uzi coming out of base. Hexdrinker newly in his inventory.
There's no MLG.
5 ability. Smite goes down. That's Karsa's. He goes down, however, instantly. Shie shifts into the Baron pit. Mako's in the front trying to absorb all of the damage. Doing it nicely. Fofo is able to warp out of that. Now LPL is forced to watch LMS leave with the Baron, but no Karsa.
Uzi still coming around the corner here.
Oh. Uzi locked and loaded, looking to get those shots in. Had that Iceborne very, very early. It looks like he'll be able to get a few shots on. If Mako is just a little far forward, they could have continued. It looks like everybody is starting to back off.
And this is what we were talking about in game number 2 when LPL, they were 10,000 gold up in 20 minutes. And they didn't do the Baron forever.
Ooh! Down to Ziv. Ziv's going to be able to get himself to safety. Mako in a bad spot. One last shot. He goes down to Sword Art. A little too greedy from the LPL, and LMS is going to chase them down lane to make sure they can't back right away, but also can set up some vision for themselves. This could still turn to be a bad fight. Fofo with the perfect timing. Actually, Zanyas gets himself to safety, and Ziv has to be very careful. LMS is low, but they're still attempting a fight.
I like the Baron call right there. TP in, use the double mount break you highlighted, Irene, and just take down the Baron as fast as possible. Get out again with multiple buffs, and now it's on the LMS to go and get a few towers down, get a big advantage, see if you can close out the game.
And I really like that from Fofo because I believe what happened was he used his stopwatch and then he backed and upgraded it to Zhonya's. So he just used Zhonya's twice. Back to back. The first one to escape with the ulti and right there to avoid 957. Very
Whoa!
Take it around a ride!
Body's telling him yes! He gets out though, he is safe. 4-1, almost a 4-2. As Karsa almost couldn't get himself to safety, that is. And they do get the mid turret with some zany pressure to start it off.
All planned from Karsa right there. Zone LPL away from the tower with the crazy Lisa in play. 'Cause you expect everyone to follow when that man goes all in.
And that's a cloud break. Number 3 of the game going over to LMS. Blue Squad has had a perfect break control in all 3 games.
It's that blue team.
It's the blue team. That's a 2,000 gold lead about now, just under here for the LMS. Looks like they'll start to pressure a little bit of that love towards Ziv. He says, my ground. And that's a fight in the bot lane, but he will keep MLXG at bay.
Oh, wait. Something's happening right now. Mako's on the way.
Who takes it? Oh, what a nice guy. Karsa says, you take the lantern. Still coming in, Emperor's Divide. That's a hit back for Ziv. He can still throw down the Baron. That's a CA. They're trying to focus the damage as bullet time. Rides over the fight. MLXG goes down. Mako stuck in the box. Can't get that Iron Will to anybody else or to block any more damage. The hook comes in, and a relentless and repeating LMS continue. More kills once they pick up 9-5-7 in the bot lane.
And Sordon right now, he's on fire. He denies the engage here from Mako. Great lanterns during the game as well. And a good hook onto 957 to secure another kill. And the LMS, it's still a very close game, but they keep getting just 1 or 2 kills more.
That's what I like, because before we were seeing kills for objectives only when there were objectives up. These are kills for kill's sakes. Just trying to get something here. Shie knocks Ziv in. Ziv ends up going down here, but then on the backside, like you were saying, Sword Art doing work here. The play again to keep 957 in place for the root, and then the hook follow-up and the chase.
A few more kills here for the LMS, even though it was actually Mako and the LPL trying to start the fight. And they're still sitting now with a 2,000 gold lead. It's almost nothing at 30 minutes. And item-wise as well, it's so even between the teams.
That Baron really didn't amount to too much. 2,000 gold total.
Got some kills.
Yeah.
They showed they could do the Baron.
Hey,
that counts for something.
There you go. And the next one's a Mountain Drake as well. So 3 Mountain Drakes.
Yeah.
Make it real fast next time. That's what this is about.
Be quite helpful, but a little scarier. A lot of flashes used on those last fights. MLXG Uzi still have it on that side of LPL. There are quite a few down except for Fofos right now. And Zivs is just on the horizon. So that could be the initiation window for LPL to get something done. As you said, only around 1,400. It seems like not a lot of the Baron plays in this series overall are getting too much ground.
It's true. Like my personal rule of like first Baron you use to get down an inhib and second Baron you use to win the game doesn't really count in this series. This one was first Baron to secure a few kills. And that was about it. Maybe a mid tower if I remember correctly. LMS will probably need 1 or 2 more. MLXG is sneaking around the flank, but if you are Mako at the moment, you've been trying to start some fights and been denied multiple times. His flash is soon ready. That's going to be key for him to actually land the engage.
And he picked the Alistar into the Thresh, saying he could do it. It's been hard. Sword Art's been on point.
A lot of love for this bottom side of the jungle. Ziv's been pushing it in. Baron down, obviously opposite side of the map, but it's kind of who's going to win the Ward War first. I think it will mean this second tier turret in the bot lane before LPL really wants to fight back against this.
Well, right now, Azir's going to go to the top side. GA's going to go ahead and farm that wave, and that's going to give pressure to the LMS on the bot side, who can go 4v4, and then have mid be pushed in here for a rotation from Fofo.
Hey, Ziv, flash Tibbers. It's only 4 members right there. Zia is not even close.
Do it. Do it.
He decides to keep it. Flash Tibbers mid lane.
He's got to do it eventually.
Flash Tibbers in the base.
It's like when you're at a stoplight and you're like, now. Turn green now. Like,
that's kind of the thing these
anime
players are missing at the moment. Like, especially with Ultimate Hat. Like, use that Tibbers on cooldown.
Exactly.
It's why you got it.
I mean, if you flash ulti right there, he has Zonias, so he probably won't be the first one to die. It's the other guy's fault.
I mean, yeah, honestly, worst case, you force the enemy back and you take the tower.
Yeah. I mean, it got to half HP there, but regardless, still, that's like you said, that's what it seems to be lacking in this game.
I think there's just a lot of pressure, actually, on the different players. Like, in all seriousness, I think no one wants to be the person who messes up and then your region loses. Right now, like, all the fans were voting for you to represent your region. You're now playing in the final, and it's very clear that none of the players are like, yeah, I'm just gonna dive in 24/7 and make big plays. They're really trying hard to not make any mistakes.
It's all about not being question mark right now. Prevent that.
You don't want to be the guy who loses it for your team.
Then you have
those
region.
The thing is at a point in time in the game, that doesn't happen for every fight. But we're getting close to that point where if you do make the mistake, it is a run down mid for the other team. It gets even scarier. So you're almost mounting more pressure on yourself by.
But it's insane. I have seen. Hold on.
Oh, we're holding MLXG down to about 55% HP. All right, off the hold.
Yeah, Carson didn't have flash there, so he couldn't really kick flash. But these are guys, we've seen a lot of them at Worlds. The pressure of Worlds and lose the game for your team. I've seen these guys go ham in games at Worlds. Now we're the NALCS studio.
But then it's only the fans of your team who will be mad.
Exactly.
Now it's the entire region.
Now it's a bit more sophisticated ham. It's cured. A little better. Maybe even some salami.
All right, Mako, you picked that Alistar. You failed your level 3 all in. He actually went Celestial Body in this game as well, so he had less damage but more HP. So 100 HP but 10% less damage in the first 10 minutes. So that also ruined his all in a little bit.
Yeah, that was it.
Now it's time for revenge, though. You got to late game with this Alistar.
All right, that's good. They were able to get the gnaw out of 957. Were they? Oh, kicks him right in the backside. Says, no, sir. GA forced to cleanse himself out to safety now, and we're getting a little troublesome here with some summoners being down. But they reposition to get themselves to safety. It's going to be the peel-off from MLXG, so no fight here for LPL. They want to hang out. That Drake is alive on the mountainside, or at the bottom, I should say. Karsa goes ahead and clears. 957 will probably be back with a ward of his own. As you can see it ticking up in his inventory. Just all quiet on the home front at this point. They tried to go for MLXG, fizzled out.
And man, a death cap for CA, that's so strange because he doesn't have much AP to multiply, right? He has the Abyssal Mask, which is doesn't have AP on it. It just increases the magic damage you deal. But,
like hat.
I mean, what if the hat saves the next time?
Yes, the hat will save. The extra AP will save.
Oh, over the wall.
LPL's calling the bluff. They say you're really going to go for the dragon.
And TP, where is it at?
They aren't doing very much damage right now, but they're also trying to focus on where LMS is coming from. And they say,
That's the opposite direction!
We're
It's
going to
running
route
away!
it down mid. Karsa, you don't have a team?
Wait.
Oh, Mako actually stopped his recall. Nope, everyone's recalling now. Nope, he stopped it again.
What a split.
Someone do something. Start the Baron, man. You got so many mountain drakes.
Did they see MLXG
They
back?
did not see
I don't
it.
think so.
They didn't see it, but we can see it, so we can yell it. Why don't they listen? Oh, that's not into the Baron.
Realm Warp, they actually are seen by the minion wave as it comes up.
All right,
Teleport's coming in for Zip.
How do you get out of this one? The LPL.
We're about to find out right now. It's a choose your own adventure, and it's Mako wanting to go in for the first chapter. He's inside the box, but the will's keeping him alive. Ziv's forced to use the Zanyas. Uzi just on the edge now.
Zip down.
Firing the shots. Great kill by 957. And now they're going to
MLXG.
continue going down to the fight. They will try to rout LMS, keep them out of the Baron pit, and either get another kill or start this up for themselves.
So the entire LMS team just walked up with the Rise ulti, 5 versus 3 situation, but because they didn't know where Uzi was on the map, they actually got afraid and they ran away. Everybody's running away. But like, they ran out of a 5v3, ended up then getting engaged on by the entire LPL team and lost a member.
You guys are antsier than I am right now, but it looks like LPL may be right there with you. And that's going to be the bullet time. BB lets it ride over LPL. Mako's low, but they're able to still turn. And Karsa behind the turret is going to have to watch his teammate go down. Lantern there. Safety follows. True Shot Barrage will not take down Fofo. And now 957 under the turret being the tank that his team needs. The tank that his team deserves. And they are almost able to pick up another kill. The LPL bite back.
That was sick across the board there. The Lantern, Fofo being able to hit it just in time, but still, the LPL come out on top just barely. They're not going to do Baron, because
Too much fighting. Couldn't do Baron right there. Zip is actually on his way back. He's going to find Uzi. No, he didn't find Uzi.
So close.
Say goodbye.
I mean, Uzi does have a lot of MR, but hold on, hold on. Are they in the pit? They're starting it.
Yeah. She is low right now.
Keeping the back.
MLXG just backed. He's in base.
That's
rushing
Baron.
Oh, he just walks Timbers everywhere. 45 seconds of hugs. This is great. He's on the other side. Can he blast cone? That would be fantastic. Blue, smite. Going over to Karsa. Actually, good shots from Uzi and good effort. They're going to go ahead and clean out the vision. They have time to do now, but it's all about the lanes and where they will be pushed. How can the LPL stop it? We'll see the fight once again, though.
Yeah, so Mako is going to make the sick plays down here with the blast cone. Sneaks in behind, gets onto BB, and now the LPL are chasing on. It actually means they're like a little choke point where the MF ult is going to be absolutely amazing here.
Yeah.
Hitting so many members.
But then GA gets in, able to slide forward after flashing, and gets the soldiers where he needs them. Right here, this is sick.
And because of the chase and everyone actually being pretty low on the LPL side, it allowed LMS, once they came back out, to then TP in, use the Mount Drake to secure the Baron.
And the person they killed was MLXG. They killed the Smite. So he was back in base and had just respawned, and they used the Rise ultimate to get there. And look at that. Bullet time, just enough.
So far, we can't really praise LMS' ability to start a fight because they ran away from that 5v3 at first. But the ability to do Baron has been pretty good this game.
Yeah, it's definitely been quite good. And hold on the other side, Karsa.
Randuin's hit to try to get himself to safety. Rune Prison down to 957, and it's going to be the 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, says Fofo and Karsa, as they pick that one up.
They sadly don't have any minions right now they can use. They're actually all just killing the bot lane tower. Meanwhile, mid is pushing against them, top lane is pushing against them, so the LPL should be able to defend.
Yeah, this wastes about 40 seconds plus of your Baron if you're trying to walk minions to the other side of the map. So they aren't even going to get near a turret for a bit here. We'll see, they're trying to shove everything out, right? Because when you have shoved minion waves in, even though you want to like 4-man bottom, you have to take care of your top lane, you got to take care of your mid lane, so you can't be counter pushed. And we'll see them start getting to these turrets. They got to control the jungle too.
Controlling the jungle is probably a #1 priority as well. We just saw how well the LPL actually fought in that blue intersection, being able to attack over walls, soldiers over walls, void spikes, boomerangs. Kind of left the LMS running for the hills, not being able to trade back between those structures of the wall. Mako now just getting a few wards out. They know this is not long for the world. Can't really guard these outer turrets right now with the amount of power in the game. So it's all about standing strong on the stairs of the base.
And now with triple Mountain Drake, again, it's a few seconds and you kill a tower and you get into the base. But they're going to be afraid of the potential engage from Mako. GA sitting with 4 fully completed items. Uzi's pretty fed as well. Like, this goal lead doesn't really matter at this point here. We are in the late game. That's exactly what the LPL team wanted. They played so safe the first 25 minutes just to get to this point of the game where they can actually start fighting properly. We saw that earlier when they tried to force around the Baron.
It's going to come down to execution in those fights, but we saw how the LPL were able to handle themselves against Korea. Came down to late game team fights sometimes, and even against, I believe it was North America, where it looked like the LPL, they were on the ropes, but boom, LPL team fight came in, and we saw people like GA step up, right, and have fantastic fights alongside Uzi. So if I'm the LPL, I kind of trust that I'm good enough to take those.
May not be the LeBlanc or the Kassadin, but he does have the Azir, and he can still make that same impact. Those outer turrets are all gone now for the LPL. They have to decide where they will actually take the next fight, if not, then check.
Now that we talked about the LPL fighting, I think moving over to the other side with the LMS, it's quite interesting with their composition because it's not a traditional, 2 tanks in the front and 2 strong carries in the back who just need a lot of time. They will win you the fight. Like, it's so much upfront burst, like flash tippers, MF ulti. You can win the fight in a matter of seconds or lose the fight in a matter of seconds if you are the LMS, because if your MF gets interrupted, if that tippers doesn't, hit properly or doesn't actually get onto anything, then suddenly you don't really have these big ultis and your team fight looks way weaker than the LPL one.
Yeah, they have some almost like wombo combo type ultimates as opposed to like sustained damage in the fight. But they do have kind of pseudo tankiness because they have 2 Zonias, whereas there are none on the LPL side. And they're able to buy more time. But Karsa, whoa!
Stealth from MLXG.
It cancels it, but it doesn't even put the ultimate on cooldown from Karsa. It does get the flash.
Interesting note. Very nicely done as well. Fast fingers from both junglers. That's basically how you play the best on each side in that situation. 4,000 power play, one of the biggest we've had in this series so far. LMS showing a bit more control over this game now, as they have about a 5,000, 6,000 gold lead, I should say, making their way now towards top side. Baron off as they try to regain control of these lanes and get into a spot where they can fight.
Another thing about scaling. When you have so much damage on the LMS side, scaling sometimes doesn't even matter, because if you just get the correct fight, you just have enough DPS to kill 1 or 2 guys, and then suddenly it's 5v3 out of nowhere. And that's kind of always the fun thing about these heavy damage comps, is even when you feel like an Azir in the late game and an Ezreal in the late game will be powerhouses, one misstep from them or one great play from you and they die instantly, and then it doesn't matter. Then the late game simply doesn't matter.
All that work, though.
All that work. You spend 42 minutes getting to this point, and then you get a tippers in your face and die.
That's, I have those memories.
Uzi's trying to prevent that. Has himself 2 magic resist items. Full build at the moment. Cross Rift BB, Edge of Night, I think would be his last item here. So he might have a spell shield for himself as his last lethality item. I feel like we haven't seen that item in a quick minute. Has HP on it. Like, I gotta keep remembering that.
Used to be almost a first buy.
I remember that when everyone had it.
Yeah, it was like, it wasn't good enough, and then they reduced the cooldown on the spell shield. What is happening?
Fight MLXG, hit the ultimate off, just some void spikes out as they don't find a real initiation. They don't even find the ward clears. LMS is strong enough to stand tall in the mid lane and keep these minions pushing. Aggression over the river means they have a bit of safety to fight in. A forced ultimate from Mako. and he is out of this one. What do they choose to do with it?
Oh.
A little bit of a bounce back.
He's
there.
trying to get
Keep
flash.
himself safe.
He's trying to get the Alistar flash there and just kind of spook him. Because Mako, he just used the ulti. That's a win for the LMS. They didn't have to use much to get it at all. He did throw down, I believe, the Ignite from Sword Art, though.
I mean, big play because now you get full control around Baron. You're kind of hoping that someone else from LPL will face check and you can just kill them instantly. Mako's on his way back now. Obviously, cooldown is on cooldown.
I mean, even if they...
I mean, ulti's on cooldown.
Yeah, you aren't wrong.
The cooldown is on cooldown. I mean, that's how it is.
That's cool, man.
He has a top-tier analysis. That's why he brought you all the way from Europe.
Cooldown is on cooldown. That's my catchphrase.
I couldn't have said it better. Pulse out the window. Pulsa. I don't know how to say it.
Pulse.
Pulse. Anyway.
Pretend you have a potato in your mouth and then you can say it.
A pulsa in there? Might be a little better. I had the Danish. Yeah. Sounds like you have a potato in your mouth. That's what I've heard.
And in game, at 44 minutes.
Mountain Drakes, 3 of them. LMS and the LPL just facing off in the mid lane. Hear that Baron.
Pretty interesting to think that LPL still only has 3 turrets. Those outer ring of turrets is the only thing off the map. So if they do actually get a nice fight where they can go around the horn, it's a whole lot of gold they can pick up. I don't know if they need it at this point.
No,
they just need
to get forward and make some moves, find the advantage.
Yeah, you don't need gold at this point. You need kills that lead to objectives. You need objectives that lead to closing the game out. And you need to sneak some backs in. We just saw BB kind of sneak one in and get his Edge of Night completed there, so full build for him. We also have Annie with full build, so Ziv ready to go. And right now, it's like gold doesn't mean much. There's the engage, though.
All right, they find Ziv. They say if we can actually get Ziv's flash, maybe the engage won't be as good. Mako still follows. Sword Art throws it in, but does he keep himself in a bad spot just to stop the fight? And he does. He gives himself up, and I don't think that's even what he wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely doesn't want to give himself up there, but look at this LXG against Karsa.
Karsa over the wall, kicks him back. Now it's a chase. Now it's, okay, we lost one. How much time can we waste?
Elder. Kill the jungler so you can do Baron. That's fantastic for the LPL. Mako!
Almost got a kill onto Mako, but he says, I see what's coming. I'll give you the delivery for free so we can get the kill. Signed for and signed off on Elder Drake to LMS. Baron to the LPL.
That's like the best trade possible for the LMS after actually losing the fight.
2 people?
The fact they get an Elder Drake for the Baron after losing 2 members is pretty sick, but we just got one of those fights we talked about where the LMS did not manage to land the wombo combo. There was no tippers into MF ulti, so they can't really do a whole lot without those big ultis.
Yeah, we were talking about LPL team fight. Mako sees an opportunity, goes on the cannon minion to get the pulverize onto Ziv, and then they start looking at Ziv, the lantern is down now, and then Sword Art ends up having GA go in on him, and then he decides, all right, I have to go in.
Right.
Throws a flay, but like Ziv's off on the side, Annie's ulti never comes down, BB doesn't have position.
Right.
Like, if that Thresh play happens with the follow-up, it's a different fight, but the LPL took it because they're like, all right, I guess Sword Art's gonna throw himself in.
And that's an important thing. If Mako can keep forcing the fight, then it's not the flash tippers going against them. It's just him saying, okay, now we fight. We have a front line, we have a back line with Uzi, and of course GA, who can just kill whoever is actually standing in front of us.
And with 2 weeks of playing with each other, you don't always know exactly what the other person's gonna do. Is Sword Art going in now? What's the call from him, right? Because you could turn these things around if you had played with them for an incredibly long time and kind of get the other players' instincts down and their tendencies. But the LPL, I feel like that team fight, exactly what they needed. And Elder Dragon is already ticking. It's halfway over.
Now, I want to see BB now with this Edge of Night here because one of the things he's looking for is 957 in the fights. Is he and Meganar jumping forward to try and ult BB when the MF is firing her ulti? Edge of Night can obviously block that first initial CC, so the ulti actually lasts. MF might get caught out.
He's dead.
Wow.
Pro tip for everyone at home. 47 minutes into the game, you do not need to invade the enemy blue buff alone. Stick with your team. That blue buff is not that important.
I knew that one. Hey. So, let's see what happens at 48 minutes. We'll have to see what
Then you can invade blue buff again.
Yeah, all you want. See where they will be able to push this.
It actually costs them a decent amount of pressure here.
That was the entire Baron buff.
They have to collapse.
And the Elder Drake is still on LMS at the moment.
Yeah, for a few more seconds here, I believe. We'll be off in about 1 more wave.
We do say some things towards the end of the game don't mean
that was
as
a big
much.
one.
Yeah, Karsa has flash back up now, so the kick flash, definitely a possibility for him.
It's actually mentioning that things don't matter much in the end of the game, as we say money, but summoners mean a lot more. Flashes on Civ and Sword Art blown in the last fight. MLXG can already hop, and the rest of LPL has those flashes, has that chance for a really hard initiation they have a window for. I don't know if LMS will give them that. They know just as well that their flashes are down at this point.
It's been a rough game for Ziv on this Annie as well. We haven't really seen him, win lane or find the big engages so far, and we're still looking at him. Doesn't matter what your score is on Annie. Like, you can always do it.
Speed all game, still have an impact.
You can do that.
Speaking of having an impact, Karsa on the side here, looking for the kickback that we were talking about. When you're at this point in the game, there are a little bit less wards than before, because not everybody's putting controls down, but you can see MLXG and Mako both have 3 in their inventory here to try and keep the LPL out on the map in terms of vision.
The wards this game are absolutely insane. They're giving each other a chance to back, to pick up more wards, give Mako a chance to be out of the fight for a second to refill the Sightstone, and they continuously have to move it forward to do anything.
Yeah, Karsa buys 3 for himself now to match.
Crazy.
It's crazy because they have to do this, and it's so competitive. They're just playing at this level where they're like, we want to win so badly, and it's been neck and neck for almost 50 minutes now.
It's like that game of capture the flag. You know somebody has to go back. Everybody else has to play a little bit stronger to make sure nothing happens. You've got to be able to micromanage people in and out. Now, 5-on-5 on the bot turret. Get a quick stun onto MLXG. Not a whole bit of damage that would stop it from going in if the team was ready. And it looks like they are just that on the bottom side, waiting for this next wave.
Yeah, also waiting for the big wave in the top lane. That's going to do a lot of damage to this turret here. So LPL playing it safe. We're still looking at Ziv on this Annie flash. Tibbers is ready. He needs to get on to someone like GA, but there's a cleanse, and it makes it really difficult.
Yeah, we haven't seen really a flash Tibbers at all this game, and we've been waiting for it for almost 50 minutes. It's been a long time coming.
What a difference it would make if Azir could still smash down these turrets with his soldiers.
Oh yeah, the turret bomb with the W.
Turret bombing. They would actually be able to get a lot more damage in, because it's Uzi's autos they kind of want, but also Shie's trying to get in 957. And right now they are stuck at bay. CA trying to get those soldiers to stand at attention in front of the turret so they have enough defense to get the attacks in, but it is only taking caster shots right now.
Nothing else.
What a dance.
Yeah. Safety first here. No one wants to
hard hats on.
Go too crazy, too all in. Ziv is sitting very far back.
Yeah, it's not even like Ziv is looking to like clear top wave.
Sword Art! MLXG has been taking damage the whole time. Little bits of poke. LMS peppers him, and they're able to take him out.
Second time now, MLXG is the one dying. First with the Baron buff, he was the man who got caught near the blue buff. Now, just around the wall here, he ends up dying. So the LMS suddenly finally get to push out. They have triple Mountain Drake. They need a few seconds, and they kill half the base.
Yeah, and they can go ahead and actually split multiple lanes if they want, but I feel like they're not going to because they don't have vision control. They're just going to go ahead and push this bottom side.
But they got 40 seconds without the jungler.
Yeah.
Go to that in-depth turret.
We're officially dreaming, boys. The longest game of the Dream teams of All-Stars. Now, 50-10 was the last previous longest game, and we are now past that at 51-36. LMS looking at the bot in-him turret. And Mako saying, do we want this? No, not a lot of us can make it through the Make It Rain, so do not go. The turret also stays up. Pings over towards Baron. They say, let's get a little bit of vision before we get crazy with anything else.
Interesting that they did not just brute force down the turret here in the 4v5. 50 minutes into the game, they had a lot of ranged champions who can even do it. MF, Thresh,
yeah, you have enough
like
damage.
Annie, triple Mount Drake, you can take it down with these champions.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have enough damage too that somebody can tank it for a little bit in a 4v5 easily.
But they don't want to risk dying to Gia and Uzi after Mako's engage, and that means we're going to get a fight around another Baron in this game.
Are we, Deficio? I was promised more fights.
We might
around Barons constantly.
I believe you.
We could just get one pick and then Baron, so it's not really. Does that count as a real fight?
No, it doesn't. I want to promise Deficio.
That's more of a skirmish.
I can't promise you. It's 10-6, 52 minutes in. I can promise you at least one kill.
Ooh, okay, I will take that. That's where I'm at. I will take that.
Waiting for that intensity once again. Everybody's a little too cautious. This is the not want to lose moment for LPL and LMS. As you really consider your engages and if the rest of the team can follow. We saw how much Mako almost wanted to go in on the bot inhib turret. Now they may do it again. Make it rain, slows that one down. You can see 957 and Mako almost in Bash Brothers formation as they try that one.
I am glad Ziv didn't take that lantern because he could, maybe would have gotten headbutted there.
Gotta be careful.
3 men on the flank right now, while we have BB and Ziv sitting in the mid lane.
Blah, 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 blah. Karsa used the sweeper so he can't even
I agree with that statement from
walk
before.
around.
I mean, at some point you could do the push up, get one lane in your favor, and realm warp it back once you got them worried about the minions. They have to scatter LPL somewhere.
It's funny because the Rise could totally split push by himself or like push out like a side wave. Because even if he gets caught, he does have Zhonya's ulti.
Right.
Right?
I'm out.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. Doesn't seem like they want to give that up. They want the full 5v5 in this.
Another thing they can do is, if they group as 5 and push up mid, they can Rise ult into the Baron pit and kill the Baron in just a few seconds. You know, with the triple Mountain Drake, it's definitely an option, but they're so afraid of going mid because then there is a chance LPL will engage onto them. So they just don't want to take the chance. But right now, Ziv is going to show bot lane. At least he's moving down towards the minion wave. BB just recalled. I don't think the LPL team saw that, so they don't actually start the Baron.
He recalled for a Phantom Dancer instead of boots.
They're going to see Ziv in the bot now. Ignites back up for Sordar. If they were waiting for any of those summoners, they have them once again.
Look at Casa though. He's actually hiding behind the Baron pit.
This is that sit there for 3 minutes, you got nothing better to do.
MLXG tried this doing Worlds, and it backfired.
I mean, did they spot him there? I don't think they saw him at all.
All right, there's the word he can use. Now they just have to time it. If they do not know they're going, never be a bad spot for LMS to fight. If they get in this choke point, there's everything that can go over the walls for LPL. Karsa's still behind it, and they have to recognize and respect
They're on
positioning.
Karsa.
They turn. Team focus onto Karsa, blow the Guardian Angel, and take down the jungler. Karsa gets away for a moment. Void Spike picks him up. Sundisk is taken down as we see BB and the team trying to gain a little bit control over the map, but that's Karsa down as he was trying to make a play on the other side of the map.
The LPL team said to start the Baron and then turn for the fight, and they found actually a good opening here. It was a great ulti from BB, but just didn't do enough, and so many members dropped low. Casa was behind the enemy team the entire time.
That's that moment where he's behind, and then the perfect engage or the engage opportunity happens, and you're just not there right now. Baron.
5 flashes down for the LMS as they try to approach LPL as they take the Baron. Fofo now into 957. He just absorbs the damage, and he directs all of the attention away from his team, grabbing the objective.
Elder Dragon, and they have 4 dragons on the LMS's side.
But there's Baron recall as home guards. They're going to rush out here from the LPL side to stop this. Last time LMS lost 2 members, traded Elder Drake for Baron. Was actually a great trade for them. Won the following fight and got us to this point here, but now it's LPL with 5 members alive. Casa is still dead for another 20 seconds.
Yeah, it was about a 78+ second death timer for him. So he was out for the count.
Knocked out. Need the smell of salts to get back into this game. If you're going down at this point, ultimate down for BB. They lose a little bit of wave clear, but they should be all right as everybody takes a breath.
And another thing to actually highlight right now is during the off-season, there was a change to minions and towers, where towers got a bit more HP, but minions will now deal 10% more damage to them. What we've actually seen in this game is that the LPL's top lane has been pushing multiple times with huge minion waves and actually taking down now another turret. And that's something you gotta be a little bit more aware of, because again, a big wave can actually very quickly get out of control. And that's been heavily in the LPL's favor, and it's a free turret.
Also, with nobody split pushing this game, it seems a little more apparent.
The minions are split pushing.
Getting those gigantic waves to come up once they're set. Everybody's been 5v5, ready to huddle, ready to fight, but not so ready to fight in the same instance. 57 minutes on the clock as we approach an hour here between the dream teams, looking to make that number 2 win in this best of 5 here. It's LPL pushing towards the bot side now with Baron.
And they got all the buffs. We cannot ask for more buffs. Well, of course, we're gonna have more Drakes.
Oh, you can always ask.
You don't get stronger than this.
This is the moment for them to see if they can get into the base.
Sword down to half. The reason that LPL lost their last positioning fight was MLXG was a little too out of the way. And they were able to bring it back as Karsa made a mistake. This inhibitor turret goes down now, and the first base is finally broken. Just sub 60 minutes. And that's the inhib as well. LPL can now work another lane with a little favor in that bot side.
They did it! They broke the base. 57 minutes in, it's the first inhibitor down. in the entire game.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty sure this is the first game I've ever casted where it took 57 minutes for an inhib to die.
Really?
I'm glad I could be here for it.
I feel like there's always at least one inhib that's died in the very long games.
Yeah.
And someone is like farming super minions in a few lanes, and they use that to go super, late into the game.
Yeah.
57 minutes for the first inhib.
Yeah, you might be right.
We gotta get the stats team on that one.
I don't know about myself though, because I cast Challenger for a while, so.
But still, like that's 57 minutes.
It's a long time.
I'm keeping my eyes on the carries right now. Uzi and CA up on the top left side. His Karsa is just on the back. If he can double kick them together, it would have been huge, but too much damage on the turret now. When that turret goes low is when you usually see the offensive confidence, and Zordark goes low, but the box keeps LPL at bay. They may not have even wanted to go further. This is rinse and repeat from mid and bottom, now to top.
It's still just going to be about who can get the fight. Like this Baron buff for 20 seconds is going to expire. Then you're going to have super minions you got to clean up and take care of it through the LMS. But the LPL still have to keep their foot on the gas to try and end the game. And I still feel we might be, a few minutes away from that.
Now that's a Baron power play though. There we got it.
Yeah, I mean, 2 inhibs.
Very decent one in this game.
Very nice for him. Now if they can go top, force LMS to sit there and defend while the super minions are going for the bottom turret, that's great. But it's so hard in the late game because, again, the route from that Nexus turret to the inhib is so short. You can oftentimes kill the wave and then still join a potential fight.
Yeah, it's the defender's advantage. You have less area to actually traverse to go between places.
Yeah, rushing there, though, they want to make sure they get the full effect of the super minions. Mako's been more active now and actually trying to force some fights, and that's one thing you can do. When the Annie is sitting and killing the wave on the bottom side, you can engage as the Alistar, and you have at least a few seconds without Annie being there.
All that gold now gonna try to be put to use on the top side to avoid that Annie. Still doing quite a bit of damage. Like you said, Ziv could always make an impact on the fight, and LPL has to realize their positioning.
Yeah, all that gold, but we're hitting an hour right now. It's even at the top in terms of gold. The pressure from the inhibitors is really what counts here. And then it's all about fighting. It's all about the position. And LPL,
that was a lot of damage.
He's going to go, try to get some HP back from the Grump, but might have to back.
MLXG definitely taking the most damage outside of fights this game, it seems, in the later parts of the game, really making LPL hesitate on whatever motions they want to do. The top lane's still going to get hit up, though, as they wait for these minions. It is a siege wave, so they might have an extra moment. So that is only a tick on the turret.
A small thing in the late game, if you are the team pushing in and you're waiting for super minions to threaten near the enemy Nexus turret, don't actually kill the wave coming at you instantly. Because that just makes your minions walk faster down to the turret where the enemy can wave clear because they don't have to leave yet and deal with super minions.
Hold them, stack them.
Hold them a little bit, wait a little bit, and then when the super minions are hitting the bottom side where they will try and kill the Nexus turret, then you can actually kill the enemy wave and push forward into the turret, and you have forced them at least to be 4 members and not 5.
We are seeing some massive wave clear, though, from both Fofo and Ziv. Like, the fact that super minions have negative MR is actually helping out a lot here, because Fofo is clearing them out pretty quickly.
Almost means they get themselves into another Baron, because it seems like these inhibitors will stay. LPL is going to be able to, like you said, clear this out. I'm sorry, LMS is going to be able to clear this out. We may just get that one more fight.
Is this Baron number 5 or number 6?
I lost count 4 Barons ago. So, but I'm ready for the fight. I was promised a fight.
No, I promised you 1 kill.
Oh, yeah, that's
I'm
right.
pretty sure you got that 1 kill at Casa.
I got that kill.
There you go.
Perfect. But I want to fight because it's all been kind of leading up to this, right? It's all got to come down to somebody winning this game. 62 minutes in.
That's a good statement. Someone needs to win this game.
And somebody has to do something that will cause that.
And all the wins matter. Slowly creeping up.
Evan actually just jumped forward, I think. Oh, there's Mako. Never mind.
Yep.
MXG's coming in now, though.
That's the thing. You got to look for that one moment.
957 hotbox goes down. Not many people can follow through all by his lone.
Karsa?
Towards the top side. Karsa back and forth. Ping pong. And he will go down.
Ziv is in
there, back up. Ziv's going to try to help. Everybody is at the top side of this fight. And it is just an HP mosh pit. There goes CA. Somehow 957. Ziv is alive. 957 still up. Ziv is dead.
Uzi!
Oh, Sword Art getting hit up hard. And we are going to see these back off just a little bit. Uzi in and out, but buddy system with Mako right now to keep him
TP bot.
protected.
TP bot. 957 is trying to push, but I don't know if he'll be able to do it. He'll get the inhib.
They're starting Baron meanwhile, so this is a smart play by LPL as long as 957 stays alive.
BB easily keeps him off. They're going to be able to clear that before it goes down, and they may be able to walk each other in and out here. Mako should be tanky enough as they try to pick up one last kill.
Is he going to kill BB? Wait.
BB should be able to get out of this one alive and cleanse the hit. Dodges the drill. 957 now coming up short on this one in the 2v1 situation. His team does grab Baron though. This one keeps going.
So they get the Baron. They actually won the first fight as well. They also got the bot lane inhib. Fofo is here with the rest of the LMS team to try and defend and save the next turret. This is the fight again though.
Yeah, Karsa has his GA popped at the start. You see Mako go over with the blast cone. Karsa now has to find somebody to kick back. And what ends up happening is he goes to the other side and the kick doesn't really land true. He doesn't really get a good one there. It was just used and nobody gets kicked back into the team.
Well, Ziv finally got in there with the tippers as well, and there was a lot of damage from the MF ulti, and GA gets some damage off in the backline. He ends up dying, but Uzi's untouched so far. And MLXG, all he did this fight was try and just like flank and be a little bit of a threat, trying to say, come chase me, you know, leave my carries alone. Uzi took a big hit as well there from BB.
And all the summoner spells are pretty much down except for Fofos. Nobody has a flash at all. This next team fight that could potentially happen would be a very sloppy one. You get caught, you might be dead.
From siesta to fiesta, we got this one in the bag. 65 minutes coming up on the clock, and it looks like LPL still gonna hover topside. They say we have that last inhibitor turret to fight over. We know they'll be there. Once they get the minions in, they can make sure they take mid down and continue to give the LMS trouble.
It's kind of crazy. We're 64 minutes into this game. After, well, we saw game 1 with the one-sided LMS way, and then game 2 with LPL taking over. Now we had this super even game for basically, 64 minutes. I don't feel like any team was really that far ahead. LPL's been winning the last 2 fights, but only by like 1 extra kill. So they haven't been able to win the game, and there's still a chance for LMS to just win the next one and take the whole thing.
It just comes down to if you can find that right engage or that right fight. And they've been fishing for it, right? We've been seeing Karsa try to go for some flanks. We've been seeing Mako looking for those engages. If you're somebody who is an engager for a team or has the tool to do so, that's who's feeling the most pressure here at the start. You have to look for the right one, and your team has to be able to back you up. Because I've been in that position, you screw that up, you're the one who dies, and you look the fool.
Nobody wanting to mess this one up right now. Only Mako has been on the front line. Eyes on Uzi and CA. MLXG there as well to get some void spikes out. And we're keeping eyes on BB as well on the other side of the fight.
And once again, a huge wave is on the way, top lane. Extra damage on these turrets here. Buff it up as well. There's 2 cannons that you can try and keep alive and see if that's enough to actually kill the turret. Super minions coming in the bot lane, another big wave for the LPL team. So a lot of pressure right now on LMS, but you gotta keep these minions alive.
And we haven't been talking a whole bunch about individual players. BB's got to stay safe. Fofo has been dealing so much damage in these fights, but look at that. Just get the turret, and Mako almost got caught.
Redemption comes down, keeping everybody on that
Where's
front
MLXG
line,
going?
looking for the hook. Mid lane has a few minions that could be pushed in.
Cannon!
So that wave. And a few more shots. 3 siege on the back line, able to drop the inhibitor so the team can stay safely at bay. And now they head down towards that mid lane, able to actually just stop LMS in their tracks here with each inhibitor.
Even if the LMS get like an ace right now, it would take them forever to push across the map. With double supers, they'd have to get a clean ace. It would have to be a 5 for 0 to even stand a chance.
Uzi's down to 50% HP at the moment, so they might just back off and let him lifesteal on the Elder Drake.
Yeah, Elder. That's the thing is LPL, even if they pick this up, it's not a very strong Elder Dragon for them, right? They have none of the Elemental Drakes.
Down to half. Uzi's low. Sword Art could easily want to go in on this one.
Mako is...
Mako could
What?
easily go down here. Karsa gets the Elder Drake. This is huge for the team. Lantern out as well. They're going to go ahead and take down Mako. They lose one as they get themselves to safety without Mako.
Karsa bought Azonia's Hourglass. He sold the GA just to be able to try and do that. And it pays off as he steals it.
All-Stars call for very interesting plays. He had that quite a long time ago, and we were wondering what he would do with it, and here it comes into play big.
And LPL's been working for the last 20 minutes on trying to get this Elder Drake and actually win the game, but then Karsa steals it away from him. It's such a huge play for the LMS. This is exactly what they need to try and get back in this game and actually win a fight. They still haven't killed an inhib, but if they can use the Elder Drake with the 4 Drakes they have to actually win a team fight, they can still just win the game.
Hey, we're talking about Karsa. This guy's Superman. Just jumping straight in there. That was out of smite range, and 1077 was the last thing you saw. 1,000 damage smite. Perfectly lines it up there and kills it, giving his team this advantage. Which is exactly what they need, because now you're not looking at LPL with a Baron buff right now. So you get to push out and be kind of putting the threat of a team fight on them.
And he is on solo missions right now. Up here, knows his ability and boundaries of what he can stay safe through, and he's almost trying to solo figure out where the LPL is at times. Obviously, the team is just on the wing, but they are trying to instantly keep vision and stop the LPL from gaining any more ground after that fight.
It's still so hard because, again, there are minion waves pushing against them. Mid lane right now, at least. Bot lane, very slowly will be fine, and Uzi ruins everything by actually killing the caster minions, so no, it will no longer be fine. Pulls off an old school Wei Zhao, holding the side wave to get the split push.
Things come out, but it's more or less just to say, I need help warding here. We cannot move alone. At this point, losing one could be everybody.
You need help warding. Well, right now, the LPL literally only have 4 wards at their disposal from Mako. There's no control ward slots, and we saw MLXG sell his enchant. And then the top lane, oh yeah, there it is. So 957 also, I guess, has 2 that he could put down. You see that he's putting it to good use.
Let's see, Elder Drake so far. Didn't really mean that LMS found a fight because, again, there were waves they had to deal with. Open inhibs, they had to constantly try and defend, and now it's the LPL once again feeling confident 70 minutes into this game 3.
Lucky number 7. This is the fight. This is the one they get in on. Sundisk is out. They set up base just a little bit outside so they don't have to go all the way home if they get in any trouble. And again, Mako on the front line. His flash is down, so it's maybe getting himself to a siege minion, travel on in, or they could wait for that flash to come back up. Be about 2.5.
Gentlemen, I had never thought that I would be saying hashtag 80 minutes of the dream at All-Stars.
We're there.
I definitely didn't think I wouldn't be saying that during an LPL game. Because they are playing to win, they're playing slowly and trying to find whatever advantage they can. And right now, they're looking at the Baron here for the 6th time. I'm gonna add numbers.
That's a very, very big Baron, actually giving Karsa enough time to get himself in range. They don't, or they do have vision, I'm sorry, just on the back left side of Baron Pit at about 9 o'clock. And they get themselves out safely, knowing LPL is going to have to turn away as well with the aggression.
Yeah, Mako decided to use his sweeper outside the Baron Pit, so he didn't actually get to spot the little ward in there. And obviously then LMS steps in, forces the LPL away from this one. They still staying around. Have they maybe found a sneaky ward in there?
Blue team's inhibitors
It is a yes, they found it.
Taking it down, half HP. Oh, Mako already headbutted. Karsa can't get in.
Baron for LPL. This is huge now that they have some of the inhibitors down. If they can get up to those super minions, they can actually help. The bottom one just respawned.
They're all up.
They'll only have a few more waves. They just came up.
When we say reset, it usually means back and get items, but literally they are resetting the map. It's just, all the inhibitors up. 72 minutes, Rib. We're almost there.
Here we go. We are getting there. Another few minutes and we'll have the longest game of the season, spring and summer and everything. We'll get there and we'll tell you. 13-9 right now. 3K gold lead not meaning much at this point in the game. And
definitely not.
Who falls first and how fast do they fall? Because if a team does lose one person, it's all retreat to not lose anymore and keep the game alive.
Yeah, exactly. You have to retreat, make sure you don't lose anymore. But right now, LPL, I think it's pick apart. Group is 5, keep looking for that inhibitor, get 1, get 2, and don't get engaged on.
It's just a problem for them. The Baron buff doesn't really help that much at this point, because again, they need to win a fight. And if they can maybe push in with a big wave with a bunch of cannons they can buff up, then they can try and use that to take down an inhib from range where they don't have to risk anything. But right now, they're kind of waiting for this big top wave. Bot lane is pushing against them at the moment, so they're not going to get any help there.
Winning League of Legends, inherently you will have some risk that you have to take at some point, and they're just playing it so slowly. We'll see here as they push up for another inhib. Well, like, he puts himself in range of the rise. What's going to happen? These 3 inhibs, all naked, all ready to be taken by the LPL.
Birthday inhibs, ready to get taken down. Bot lane isn't pushed, mid lane is kind of reset, and actually bot lane pushing in favor of LMS here. So if they get a fight, they don't have too much to work with. That's favor. Emperor's Divide missing. And this is the little bit of pressure relief that you even need in these fights. Karsa goes in, Zanyas is down. 957 trying to hit the back line as they get the lantern for Karsa. Dark passes to the light. They kick back 1. Fofo in and Fofo out as everybody yo-yos themselves in and out of the danger. LPL still wants to fight as again the retreat happens to save the base.
Oh, that Rise ulti was so huge. Zip was caught out, but then Fofo with the Hourglass gets him out of there.
Sword Art looking for a hook, but more for safety. Fofo trying to deliver the last bit of damage in. Good hit. Backline goes. That's going to be Zip going down. A nice try by BB to let it ride with the bullet time, but nobody's going to take too much damage. But they look to be in range of the damage that would get them out of the base. LMS now tries to chase. With an arcane shift, there's no slow to catch here for LMS.
Karsa still has kick flash.
That would be super ambitious. What a way to stave off a push. Once again, here's the minion wave. This was at the mid-river when we saw this fight start. You can see the bot.
Jie's wall right there was actually used before he dove in, so a big mechanical mistake from him, but he ends up flashing away and then actually gets the tower up as well. Look here on the side. If Fofo's ulti is actually not able to get Ziv out, then this Annie's dead and the game is probably over.
Yeah, and right there, you saw Mako flash headbutt back. Probably should have headbutted actually down because he may have not been able to make it back into the ultimate.
Right.
But if those, like quarter second, you have no time to process that. You're going by instinct, hit him back into your team. But Fofo was ready to get him away. Ziv walks up here and then, yeah, gets picked off.
All right, they're trying again. They're trying again.
75 minutes. Ziv back on the table.
You know what we're missing in this game? Where's my ban off command? Where's my VP rods? For some extra pushing in the side
Your own
lanes.
wreckers. Too far, sorry.
There's no turrets for that. They don't make turrets.
There are no turrets.
You know what? I've come to the conclusion, I don't want them to fight anymore. You know what? Let's get it to 80 minutes. No more fighting. Hopefully I cast or curse them.
Yeah, true. At least you'll get what you want in that.
Yeah, right?
Right?
All right.
9 to 6 turrets, only 11 on the map for a side. So that means LPL has to drop 2 more. The Nexus turrets standing in front of their victory. And now they're starting to split a little bit more with 957 on the bottom saying, all right, we'll try to spread you thin, see what we can do.
We have to remember now, Jie's flash is down. Okay, Cleanse is there, but if Karsa can find him, if they can pop that Banshee and then kick Jie back, there might be an opening for the LMS to take him down. It's going to be difficult. But we are still looking at Karsa. He's been a hero already multiple times this game.
Yeah, and he had enough gold, swapped out the Zonias, got his GA back when it's on cooldown. He's ready for another death to come through. Mako, though.
Gotta get rid of that Banshee as well on GA, otherwise they can't get onto him. Uzi should be safe.
Yeah, it's kind of Misfortune's job. You gotta at least get that Banshees off with, a tick of your E, try to get something there, but at the same time, Mako is still zoning and threatening. Karsa just playing around, trying to get something.
Oh, he's getting a bit of damage. MLXG also taking a bit of damage. Remember, he continues to get peppered before these fights start. Can't make a really big impact. 957 now getting help from the team as top lane slowly pushes itself in. And LPL looking for an opening. LMS looking for a mistake.
Jie's Banshee is down at the moment. just for a few more seconds.
Yeah, but look at how far back he is.
I know, he's playing it so safe. He knows he's going to be the target if he actually steps forward. And right now, Uzi's just getting some damage on the inhib with 957, and that's enough.
I mean, they'll get it once they get the siege minions, right?
But we have Elder Dragon in 2 seconds here. And then Baron in a minute after that.
We have to remember, if they go to Elder Drake, they actually give Kasa another chance to potentially steal it, which is horrible for them, seeing as there's 4 Drakes on the LMS side. So they don't need that Elder Drake. They can get this third inhib down.
Can they, though?
That's the big question. If they get it down, then they can go Elder Drake after.
Don't make me reconsider your analysis, Deficio.
Well, got it. Almost.
Almost.
Uzi, jump in there. So much fishing. So many hooks just being thrown.
There it is. Inhibitor goes down. And that is 3, once again, around the horn for the LPL. And our longest game of 2017.
We did it, North America.
Deficio, I gotta say, it was Rockcat versus Origin in the spring, and you casted the previous longest game, so thanks for being here.
I did, and I think
it was you.
And thanks everybody for being a part of this.
That game probably had the same amount of kills as this one, if I remember correctly. Slightly worse players in that game. Slightly worse players.
Elder Drake over to the LPL. Can there be any more?
Fofo ulting. Are they going to make it in for
they're
a
gonna rush the
Baron?
Baron.
Oh, they left Sword Art behind.
They left two.
But that's going to be Ziv as well. Flash and Annie ult is there if she wants to find Tibbers, if she wants to show LPL.
Oh, Alexi is in a pit.
Box goes down. Smite goes down, but he early smites. It goes to Karsa, and now they're going to be on Demeko. Karsa goes down, but the GA is going to come back up. Fofo's on his focus, trying to keep him alive.
And
There's the Zhonya's. Fofo goes down. He was going to be the safeguard out, but he can't connect with it now. There are the kills. LPL looking to make the final touches. BB lets the bullet time ride as 957 and the rest of LPL lock down the kills necessary to make the base look open on the LMS side.
Wait, hold on though. We'll see. It would take a miracle to stop this.
Sword Art with the flay of his life, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The drill
misses.
Bebe takes down CA. This is going to be Bebe now. He is only able to offer a few bits of damage, and the auto attacks to come through. 957 almost his first target. The minions are on the Nexus turret, and LMS has to look to defend.
They have to back. They have no mana. They wouldn't be able to do it. Now they got to take this inhibitor. Look, Uzi nothing. Mako almost nothing.
You still have 36 seconds. Only 2 members. LPL down on mana, but they have an 80 carry. They have the long-range damage. Do they have the positioning?
They might be able to take this. He's on BB MLXG.
True Shot Barrage comes out. MLXG trying to keep BB at bay. And the Nexus is down to half. The kill comes in. 80 minutes on the clock. 80 minutes to dream. And it's going to be the LPL coming up with Game 3's win.
We did it. We witnessed the end of the game where LPL finally found the team fight they needed and actually managed to close out the whole thing.
And that was an ultimate from Fofo into the pit. They leave 2 people behind, and Karsa, you can see, he was having a blast. Zonia's and GA still got the steal. That's where you, as a jungler, go, I still got it.
I gotta respect the crowd in here as well for being so hyped towards the end. It's been a long, long game. It's been a lot of ups and downs as well. But in the end, Elder Drake into that Baron fight, they have already killed their
You mean Elder Drake into Baron into Elder into Baron into Elder to Baron?
Yes, yes, yes.
That one.
I think there's another one added as well. But then, 80 minutes into the game, they find the fight and they win.
Right on cue, too. It
Great
just
Jack.
went to like 80 minutes and 5 seconds as it ticked over in the next
Yeah, I like the
die.
fact they waited so long. They wanted the longest international game, and they got it.
And this is
record-breaking.
This is the greatest thing. Like, yeah, we just watched that game, and it was pretty exhausting and almost like stressful to watch the players not know what to do. How do you think they felt? They got to keep going. It's going to get tough for these guys, and they are now under a lot more pressure. We will have to get the thoughts now on Game 3, so we'll send it over to our analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Rivington. 80-minute game. Deficio hanging on to the desk there by the end of it, losing energy, trying to muscle through. Basically a marathon of a game for the casters themselves, for the players, but ultimately the LPL comes out on top, moved to 2-1 on the series. It was about twice as long as the last game, at least. So this time around, I'm gonna give you 2 words to describe this game. Go for it, Pop Smithy.
No words.
No words. None whatsoever.
Barn burner.
Barn burner. We've upgraded to a barn burner. Frostgren?
That was some hot garbage.
Hot garbage. Oh, we're going to elevated version of Papa Smithy's last game
People
analysis.
tell us they don't want Korea in the finals anymore. If Korea's in that game, it doesn't go 80 minutes. That's what I'm going to tell you.
We're breaking
Telling
records,
you.
Papa Smithy.
85, 90?
20.
We got to have a record set somewhere. All right, let's go ahead and start working through some replays. I honestly don't even know at this point how many we have, / exactly what they are. I know
Let's
the
just
first
throw 'em
one.
on and react.
The first one is a display of all-star mechanics by Karsa. So let's pull this one up. Brought to you by Acer Predator.
See, at this point in the game, you're fresh, you're just liking what's happening, you're seeing some cool moves, there's some swoopy doops, some rise.
Swoopy doops, yeah. What other things are there?
That's a technical term.
If I don't hear Riv call out a swoopy doop in the next game, I will be so upset.
There's some swoopy swappies, some swoopy doops. It's nice. You're like, this is great.
Yeah. But ultimately, Karsa has been the guy, the focal point of the LMS and their success throughout this tournament. And right there, that play encapsulates why he is an all-star, right? What it is about him that kind of has this aura that everyone's looking up to and aspiring to when it comes to a jungler.
Yeah, I mean, super clean. That was the thing, is that early in this game, we didn't know where it was going. That was 20 minutes, 25 minutes. There was still a lot of optimism there. Sick play. Karsa has been one of the MVPs of the tournament, but it kept going from there.
Yes, it did keep going. Let's take a look at some of what kept going. 25 minutes in, LMS, they grabbed the Baron. Let's take a look.
I mean, at this point, you're actually thinking, oh, hey, look, they're pushing the pace of the game. They're going to close this one out pretty quick, get an early Baron, and not exactly where the game took us.
Yeah, when we initially grabbed this play, we're like, this is perfect because we can
decisive.
We can compare it to the last game where the LPL were struggling to make such a decisive goal.
And to be fair, we can still make that comparison because this individual play was decisive.
And to be fair, the LPL did subsequently struggle to close out the game and be decisive.
It was back in the early days when we still had hope.
So really no learning's actually been done.
No.
Yeah, it was a great example, but somehow that lesson fell on deaf ears because we extended the game to 80 minutes, but our third and final replay comes at 67 minutes into the game. Karsa with an Elder Drake steal here.
Really standard stuff. 67 minutes into the game. You always
standard, yeah.
You hit your power spike of Azonia's Hourglass on Lee Sin, which really does allow you to very easily take away the Elder Dragon here and really just business as usual.
But to be fair to the LPL, I can understand why they were so cautious about setting around
you don't have that in your region?
No.
What? You have Jin Air in your region.
No wonder you guys didn't make the finals.
No Lee Sin with...
Starting to make a heck of a lot more sense all of a sudden. Ambition.
7-minute Lee Sin power spike with Zonia's.
Doesn't know about that Zonia's power spike, but ultimately, I mean, hey, look, we laugh, we joke, but it was kind of an ingenious use of an item there in terms of allowing himself to get in, have that save, get the lantern
He
out.
had one job, right? His job was to get in the back line and kick, and if he needed a Zonia's to get in position for the lantern, that's all he needed.
And let's be real, even when the game did end at that 80-minute mark, it was maybe a kill, a single auto from BB away of being extended yet another 5 minutes or so, just based on, health bars, lack of mana, and whatnot there in those final minutes.
Yeah, I mean, 957 had no more GA. He was at like 200-300 health at one point. He was pretty close to actually going down.
Yeah, and these team fights were just so close. I mean, look at the goal difference. That never really gets very far apart from itself. And you see the graph dip down a little bit over to the LMS. This was a very uncomfortably close game.
Is anyone else kind of shocked at how low the damage numbers are?
They're really low.
For an 80-minute game, it was 54K
under
on
1K,
Ezreal,
yeah.
right? Like that is
On a Poke champion.
Yeah, on Poke champion. That's actually pretty shocking how low the damage was.
Well, yeah, typically because numbers inflate as the
Yeah,
game goes
generally
on,
speaking,
so
you're
you
sitting
would
at
see
6 items, you do even more and more and more damage. So.
Oh, so do you think that's just indicative of the fact that these teams were spending so much time posturing around? We say that it was still decently high kill game.
I think it's indicative of how tentative they were to do anything.
Right.
I mean, every single time, it never felt like anyone was comfortable to go for a killing blow. They get the Baron, and we were kind of joking around. It's like, oh, they got the Baron. This will allow them to set up for the next Baron. But I mean, it was almost getting to that point where they were so scared to actually try to finish out the game. No one wanted to lose it, that they were always backing off, always trying to make the safe play.
And ultimately, you can understand that when Karsa is making these crazy steals and these crazy decisive plays, you can understand the hesitation there. Like, if we
Very
mess
hard
this
to close
up.
on Azonia's hour at least.
On the topic of hesitation, I hesitate to ask this question, but is there much of anything that we can learn from this game? Looking again forward in this series, LPL has elected to go back to blue side. They found success with that side in game 2. Looking to close out the series. Decisiveness is, of course, an issue for both of these teams to some degree in actually closing it out. But, okay, how do they do that? where's a weakness in one of these teams that can be exploited by the other so that they can actually close the game out in say 25 minutes and bring our average back down?
I think I had the answer, but my notebook's gone.
Oh, the notebook is gone, so the answers are gone with it. Papa Smithy, the man, the myth, the legend, the only one with the answers, and those answers are unavailable.
I mean, I think they'll kind of change up their draft. Like, to be honest, I think we're going to see some crazy champions next
From
next
who?
game.
From who?
From both teams. I mean,
Okay.
imagine that. You just played like an 80-minute game. You saw their faces. They
I
were
don't want to
exhausted.
imagine that. I just had to watch it.
It's still a best of 5.
There's
I
a
would
VOD for you to watch
something
it later
fun.
as well if you want.
If I want to relive it, there are ways that I could do that. Azael, any final thoughts here moving into game 4 and match point? Nothing. He's got nothing. Our brains are wiped clean. The LPL are 1 win away from being crowned the 5v5 All-Stars. See if the LMS can bounce back after this break.
Don't touch that.
That's the all-in, baby.
There's the lantern. Baby's already actually walking towards Short Art. They don't separate. Karsa's just on the edge. Oh, Mako into the turret. And Karsa behind the turret. He's going to have to watch his teammate go down. Lantern there.
Oh!
Safety follows. True Saparaz will not take down Fofo.
Mako is...
Mako can easily go down here. Karsa gets the Elder Drake. This is huge for the team. Lantern out as well. They're going to go ahead and take down Mako.
Oh, Alex is in a fit.
Fox goes down. Oh, Mako's dead, but he early smites. It goes to Karsa, and now they're going to be on to Mako. Karsa goes down, but the GA is going to come back up. Fofo's on his focus, trying to keep him alive.
And
There's the Sanyas. Fofo goes down. He was going to be the safeguard out, but he can't connect with it now. There are the kills. LPL looking to make the final touches.
They might be able to take this. He's on BB MLXG.
Rushapraz comes out. MLXG trying to keep BB at bay. And the Nexus is down to half. The kill comes in. 80 minutes on the clock. 80 minutes to dream. Welcome back to Game 4 of our Dream Team Finals. LPL will be selecting the blue side to start things off. That means first pick. They will want to know their priority and their strategies throughout the game.
Yeah. Yes. They had a lot of time the last game to figure out those strategies to be ready for this one. We have a full reset. We had a break. Everyone is ready. Again, game 4, 2-1 LPL at the moment. Close games, at least if we judge from the last one.
Yeah, I mean, one was one-sided, the other one was one-sided, and then the last one.
Yeah, I realized
all
that
the way.
statement was very dumb. It was just the last game that was close,
I
but
mean,
that counts as well.
It was 80 minutes of gameplay.
There was 2 games, basically.
It's hard to remember game 1 at this point.
There we go.
Right. That's why I'm helping you out. Like,
Thank you.
We ran into the LMS team though in the restroom between breaks, and they were laughing. Carson was actually cackling.
Yeah.
He was just having a blast, and so now I'm kind of thinking, does that mean the LMS are going to go hard, saying we just played an 80-minute game, let's just roll all the cards down and try to even it up? If that happens, then it happens. If it doesn't, then 3-1 for LPL.
Who knows?
I mean, it sucks to lose, and it sucks even more to lose slowly, right, after a long game.
That's true. No Zoe, no Ornn, no surprises.
A lot of no's so far. Let's see if we get some yeses. The Jace
No
goes
Jace.
out. No Jace. Yeah, it's going to be some no's to start, I guess. We'll have to deal with it.
Well,
so will Ziv and mid laners. 957 also not getting that Ornn. The only one to actually get it. And that was a bad idea for that team.
Yeah, it didn't even look like it was an incredibly well-practiced Ornn either, but it's just like Ornn is so busted. That was an Ornn versus Zoe game, too.
Malzahar as well banned out, so we see a little bit of that hit in the mid lane once again.
Yeah, and last time we had the LPL on blue side, they banned Jin here, and then Sejuani got banned by LMS, and we had that, MF first pick situation, but they get rid of the MF. They don't want to first pick it. So we now have like Varus as a pick that's very contested. Jarvan, of course, is a very contested pick as well.
So the thing that's kind of like jumped out to me throughout this series is we're seeing these different matchups go back and forth, but the one that I feel like has been LMS favorite the whole time is Karsa, winning smite fights against MLXG, reading him in the first game. The second game, it was a lot of the same, and so I feel like if Karsa can get an aggressive jungler, might be able to do something there.
This LeBlanc ban also really tells me Azir comes in early again, and they kind of take away one of the answers to it, especially from GA. Also maybe kind of seeing if LPL actually wants to first pick Azir, potentially, but they are sticking to their Sejuani, which is something we have not seen a lot of in this series.
Yeah, but remember I was talking about MLXG versus Karsa. You give him a more defensive jungler, something that can help engage, like hard engage, because we saw both Jarvan and the Sejuani banned in the last game, so it was kind of poking, not a lot of engage.
And I get that Sejuani is considered a very good pick for MLXG, but in terms of the actual value you're getting in this draft, it's not that high because there's still so many good junglers available that Kasa can pick, especially like the Jarvan. There is the Azir available after you ban the LeBlanc yourself on the side of LMS, so obviously you get or you're trying to get a good matchup for Fofo, and you get the best AD carry for BP, so I really feel like this Sejuani just gave over a ton of power to LMS in the first rotation.
Yeah, and they might be able to secure Jarvan afterwards.
Yeah,
right?
Lee Sin, and they're like, great, we're happy.
It sounds really good, but now this is the thing. They're going to pick the Gnar early, so the LMS, do you want to pick Annie in this spot?
Oh, Ziv's Annie was not great.
Oh, but then you have your Jarvan banned away, so you might pick Jarvan here and then have Annie banned.
Yeah, I think I would be okay with that, and then just end up maybe playing a tank top lane against the Gnar, and just be a bit stronger for team fights, because again, the Annie pick was not great from Ziv's side. So I really like the Jarvan here, and I think if they do that, they have 3 of the best picks in the current meta locked in.
And you also haven't even seen Maokai hitting that ban list. So if you are thinking, oh, we will need a tank in the end if we take X, that's usually there throughout this series so far. Bans, however, for phase 2, and starting with the side of LMS.
Also, like, you have Jarvan against Varus now. Like, you can literally ruin Uzi's life in the mid to late game.
That means you probably ban Tom Kench unless you're going to pick it so that he can't save him.
Could be a choice, yeah, definitely. Tom Kench obviously is Tom Kench is great against Sejuani on one side, so LMS maybe want to play it. But as you said, like, it can be used to save Uzi as well.
I like the Kassadin ban here against GA because it pairs incredibly well with the Sejuani, with the passive level 6. So easy to gank for that lane.
Do you ban Ryze as well? If you are LMS, that has been one of the other picks we see against, or not against Azir specifically, but just we see it in the meta quite a lot.
Yeah. I'm unsure because I feel like the Tom Kench ban, unless you're picking it, should come through because I feel like keeping Uzi safe is just so valuable.
The one thing is though with Tom Kench is he can't get out of the Jarvan ulti himself, so while he does
spit the guy out over.
Yeah, he can definitely try for that one, but then you can just kill the Tom Kench.
They are going to ban the Tom Kench away. Make sure that Uzi doesn't have that protection. They're probably picking their top laner here to counter the Gnar. And Annie may be left up, and they might just go for that.
I mean, they might go for the Annie. It seems pretty clear right now that LMS did not value it as such a high priority. It's still there, of course. I still think Maokai is fine. And, well, LPL agrees to get rid of the Maokai.
There is the Mao taken out. They cut the tree down. I'm still looking for supports on either side. Saw a little bit of love from that Leona earlier, as I was going to say, and they may actually go ahead and lock that one back in, giving themselves some more surefire initiation.
So
gives the Tom Kench ban even more value.
Yeah. Now, Thresh for Mako is what I would think would come through. Thresh and Alistar are actually both fine here, but the Thresh gives you a lot of picking power, and it gives you an ability to keep Uzi safe later.
Lantern could definitely be valuable. Braum and Alistar are 2 other big tanks. Taric is actually something that is valuable against hard engage as well, but we've not seen it that much during this tournament, just a few times.
Yeah, I like the Thresh here because you can stop both the J4 and the Leona engage if you're on point, and it gives you a way to also engage yourself. So I feel all around it gives you a lot of versatility in that bottom lane.
And there's the Ryze we mentioned earlier, so... Oh, actually, no. Maybe they want to change it up. Syndra instead. I miss Syndra. I feel like
you miss Syndra?
I do. I mean, I always liked her and watch Syndra.
Interesting. So Talia, actually, a lot of people stopped playing Talia after she got changes to her mana costs because rushing Merc Treads wasn't that great and you had to go Lost Chapter early.
Oh, that's your cannon, maybe.
We're seeing here. And yes, please, please, because it's so good into Gnar.
Lock it in.
Thinking about it. Annie's also in his mind. He's like, should I go Annie instead?
It's past 5. They're doing it. They're doing it. Past 5 seconds.
Yeah, let's go. I love the Kennen pick so much. As we get into the game and we see what he's got going for him, I'll talk more about it, but I'm excited about this.
They have a lot of initiation. Kennen can definitely get on target if he wants to, whether that's hit from Karsa or Sword Art. But what are we looking for the LPL here? Kind of a similar composition, but they are giving themselves some initiations.
Well, there's, of course, a lot of roaming potential from Talia, but I think there's a lot of risk in this LPL draft. Like, looking at Leona and Jarvan on the side of LMS, that's a lot of tools to kill Varus and Talia during this game. And Thresh in itself, yes, he can lantern out one guy, but that's hard if you're already getting chain CC. Then you're not getting out. And actually what teams can do, especially in the early game, is you can kill the Thresh. he's not that tanky. If you want to camp the bottom lane, you just go for him instead of the Varus.
Yeah, and you think about Shie, the way that he was playing in the LPL, go to the bottom lane, help out Mystic, right? It was a bottom lane-centric team, and I want to see them try to do that here. They have so much CC, so much pick, and the roaming of the Taliyah can set that up, as the LPL are looking at match point to take the All-Stars Dream Team Championship.
And they are about to be on the Rift. We'll have to see what Runes Reforged they have chosen, as we also get that Kennen in the game. And said you'll talk about that one. We'll make sure to hit the top lane matchup in general. But it's also been, as we move down one slot, MLXG and Karsa, very big in the early game, whether they have been focusing that top lane or giving it to BB and Sword Art in the bottom. We'll have to see which way it switches up here for Game 4 of the Dream Team All-Star Final matchup.
And it looks like he has it. Ziv with the unsealed spellbook. So the reason I love this so much, you don't always take it to swap the summoner spells. Usually like a mid lane Malzahar, you'll swap it like once. This with the Kennen, the reduction of the cooldown of both your flash and your TP later, that's what Kennen wants to do. Flash ulti as AP Kennen. This also gives you ignite for lane pressure. And then the other thing on top of it that really helps it work is, remember when you have these new trees like sorcery, when you take it, it gives you adaptive AD and AP. So adaptive is whichever of the stat you have more of, it will give you more of. And Kennen will start with Doran's Blade. That gives you adaptive AD, so you have about 75 attack damage for the first few levels. Then after you've done like all of your harassing and trying to all in with Ignite and auto attack them down, you back, you buy AP, and then it swaps all of that AD from the sorcery tree into AP, so you get this burst of AP when you have your Hex Tech Gunblade, or I guess your Revolver. So you end up with swapping it over. So Kennen gets a lot of benefit from Unsealed Spellbook with a sorcery tree.
Interesting, messing with your kind of laner's resistances.
Yeah, I really like that a lot. We saw it in the Kespa Cup as well with like Misfortune, where they would buy like a Frost Fang on support, and then they'd buy a Serrated Dirk after they were done harassing with E and go for Q-Poke. So using the adaptive parts is something where I think from a design perspective, you were looking more for, this will help both people, but there are some champions that can utilize and swap over.
Very interesting. You also decide to actually pull for Karsa down the bottom lane to see if maybe you can reach the top side even faster. Obviously with Ziv and this Kennen, everything you're highlighting right there, Zareen should give him a very strong laning phase where he can try and be a bully, and that's what you normally see with Kennen against Gnar. Typically then, if you are pushing early game as a Kennen, you need some backup for yourself, otherwise you could get early ganked.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is it can really kind of rain on your parade, and then you might have to swap to TP a little earlier than you want. But BB's already taking so much damage.
Getting in with those autos, making sure Mako gets his flay hit, passes damage on. And a nice piercing arrow coming in from Uzi. They'll keep it right up to the turret, but also kind of slow it down. Try to get another bit of a wave stacked up here to give a harass to LMS.
And we do now see Karsa already on top side again. He had that Leisha blue buff we highlighted. He's doing the Rift Scuttle at the moment, and it just makes it very easy for Ziv to just be a bully and just play super aggressive, knowing his jungler is nearby.
Yeah, but this will also give Karsa information that MLXG is near bottom. He can infer that from the camps that are taken here. And also the fact that, saw 957 get to lane a little bit later.
Big bot for MLXG. Says, I'll be here if you see me needing assistance. But junglers are actually opposite sides of the map. For really the first time, we won't see them gaining a counter or jungle gank before that level 3.
Yeah, and again, both teams kind of know, because on the LPL side, you knew that BB and Sword Art were pulling the blue buff.
Right.
And you're like, okay, so it's probably going to go blue, red, and be on top side. You're kind of calling that for your team. And the same thing you highlight before, Zareen, with, of course, MLXG on the bottom side. So no early ganks being pulled off just yet, but that's fine if you're Ziv. You don't need ganks. You just need to play 1v1.
And you could probably solo kill once you start getting more ranks into, I believe the W is what you usually like to max first. But if you're really good at Kennen, and you just land those Qs with no follow-up, then that might be what we see him max. So keep an eye on that as he hits 4. It looks like it is Q for him. So yeah, he's just looking for the Q follow-up after his stun.
The bot lane setup, though, is kind of wacky right now with Ezreal and Leona. So you kind of are struggling in the early game right now with your BB. You're taking a lot of poke damage, but then you have an all-in support next to you who can't really all-in yet because you're low. It gives an interesting dynamic for them. But if Sword Art can actually all in onto someone like Uzi, then Leona's early game is super good. Like a lot of base armor. She got 20 added when the new runes came into the game. Her W got buffed as well, 5 more armor on that one. And of course with Aftershock, even more tankiness and damage. So she's actually really strong if she can finally connect onto the enemy AD carry.
Yeah, but I like that Mako is just standing on top of Uzi, babysitting him. He's just making sure that he'll be able to play whatever comes up.
Yep.
It is the tough part.
It usually becomes a thing where you can actually get in your AD's way. They're like, all right, stop, I get it. You're helping me. You're in my way, though. But he's staying just behind him, ready to walk up front. Or like you said, that Zenith Blade play.
So what Sword Art can do is be a little bit annoying and move up and use the E where he, on purpose, will actually miss it just to the side, just to see if there's instantly a flare reaction happening from Mako.
Ooh.
One after the other.
Lose all lane pressure for a moment just to test him, but they don't have pressure at all in the first place, so. MLXG, though, trying to affect mid. Talia actually backed here, so.
Like a little bit of pressure. He's kind of taunting. Why would he taunt like that?
He flashed.
Flash blown there by Fofo as he thought he was just going to be able to walk away from the situation.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Got caught there. I mean, that's a worth gank where your mid laner is back. Now he's going to get a better back timer and maybe even freeze here because the minion wave is pushing towards him.
So much follow-up damage. You can see BB's health bar on the bottom right of the screen, and basically lanes can get like that. You either are full health and farming, or you're farming from no health, and you continuously stay there.
Yeah, he's constantly throwing out cues like, give me a health potion. Like, he's just hoping for one. He's going to back now, though, get his tier right on point.
Talk more also about the cannon top lane. You already highlighted the spell book. The rest, in terms of his runes, currently in this game here, he has perfect timing. Obviously, as you can see with the Hourglass. Then he has Futures Market. Ooh. Try and make sure on his first few back, he can really get a lot of value right there.
Interesting.
And then also running, in this game here at least, with Cosmic Insight, so a bit more CDR. And interestingly enough, Ultimate Hat from Sorcery as a second tree. So it is truly all about the ultis, flash ulti in, and try and be as strong as possible with that.
Flash ulti. Oh. No follow.
Like, BB's like, no, my minions are in the turret. I don't really want to fight right now. Let's not do anything. Still Ignite and flashes up for the bot lanes. It's an exhaust on the side of Mako. So you guys, your point's being proven even more that Sword Art has wanted to just go in this lane probably, but BB rather, take too much damage from the poke.
And lucky for him in this matchup, it's tier to tier is how it usually will start with the Varus. But the Varus does have a little more in terms of offense with the long swords that Uzi has picked up. It's not like the guy's rushing straight at Dirk, first item like the Misfortune. So little easier for the Ezreal.
But it is a little bit unfair that Varus can shoot his E past the minions and actually hit you, and your Mystic Shot will always just hit the first minion instead. You also get slowed down, so you can't dodge the combat that flies, and there's just more poke. Right now for Uzi, you can see land quite a few of these straight on to BB, and you gotta utilize that advantage as Varus, because later on in the game, your value is not as high as an Ezreal's, because you will have to deal with Jarvan and Leona trying to kill you in every single fight, and it makes it very hard to auto-attack as a Varus, and that's why his early game is so important. And if BB can just keep his tower alive and try and like get as much farm as possible, then he's actually doing his job.
And that's kind of what it is right now, 68 to 49. You gotta think what and how much does BB have to dodge in this lane? Is it a hook? Is it a flay? Is it a piercing arrow? And there, they consider that fight very well, coming up just a bit in the advantage of HP. But CA finding his way down to the bot side, ultimate ready. Weaves a wall that could be very poor here for the LMS. Sword Art is the focus. Will he be able to flash from the wall? Oh, the hook back over. He says, you aren't going anywhere. And now Fofo trying to see what he can do. Not close enough for an Emperor's Divide. That flash was blown in lane versus MLXG's gank.
Both top laners had used teleport to get back to lane, so they couldn't affect this bottom fight. And that was just a superior roam from Xie. And like I was saying at the start, this is a Talia that wants to roam, and the way he was playing in the LPL with Mystic, bottom lane focus, that's what I want to see here.
And in his second tree in this game here, it's Domination. He has Relentless Hunter, so he gets more out of combat movement speed if he gets some takedowns. He just got the first one in this game. That's very important for him.
Let's see how he did it here.
He's going to move so quickly. Talia with the passive up against walls, worked ground, and then down on top of it right here. Sword Art, kind of beat it, bro. And then BB with the E over. And And MLXG not quite hitting it, but look at that. The flash blown from Sword Art right into the hook.
Yeah, worst feeling ever. He tried to get behind the minion so the hook wouldn't land, but he was just not fast enough. The booty got caught, and he died.
Mako,
You gotta get that
snatching it up.
booty with you, otherwise you die.
I always forget. Always leave it behind.
Oh well, next time, there's always another. Last time, Mako gets it this one. Sword Art gonna be looking to keep himself very safe now as the bot lane actually towards mid. All summoners down for them, so they do have to kind of take a breath, farm it up, get themselves back into a good position.
Yeah, we got double Moby Boots early on from the supports. No one rushing Sidestone this game here, so we should see a lot of roaming from them. Sword Art will struggle to get out of lane just because Uzi will keep pushing in against BB. So oftentimes you're just stuck under that tower and you're waiting for the second Talia roam, and it doesn't feel good.
I think they found a bit of the formula here. Winning that bottom side of the map, putting their mid laner on a roaming champion, because they've had pressure in multiple games against BB. And with this matchup, where they have superior wave clear and poke, using it early, you can see that CS advantage already coming through.
Yeah, keep getting some damage on turrets, wait for next ulti, and then you can make the exact same play we just saw before here. 957's TP is on cooldown right now, but it will be up fairly soon, and then he just saves it. And he's ready to join as well.
Mako looks very, very close to hitting, and BB has to continuously skirt around just to get his farm in. As we said, also looking for the piercing arrows. But on the bot side isn't the only aggression. Mid is also about to find
Well, the thing is, Fofo has to try and keep GA in lane and maybe get some vision of this area. But this is now LPL territory, and they caught Karsa.
Wham! Glacial Prison locks him up. Can Karsa get it? Oh! The flag drag play as Mako comes to play 2-0 as we're coming up on 11 minutes in the game, and MLXG is a benefactor of that one.
Great play, and Karsa is stuck in this situation where he feels like he needs to be bottom side to help defend to stop his bot lane from dying, but that means he doesn't snowball anything. He doesn't go top lane and get the cannon ahead. He's just stuck down here where he's a lot weaker on this bottom side. And great ulti from MLXG, then the Moby Boots paying off for Mako to get in range, and then flash plays.
The flash play backwards to end up stuffing him there. Mako, so far so good.
It's that booty again. Not getting out.
That's a big hit. Those hooks are going to hit. Sword Art trying to walk through the box. But that may be the box that BB goes down. Oh, he switched to Chain of Corruption, hitting its target.
Uzi with the snipe there. Not with the ability that you would expect, though.
I figured it was going to be a move forward auto. Focused on Sword Art and over the shoulder hook shot takes out BB.
Sword Art's gonna try to hold this. Hey, you can see both Uzi and Mako are like, what are you doing? Stop that.
But Kasa's on the way. He's baiting.
A little more defense from the W. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Mako to first start taking the turret.
Like
no, it goes to Uzi. They have to be very careful. And that potion that Sword Art just chugged keeps him alive.
First, trying to hold the wave maybe before his AD carried, and secondly,
it would have been a good bait. It would have been a good bait.
Could have been a good one.
They have a control ward in the brush, but right there, another play from Mako.
Misses the ult right after. Oh, sucks for Sword Art right here. The fact you can't get in with your E, then you miss your ult as well, and ulti takes down BB. That's not something I see very often.
No, being sniped with a Chain of Corruption is the final killing blow. Almost never.
Now you know not to do it to somebody because it'll fizzle. Yeah. Don't hit the guy that's going to die.
Mako pretty much played that as well as he could. Aside from the hook going a little wide, the box coming down for the slow, the exhaust at the right time, and look at this. MLXG on the Sejuani already able to affect the lanes a little bit better than the previous game. Picking up the pace. 3-0.
That's something that doesn't feel good either. Ziv's been like, I'm farming great, we're doing okay, I'm only a few behind. Oh wait, no, I don't own this lane anymore at all. Wait a minute. So the map is being heavily affected. Mako on point. The one at the turret, a little bit easier to read because Sword Art's going to want it. That was in the middle of the lane. He is on point.
This is what Mako fans have been looking for, right? That thresh, that pick that he is known for a lot of the times. Right there, every single time. I feel like he's standing around top of Uzi, the flay stopping almost every single engage with Sword Art.
And meanwhile, up top lane, the Gnar is not really losing this lane because of the AP cannon, who obviously can't bully as hard as the old AD cannon we used to see. So at the moment, LPL are doing well in every single lane.
Yeah, 957 played it really safe, and Ziv never got to even use Ignite. Swapped it over to TP before he even got a chance to all
He's using it right now, bot lane.
And there it is.
Far behind, Lantern over to the right side. He actually cancels that on fountain, so we'll be able to get back to lane.
It is so beautiful to watch a support just protect his AD carry like this. Like Flays, the Lantern here, using the Moby Boots to get further away. Like just great knowledge from Mako.
In the fog, trying to stun lock and get Karsa there.
Oh, I don't know if Ziv wants that. He jumps off early. Wow, I don't like he actually gets out of this one alive. They drop Karsa, and they want more. They say, put down the Weaver's wall so we can weave a few more kills in the LPL.
The pick after the pick after the pick. The constant CC chains are coming through, and they are making this bottom lane's lives miserable.
This is exactly what you need as an LPL fan after that 80-minute game. A strong early game performance where they're snowballing. MLXG gets caught at first, but after all the CC, he just gets out, throws the ulti back, smack move.
That was like Talia seismic shove to finish off Karsa. And then as the Leona's flashed away, Chain of Corruption #2 for the game comes out.
LPL on fire out of the gates here. 5 kills in 15 minutes.
And now don't slow down.
No, don't slow down.
5,000 gold lead. You just killed that bot lane tower. Get Uzi in a new lane where you can kill another turret or take down an early Drake. Just do something to keep pushing the pace.
Wild card, no breaks.
And you actually see they're going mid. Mako.
Whoa. You might be able to pull himself back. Mako's still pretty tanky, but not enough under the turret. Uzi's in a bad spot. This is a chase from Sword Art, but the team calls him off as they don't want to fully go for the fight.
I'm not even mad.
Oh, they didn't fully call him off. They get the the solar flare down. Very nicely done. And CA moves a little too far forward. Now you can be even happier.
They did something. It wasn't great, but they did something.
Yeah, they tried to rotate mid, and it looked like the LMS thought that it would be a rotation to top. BB was on his way there. But Sword Art, of course, as a support, you don't run straight to the lane. You go to the river, and you saw the Leona up top. It's like, okay, I'm not going to come down now. And immediately responding to seeing Mako in mid lane. And they just collapsed. That was a great shove back from Fofo. And Mako with no flash, because he's been making plays left and right.
It's all about that confidence from the early plays you made. You gotta keep going, man. Yeah, he was gonna Lantern Uzi into that one, and he got knocked into the tower, and his mid laner will die as well right after. So 2 kills now for the LMS to get a bit of goal back in this game here, but
whoa!
Zip.
That's when you can't stop your finger. It's already in the motion of pressing ultimate. They should be able to get the final kill here. And no, skirts away from the blast cone. Not going to find the hook. Q doesn't go over the wall with the Arctic Assault. Just kind of gets himself stuck in the pine trees. They head out of the forest. Jungle's now Karsa's. They got to get some vision down there before they lose any more ground.
And top lane, they've already lane swapped this year. And this is better, I think, for the LMS because now they have 2 people on the turret that's a little easier to take than the mid one. Against this Azir, the wave clear in mid might be enough to hold up, but LMS looks like they're just rotating.
Yeah, some big plays right now from the LMS. Ziv staying alive, getting those 2 kills. Fofo still just free farming in the mid lane. We gotta see here with GA on this Talia. Low mana at the moment, so can't really make any plays, but Mako and Uzi looking for more picks.
Yes, flashes are down, just rotate around. Look for Sword Art, hit him with a Chain of Corruption or a hook.
So much stronger at this point. Just like the health of MLXG allows them to take erroneous fights and still continue them. Gotta make sure you don't lose Mako first. The 2 kills going over to LMS were a bit of a greedy play coming in from the LPL.
Confidence play.
Confidence. That's a good way to put it. And now we're at 18 minutes here, just under 20. So Rift Herald still tempting both teams, but seems like it will just despawn itself with the action we have here. Maybe not.
Oh, they're gonna fight up here.
MLXG found Karsa.
But how far will it go? A few handshakes back and forth. They learned this in elementary school, but now they add Mako. A few new challengers come into the fight, and Uzi and Mako to get the assist there. And now another person comes up slowly. CA starts to move.
This Sejuani Thresh combo is working really well at the moment for the LPL team. So much CC being applied. You can even pull people back a little bit.
I think this is the most engaged we've kind of seen today. Game 1 was pretty close in terms of how much we had, but now it's like these fights, you can't really avoid each other. People are going to be flashing each other's face, and then as soon as you flash away, the next one, right? This is going to continue.
Keep fighting.
Oh, this turret goes down as well. A big surge in gold there Maybe finishing some core items here for the LPL as they continue their dominance of the early to mid game here. A few more hits from 957 on the bottom until he feels uncomfortable in his position. CA back to mid. Good rotations from him, picking up blue, back to mid. 220 to 204 in that mid lane. Both mid laners still could have a very big impact on this game. Haven't seen too much from Fofo to start.
Yeah, Fofo, well, looks like he has the 2 penetration items, and it looks like both him and Ziv do. So they're trying to pop those squishy members who don't have any MR, right? We don't have the Merc Treads on GA. We don't have Uzi with any MR either. So having that extra, because it was changed on Sword Shoes to 18, so it's 33 magic penetration, really helps blow people up.
Take it! That's rude. That's rude.
Time to Drake here. LMS actually moving down. They might want to fight. Just showing top lane.
Yeah, I think they definitely want to fight.
They go in a bit of a pinch here. He is going to go down immediately, but they used the ultimates on a very low health member, and we see MLXG get out of the fight. That ultimate is down as the rest of LMS sorts themselves out on top of this fight. They are going to have positional advantage, but they have to be careful with low HP.
Oh, here comes Talia.
Yeah, they're waiting for that wall.
Weaving through, didn't decide to take the ride. And she's going to go ahead and passively move around the top side as they push LMS off. Nice job controlling on that Drake.
They're doing Cloud Drake still. MLXG and 957. There they go.
Pretty hectic, but good save. Mid turret push now as LPL kind of routes LMS into that mid lane. It looks like 957 going to get some good damage on the right side, trying to take turret aggro. Uzi's hit at the same time. Damage on the turret is what they need, and they did focus it right away. Beautiful chance to get in there. Hit by 957, throws LMS against the wall as they get confidence while the turret goes low, and BB is trying to fire back and stop the onslaught.
Again, LPL here, constantly trying to push for more turrets, more objectives. MLXG took a lot of damage before the fight even started and stayed in anyway, but managed to get a 1-for-1 and a mid lane turret, so I call worth it.
I'll go with you on that one. We'll see it again, and we can even double determine if it's worth it.
So well done here from 957. Oh, the flash to reposition, and then the Gnar. That was pretty much everybody out of that fight. Oh my god, oh, okay. Ziv sold his broken stopwatch. I know you're going to eventually build the Zonias you would hope on Kennen, but he just wanted more gold to start getting towards item spikes faster.
The red buff.
80 carries Mortal Enemy. It happens all the time in North America.
Oh, will he do it again? Will it reset? Ah, got it. Nope. We weren't allowed to see it though. I'm also still waiting for Ziv to kind of land that big flash ulti.
Yeah.
We were kind of waiting 80 minutes in the last game as well for him to do it on Annie. I think we got one at the end.
You're right.
But
Yeah.
in
So
this
what you're
one
saying
here,
is you're still waiting.
I'm definitely still waiting. He's on this cannon here. He didn't manage to bully the lane, so that wasn't too great for him. Obviously, that's one of the problems with the AP cannon. It's not as strong in early game. But now, rank 2 ultis there. Leandris is ready. No hourglass, of course, so it's a bit risky, but you gotta get in there. Protocol is coming. We need that big flank ulti from Zip, otherwise they're gonna lose the fight.
And I feel like the beauty of the spellbook is you get to fish for it more. If you go for a TP flash and you make the play, hold on.
Follow-up damage, that's the ultimate coming in from Mako. They decide to commit just a little bit, and yes, Xie is able to make it over to the side and help his team out on the wing. They pick up another kill, and that is going to be Sword Art down as LPL moves to the middle turret.
I try a bit of a tower dive mid here. We have 957 moving around on the Gnar. Mako and MLXG on the other side, but still a little bit too early for them to start the Baron just by killing the support. So they're looking for damage on mid turret.
Ooh. Now what BB wants to get, doesn't have too much sustain himself. Sejuani ult from the side, a little bit of zoning, if you will. It doesn't look like LMS buys it. Fofo says we're going in, we can still protect this with those ultimates down, and LMS puts their foot down.
Yep, and Ziv completed the proto belt here. And like I said with the unsealed spellbook, if you flash and teleport behind the person, you're going to have it on a shorter cooldown than if they TP and answer. And even if people flash away from you. So you'll have about a 90-second plus window where you can try to make that play again, and they wouldn't be able to flash away.
It's gonna be hard for him though to push the Gnar actually away in the side lane. Gnar should be able to do more than fine there. At least they can TP together, as you said, and then...
If you can get his TP, it's actually a win for you with unsealed spellbook most of the time. It's the feed to win cannon. I saw Smep do it, where he jumped in, he gets everybody's flash, and he dies. He has the most deaths on his team. But then the next time he does it, he gets like 4 people, and it's the hero play. Scoreline won't be beautiful, but you can, you know, clip it, put it in montage. Make sure you get rid of all the bad cannon ultis, put all the good ones in.
It will never beat the Smep ult though for Will.
That's true.
No matter what. That was one of the greatest moments ever and one of the saddest moments ever as a European
That's
fan.
right. It was, I swear it was shrouded by the Nocturne. They couldn't see it.
Oh man. We cheered and we cried.
Ziv and 957 as he turns on Mega Gnar. Back down to just a tiny, cute little fuzzy Gnar. Heads to the jungle, make sure he has a little bit of security in that vision system he's putting down. As well as why not try to deny a blue. Might be Ziv's Q. Fight for this one. A little cheeky things happening right now. And that was a good cheeky one for Ziv.
Well, now that everyone is taking the game so serious, like we need to see the LPL actually be much cleaner around Baron. Like I wasn't really gonna talk about Baron vision and setups doing also anything, but Game 2 was a huge issue for them when they got super far ahead of 20 minutes and then they spent basically another 20 minutes on actually closing it out. That's something in this game here they should be able to do much cleaner.
Yeah, especially since it's 4 turrets to 0 right now. They should have all the waves be able to be pushed
They have
out.
it all. They have the winning split push on the side as
You've
well.
seen this before.
They have all the options to get full control of enemy topside jungle and kill all the wards, have multiple control wards down to just choke out LMS and then start the Baron and force a fight or just secure the Baron.
The Yomus to get to the Scuttle Crab faster. I mean, I haven't seen it before.
Get to the honey fruit. His honey fruit.
There you go.
True. It's good fruit. What is the push now? LMS, we talked about it a little bit before here. They are approaching these fights a little more confidently, but not taking them as much. They want to win these games. How much that would mean is huge. As BB charges up the flash, he gets out of the Glacial Prison just in time. Ziv's gonna go down to the bot side though as 957 drops him basically solo. But the finishing touches from CA.
And it was all a distraction around the Baron right
It's a
there.
ruse.
MLXG went in with their crazy engage because everything was happening bot lane when they secured the kill, but it does mean they can't actually use the kill at the moment.
Mountain
They
Break.
will. Starman probably would have gotten it anyway, but they will get it now without anyone trying to fight them, and then they can go back after to take down that Baron.
Yeah, at least it's something they start pushing the game forward a little bit more with that kill. We'll see
I like
here.
the kill a lot.
Ziv, I think he initiated this, right? Yeah, he did. He goes for the stun, but then 957 is transforming, and then Ziv, you see that's the Oak Crab Proto Bell, where you're just like, I made a mistake, and he has to try and get out.
That was blue buff transfer as well. He still had that from earlier, so CA picks himself up with blue buff for the mid lane. He's roaming himself around. Actually, he's heading towards top, so it looks like they will start to initiate that split push about 40 minutes sooner.
The LPL team forgot to get some control wards on the way out, so now they can't kill all these red wards from the LMS, at least not easily, and that means LMS will have enough vision around Baron to see if anything is happening. So, we go back to the bottom lane when 957 is trying to be the big hero.
Split push is working for like one of the first times in the series.
Has he been the best performing player doing All-Star? At least in the 5v5. He's up there at least.
Yeah, he is up there for sure. Bringing out like the Annie for the first time,
which was really good.
That is true. Versatility.
His Gnar's been spot on.
Yeah.
Role play.
Yeah, Fofo's up there, Karsa, Levi.
Of course.
But I mean, we're seeing a lot of people in this game so far do quite well. I think even Uzi having a really good start for himself. Now he's got a whole bunch of items. And I mean, winning this, the championship for Uzi. He's got 2. Hold on. Oh.
You know, I almost said MLXG too, and I cursed him about thinking about it. Because his play against LCK was fantastic, but here he gets cut out by LMS.
Oh, this is like his 4th time?
Yeah.
It feels like game 2 all over again now, where there is this lead for the LPL and they're going for fight.
Oh, the Karsa.
Karsa low. He is going to get burned down. The Leandres continues to shred away at his HP bar, and the True Shot Barrage comes through. Just kind of passing wind over LPL. They feel comfortable to stay. 10-5 here. They're ready to trade.
Yeah, and look at where the kills are, at least I mean the deaths are for the LMS. It's on the people who would be walking forward. And the same same for the LPL, right?
Yep.
People who have to walk forward and even place wards, you're getting caught out. You're getting picked. It's like 5 deaths for Karsa, 3 there for Sword Art. These guys who have to engage, everybody else is in the back line. They're waiting until a good engage lands.
So a good friend of MLXG needs to be close to his support so he can get Lantern out in case the enemy's in there. But obviously got knocked further back by the Azir, so it was a little nugget. Nice.
Whoa! How did BB live through that? Seismic shove and the kitchen sink thrown at him. Gets himself out with everything
heal.
he has. Heals, summoner spells, and flash arcane shift. Baron now down to 6,700 HP. Slowly moving in is Karsa, and he's gonna have to get to the bottom side.
Karsa can get in there.
1900, 12,
Oh,
6.
yeah,
Karsa
Karsa!
steals the Baron and goes down. About how many members of LMS can make it out?
I mean, Karsa's done it before. No
And
surprise
before,
doing
and
it
again.
Keeps LMS in this game. If they lose that Baron, it's over. They will lose the entire base, but he steals it. The wall didn't actually manage to block Karsa from getting close enough to the Baron pit that he could still EQ over.
That would have been detrimental. 957 still had a minion wave on the bot side turret. Instant Baron for him would have been perfectly good. That stopped so much.
And if we get a replay, we have to see where Mako was positioned because it's also his job to flay the
Here,
Jarvan
again.
when he's trying to jump in. So he's standing at the front. That's the first pick. That's great. They almost kill BB. He stays alive. Starting the Baron here is also perfectly fine because they have the Talia wall. They have multiple members in the Baron pit. There's no AD carry. But let's see here. Mako is 50% HP, and the wall here does not block Karsa from getting to the Baron pit. And Mako is
he's not even close. He's not even looking at him.
Not even looking at him. He tries to hook him in the air, but just stand there and play. Just stand there and play the guy when he's about to jump over.
Even if hooked over that wall, he would have just been smiting on the way through his flag and drag. So interesting choice to play. And Karsa comes up very big for the team. We'll see how they react to this. They still look to be defending a bit. As the minions start to push up, though, they'll get a little more advantage on the map.
And I thought this was the game where MLXG was going to start getting, his revenge for over Karsa for this whole series, where Karsa's been on top. Karsa got picked early in the jungle by the Sejuani ultimate. Karsa's been feeding a little bit, 1-6, and then that happens. And it just seems like Karsa's won almost every Smite fight in the series, at least the 3 that I can remember.
The most important thing for them.
Yeah.
Smiting.
I mean,
that's how you determine if they're good enough.
Exactly. Karsa lost the last game, went in, got the smite on the Baron, and he was still all smiles. Like, I did my job.
That always the tricky thing as a jungler with the smites people are trying to steal there, because so much of it is also luck. When it's like... When it is a 50-50, technically, it should never be, because you can also coordinate with your team when you actually, just like nuking down the Baron, and then you can time the smite, but randomly this guy slides in, he gets it, and skill, luck, both things matter.
A little bit of both. Big CA in that mid lane. We see him top side, rather. 6-1 and 2. 350 CS to 313. Fofo is probably going to go up soon as they are forced to clear these waves getting pushed in right now with their Baron, which sounds odd. And only 45 seconds of that left. But really, that was a kind of a pause button for LPL that LMS was able to create by stealing that with Karsa.
Yeah, and it allows them to hit some item spikes. This Azir now has the Void Staff. The Kennen also has the Void Staff. There's so much penetration on this team that you're seeing Uzi saying, all right, gotta get them off. And in the mid lane, this guy is incredibly squishy now. GA, though, does have the Rylai's for a little bit more HP. But yeah, if you can get on top of him with these 2 mages that have a lot of penetration, might be able to obliterate a whole team.
Still waiting for that cannon flash.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the ulti. I've seen like 1. Is ultimate hat even close to stacked?
All right, Zip, rank 3 now. 3 AP items completed.
TP.
He's sitting in base right now. Is there any wards behind he can TP on? There is one down there near the Drake.
Just pinged it.
That's where you got. That's where you got to hustle.
Right.
Yeah.
There we go.
Let's
There we go.
All right, from the backside, is the fight too early? Flayed out. Uzi's dead immediately. Karsa with his eyes on
Here
the
he
prize.
comes.
Mako going down. Ziv is in the fight, and he says, hey, CA. He goes down. And there it is, Irene. Smile across your face and the LPLs.
It was just a Kennen TP and flash. It's not like
sorry,
until
LMS.
Felbo held him there.
The LMS.
But yes, the LMS comes out on top. He did it! He finally did it. Went in, got a kill, and he got a broken stopwatch again now.
There we go.
All right, yeah. but LMS, that's going to give them a turret after the fact that Karsa stole that Baron. Now they'll get some structures back.
Yeah, it's been some big plays right here from the LMS to get back in this game here, trying to even out the goal
This
score
might
as
be
well.
two.
I mean, they're going to get another turret in the bottom lane, that's for sure.
Cloud
Baron-
break on the retreat.
Baron still pays off in the end.
Very, I mean, it still
yeah,
gave us gold.
enough time to stave off and, like you said, get those core items.
176.
I believe the Baron power play actually counts the gold you get for killing the Baron as well.
Ooh, we're going to get another fight here. MLXG, he wants to go for it. 957 is on the way with Mininar, though.
All right.
They'd have to stall for quite a while before you actually have.
Yeah, Bash Brothers initiation here. They're going to lose about half of their HP, which is interesting because it still looks like they can initiate the fight, but choose not to. LMS very prepared in these skirmishes.
This is the push away so you can get the Cloud Drake and occupy that space.
Right.
Kind of that vacuum of power. But yeah, Uzi hit right on the head with the ultimate there, and Mako still even gets the flay, and Uzi flashes, but then just, if you want that Varus dead with this composition, hey, he's gonna die.
I love how Zip comes in and it looks great with the flash roll. I'm not even sure he needed the flash right there. He was kind of like, oh, this one guy. But anyway, he just wanted to do it. He wanted to show he could do it, and he did. Uzi, though, for the next few fights, there should be a QSS coming in soon to avoid that kind of Leona ult from happening.
He literally has it now after that.
There we go. Uzi picks it up, realizing he needs it to stay alive. Should be better for the next fight. And now there's no flash engaged from Zip just yet. A few more minutes.
We'll see here, it's actually 86 seconds on it. It's a 210-second cooldown flash and teleport total. He also has Cosmic Insight in there, so it's a 3-minute and 30-second summoner spell as opposed to 5. So that gives him a 90-second window to work with when he has the advantage.
They want to gang 957.
He's
Mega
Nar.
Nars comes right out of the flag and drag. He's going to go ahead and 1v1, and the other side is CA gets dropped in the jungle. Ziv going to keep himself alive with a quick lightning rush at the end.
But that's Fofo picking up 2 kills, and they got the flash out of 957. And GA.
The crazy comeback is happening right now. It starts with the Baron steal into a one-team fight, and now in the side lane, the LPL team thought they could actually gank Ziv. No.
Not today, and you can see they backed immediately. Time to go to Baron. Up in 13 seconds, and that will be before both 957 and CA are back up. So they'll be able to get damage on it, and only one of those guys has TP even joined.
Oh, there might be another fight here.
Oh my
for the support.
word! Right onto Mako, instantly down. Says nobody else can be saved from the fight now or get blocked off by that box. If you want to fight us, we're right back on you.
They're going to get this Baron as well here unless Uzi and MLXG can stop it, but MLXG wants to try and get a steal. Nope. That's how you deny a jungler from getting into the Baron pit.
You throw everything at him. Throw your face, throw the R, everything.
Get out of my face.
Yeah, Fofo just he put himself in front of him just in case, because the Sejuani Q will stop on the first champion hit.
Yep.
So, make sure that nothing happens there.
Oh.
Yeah. No, it's Fofo in the bush. They did not suspect that he would be there, and he had a control ward. That was really, because it looked like they were ready to take a 2-on-2, not the 3-on-2.
Plus 3 soldiers.
Just a really good bait right there, like hiding in the brush. You don't expect it. I think it's just an easy kill on the cannon in the side lane. Ends up costing them the Baron. Gold lead. It's gone. It's dead even right now.
And that play isn't something we saw in the other games either. That would have been 5 minutes of tiptoe warding and then a little bit of movement. But you see, LPL tries to pull the trigger, LMS is ready.
Yeah, and from like a vanilla strategy standpoint, there's no reason for the Azir to be there, and that's what makes that a good play. Because he should be somewhere
Why is
else.
this guy here?
Exactly. So you go, he should be over here, and your assumptions are then used against you. Perfectly executed there from the element.
So what you're saying is it's not the LPL's fault. Then.
No, I'm saying if they're playing it by the book, yeah.
That one was a good play by LMS for sure.
Absolutely.
Earlier with the
Absolutely.
Baron, that was on LPL.
Gold, very, very close. Only within a few hundred. Pocket change here for both these teams. Coming up on 40 minutes in the game. Piercing arrow from Uzi. Whoa. I mean, I know going at a lot of skill shots is one way to get out of them, but a hook, that takes some balls.
That's the Dark Souls dodge where you roll into the guy, and it's like, I have my iframes right about now.
BB really playing with fire right now, but the rest of the team is lit up and ready to go. right behind him. They take down mid. They got a nice wave behind it, all Baroned up. Continue the damage on this second turret. Quick cleanse as that looked to be MLXG's in. They find Karsa on the outside. One in, one out. Mofo goes in on the flank flag. And then
Getting it in.
A shuffle. MLXG in. Civ under the turret. That's going to be the slicing Maelstrom, slicing straight through the entire team of the LPL. Kills are for BB as he soaks up the triple.
We got the big engage right there with the cannon.
Even Quadra!
They're just going to finish the game now.
Yeah, push up.
Is going to put a timer on the LPL, and it looks about 48 seconds.
BB has the only pentakill so far of the tournament. They're going to try to go for 2.
But possibly it has quite an extension on it if BB can still get some shots over to CA to keep that alive. They're going to say Nexus. CA says walk this way. They say we're not paying attention. There's a few more shots. The kill goes over to Fofo. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a game 5 for these dream teams.
What a turnaround. Just like in game 2, LPL win the early game. They look so far ahead. But then when they have to play around this Baron, everything just falls apart. The game 2 one was close. This game, Karsa steals the Baron. And then they win a fight in the bot lane. They surprise 957 and GA. And suddenly, the goal lead is gone.
They were containing Karsa for like the whole early part of the game. He's sitting there like a 1-5 scoreline. Steals the Baron, and that's really the play that gets them back in to allow themselves a foothold back in the game. Karsa, he is fearless.
The man of the hour, or at least man of game 4.
It's been about an hour since the last since those 3 steals have happened.
Got a
So
point.
Definitely learned that we can't fully trust the LPL if they get a massive lead. Like, yeah, okay, they won game 2, you know, they were really far ahead, but this game, you know, same kind of lead. Not the same end result.
Exactly. But after that 80-minute game 3, if we did not have a game 5,
I know.
I'd be so mad.
Again, it would just feel wrong to not have a game 5 after such a long series.
All the marbles.
And even more ready for it after that game 4 because they definitely, both teams were connecting with more decisiveness, figuring out what they wanted to do.
Sure, that was great. Yeah,
right. We didn't have the 5-minute ward fests and then everybody walks to go get more wards. So hopefully that game 5 is going to give us what we want. For more on how the LMS tied this series, however, let's send it over to Dash and the analysts.
Thank you very much, Riv. Exasperated faces back here as we're trying to make sense of what's going on in this best of 5. But either way, we are going to a 5th game. These two teams, I think they must have heard that this is the last competitive series of 2017. They wanted to give us as much League of Legends as they possibly could, and we're going to a game 5.
Yeah, and Karsa giving us some good League of Legends. I mean, a lot of these Baron steals, I know it's been kind of hit and miss, a little bit swingy, a little
League
bit.
of Legends 1 and 6. 4.
Hey, very effective 1 and 6.
But he got the Baron steal, and that's what matters because it lasted long enough that Ziv was able to learn how to play Cannon and figure out how to hit those big ultimates.
Honestly, so like as much as it's a joke, so much of the series has just been about the Baron and the LPL's extreme inability to play around Baron, to take Baron, to deny the steals on Baron. Like they just seem so bad around that objective that it's been pretty nuts in this
comical,
series.
you'd have to say.
Because obviously it's not that it's a 5-man team, but individually you should know that you have to. I'm on a Thresh, like I should play out the J4. You know, someone needs to zone them out, like deny steals, things like this, and that's to me why the series is not over.
And communication is what I was praising them for yesterday, because against LCK looked like a super team that was just coming together, not gelling. And the communication from the LPL, their ability to play to win conditions, was significantly better. When it comes to Baron setups, LMS have been light years ahead. They've been way, way better at setting up for Barons. We showed a replay already in the last game of them taking a very decisive Baron here. When they finally went to a Baron about the 30 minutes in, 35 minutes in, they were able to gatekeep the enemy jungler from getting in the pit and rush it down when it was the right time. These are the sort of things that are allowing them to get back in after the LPL had another great early game, but just really kind of once again kind of just didn't know how to close from there.
And it feels really cheap to say this, but I actually do think it comes to endurance and not being exhausted and keeping your focus. These are very long games, and as you know, kind of exhausted as we are trying to figure everything out back here, you can see it on the players' faces.
It's like 4 hours 40 into the series right now.
Yeah. Exactly. And after every
Uzi was
game.
doing 1v1s before that.
That's true.
Uzi had his head down, you know, he was scratching the back of his head trying to figure out what happened, and I can only imagine how they're feeling.
Oh, pressure is mounting, and now it is do or die match point for both of these squads. But you talk about the early game crafted by the LPL. A large factor of that early game is Mako specifically, and I want to take a look at him on this Thresh.
Yeah, so this is a signature pick for Mako. The early game looks phenomenal for the LPL, and it's in part because of the crazy plays that he's making in tandem with MLXG right there. And it wasn't just that one, it was multiple plays repeatedly.
I mean, this is in the next passage of play, and, you know, when you're starting to think of MVPs on both sides, Mako's playmaking has been consistent the entire series. Wasn't enough to get it done in this early game.
Epic by Uzi as well.
How often do you kill people with Varus ult? That doesn't happen
very rare.
Not at all. And I mean, honestly, the early game in general for their bot lane as a whole has been very strong. I think that, you know, Uzi and Mako have been laning very, very well. Like, there's individual parts that are all looking great, which is kind of what you expect at All-Stars, but it's really not been coming together, especially around objectives. It feels like there's no clear focus of what they're trying to do or maybe who's calling it, so maybe some indecision.
Right, yeah, so let's talk about those objectives, because obviously communication, we pointed out, this not being a five-man roster that's persisted throughout the season, has had tremendous practice, yes, that minor boot camp, but communication should be expected to not be the cleanest and crispest we've ever seen, at least through the entirety of a year. But to your point, Azael, these are still professional players.
And
at the end of the day,
world.
they know what their role is when they step up to that Baron pit. Okay, I'm the Jen, I'm the Thresh. I have the ability to peel, to get that smite threat out of the pit, and that's not coming together in this instance. So for the LPL, who has been able to mount these, early game leads, is it simply decisiveness around the Baron where they need to be willing to almost take more risk and say, let's just full commit? Or are they respecting LMS too much by saying, hey, we're going to let this game extend another 15 minutes and continue to dance around these objectives?
It's too extreme. So there are instances where you are seeing that decisiveness come through, and then Carson makes a steal. That's because in the LPL, they're always going to flip coins. They're just massive gamblers, and they say, I'm the better player, so I know I'm going to make this mine. Guess what? You're not the better player than Carson. He's going to steal it time and time again from you. Or they're way too indecisive, and they fumble the setup, which goes back to the vision control, which has plagued the LPL from the very beginning.
And in terms of consistency, one consistent thing that we've seen the LMS do, ban Malzahar. Malzahar's suppression does interrupt Smite, makes it more likely that, okay, it's not a 50-50 anymore, it's an 80-20 suddenly. And that being banned has really stopped the decisive flash ults and engages. It's only just been the Annie or one-off initiators. They've never had double initiate, and I think that stopped the reliability of the turns that were working against Korea.
I just feel like, honestly, you just choose one guy. He's the shot caller. Everyone has to listen to him. Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. Everyone needs to be on the same page, and that's what I'd love to see from LPL in the final game, because LMS has been so good by comparison around the Baron, both offense and defense, whether it's the steal, but also when they're taking them, they're actually zoning people out. They're working as a unit, and that's really what's shining through.
Find a singular direction. Now, on the topic of the LMS, I want to take a look at the final fight as it played out, because decisiveness being kind of the key word of this segment, LMS shows some incredible decisiveness in this moment, looking to end the game.
And again, I want to do highlights to Ziv, because it really is him hitting these cannon ultimates where he needs to get them. And Fofo does start it out there with the swoopy doop, and then he flashes away to safety. But here he comes, big cannon. That's a
Did Riv get a swoopy doop in there?
He didn't get a swoopy doop.
Riv,
missed opportunity.
Eternally disappointed in you. Let it be known. Well, he's got one more game. I guess the LMS gifted him one more game's worth of opportunities to get the swoopy dupes or the swippy swappies in there. But ultimately, BB once again coming up with the triple kill for the victory, extending it. This guy, in terms of a tournament that he's putting up as perhaps a last hurrah, pushing himself to that 5th game up against Uzi and Mako in the bot lane. He's got a tough task ahead of him, but he's performing very well.
And in terms of legacy, it's pretty cool to see him on his World Championship skin, playing the Ezreal, the signature pick, and doing great on it.
All right, down to one last game. One game separates each of these teams from ending 2017 as champions. See who can claim the crown when we return after the break.
This is now LPL territory, and they caught Karsa.
Wham! Glacial Prison locks him up. Can Carson get it? Oh! The flag drag play as Mako comes to play, and he's going to have to get to the bottom side.
Karsa can get in there.
100, 12, 6. Karsa steals the Baron. Is the fight too early? Played out. Uzi's dead immediately. Karsa with his eyes on the prize. Mako going down.
Ziv is in the fight, and he says, hey, CA! Coco goes in on the flank, and then a shuffle. Ziv under the turret!
We got the big engage right there with the cannon.
Oh,
even
Quadra!
They're just gonna finish the game now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the final game of All-Stars 2017. The LMS coming out huge in the last game. They're able to pick themselves up a Game 5 chance, and they are picking blue side to start off.
I mean, what way to end All-Stars, but also this is the last competitive game of 2017. And also, you got to look at it, somebody in particular on the LMS side, BB. This is his last game before he retires, bringing it to Game 5. Wants to be an all-star of the all-stars.
I mean, he's one of the people carrying LMS into this Game 5 here. Great last game from him and great turnaround after stealing the Baron from Kasa's side, and then they win a few team fights, and bam, suddenly Game 5.
We aren't ready for this.
We're not.
I feel
what
like
do we do?
5 hours.
How do we get ready?
I'm not quite sure. Champion select will happen first. Usually you guys have been pretty good about that, but as we have seen, the game can deliver absolutely anything. A one-sided game for both 1 and 2 for the sides respectively. A very even Game 3. And it's what looked like LPL should have went home with last game's victory.
but it's coming down to very small plays. Nothing like the first 3 games that happened to this series.
And you can see as the LPL return to the stage, the crowd cheering for them, saying, you know, they got this. And last game, it looked like they had it. The Baron should have been theirs. I know, officially, we were talking about it a whole bunch. Like, whose fault is it that somebody made it into the pit, right? And it just looked like a call that everybody was saying, all right, you know, the wall will keep them out.
Yeah, it definitely looked like that. Sameko was not in position to flay Kasa away, but at this point also as a player, man, you are so exhausted. Like the 80-minute game, that's one that hurts everyone basically. And then you have this game now as the LPL team where you're winning and then you lose the whole thing in a matter of 5 minutes. And now you got to get back for game 5 all of a sudden. It's obviously very difficult as a player to then stay fully focused. Also, in a series like this one.
You're just about 3 minutes off of 5 hours for these guys being on that stage, ready to play, continuously trying to come up with new things. And the hardest part is when those new things for you don't work, if anybody gets quiet, everything just starts to fall apart. So they're continuously communicating. They're continuously keeping each other on point. And there's a lot of work being done by those players on stage.
It would actually be insane if Uzi can't even win this international tournament. That he gets so close every single time and then he just gets denied.
I mean, I guess it would be the only thing is the 1v1 tournament ×2.
Yeah. That one counts,
That's
for
it.
sure. 5v5 then. He's unable to do it, but
it's eluded.
Again, he can still win game 5. He can do it here at All-Stars. They've actually showed pretty good early games now from the LPL side. I like the Varus pick a lot for him. You know, win the bottom side, play around it as well. You don't have to go to other lanes, just play around bot lane.
Yeah, they had it down, and then all of a sudden, the Baron and Karsa swooped in like he's been doing all series long in terms of just being able to turn the tides. He has been the difference maker. Regardless of what the score line really shows, he has pulled the LMS out of situations that they should have no business being able to turn around.
Oh, right, LPL keeping that away from Fofo as they continuously have to lose the bans to that. Zoe, Malzahar, and MF on the other side to start things off as usual.
Orange should probably also come in here, so they're kind of forced to take away both Zoe and Orange just based on the strength of the champions at the moment. Unless they want to do something crazy for game 5, like that.
Leaving Orange up.
Hey, it's not unheard of. We have seen teams try something crazy at least for the last game. This one is a safe one.
I think if you're going to try something crazy, you try it early so you can adjust. But here in game 5, I think
it's All-Star, baby, man. You gotta try.
You're not wrong. It is All-Star.
Where's my Heimerdinger?
I know you've been all over that.
I mean, that cannon was a letdown until the last 5 minutes of the game. Then it was pretty insane.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the point, right?
I guess.
Trying to run and die. Oh, these are the few good ults you needed.
Could have been some other picks as well, but
nothing all game, and then you win that one team fight. It's like, I did it.
So, do your first pick Azir here? Seeing as you banned LeBlanc again, and you already banned MF, which is your other first pick choice?
Yeah, there's also Ezreal. So it's like Ezreal, Jarvan, and then you also have the Azir. Azir first, most likely, and then that gives over Ezreal, Jarvan.
I mean, I feel like, again, when you banned the LeBlanc, you kind of want to grab the Azir.
Yeah, and we just saw Fofo. I believe it was a deathless game for him at the end there, where he had a scoreline that even when they were down, he was still doing quite well for himself.
So Ezreal should come in here. BB, of course, played well with the Ezreal earlier. Uzi, famous Ezreal player himself, should grab it. And I still think Jarvan also should come in with it, but I can understand if you don't take it just because you have Ezreal and you feel like you can survive against Jarvan specifically. If there's something else you really want to take right now.
Very understanding of you, Dadfish.
Hey, it's late. I understand every decision they make.
The curfew, though. 30-minute curfew. No, I'm just kidding. MLXG now. What would that lock-in be? It is going to be that Jarvan 7 seconds left, and they don't even use the clock.
Ooh.
Instant Kha'Zix, instant Jin, who
right.
did find himself on the ban list, but not for the past few games, and also no play just yet in this series until now.
Yeah. The fact that the Jin went kind of unpicked throughout this, it's been banned once by, I believe, the LMS to make sure that it didn't happen. Yeah, it was actually the LPL in Game 2 who banned it on blue side. The LMS are going to pick this one up, and once again, long range for themselves, help engage. But Karsa, I want to see
this. I think the Shenya is very smart. Was such a power pick in the first game, and then been banned away in the second phase and most of the other ones. But grabbing it here means you can still ban away top lane picks if you're afraid of specific matchups. the LMS All-Star team might try and just ban away mid laners, seeing as they have shown the Azir already.
Yeah, and this is the first time the LPL will have the Shen on their side. They've been banning it ever since the first game where the LMS had it, and now you can play towards bottom side once again. And now they're throwing bans towards that mid lane, making sure the Kassadin doesn't come in.
I mean, they can also still play the Talia if they want, just like the last game. It was actually okay when it came to setting up more plays on bottom side, and especially with Shen, suddenly it's a 5-man party in the bottom lane.
Taking their time. You see Stake chatting with the team there on your screen. 15 seconds left for this final Phase 2 ban. It is going to be that Talia.
All right,
Creating
Aurelion
a lot of
Soul
problems.
time.
Ooh.
I mean, if you go back to like Vel'Koz or Xerath, maybe, but I feel like you want something a little bit more engaged-like.
I mean, there's
like
still the
Syndra.
Rise.
Syndra, Rise, yeah.
Like Rise.
Rise probably for semi-global pressure, plus the Shen. And it's a low mobility AD carry, so yeah, being able to lock them down. The Syndra was the other one that threw out there, but yeah, looks like they're going to try to dominate the mid lane.
A lot of power and the ability to lock somebody out. Tom gets through. He has been warming the bench the past few games, and that's one of the perfect things to stop Syndra from unleashing her power on any of your teammates. Denying that kill. We'll see if it happens here. They are using the time now just to lock in that time Kench, so they have time to talk.
Tom Kench was actually banned in all 4 of the previous games by the LMS in the second phase, preventing it from supporting Uzi, so they take it here for themselves for BB, and that's just kind of one of those loops that you're getting thrown for here in this best of 5.
Mako, give me the Trundle support. You take away the stats from the Maokai, it's amazing even against the Jhin, free lane against the Tam Kench. And there's so much value on Trundle here on the LPL side, but if he wants to play a bigger playmaker, that is fair enough. It is game 5, and Mako is one of the main engaged tools they have on the LPL team.
Looked like he was going between Leona and then the Alistar, which is Comfort. Helps him dive.
He wants to be the playmaker. No one wants to play the Trundle support, even when it actually fits in really well.
The Trundle support, you don't get the good part of the Trundle where you get to split push and ignore.
Oh no, he's insanely boring to play as support. Like you barely do anything other than pillar and click ult on a
You
guy.
max pillar. It's like
it is insanely boring.
Bite him in the booty.
But deals no damage.
Right when they run away. That's how you take the damage.
But you want to be top lane to do that, so it really hurts.
But
you want to leave a mark.
That's true.
Now, LMS have actually a decent tank line with the Maokai. They have the Tom Kench for protection. The engage would be, once again, up to Ziv. And then they have these guys in the backline who are just going to be looking for hotshot damage. And Karsa's kind of the outlier here for me.
I mean, that's true, but on the other side, I like the fact there's some AoE tools against Tom Kench, because again, if you're pure single target, he just denies all of that. In fact, you have, Alistar can come in with his Q and knock up. There's a Jarvan ulti as well. There are ways to try and hit both Tom Kench and the guy next to him. So if you can't kill the carry, you end up just killing the Tom Kench on the way out, which is something at least.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just 5 hours ago, we started the Dream Team Finals, and now we are into Game 5. These players pushed to the max, mechanically and strategically. The crowd is ready, and we will see who is the victor here in Game 5. Just about to hit the fountain. Both teams going a little stronger last game. We'll see if it happens this game. Quick insight into what they were thinking.
I agree with everything they said.
I'm on board. I hope they do it.
As long as it involved a lot of fighting.
With the fans behind them, players now take to the rift. They have been seeing the signs, hearing the cheers as they come back out onto stage, get a little reinvigorated here as they get one last go.
And it's kind of funny how in this game, with the Shen top, you normally want to go bot lane all the time. But then there's Tam Kench who wants to try to deny that from happening, or at least make it a lot harder. Because Maokai versus Shen, like, teams used to like picking Shen against tanks, because the tanks couldn't really do anything in Shen early game, and you would just play to the other side of the map. You would trade TPs, then you would use ult, and this tank couldn't follow. He can't really take the tower top lane either. And you just get in a big advantage with your AD carry. In this game, because of Tam Kench, it gets pretty difficult to do.
Yeah, you end up making a play towards the bottom side, gets disengaged. And 957 looks like that Shen does have the grasp. It'll give him some extra damage and HP later on. So he's definitely looking to trade in the lane. So we have the pause come out here. And boys,
BB is fixing the issue himself.
Yes. Self-sufficient fix. You see we have QC coming out on
Ooh,
stage.
classic issue if it's the mouse problem where the wire is not long enough. And therefore you can't move your mouse properly.
Water spill? No, I'm just
It's
kidding.
another one.
It's that first time Jin. He's trying to feel it back out. Also coming in with the comment and boots 4 pots to say, hey, Klepto, Ezreal, you're going to get a lot of potions in lane. I'm going to also try to heal out and dodge a bunch of this too. But keeping it safe. Easy start for Jin.
All right, let's see if we can fix the issue right there with the mouse. And then we should get back into the game as fast as possible. But once again, we talked about the top lane matchup. Jungle-wise, Kha'Zix going back to the Kha'Zix himself. If you want to carry a game, I mean, that's the kind of jungler you can do it on. But obviously, in terms of your pure, early ganking impact, it's not the greatest.
I mean, everybody's kind of cared about this game so much between these two teams. And when everything's on the line, Karsa's like, he's been fearless the whole time. It's time to go back to that Kha'Zix that he solo killed Faker multiple times on. Was wrecking
That was
the
amazing.
game. That was such a sick game from Karsa. And when the cards are just thrown out on the table, this is what he's picking.
It's actually what I've been waiting for as well. He seems so confident on it. This is kind of what we've been requesting from the players throughout this best of 5. And kind of a big ask, is that's the one where players are always kind of holding back a little bit. Like we say, don't want to be the one to lose the game, especially when you're LMS. You've traveled so far, they've done so well, and winning this would mean so much.
Yeah, and again, you're sitting in game 5 at this moment here. It's kind of crazy for the players because also is about like showcasing your skill, have a bit of fun, but also about winning at the same time. And now in this game 5, it's just going to be like so serious where no one wants to be the one messing it up. And
yeah, I feel like when the person that I've talked about it multiple times now, Karsa's the one who I feel like he doesn't feel that fear. He was just jumping in his Lee Sin, like trying to look for Zhonya's, trying to look for Guardian Angels, kickbacks, whatever he's trying to do, he did it almost every time.
Said that.
And even if it cost his team the game, right? It's like, all right, well, I did my job. So he's kind of the one that I've seen like not have that kind of hesitation. But overall, you're exactly on point, right? Everybody's been a little bit paralyzed. You don't want to be the guy. You want to be the one. Actually, in game 5 too, I want to know if these are the players that freeze up and don't want to take it, or if they're the ones who, it's been 5 hours. I'm just gonna go.
give me level 1 fighting again.
I don't know. It kind of spoils the rest of the game for me.
I don't know. That game actually ended up still being fairly long. We were like, we're not 100% sure they're going to win despite being like 20k gold ahead.
Always a question. Always a question in a league.
Should be, but
Yeah, I know. It's like, play perfectly, please. What?
From our point of view, it shouldn't be.
Yeah. But they can see where Karsa started on the top side of the map. 957 invading to make sure. And what's that? Actually, MLXG, where's he going? Blue to red?
Yeah, they leashed the blue for him, so he's rushing into the enemy jungle at the moment. If we just pan the camera down to that red buff.
Ooh.
Where the job is, because Kha'Zix is going to find
Karsa's
him.
going.
That's where the action's going to be.
Little low, smite on both sides, so they're going to be able to get the HP back if they do go for the fight. He sees it's there because of the mark still being on his hand. That has not disappeared. He's going to be able to take that one out, and exactly feels pretty bad because he's not even going to get the flag and drag on Fofo from Karsa's call.
And I like the player from Kha'Zix just saying there is a chance he's just straight invading my red buff because they leashed for him. It's a good communication from the bot lane as well, and then doesn't like do a camp on the way or anything, or just rush straight to stop it.
Yeah.
He managed to actually pull the red buff to his favor.
It looked like he was going to start the Wolves there, just turns W's to heal himself. And it was like, that's just such great instincts, like you said. What's the worst that can happen? Worst is he gets it taken. If he does this route, what's the worst that can happen? Oh, he sees him there. And I like that.
Level 3 double buff gets the Rift Scuttle as well, while MLXG is just getting to level 3 at the current camp. So Kha'Zix is already on the map.
CA playing the top side, knowing that's where his jungler is. That kind of gives a little information to Fofo, but they're already pretty privy of where the junglers are at this point with the hovering of Karsa on the bottom side. MLXG, however, so he's going to take advantage of that. Ward placed nicely by Karsa to let him know a little early info on when he needs to leave.
Yeah, he boarded, sees it, and look at that. Like you were saying, Deficio, Ziv kind of taking a beating in this top lane from 957 Shen.
Oh, love me some Shen in lane. So strong at the moment.
Look at the CS.
There's a big wave coming for Ziv. He needs to, of course, be able to last with most of them. And bot lane.
Just warded and just on the edge of the flag and drag. Knockup after knockup. The gray health comes through. Karsa goes incredibly low as they get out with the Devourer. And it is a party in the bot lane. 4 for the LPL, 4 for the LMS, and they are gonna start falling. That is Ziv down first.
Yeah, Ziv ended up TPing in behind the LPL team after his own bot lane already tried to run away. So suddenly he found himself overextended.
Sitting there like, why did he complete that teleport?
Why did I show up behind them? We're not actually winning this fight. We're kind of losing it. And that entire wave up top lane, he just lost the entire wave.
It's piling up to
Oh my god.
957.
Oh.
Happy.
He had to cancel that one. That was like the worst
See her again.
thing ever as a top laner. So this play, we talked about them trying to go for the bottom lane, get Uzi fed. They've already lost the fight. Cancel TP, Ziv. Cancel.
Oh, yeah.
It's over.
And then he goes in, he's trying to get a kill here onto Mako, but nope, ends up blowing his flash.
He flashed, he TP'd, he lost a giant minion wave.
And now it's slow pushing back towards 957.
It's like the worst start
This
for
actually
top
is.
laner.
This probably is the worst start that you could have without that getting like ganked in lane and blowing your TP and then getting ganked again.
And even his lane opponent got the kill. So this Shen is gonna get level 6 fairly soon. And then the LPL can try and make another play bot lane. You can just go for Tahm Kench.
A few more licks. It's like Mako should be able to. Ooh,
really won.
flourish. They don't know CA's coming around the. Oh, Sword Art commits. He may be unhappy with that here as Uzi comes around the side. Do they get out in time though? Scout of the week onto BB. These fights are taking early game. Interesting, to say the least.
I love the fact they're fighting. That makes this super interesting already. We got now 3 kills at 5 minutes.
Always positive. I love it.
Hey, there you go. Game 5. We gotta enjoy what we're seeing.
Exactly. I love that it's the fact that it's a level 5 Syndra just running towards the side where Mako is. Mako, it was just baiting him in the whole time. Got a really good cue to delay when Sword Art would actually be able to eat him.
Oh, our friend Ziv just went back to
Oh,
base.
no way. Dodges Karsa out. They saw him in a ward.
Big
Karsa go down. Draw between the mid and the jungle, and now it's Fofo.
Oh, he hit 6!
Will they be able to get it? MLXG back in. Flag
Wait,
drag isn't there. Not paying attention to the cooldowns, but knowing you just went in. They wanted it. They're hungry.
Everyone just wants to fight all the time. 957 is gonna hit level 6 very soon. We could then see another big play. Mako is around mid already. Sword Art is actually behind Mako at the moment.
Uh-oh. Awkward?
Leg him.
A lot of movement this game, and I think it's throwing everybody a little off from where they actually need to be because the vision's not really being placed before all this happens. And if it is, we even saw Karsa walk through a ward there to make that happen.
Who needs vision? If you're fighting all the time, you can see the champions right in front of you.
You are the vision.
There you go.
Here, we'll see this one again.
Yeah, MLXG goes in onto Fofo, and then he just starts walking out. And Karsa says, all right, I'm okay with this. Just saw MLXG hit level 4, so he's just gonna walk through, go after GA. That was so fast.
Like the greatest weapon from GA, miss your abilities, take a lot of unnecessary damage, and then turn it around when your jungler is there. Sadly for MLXG, cooldown's a little bit too long. He didn't realize by the time he flashed over. He's like, oh, wait.
Just getting inside their head.
Why did I do this?
Yeah, there was actually another level to that play, too, because GA hit level 6 in the middle of that, turns and ulties Karsa after leveling it up, and then Fofo, off of the kill, barely hits level 6, and then levels up and walls MLXG away. So they both hit it right then.
Meanwhile, Uzi is sitting on 71 CS to 43 in the bottom lane, because BB was chasing for that kill as well earlier, and that cost him a bit. Top lane, 957, level 6, winning on farm as well. So both side lanes are doing just fine for the LPL team. Can they make a play, though, with the Shen ulti?
Is there now. Still pushed up by Ziv. He has to know that the Fog of War just out of that Twisted Advance range if they do get anything bot side. They push in. Looks like they're going to get some wards down right now. And aggression in just about every lane. Not so much top, but Ziv is, or 957 rather, is winning.
And right now it looks like LMS are looking to control the mid lane. Now that Karsa has the level 6 and the cloak. Yeah, it's just control wards. He's going to try to jump in on the flashless mid laner, Syndra here. And just control this side of the map.
But you gotta remember that Shen ulti. Jump in, especially on the turret. He's gonna show up. He's gonna turn it around. Meanwhile, bot lane, that Tahm Kench can't really play too aggressive, but can just save BB in case anything happens. So right now, as you mentioned much earlier in the game, it can be a little bit hard to make that, you know, bot lane play happen when there is a Tahm Kench, and it does slow down the early game a bit.
I almost feel like whatever play does happen, if it includes the top laners, both of their flashes and teleports came back up. So I feel like they just instinctually use it. Oh, I got mine too. I have to be there for my team. Could be a really good play for the LPL if they try to go fast, pull Ziv back out of lane.
Yeah, but right now, 957 looks like MLXG sneaking into the bush up top. Looking for something on the Maokai? Or maybe he's suspecting there's a gank coming and he'll counter.
Get that minion. Now he can move up.
He wants his Grump.
There's one taunt flag and drag, very nicely done, not stacking the CC. Nature's Grasp not going to do too much as the final touches come down inside the Cataclysm. 957 with another kill in the game.
We've seen a lot of Jarvans go Cinderhulk. Not this one. MLXG going for the Warrior, has the challenging smite as well. This is get those kills, start snowballing your lanes.
They're all ready to skirmish. MLXG has been around, even tried to start on red buff, was pushed off, and then still found a way back to lane to start affecting those as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I like this from MLXG as well, because if you opt into Cinderhulk and you have Tracker's Knife, you can almost never duel this Kha'Zix. This allows you to keep up in pressure with the Kha'Zix and turn ganks and also have enough damage to burst. And if you 1v1 in the jungle, you'd probably win because the challenging smite itself. So, or kills. Exactly. That's it. More kills to Fischio.
Right there. Kasa was on his own Grump. Wasn't able to assist. Couldn't actually have done anything even if he was there. The Maokai would just been bursted down. Around mid lane, GA looking for a stun here onto Fofo, but not landing it. And meanwhile, Uzi's just free farming bot lane because it's a Tahm Kench lane. You can't really punish him.
Nice and easy. Even Mako gets to walk out of lane and then come back, placing the wards. Uzi's like, sure, I can stay at distance. Take a little deadly flourish damage, but he got a little too safe feeling there as Mako returned to lane as well.
So we've been seeing a lot of Iceborne Gauntlet today for Ezreal, mostly to counter things like lethality, but it looks like Trinity Force here for Uzi. That's what he'd be going for, but he has like a longsword. He's got a little bit of every piece of Trinity Force.
Or I think it was you who always told me, he's like, you're gonna go back for a buy. Don't just get the mana one. Get health, get something else. But no, he's doing what he has to, keeping himself charged up, stacking the tier, and using that mana right now. We're going to see what the pros want as they make their way through these games. 4-2 as Ocean gets picked up for the LPL.
Even better, man.
Staying a bit.
Yeah, so good for them in this early game. They get the best early Drake they can. They're winning around the jungle matchup. They're winning in the bot lane as well with the Ezreal, who's just going to power farm and get so much extra gold with his runes. It's kind of scary at the moment.
Oh, that was blind!
LPL not in a good spot here. Stand United does come down. MLXG safe, but he doesn't get Shen in the ultimate, and they are going to be taken down too. MLXG goes down, and Karsa in the trade. Fofo trying to run out of this. Mana's low for both mid laners as they just go tit for tat, waiting for Mako to get in range.
And
this will Voyage. Will he be able to get the licks down good? Pulverized there for Mako to get to safety, and Sword Art cannot lock it down.
Yes, he's just there to help, wasn't delivering anybody alongside. But that was actually super good from MLXG for the knockup. That was just style points there because Karsa was invisible.
I like how he just wanted to force that so bad.
Yeah.
He just went for him like, I need a fight here. I got Shen ulti.
Where was this game 2? Where was this game 3?
They needed, well, before 20 minutes, they did this. After 20 minutes, we got to judge them. Let's see. MLXG wants to fight here. Sadly for him, the Shen is not really in a position to join.
Oh my word.
That was just so well played.
Not super effective, but very flashy.
Yeah, but the Maokai interrupt there prevents the Shen from coming through, and it definitely helps Fofo live afterwards.
He's right in front of everyone. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean,
just to be sure.
It's all stars.
Got an old and cute guy.
It's all stars. If you're looking for that sick team play, boom.
We got it there. MLXG top lane again. Last time this worked really well. Just destroyed Ziv, who's had a rough game so far in the Maokai.
Ooh, he learned though. Placed
there's a
one
ward in
more
there.
forward ward, and you let that wave push in. Oh, it doesn't even matter. Look at that electrocute damage as well. It's passive from Jarvan, MLXG, a little bit in there.
Yeah, something that's actually making Jarvan pretty damn powerful is his W counts towards electrocute charges. But hold on, speaking of powerful, Karsa, stealth, Coming out.
Oh, there we go.
Less than 100 HP. Oh! Gets the taunt in time. Carson's able to finish the kill. Looks like he's going to waltz out of this one. Clear path from Ziv and Fofo.
Love the sneaky plays here. Kaza just hiding in the jungle, knowing, okay, there's a high chance MLXG's going to walk back in here. So much burst damage.
It's pretty scary when you're playing against the Kazakhs. He's the new Evelyn. He can be anywhere, and then you have to always watch your screen. I know like people love to look at lanes when they're just jungling and walking around, but instantly on top of you, you have to react. And MLXG was on top of it. It's just so much damage.
And he's so squishy with his build as well, because he's obviously going for a lot of TPS on this job in here. Kaza gets the red buff as well on the way out.
Right, they're going to have that 957 to be right on his back as they fly into these fights. And he's already had the 2-0-1 lane, so hopefully he can be a little bit tankier than MLXG would obviously be coming into these fights. Fofo picks up blue buff as they transition that one over. It looks like CA is going to get himself a back here. Get some items and just head back to lane with vision, really.
And
make sure they keep it safe.
And he's been doing well for himself with the Morellonomicon, the 3 kills, and the mid lane focus that's coming through. Keeping even with Fofo here. And Fofo has been having a fantastic series even when behind.
Great tournament.
We're even looking at like the rise, right? From the 80-minute game. Still very relevant at all stages of it. And like you said, a great tournament.
Yeah, I would definitely say Kaza and Fofo has been the 2 best performing members overall from the LMS team here. And obviously for Fofo, played at Rift Rivals, got to show himself a little bit, and now he had All-Star to the international audience. And it's important to leave a great first impression, or second impression in this case, because of Rift Rivals.
Yeah, a lot of Western audiences really do take a look at the Rift Rivals overseas. They're watching the NAEU one. Everybody saw that one.
Oh, I didn't watch that one. I don't remember what happened.
Erase the brain. Reset. But yeah, I totally get you on that. But like we've been saying, Fofo, he's been a standout performer. And I feel like after All-Stars, a lot of people are going to be looking at him. Definitely made some new fans.
Slow going after the first few fights here. Looks like they do want to get something activated. 957, not afraid to do a little back and forth with Ziv on the top side. But luckily for Ziv, this is the first time really MLXG has not been here. They know that's on the bottom, and they're setting up a little bit of vision on the dragon.
Yeah, every time MLXG moves down to the bottom lane, it's either to get Drake or to try and make sure Uzi gets a bit of damage on the bot lane tower, and they just kind of slowly grind it down. Kaza actually went Hex Drinker as his first item after Warriors here. And there's a lot of physical damage still he needs to deal with on the side of LPL, but let's see what happens here.
Ooh, CA gets pushed back immediately, and MLXG isn't in range the whole time. Tries to go for the Fofo kill, gets the Cataclysm. There's the Stand United. That's going to be Karsa going down as well.
And MLXG just needed the shield right there from the Shen. They knew 957 couldn't join, but there was enough to make sure MLXG could secure 2 kills.
Yep, Ziv, and once again throwing out the ultimate to interrupt the Stand United. But like you said, that's all he needed. The Warrior coming through for enough damage to duel the Kazakhs, and MLXG with the more aggressive build having to pay off this time.
Exactly, he's gonna be so fed in this game now. 2 kills, 4 assists, gonna even get down a mid lane tower, at least get it very low. Let's see the play here. Shen ulti is ready, so it could be used already on GA, but I don't think he's ready for it. He's gonna get called around now, and then GA is basically dead.
It actually ends up being better being used on MLXG because they may have been able to blow him up immediately. But right there, oh, so well played. Damn, that's so close.
Also gotta love the Triumph field coming in after the first kill.
Yeah,
a little bit more ready for the next one.
Got a feel for Ziv. He tries to get to 957 as fast as possible, but the shield is the shield. Once you get that off, you're good to go. If you're staying, it just means the fight won't be there with you. So
yeah,
he still helps MLXG.
Yeah, it looked like Xie tried to ulti at the end. All the balls kind of converged, but they didn't actually go off. So he didn't even get that ultimate off. It's back up now.
Fire, fire, press, press, press.
Yeah.
Just have to try as hard as possible.
Now we're 18 minutes into the game, and we have 2 items on Uzi already. Again, he's getting so much gold in this bot lane. 200 CS almost at this point. Bot lane tower's taking damage. We're even going to see a lane swap now from the LMS. They're going to try and kill 957.
I mean, he's been such a nuisance.
4v1. He is a big boy right now.
Is it enough?
Spirit's Refuge keeping him alive for the time being. There's a 4-shot from BB and the cleanup from Karsa as they do a little janitorial duty on the top lane. Mid should go down, turret or not. They're going to go quickly onto Fofo. Oh, he lives without the commitment of one last auto attack.
And right now, the LMS are not pushing the top lane tower, so Uzi's getting first turret blood in the bot lane, and we also have the mid lane tower being extremely low from the LPL side.
That's solo for Uzi too, so he's going to be nice and rich to head back with. Getting a few more potions to stay in lane as he pressures off Ziv and the team starts to rotate to Uzi.
Yeah, they used the teleport from Ziv there, so 957 will have a window of double global advantage in the future here, where the LPL can just keep making plays like they've been doing for this whole game.
Be back to top side.
Oh, even defended.
957 says we're not losing this yet. We can actually get top pushed up to the turret. You have Uzi on the bot side. Mid will be pushing in on what is a low turret now. And top side. It's going to be spread thin for the LMS here. They have to choose correctly. Which door is the right door?
And they're leaving Jin in the top lane, BB. And it seems like the lane assignments so far a little bit awkward here, where we're gonna have Uzi try and show up maybe towards mid lane, and they're still looking for 957 in this top turret.
Uzi should just go back to base, you know, spend his goal, and then get back out on the map and actually do something. Because right now he's just been kind of running around the bottom side river. He's not actually applying any pressure just yet. Mid lane tower is also open for him if he can take that one down. But when you have this fed of an 80 carry already, you need to just constantly use him aggressively. And he ended up spending a lot of time killing the Rift Scuttler. Now he recalls, so it slows down the tempo quite a bit for his team. He's got small things, obviously, but yeah, it's something that can sometimes cost you a little bit in the end.
I mean, he had Trinity Force and Muramana, and then he spent 1,800 gold just now. He is really far ahead. He's 2,000 gold up over BB.
Yeah, he spent 9,000 gold at 20 minutes. And he's only sitting on 2 assists. Not like 5 kills or anything, just 2 assists.
Yeah, Alistar does not actually have that much gold, so.
Oh, good for him.
Uzi gets himself to safety. MLXG just on the wing. They say we can continue to fight this. You're stuck in here with me, but that doesn't mean Fofo can get himself out alive. It's still up to MLXG and LPL.
Oh, should be the mid lane tower as well. There was even a potential ulted from 957 for another shield, but Uzi played it safe and just flashed out instantly to stay alive. But that's now second turret going down. Up in the top lane, Syndra dealing some damage to that one.
Yeah, GA just getting some auto attacks off on it, and now they're controlling all the map, the mid, the top, and the bottom side. You can even see 957 is just pushing Ziv out.
But now we're getting nervous. This Baron is alive. Great early game. They've done a lot of things correct. They've picked up 2 Ocean Drakes now from even more sustain. Now it's all about the Baron.
More Ocean Drakes as well. So those Baron taunts, even more fun for LPL on this side as they can just hang out in the river. And that control for all the turrets on the outside is kind of just prep them to get such a huge surge in gold.
Yeah, so far in the series though, Baron dances for the LPL not been going exactly the way they wanted them to.
They suck at dancing.
They do have to really focus on keeping Karsa out. They have Mako, headbutt every time. You would hope that would come through. But they're not looking at that massive advantage like a 10,000 that we had seen previously in things like Game 2 as a Baron responding. It's only this 4,000 that's here. It's decent,
right?
But it's not one of those ones you can really force down just yet.
We also got to highlight that one of the reasons it's difficult for the LPL to secure Baron in this series is that the LMS are actually pretty good at investing a ton of vision around it. Like in this situation here, there are multiple blue wards just being placed now because they know this is a potential next objective for the LPL team. And if you don't then coordinate properly with your trinkets, with your control wards, you don't get to clear the entire area. And again, with these teams here doing All-Star, like they are a little bit more focused on just fighting than carefully setting up the big objective.
Really nice forward work right there. Great clear by the LMS actually. The LPL was getting quite a bit of information on where they were splitting up.
I love those middle of the lane wards. They're underused.
Catch one person out and you realize, wait, this is clear. How do they even know I'm here? Because they saw you 4 seconds ago. It really starts to be a mess with your mind this late in the game. It's just troublesome. Preventing that, the LMS moves up nice and clean and continues to protect the wards they're placing.
Yeah, now they're looking at that top turret. It's already like 1/4 of the HP's taken. So Uzi will press up here. They've swapped the map. There's no dragon to take. Woo. And they gotta control this top side.
Bug getting a little too close for comfort, but no initiation there. follow-up from Bebe's Deadly Flourish, so they get an idea of where the ADC and maybe the rest of the team is. As the LPL sticks together and heads towards mid lane.
It looked like Ziv roaming over, giving up the bottom lane just now, probably engaged from the side.
Good hit for Mako, yet they see Ziv on the outside. Everything's been happening to Mako at this point. That means the LPL is more than happy to fight and devour onto Ziv as well, and the defense starts to come out in full force for the LMS, but now they start to turn and kite the fight. Karsa low, Karsa to the back line, lives for a moment, but then goes down to the auto attack of Uzi. Locked and loaded, the LPL move forward to the turret.
Yeah, that ends up being a 1-for-1, but both the junglers are down now, so it's so hard to actually do an objective. But the LPL, they slightly come out on top in terms of pressure here, but the Shen ultimate's down.
They're like, forget the Baron dances, just force a fight. They see the time Kench said, it's good enough, go for that guy just to start something. Ended up being pretty risky. Uzi was caught as well right there. Looked like he was about to go down.
I thought they saw Ziv coming up too.
I think they literally just wanted to fight. They're like, that's the time Kench, start it, they will come to us, we take the 5-on-5.
If you start it, they will come.
So there's the ping on Ziv. Yep.
Yeah, Ziv just kills the zombie ward in the meantime. And then he goes in, looks like they want him. Uzi gets the ultimate on him at 957. Goes in, but Mako with the flash, and it looked like the auto for the stun there.
Yeah, definitely got the stun off, but then the time Kench denied that one, and in the end, because you're forcing the fight so hard, you end up not getting the proper setup for yourself, and like you're using a lot of the wrong targets, and that's why it's just a 1-for-1. But again, it shows that they're like, whenever someone is in front of us, engage. And that's what we need to see from these guys to keep forcing fights with this extremely fed AD carry. Uzi's on 3.5 items at 25 minutes.
That's insane. The other person, BB, just has 2.5 right now. And we're looking at a lot of gold from the Kleptomans. And the turret's being taken in. Him on the bottom side of the map, farming it up. There's a lot that goes into Uzi.
And the 300 CS he's about to hit at 25 minutes.
Yep.
Currently 3,000 gold up over BB.
Oh, wow. It got even further ahead there. Before it was 2,000, got himself another 1,000. And those are, some of those are expensive items. The Trinity Force in particular, when you're looking at the inventory, versus the Yomu's Ghost Blade, the Dusk Blade of Drakthar. These are items that, well, they're not the biggest ticket items, but they're still ones that are completed for him. It's 2.5 versus 3.5. And Uzi, like you've been saying, Officio, get involved, keep going for those fights when you have this power spike.
And we'll finally get that top lane tower down as well, so a little bit easier to push the lanes down and get deep vision in the enemy jungle, where LMS team already warded up as much as possible, but mainly with zombie wards and blue trinkets, so they're pretty easy to clear out and kill. Requires you to get in there in the first place. Don't be afraid. You are currently in a good position to fight. Just get in there as a group. Or walk back.
Gotta clear the wards. All the wards. It looks like a good control by the LPL towards the top side once again. A little bit for the LMS will hold off that fight, but it also allows them to say, we don't need to engage. They're not doing anything. We don't want them to. It's not what Officio wants.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting to a point where if Fofo starts getting more items, the Seer in the late game is so difficult to deal with. Even when you have engaged, just the peel, like you're giving the LMS more and more chances to get back into it.
And you never feel confident starting Baron because you can only see the river. You can't see past the river. You don't know where the LMS team will be, which angle are they coming from. You know, is it around the blue buff area? Is it from mid lane towards the river? And you just never really 100% know where they are, so you don't start the Baron and turn for the fight. And that's why, again, you always need push mid, push top, go into the enemy jungle, get your own vision and kill all these blue trinkets so you can actually see when people are moving into the river. And then you know when you can turn and fight them.
They've slowly controlling bot and not really aware that Mountain's being taken, but it's not like they can do much about it at this point anyways as they try to regain control with the security system of wards towards the top side of the map. Mountain Drake here with the first 2 oceans over to the LPL. They keep themselves very strong in this matchup. Still waiting for to see like CA blow somebody up, get these fights going. So far, both teams have been kind of in these 5v5 fights that don't get each other anywhere. The LPL still in lead though.
Yeah, when I'm looking at where this gold advantage is, 3,000 on Uzi and then 1,000 in the mid lane for CA. That's about it. Otherwise, we're looking at top lane is about 900 difference, but I'm really looking at those 2 carries for the LPL because they have massive leads.
Well, let's see if they can get in and actually kill some of all these blue trinkets and zombie wards.
Zombie ward is so strong.
There's only 1 control ward in the inventory of Mako because he just placed 2 of them. So there's only 3 on the map from the LPL team. They are sneaking in behind. I like this play here. They got a few wards in the enemy jungle, as we talked about. Mako can see what's
MLXG
happening.
takes so much damage here. If they actually walk up, MLXG would be a free pick.
But Mako can
down
zone.
though.
Oh, no, it's down. Could be able to get out the backside. Karsa doesn't want it, but wait, they look to be going for the fight. Ziv cannot teleport in, and that might have been the catch they were looking for, as they now get the Empowered back.
But there we go. We got some wards placed actually in the entrance of the LMS jungle, so Mako could feel confident that he could actually see people show up. He could zone them away, and then you can go for a play like the one we just saw here, and it worked. So they secure Baron. 29 minutes into the game, they got 3 Drakes already. Uzi sitting on the 4 items at the moment, ready to just kill whoever's in front of him, and it should be a good push for the LPL team.
Yeah, and it was really interesting. They didn't use the blast cone in the back. It actually had a ward by it, so if they had done that, LMS would have seen it. But it's Uzi just going over the wall, as well as MLXG after clearing the vision. And it was a fast Baron. We've seen, it's only about a 6,000 gold advantage for it before they started it. It's like, all right, we've seen it with 10. This one, less hesitation with the Mountain Drake behind them. Able to pick it up very quickly and utilize Uzi's advantage.
See how LPL can start to do the split push now. 957 with that Titanic on the side lane. Can get himself in with the ultimate, so he's going to have to pull somebody away. And looks like they get Ziv for a moment. He doesn't expect Uzi to be there in what would have been a split push, but LPL is all over the place currently.
They have that Baron buff. They can go ahead and engage.
Knock up, pop up. Who's going down first? There goes the Nature's Grasp, as nobody's really able to follow through just yet. Fofo is going to be able to stand shoulder tall at attention on the base stairs, and not much closer gets the LPL. A lot have to base here, and there goes the wave clear.
And they get some more here. Just gotta hit that tower here. It's not about the poke at the moment. It's about killing the inhib turret.
That's what you were talking about, Deficio. You expect the first Baron to be for an inhibitor turret, crack the base, get the inhib.
Working in this game.
Oh, Uzi even eating forward there.
We need Uzi to get in. Just hit the inhib.
Yeah.
Poke, not that important at the moment. Just hit it and get out.
And he wants it away, and he wants this.
Ziv very, very close to going down. He says, I can get out with this twisted advance. Resets himself to be with the team 5 strong on the left side, goal side to that Nexus. And this is when they might be able to fire back. Really just buying a bit of time, as you can see how hesitant they are to continue the engage.
We'll get some damage on that top lane turret as well with the big minion wave.
Throwing Sword Art, helping him out. That's the rotation.
So this time around, the LPL team early in the game got the Baron, got the bot lane inhib. Can now go for mid and top lane as well. Again, keep utilizing the huge advantage on your AD carry.
They got the Baron without having to get a kill first either. They didn't have to
No.
get down in the dirt. It's that macro play where they were able to take out the vision and do it.
We said for the game 5 tonight, okay guys, we fooled around enough
hit
around the
this
Baron.
strat.
Let's just secure the Baron properly.
What they think we'll do is look for a dirt fight, but instead, we'll actually do the Baron. Game 5 mind games. But still, they're getting quite the advantage for themselves with this last wave of Baron that they'll have as they push this turret. Uzi's almost full build.
Oh, hit onto Ziv. Do they really want to put that much damage onto him? Nature's Grass goes down. Sword Art looking for somebody he might be able to devour here on this dinner setup, but it looks like the plate's not getting clean just yet. MLXG down, but the Guardian Angel to come back up. 957 and Bass Brother Mako on the front line to keep him protected. Uzi trying to stay alive, gets himself back and forth as they are trying to dance around the curtain call, and it has been called for Mako. Ziv is also down, but the chase is on. Karsa throws down the ultimate, but has to stop as the team cannot follow.
That was so close for so many members of the LPL, but they still walk away with Uzi still alive. The Baron is done, and they got to reset.
See it again.
What happens here?
Yeah, MLXG dives in, but then Fofo knocks him back. They almost obliterate him, and his GA goes off. And then they almost snipe Uzi out, and he's forced to flash. That's really the point that I'm looking for here. You'll see MLXG, man possessed. decides flash, flag, and drag. It's bonked out. GA, and now they're all in the back. The flash away from BB and Fofo. And then Uzi rooted and almost sniped out here.
Oh! That was a good one. Uzi stays alive, but again, flash down for the next fight. We'll see if that actually ends up doing anything. There is a Drake spawning in 5 seconds. Not the one you want at the moment, but you take what you can get, so your Elder Drake gets even better.
Yeah.
So Fofo trying to get back in the game here.
Yeah, if it goes to 7 Barons and 4 Elder Dragons again, you really wish that you had more of those elemental Drakes, regardless of which ones they were. The LPL got 2 Elder Dragons. No Drakes to kind of empower it. This time they'll be much better with 4.
At this point, we're ready for anything. It can be 12 Elder Drakes and 15 Barons.
About a 2-hour game this show.
Hey, could happen. We never know. For now, though, I'm feeling pretty confident the LPL can take the advantage and try and push down, at least get another inhib. I won't really call it the game just yet, because Fofo is going to try his best to make sure this game is not over.
He's been doing that with the whole series constantly. Saw in that last team fight how much damage he was dealing. This is Zir with the 3 items, almost at that 4 here, doing so much damage.
They cannot really approach LPL outside the base. But that's what we're talking about. That's when Fofo can actually be quite strong when everybody's choked into that stairwell of getting into the base. Now, Super Minion is making it by for now. That inhibitor 3/4 away of coming back up. It'll be up soon.
It's also things like, you know, you have this wave pushing bot lane, and we don't actually get to see if the LPL team want to hard commit for anything, because they push 1 tower, then they go into the jungle, they kill a camp or 2, some of them are recalling, like, okay, so it's a full reset again. Gives a bit more time for someone like Fofo to push out a few more waves. That ends up being a couple hundred gold every single time, and he gets closer and closer to his 5 items. And then we might end up in the same late game situation we saw earlier in the series, where gold doesn't matter. Everyone is almost stacked out on items, and Baron is going to be the next big one. That's why the LPL can just reset the whole thing. They have control wards on Mako and 1 on 957, so again, it's not a lot. And there's a lot of blue wards now being placed by the LMS to figure out what's happening.
And it looks like that bottom inhibitor is very close to respawning here. No more super minions, as the Rift Lady says it too.
Big thing, though, is Civ is actually on the top side. He needs to go down bot lane and there, so in case anything is happening, he can TP in with the Shen. I like the sneak behind again. Mako is once again just outside the Baron pit.
Down to half. Looks like it is going to be enough time. Karsa's
Oh,
ready.
no!
Karsa takes
Every
it. And the
single time.
LPL will have to retreat. They have to retreat. It's Swordart trying to get onto Mako right now.
Oh
Uzi, 999 damage to the kisser. As Mako's going to be the next one going down. It's already so top side. CA says, I'm out of here. 957 trying to do something on the other side of the map. It is all over the place.
Unbelievable.
He can't keep getting away with it. I swear, every time you feel like it's going to be the one where he can't get in. Again, he gets in, and they still deal damage to it, and they panic. Boom, Karsa stealing it again.
Absolutely amazing. The LMS now putting some final touches on the mid turrets, but they bring this game almost back to even. The LPL still has a bit of time to lose, but how much will they lose with this Baroned up LMS?
Oh, they lost a lot already.
Yep.
Man, we have to see where Karsa came from, because Mako is outside the pit to zone. His one job is zone the enemy jungler.
But he can't see him.
No, but Karsa walked by a ward before he even entered the river.
But you can't stop the Kha'Zix there. Nothing reveals him except True Sight.
Stop him much earlier, before you get in there.
Way earlier.
You see him at the entrance to the river. Headbutt him. Woo!
Well, I was like,
Flash on him before he gets in range to use his ulti to get near the Baron where you can't stop him.
The only thing that could possibly save the LMS has happened so many times today.
It's no longer just luck.
You called it luck, the fish.
No, I said skill and luck. Now it's just
Cataclysm hits. He's going to get the Dragon Strike coming out. They actually want this so much. 957.
They got to kill him.
Flash is there. They take him down. 1 Baron down. But the team still has it on the other sides of the map as they begin to push down that bottom wave.
This is the angry force. They're just pushing down. They forced the kill on Karsa. They're forcing down the turret. They don't even have a damn minion wave. And the LPL's like, not today. They don't want to lose.
Not today, indeed. Quickly getting out of that one. Do they want back in?
knocked up, popped up. Ziv needs to get himself back to safety as Sword Art helps with that. Fofo, soldiers at attention at the beginning of the fight, and 957 has to get out. They have to leave Mako. He's almost just dead to rights, and the rest of the team tries to get themselves to safety. Bot lane is pushing, so they have to react now on the side of LPL.
Well, they got that mid lane inhib, and they also made sure the LMS team couldn't push anymore with the Baron buff, at least for now. But look at this here. 4 members rushing straight for that mid lane turret.
And looks like they were defending bot side here for the
4
LPL.
members just went bot lane.
All right.
Just minions.
They get a cannon minion to push here too. BB is going to try to deal damage to this turret. Chunks it out to half.
They got to be careful. They saw Karsa clearing minions on the other side of the map. But wait, almost taking down 957, the tankiest member. Looking pretty squishy right now. On the other side, MLX3 tries to stop the inhibitor from going down.
Yeah, but with Mako down, who's the easiest form of engage here, besides MLXG trying to get in. Uzi, though, he's out of position.
Tries the 1v1. Karsa. Uzi gets himself to safety. The deadly flourish almost takes him down.
Whoa!
Back and forth. Locket comes out. Shields come out. MLXG lives. Sword Art gets Fofo back on the swoopy dude. Gets himself to safety. Ziv now gonna go down as he overstays his welcome.
Take a bit.
Eventually.
There you go. 1 kill. There we go. They got 1 kill. Mid inhib is already down. Bot lane inhib is the target, but the Elder Drake is spawning in 8 seconds. They already got 4 Drakes under their belt. This is a huge one for the LPL team.
Yeah, the fact that...
Oh, Kaza's on his way.
Oh.
Congratulations, Kaza. You're going to steal this one.
All right. I don't know about that. I don't know. I said that like 4 times today. Are they going to just say, all right, throw yourself at him. Mako, is he going to take your advice? Stop him way earlier? No, Carson's
giving up.
There you go.
All right. That's why he doesn't steal.
Even he doesn't believe it anymore.
These games are getting more and more even. From 1, 2, 3, 4, and now scraping our way into 5. 12 to 12. And finally, a decent gold lead. I don't even know, 75,000, so 3 isn't really decent at this point. We're getting back to that point where it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Great push by LMS. What's going to happen next? I feel like LPL is just going to stay away from these objectives.
Oh, I feel like LPL are going to try to force. Like, walk up,
Exactly.
go get those inhibitors. The 4 Elemental Drake, Elder Dragon. I feel like that's really the ticket here for the LPL, to force it. MLXG on the backside, he wants to blow up Fofo, who actually can't knock him back because of the unstoppable part of Cataclysm. And then they can't burst him, miss time, scatter the weak there. And Sword Art able to hit the Devour onto Fofo after the flash.
Get that very important kill. Means they can secure an easy Elder Drake. Don't even have to fight over it or anything. So many buffs. Bot lane inhib is wide open. They can just go and grab it. LMS should not try and fight them when they're this strong.
Minute and 30 left on that Baron. They're going to head towards the bottom side of the map. Just enough vision to know if they need to go back, but LMS leaving their base would mean game. So it's all about the defense from them, finding out if Fofo or Karsa can get one of their targets.
Yeah, and even LMS trying to take a fight and then losing it because of the Elder Drake will also mean game, because we are looking right at that Nexus. It's so close right now. There's going to be super minions coming from the mid lane.
Oh man, All-Stars has been insane. The finals has been insane. And the last competitive match of the 2017 year is coming down to the wire here.
Just almost cresting 6 hours of play for this best of 5 series. The LPL and LMS at the end of their thread here. The inhibitor open, as you said, and that's where LPL is going to stay, as mid lane might have those super minions soon. A good push out gives LMS a little bit of breathing time to continue focusing on this bottom inhibitor that is slowly getting whittled down.
And Uzi to half means that every time he walks up, there is a risk. But they're going to push. Good positioning there from GA on the bottom side. Kind of separate their threats.
Safety in numbers. I don't think anybody's going to leave each other's side at this point as they make their way out of the base.
And that's going to be Elder Dragon falling off right now.
We have a TP from Ziv. He's coming in behind them.
This could be the hit. It's right in the middle of the wave. They
Oh,
saw
nice
it coming.
story on
His
Uzi.
target is going to be the Uzi. Deadly Flourish after. They're right onto him.
The
Taking him
shield.
out could be the game. Instant death going in possibly for Karsa. He's going to come back up. Ziv on the backside now, facing Uzi. MLXG comes back up. Fofo goes down. 957 picks up the kill. MLXG back on his feet as well. They're looking for the fight. A huge pulverize from Mako on the back line. Ziv is down. Bebe in the eyes of the LPL. And he will also go down. LPL is on their feet. The fans are on their feet as the LPL will look for the Nexus.
Uzi lives, the whole team rallies around to protect him, and they raise the puppy to Fischio. They did it, and the strategy pays off with a protection.
Coming in a 6-hour best-of-5 series, the players stretching their mentality, stretching the strategy, and the LPL All-Stars will be your 2017 Dream Team champion.
And Uzi wins a championship in a 5v5. The All-Star Championship, the Dream Team is his. In that last moment, they rallied and looked like a Dream Team.
Woo! Everything left on the rift by both teams, including our voices.
It was an intense series,
For sure. That was a very back and forth series where
this was supposed to be All-Stars.
there were so many big moments, though, from both teams' side. That last team fight was amazing, and the LPL team ends up winning the series.
I was not expecting this game to be that competitive, that close, and have all 10 players really putting their hearts on the rift and playing like everything's on the line.
So excited, they're ready. They're like, oh, we get our stuff, we go win. Yeah, we won, that's right. We're heading up to the trophy.
Yep.
As the 2017 All-Star Dream Team. Who would have thought the LPL and the LMS coming out so strong in this event?
Oh, they give it to Uzi.
He has never lifted a trophy like this before with a team, and he wants to lift it with the whole team.
Absolutely amazing. Humble in victory, as well as the team knows a lot of that pressure, a lot of that carry came from the bot lane, came from their Uzi. Very well deserved as well by the LPL crew. Coming out strong, doing everything they could. And doing it in pretty strong fashion all the way throughout, really only kind of stubbing their toes here in this best of 5.
Yeah, so they end up winning the best of 5.
Yeah, they did.
They won the 1v1 as well, with Uzi being the champion, and the boot camp before the event paid off for the LPL team. Came in with a very clear goal of winning the entire thing, and they did.
Goal met for sure, and you can see they were very excited about that. It was a long series, Riv. You were talking about it, 6 hours on the clock there. It's an endurance match.
And we all had moments where we forgot how to speak English as well, and it was blah, 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 blah,
especially at the end.
That's what happens in these long series, and imagine being the players. You have to sit there and you have to go through everything in game in terms of emotions, but the shot calling as well, knowing exactly what to do at the right moments. It's these kind of series where mistakes will happen, and the big moments can sometimes be you punishing a mistake.
Yeah.
Like Karsa stealing
It was insane.
5 million Barons.
Right, Karsa with so many steals, it looked like the LPL. You were saying it at the start. It's like, they have such a great lead. Looks like they might be able to, close this one out.
We got a little nervous when the Barons
and it happened
came up.
again. And I can't believe it happened again, and Karsa was able to kind of get away with robbery.
I can't believe they actually got back in the game, and then they lost the last team fight, and suddenly it didn't actually mean anything.
A lot of what I learned in that when they were engaging or fighting nothing really meant anything after that fight. Anything could still happen.
Yeah, exactly.
And it became an amazing, absolutely amazing game because of that. Sometimes you were like, well, what's going to happen? Why are they going to do something? But it was never what we thought when it actually came to be.
Yeah, that last moment was one that I was expecting in other games earlier, where you're throwing all the cards down. You're looking for the AD carry. It's the dive. The game 5, the final moment is where it happens. And they go all in on Uzi, and he lives, and Fofo is too far forward and is one of the first people to die.
And we finally got one of those moments where, even in the late game, it felt like both teams were ready to just take the fight.
Yes.
They weren't just like skirting around, running away. No, Ziv TP'd in behind the entire LPL team. Righteous Glory went on to Uzi. Sadly, they couldn't lock him down enough, and the rest of LPL just rallied behind him.
And it seemed like the fight they had to take, right?
It was there, the pressure's on, the amazing crowd, I have to say as well. All the fans were here getting charged up. It was the moment.
Oh, they were
hyped. It was the moment that almost had to happen. And once that fuse was lit, it was up to either team, and the LPL came out strong. So let's send it down to Shocks, who is now going to hear from one of the All-Star champions.
Thank you very much, Riv. Indeed, I'm joined here by Mako, and the first thing I want to ask you, Mako, after 4 days of games, after 6 hours of playing on the stage here today, how does it feel to finally be able to be crowned the champion of All Stars 2017?
经过了4天的比赛，然后今天打了6个小时，那么最后你们最终取得了冠军，你现在有什么感受？
就现在特别激动吧，然后打了6个小时，确实特别累，就是能拿到这个全明星冠军，确实很开心。
I'm just really excited this moment. I mean, playing 6 hours, it's really tired, but I'm really, really happy that we are able to come and win the final.
Well, if you take a look back, you guys came here, you played with a lot of players that you usually don't play with, and you guys crushed the competition. How do you look back on this experience and playing with this all-star team?
就是你很多队友都是第一次一起打游戏，但是你们可以击败你们的对手，然后最终得到冠军。现在你回过来看，你觉得这是一段什么样的经历？
这是一段很难忘的经历吧。我们5个队员都没有配合很久，但我们就是凭借个人实力还有团队就慢慢的磨合，我觉得我们都打得很好。
So this is definitely a memorable moment for me, memorable experience for me. We haven't been playing together for that long, but I think everyone on the team played really well.
Well, a memorable moment for you guys, but also for all the fans. So many LPL fans were in the studio for 4 days cheering you guys on like crazy. Is there anything you'd like to say to all of them and to all the LPL fans around the world?
就过去4天一直都有很多 LPL 粉丝在这里为你们加油。那么你有什么想对这些一直支持你的粉丝说的？
就感谢一直来这边看我们比赛的粉丝，然后你们真的很热情，就像是来到这边自己的主场一样，就谢谢大家。
Thank everyone for coming out here. You guys are really passionate and make this place like our home court. So huge thanks to everyone here.
All right, fantastic. Guys, one more time for your All-Stars 2017 5v5 champions, the LPL.
And there you have it. The confetti rains down. The LPL crowned our 2017 All-Star champions after a grueling 5-game series up against the LMS. Hard fought by both squads. Mako there, the rest of the squad very happy to get their win. You even saw it there in the moment where they reached the trophy, offering it over to Uzi as he has finally gotten a title from Summoner's Rift under his belt. Ever the sportsman, ever humble, saying, no, this was a team effort. We must hoist it together.
I mean, frankly, it's been a really long time coming. I'm not going to joke. I definitely did get emotional watching that because people will say, you know, All-Stars, there's kind of, is it the hyper-competitive tournament? Is it still the fun tournament? We go back and forth all the time. But for Uzi, this matters. And that moment mattered. And for LPL fans, that definitely mattered. So that tastes just as sweet, especially after the grueling endurance marathon that he had to go through to have that opportunity to say, no, it was a team effort.
It was a marathon for all 10 players on that stage. But then when you take into account the fact that he had played a best-of-3 1v1 against Bjergsen just before that, even more so for him individually.
And I think what Roscoe said, as words suddenly become hard, is true.
It's been a long day.
It's true for a lot of things, is that I think All-Star represents something different for everyone. Even when you listen to the community saying, this is what I wish All-Star was, this is what I wish All-Star was, the players, everyone has their own idea, but you can't dispute how much it means to the Chinese squad, the Chinese fans, like you say. And that's kind of the magic in it, in that it was a lot of different things. It was a grueling day. His career has been so long. There's so many different things to reconcile, but it doesn't have to be just one thing. It's many special things all coming together in one package.
And I mean, how incredible of an event is it for Uzi to have won both the titles? There's only 2 events here. He won
That's
them
a
both,
very good
right?
point.
Like this is everything.
The
He could not have done better at this event. Really, it was honestly quite impressive to see him take down the 1v1 back-to-back and then get his first Summoner's Rift title there as well. You know, in a very grueling series that at times looked like they were losing control of it, but to stay composed. And you know, there's been a lot of talk in the past, and with his titles, why hasn't he won, right? Is it because they're choking? Is it because he can't actually perform it when the team needs it most? And today he was able to do that.
Very much so. Speaking of which, I want to take one opportunity to rewatch the final team fight of 2017 for Professional League of Legends.
And let me explain to you guys that every single LPL fan held their breath as Ziv found Uzi of all people. And you're thinking, no, Uzi, the finals, the curse, he's not going to do it. He's been caught out. But holy shit, he survived. And he carries the fight.
Yeah, it was honestly incredible to see the whole team rallying around Uzi, instant Shen ultimate, Alistar coming to peel, everyone coming in to keep their AD carry alive, their star player alive, to really carry through the rest of the fight. And it had to be such a euphoric moment for Uzi when he realized he is going to survive and they are going to win the fight in the game.
And even just watching it, like the metaphors and illusions you can make about his career, about what it means, about who the MVP was, and how everyone crowded around him, just being shown there, I'm sure that the creative writing pieces about it will be just as fantastic because it means a lot for him in particular. One of the true legends, maybe next to Faker, the most well-known League of Legends player in the world, finally getting an achievement to start. And the best thing is, it whets his appetite. This is not the end for Uzi. This is just another new beginning for him. And it's going to be all about MSI Worlds for Uzi next year.
Without a doubt. Now, the Rift was packed with playmakers, but one player in particular really shined in this series, which is why we're naming Mako the All-Star Finals MVP.
I know we've been talking about Uzi this entire time, but we do need to give his partner in crime a very special shout out. Part of the reason why Uzi was able to shine so well is because Mako had an incredible tournament and particularly an incredible series.
And one of the biggest things with me for Mako was how consistent he was throughout the series. There were a lot of ups and downs for the LPL squad throughout this series, let's be honest. But for Mako, it felt like his highs were probably some of the highest in the whole event, and his lows were really not that low during this series. He was honestly so consistent, so solid, and just a star player.
And he's a utility belt also because it wasn't all the playmaking. He can play the peel supports. He can do everything, and that's kind of the exciting thing seeing his career develop over the past 3 years is that he was able at this series to lock in Thresh a couple of times. We looked and we're like, there's 2-3 picks that we would have thought fit this situation best, but he was like, this is my time to actually stake a claim, to start initiating, to do everything off my own back. And he got A+ on that particular metric.
And just the growth that Mako has made over this entire year, if we think of All-Stars as just a celebration of all of 2017, he's now the captain for EDG, he's now the primary shot caller. He took that actual finals away from Uzi, and this time around helps him raise the trophy. So it's just great to see a player of that caliber really grow into a leadership role.
Well, as we celebrate the success of the LPL squad, I do want to briefly touch on the LMS squad that that rather took us to that 5th game, gave us such an incredible series, surprised so many people based on pre-tournament expectations to have gone undefeated to the finals and then go 2 games, to 3 against the LPL. Karsa being the man to lead the charge for that squad.
Yeah, I mean, I think Karsa overall for the entire tournament was the best performing player. Like,
wow.
he was incredible to me. Super standout player, especially from a guy who had not looked as good this past year, not looked as good at Worlds. And the LMS squad, you can even take a step further back, not just going undefeated to the finals. People really weren't even thinking that they were going to get out of the group based on how they had been performing. People had, Europe pegged as the number 2 seed, Korea pegged as the number 1 seed, but they bested all those expectations. They made it all the way to the finals, and they almost took down the LPL.
I mean, it's a great embodiment of kind of the LMS and the highs and lows that they've always had. We always knew that the LMS had the talent in the region, but it was, can you consolidate all of the talent on an all-star roster? Going into this, everyone's looking at Korea. They are in the incredible powerhouse.
Yeah.
They're the Titans, and LMS kind of flew underneath the radar as a true super team. Again, you look at BB, but when BB's having a Season 2, esque type of performance, and then you get to finally see Fofo strut his stuff. Karsa reminding everyone that he is a god, and then Ziv and Swordart just flexing on some of their signature champions.
How many Baron steals was that?
I mean, we were almost getting to double digits.
I think the Fish said it was around 5 million, right?
I don't have the figures to count.
Yeah, roughly 5 million Baron steals in that 5-game series. We just talk about Fofo. To me, that would be the surprise of the tournament, right? You talk about Karsa, perhaps the best performing player overall. Fofo's the guy that I'm walking away with going, this is someone who's on my radar now. I'm looking at 2018, and I'm curious to see what he's going to accomplish.
And even if you look a bit more granular on Fofo, he's on this previously Taipei Assassins, now J-Team lineup that hasn't made finals, that has done very well in the regular season, then disappointed a couple of times. This was a best-of-5 final where he didn't bring up the strongest performance. He had some big mistakes. The tournament as a whole, definitely great. The final was one of his first big best-of-5s, right? And he will learn from this. His star is born, and the LMS have this weird scenario where they come in and every second tournament, they're head turners. They are this big team that can show you both individual stars and in this tournament, surprising synergy we didn't know existed. So I love the fact that they can do that. There are stars here like Karsa who seem to be destined to go on to maybe the LPL. Maybe he's on the LPL All-Stars next year. So it's really cool to see stars, but also a team performance from LMS.
Karsa, a playmaker without a doubt, but from the Pantheon dives to the Annies in the top lane, All-Star 2017 has been jam-packed with memorable moments, and here are a few that you tweeted out throughout the week, brought to you by Acer. First up, Peter Orwak gave a shout-out to BB for bending those bullets. Let's take a look.
Ooh, there's one on the way out for BB. That's a double. He sends out the...
Everyone's so squishy!
Not dodging everything. Frozen gets tagged with 3 and 4. The bullet curves. It's a quadra kill for BB. Frozen's able to escape with 14.
They want the penta.
They're looking for it. Penta kill for BB.
哇，好准哦！再一年，你女友好幸福哦。Penta 吗 ？Penta 吗？我要12。哎，给个 Penta，给个 Penta。
And I'm just so happy that kind of the new school League of Legends fans got to experience the greatness of BB, because chances are that a lot of the newer fans have never even heard of this guy. It's been a very long time since he's found the international spotlight, and he kind of got to go out with a big bang and showcase why he holds a world title.
I mean, the other thing I love is that he hit the one shot that mattered, right? Yep. Missed the first 3, you're calibrating, but you hit that all-important 4th shot on the curtain call to get the kill, and then huge amounts of damage on the 4th shot itself as an auto. Next up, Pika Nu imagines a 2018 where Ziv and Karsa are on the same team. That's a scary thought.
They want to fight here, Rip.
It looks like LPL Mako still wants to go in.
Lots of
Glacial
flashes.
Fisher could still be there. It might just be get out of this one. A 1v1 Bebe in the bot lane, and Uzi, the solar flare, comes right in from Swordart. They take that fight. The top side loses CA and MLXG.
That was probably the cleanest flag and drag into a Shen taunt that I have seen, because that was so fast from Ziv. As soon as Ziv came through, usually the Shen just stands there for like a half second realizing it finally completed, but it was just across 2 people immediately.
After Karsa was actually backing away at first, they're like, no, turn around, get in there.
Ziv's like, get in there.
Yeah, come on, let's kill these guys.
Trust, communication, timing, everything on point. It was always, could we see Flash Wolves with Ziv? Because the Flash Wolves top laners had been struggling. MMD, of course, the most known name. We get that little sample there, and you just want more.
That was like the Captain Jack of taunts.
Exactly,
like, that
right?
was so
right?
fast. It was actually ridiculous watching it again. That was so instantaneous. It seemed like you didn't even see him appear. They were already taunting.
I mean, flashed out and then instantly got the call clearly that, hey, I got the Shen ultimate, I'm going in. Trusted his teammate, pushed through. Beautiful.
Yep, Zyrene got it right. Perhaps the best flag and drag Shen taunt combo he's ever seen. Finally, I can't read that. Tim Ashton highlighted the real all-stars of the tournament, the Minions.
The Minions, oh my god, so much damage! I don't think they can do it, they've got no carries. They stunned them up, but that's it!
넥서스 어떻게 되나? 끝났는데? 우리가 끝냈다.能杀掉吗？回家，我跟你调皮起回，要一起回，人手，没了，一波了 ，Q 起来，来推兄弟，来推，
That was honestly
They can't believe it
ridiculous. Yeah, no one could believe it when you're watching the game. You're like, oh, they got ace, the game's over. Oh, it's over the other way? Like, wait, what's happening?
Honestly baffling. Pretty sure it's the only competitive game that's, ended in an ace for one side, losing to the other.
Didn't ace the Minions.
In that moment. But hey, I feel like
Yeah.
did not ace the Minions. The Minions are the one thing that are the constant in League of Legends. Well, with that, we put a capper on not only All-Stars, but competitive League of Legends for 2017. We kick off the new year, the week of January 15th, as all the regional leagues launch their new seasons in the days following. So mark your calendars and keep your eyes peeled for those regional leagues. Until next year, for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you in 2018. Good night.
Los Angeles, California for the 2017 League of Legends All-Star event.
The Korean team's looking for blood on this one. Ambition goes through. That's not a dog champ, baby. First blood over to EU.
They want the penta. They're looking for it. Pentakill for BB. What's his time now? Far. There's the deadly flourish. Double kill for Sneaky. He's going in. Baron's flashed away from Sneaky's a couple. That's a triple. That's a quadra.
Oh my God, Sneaky. That was insane. That's it.
Root locks down Juve. LMS may have done it.
Nice, yeah! Wow!
Welcome back to the All-Stars 2017 for the kickoff of our 1v1 tournament. They're going to go in for the mano. An exhaust down, a barrier pop of a, but Faker will get the final say. Waiting again.
Do anything.
Yep, chilling out there. Told you do it. Oh my God, Jisoo!
Tell me what it says.
It says, I love Afamu. Afamu plus Lulu.
Let's go! It's going to be Yanko Thornton drops off the base near. The second one goes down as Ignar. 2 for 0 so far. The third going to drop as well. That's goodbye to Reckless. That's goodbye to PoE. Soa standing alone. LMS 3-0. Top in the group. Beautiful play from them.
MLXG is everywhere. His rift is the spicy hot pot. China taking down Brazil, a 3-0 finish. Korean All-Stars are able to deliver the damage back to Turkey.
A 25-minute steamroll from the LCK Superstars.
If he hits this one, he will win. There's no mana Mako. Oh, Bjergsen with the minions. He's got to go. Oh, he's so low. That's 100.
Do not flash away when you are silent.
Oh, he got him.
This man is so cute.
LMS taking on Southeast Asia and the GPL. Go ham or go home. Solar Flare comes down and GPL are running for their lives.
Oh my God, that ultimate.
Bullet time destroys the GPL. Welcome to the finals, LMS.
And that should be it. Kube is going to fall, and that's an ace.
Someone needs to answer these minions.
Minions going back 957 and Mako forced
They might just win it.
The minions, oh my God, it's so much damage. I don't think they can do it. They've got no carries. They start the down, but that's it. Everybody dead, and the game goes to Korea. Faker tagged up as well, flashes and dies. And a win here cements a brothers' war in the final of the 2017 All-Star.
We're kicking off the 1-versus-1 semifinal.
There's your stun barrier. He can't do it. First blood to Bjergsen. I think the barrier. He's got the summoner spells. He gets first blood.
He gets the exhaust, but
will be first blooded by Uzi.
you're either going to have the defending champion keeping the belt, or you're going to have the guy who got it 2 years ago snatching the belt back.
我肯定是会希望我自己会拿那2个 solo 冠军，因为而且是连续的，而且是没有人做到的。
I'm back to regain my title.
Gotta go with the footwork there. Uzi walks behind the minion.
We're at the point now where likely going to be taken down underneath the turret. Ladies and gentlemen, your back-to-back 1-versus-1 champion, Uzi.
We are about to head on to the Rift. The LMS versus the LPL, as we're about to find out here on the last day of All-Stars who the true dream team is in this best of 5. The damage goes here, pushes them back with the Emperor's Divide. There is no safety, there's no solace for the LPL right now. It's gonna be 200 HP now. He missed the Emperor's Divide! The LPL will even up this Dream Team All-Star best of 5. Easily goes down here. Karsa gets the Elder Drake. This is huge for the team. Lantern out as well. MLXG trying to keep BB at bay. And the Nexus is down to half. The kill comes in. 80 minutes on the clock. 80 minutes to Dream. Our longest game of 2017. Coco goes in on the right track. And then it's a shuffle. Civ under the turret. Just 5 hours ago, we started the Dream Team Finals, and now we are into Game 5. These players push to the max. 957 picks up the kill. MLXG back on his feet as well. They're looking for the fight. A huge pulverize from Mako on the back line. And the LPL All-Stars will be your 2017 Dream Team champions.